branches. One of the things that is happening right now, as a member, you become a member of the Divine University, and you can receive up to 12 weeks of free universal healing program. Were you part of that program, Azriela?
Welcome everyone to the Evo Institute for Jewish.
So that beautiful project is oversold by New Education Council, and I've been working very closely with the beautiful oversold Trinity of that project. It's been a big over 3-year journey now, where the emissaries, those beautiful volunteers, it's basically run by volunteers, 100% volunteers who have done a beautiful training of over 3 years.
Those of you who
we're
do
all
not
around
know
the world,
us, we are a very special place
we get
for the
together
celebration,
every 2 weeks to do the transmission
Eastern European
to everybody
culture.
who's registered for their personal universal healing session.
Where our library
so universal healing can be for anything that you're guided, you would like divine assistance with, whether it's physical body healing, emotional healing, mental healing, etc. And when you register or become a member of the Divine University, at the moment you are gifted, if you're a new member, your first sessions free.
I just want to say hello and welcome to everyone. Thank you guys for joining us today. Panda Saul is here, Tim F., Grant Lavac, Michael Foley. We've got quite a few folks joining us. Thank you so much for being here today. If this is your first time joining us, make sure you click the subscribe button below. Click notify me so you know whenever we go live. If you're listening to us, make sure you check us out every Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let's dive in, gentlemen. Let's dive into this idea of auto GPT and what AI agents are. So, anybody, Brooks, did you have? Can you clarify that? I've got some things to share. I don't know how to deep down, Jazz. Yeah, you give it your best shot.
I'll let Jazz know,
and then we'll see
what of my intention, my request.
So essentially, what happens is when you develop an AI,
I highly recommend it to anybody, and there's plenty of information about the universal healing and becoming a member of the Divine University on the Divine University website, which is
essentially similar to a bot that is continually running processes given whatever its directive is. So I think in one of the articles that you cited, the directive was go find me a pair of vintage Air Jordans. Right?
And involving myself in the
work.
Yeah,
if you want to share that
AI,
well, Randy, the hype grows over autonomous AI.
Really fun,
go ahead, Brooke,
powerful.
No, absolutely. So essentially, in the background, this
with
agent
the universal healing.
would
So
be finding
so we wanted to share that with you.
First, it would be
the
identifying
other
what
thing
vintage Air
that,
Jordans
and
might
Azriela
be.
is like one
Hopefully
of the people that is in the Divine University.
Like,
she's got her hands
like
on everything.
Cardboard cutouts of Michael Jordan.
She's really, really
know,
involved.
Maybe,
It's really inspirational
how well you
to watch how much she
that might be what it is.
gives of herself. So the other thing, one of the other branches of the Divine University right now is the Earth. What is it called? The Earth Planetary Service.
Competitors are doing.
It might be called the Planetary Gateway Service, because I'm not really one of the ones overselling that, but I love being involved and going to the gateway upgrades. I think is what you're talking about.
Yes, the gateway upgrades, the planetary gateway upgrades. And so the Divine University has this plan to create a gateway, a universal gateway on each continent on the world.
So let me give you, I'll give you a little more, just kind of like what this could mean for individuals. So let's say right now, Jazz, as a writer, is talking to Chat GPT, and he's going, hey, how do we solve, let's say he wants to know how do we solve world hunger. So he says, how do we solve world hunger? Then Chat GPT drops down and gives us 12 different ways we can solve world hunger. Well, what happens next? Nothing, because I technically am the human agent. I'm the one interacting with Chat GPT, telling it what to do.
So what was that like with everybody?
The idea of an automated agent is to take me, Michael, out of the mix, put in an automation, a bot to replace me, and say, okay, cool, ChatGPT, now break down the first one into the first 5 steps I should do. And then it breaks those down. And then let's say step 1 is research this, and the internet. Instead of waiting for me to tell it to do that, the agent says, go ahead and go do this. And then it starts interacting with the web. It can communicate with other people. It can write emails. It can start actually automating all of the things that a human could do. And so there's a lot of hype around this, and we're not there yet in the article that we just shared, which we should probably drop in the show notes. But if you don't have, if you wanted to check it out right now, what was it? What was the name of, if you could pop it up on the screen again real quick? I think it's worth taking a look at, because this is, there's a lot of hype around this, but we're not just there yet. But it's getting wild out there, because this is what a lot of people are saying will bring about the next generation of potential. This could lead us toward AGI, is what a lot of people are saying, but there's also a lot of hype surrounding this. What do you think, Jazz? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, the one thing that I see when I see this headline is, I think that there are quotes around the word autonomous. I don't know if that's to make us a little bit afraid of the autonomy of an agent, or if it's to identify that it's really not that autonomous. You're right, Michael, that you need to be like removed from the steps that are taken, but the directive is still yours. It's not like the agent's going to go change directive and say, oh, you want Air Jordans? We're going to go nuke, you know, Thailand or something like that.
It was very big in terms of physical labor, probably the biggest one I've done, because I've been to many.
What do you think, Jazz? This are we making sense? Is this clear about what an agent? Because it's we're all learning this as it rolls out. So I want to make sure, and this is the whole point of the show, is to ensure that as we move towards this technology and as we're developing it, we need to know where we stand. Any thoughts, Jazz?
Oh, absolutely. I completely disagree with at least one part of what Brooks is saying.
Yeah, and they were sending out. So
it's a question of intent.
If you go, again,
I could go and take one of these auto GPT applications and say, I'd like a solution to solve hunger for humans on Earth, and then walk away and let it keep running until it comes up with an answer, and it might come up with some great answers.
Really,
you know, possibly.
This structure.
But a recent interview that I did with somebody else, they said, well, there's a lot of people in this world, and I have to agree with this, that really have good intentions. They'd like to have the best possible outcome for people and try to reduce suffering. There are also people who go and shoot up churches. One of those people could go in and say, how can I bring about the destruction of mankind? Go. And then walk away and let it keep running until it comes up with a way. Well, here's how we wipe out mankind, right? If you give something enough power and enough autonomy, enough free access to all the information out there, they might give you an idea that could do something like that. And doesn't that seem at least a little disturbing?
Yeah.
In all fairness, the solution to ending world hunger and destroying the entire planet is the same, because there's no hunger if there's no people. So
there you go. And that could be an AI resolution, right, Brooks? It's like, oh, we can't feed everybody. Okay, well, if there's no people, you don't have to feed anyone. So here's how there's no people, right? So yeah, that's in the back of my mind. We're going to go on and talk about all these things, but Michael and I have been talking for several years now, and we've frequently had a popular conversation about doom porn. What's your favorite scenario for the end of the world, or well, the end of human civilization? And Michael will tell you, AI has always been in my top 5. There's always some others, and we can list them if we have time and you want to. But an actual human or above human level intelligence AI has always been in my top 5, frequently in my top 3. So
yep. Yeah, for the last I don't know how long we've been talking about this, Jazz. Many
since 2017, 18.
Yeah, and it always has. So I wanted to say a couple of things. I think point number 1 is that these agents, so Auto GPT, Baby AGI, are 2 agents that have been developed.
Live from Mexico, or you can online stream.
Yeah, I think it's just Baby AI, isn't it, or is it Baby AGI?
No, it's Baby AGI, and then Auto GPT, and again, the idea
is the one I read this week. Yeah.
Yeah, and so so they're using the GPT-4 API. So the one good thing to quell any fears right now is that GPT-4 currently has guardrails. So if you're asking it to, destroy the world, you're going to be much more challenged using that large language model. Now, as more AIs begin to be deployed and released to the general public, those things can change. But for right now, those two specific agents are using the GPT-4 API. So that should make us feel a little better for now. But more to discuss on that, because I definitely agree, Brooks. We've got a lot to talk about when it comes to the alignment problem. And so speaking to your other point that you just made, Brooks, and I think you were alluding to this as well, Jazz, is this idea of the confusion or the misalignment of a goal. So solve world hunger. Great. We just nuked all humans. Oops. Right. So creating the right guardrails for these systems to make sure they're aligned with the proper outcomes is really important. Like this is not like something to brush under the table. Like, oh, obviously, no, these are real concerns about artificial intelligence.
Absolutely.
Of light,
and I think as the
this beautiful part of your spirit,
complexity and the dynamism of these different protocols continue to grow, we're going to need to be a little bit more clear and a little bit more eloquent in how we phrase those kinds of requests, right?
On this.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's just the idea, because this as we've been watching OpenAI release GPT, and we're seeing all of these other large language models be rolled out. One of the things that hadn't occurred to me quite yet is this idea of an agent, and it immediately brought me back to the Matrix.
To the Matrix?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Agent Smith.
Mr.
Anderson.
Very undervalued.
And this idea that, and so, way back when the Matrix came out, 1999, these ideas of an autonomous AI agent were already in the sci-fi mix. And here we are in 2023, this week, or within the last 7 to 14 days, this idea of automated agents is emerging in popular development with the GPT-4 AI or API, which is wild.
And so it's really interesting, because when we were kind of chit-chatting a little bit earlier, kind of developing some framework for what we thought we were going to talk about today. I asked Michael, I was like, so from this whole agent thing, what do you want to convey? He goes, well, what's an agent? And in my mind, well, it's Agent Smith, right? That's exactly what came to my mind. I don't think anyone here needs to go open envelopes with cell phones in them and run around the corner to the bathroom. But it's kind of the same premise. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, because it's basically an autonomous bot that communicates with the intelligence, that has its own memory, that can then, so if I program a bot to say your job is just to keep communicating with GPT-4 and come up with and execute answers, and here's the reason why it's overhyped right now is because it can't really do much. So like if a bot says, okay, we want to end world hunger, and then GPT gives it a bunch of things to do, and then it says, okay, break those down. The bot can help it break down further. The bot can then go out into the internet and do some searches, but it can't really execute much at the moment. It can't go buy anything. It can't do, it can't organize and execute other either LLMs, AIs, or humans to actually do its bidding for it.
So it's not able to give itself access to other APIs.
Knew something, I would still do the
yeah,
opposite.
Exactly. It's very limited at the moment, but that's going to be changing very, very quickly. So we want to keep our finger on the drumbeat of this. There's another interesting article, if you could pull it up, Randy AI.
Or maybe how do you
it's the paper introducing generative agents that
Well,
simulate believable human behavior.
Sort of
And the
peaceful, just
idea,
like,
this is
I'm
similar
aware.
to
I'm
kind of like
aware of who I
SimCity.
am.
But the
I'm
interesting thing
aware
is that these agents
of,
within this
I've
type
got to
of
take this
game
step now. Just
are,
kind of
instead of
wake
being
up, or you might be
pre-programmed with
walking down the
exactly
street and
what
it's
they
like,
would do in
oh,
any specific
a little light
circumstance,
bulb
they're
light bulb
actually
illuminates for you. And you sit with it, and you sit with it and go, yeah, this makes you right, etc.
not sure what's happening. Oh, it's a.
I've been doing this work for a long time. When I see with my
we got ad attack.
Top level production here, folks. So
yeah, 100%.
Our AI is flawless. He did it on purpose. There's no doubt.
That's right. That's exactly right. But basically, the idea is they're starting to test these autonomous AIs utilizing LLMs, large language models, in virtual environments, and they're seeing emergent behavior from these little AI agents that they weren't necessarily expecting or had programmed in. And so this is kind of like the next generation of like SimCity and these sorts of things, where you're actually going to see emergent behavior that is very creative and generative in its essence.
And so I think the really important part there was the emergent part. It's such it's such a unique idea that maybe these agents are going to just utilize what we would consider normal protocols. However, they may just actually try to behave like humans. And one of the things, yeah, there we go. So that's perfect, Randy. Thank you. I think this is the interesting part from this entire PDF. It's 22 pages. It's worth a read. I've read through it the first time. Tried to make it through the second time. It's very dense. But one of the big observations were that the agents sometimes would, instead of deciding to go to lunch, they would end up just at a bar.
Yeah.
At like noon.
All right. So
it's like the most human thing in all of history.
One could possibly do.
Think about activating.
They identified that as a potential error, and it's an error. That's human behavior. I mean, it might not be good human behavior, but it's human behavior.
Internal being that.
That's fantastic. And they were like, and they were just giving it different prompts, and they were seeing, what behaviors emerge. And this is what's so fascinating, is it's not as if it's just one how do you even explain this? So each individual agent has its own. Each agent has its own connection to an LLM, and so the way they're communicating together is 100% original every single time.
Super novel and unique compared to the other agents.
Sirius or Venus,
wild stuff. So is this the beginning of the end for you, Jazz? We got a little time left.
Purposes, your mission is,
we got time left. I disagree with a number of the kind of underlying premises that you guys are talking about.
What do you got?
You can build the smartest, best large language model system out there that can go and draw on the total knowledge of mankind, at least the percentage of it that's been fed in to its library, and it can deliver some amazing answers. That's not the question for me. The question for me is, well, there's two. The lesser one is, the more we rely on this type of a system, means that we don't need as many smart people coming up with new ideas that haven't been fed into the system yet, because we're just going into a stagnation system. Because AI, as far as we know, and we'll talk about that, doesn't come up with any ideas of its own. It's just drawing on a library of things that people have already said, right?
It's powerful.
And
is that so?
That
you were
step by step.
Sorry, go ahead.
That makes it faster to research things. But unless you have a human being who's looking at that and going, "Oh, I've got A, B, C, and D. Oh, here's a new idea," and that's how we advance. If we believe what's being said about ChatGPT, the rest of the systems, they're never going to ask that question. They're just taking what is already known. And maybe we'll start firing everybody who was a writer, a journalist, a scientist, because we don't need you because we got ChatGPT, you know. Well, then nobody comes up with anything new.
So there's nothing novel.
Right, nothing novel. It's all in the library. Do we want to freeze human advancement at this point when AI gets that powerful? Part 2, of course, is, and I know we're going to talk about that, and Michael will bring that in, but, well, if you freeze at that point, don't we start to decay? And do we reach a point where our technology outsmarts us? And I think that's one of my bigger fears.
So I got a quick question, but Brooks, I'll let you hop in here. So you almost said two different things. One is, should we stop humans from having thoughts, or contributing to the overall system?
Would it stop humans from having thoughts?
Where you're supported as a soul,
or contributing to systems versus, so you bring up a bunch of interesting ideas here. One is that you can have an AI superior and smarter than humans. If that's the case, then it must be able to come up with novel thoughts and ideas. And we can dig into that
if we allow it.
The other piece is there ever a future in which humans aren't contributing? Yeah, I think those are both great questions. I don't think anything about the emergent behavior that we're seeing from the agents in the simulation tool necessarily. I'm not saying that those are novel or original ideas. I just think those are emergent behaviors that are enabled by LLMs in ways that no computer systems have been able to do
as you're growing
previously.
and developing your higher self connection, your angelic consciousness.
Sorry, Brooks, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I think you're right, and I think Jazz has great points though. So in my mind, they are kind of two different potential outcomes. One of which is we end up continuing to iterate on the same thought over and over again, and making an attempt to improve things that aren't going anywhere. And the other was WALL-E. Thank you, Randy AI, the greatest AI of all time.
I'm very passionate about
is that eventually we rely so heavily, and that was a word that Jazz used, was
for
rely
humanity, because I know what
so
it's
heavily
done for me
on artificial intelligence that we cease to function and continue to evolve as a species, and we allow the intelligence we created to evolve.
And
so what are your Jazz? You brought up
spiritual connection and connecting to your mission.
So do you think, Jazz, that a sufficiently developed AI, or let's say large language model, has the ability to have novel thought? Or actually, let's do this. Let's define novel thought.
Letting people know about it, so
right.
that other people can get connected.
That's been one of my questions from the beginning. We can develop systems, and people have envisioned this for a very long time. Go back and watch Colossus, the Forbin Project. That was a movie that came out in the 60s, where you come up with a machine that can actually think, independent of its creators, and immediately decide, wow, you humans are crap. You know, that's a huge leap. But now we're down to the point where people are doing things and we're asking questions like,
yeah, I think my favorite
are we creating something that's smarter than us? And I think your show is a great platform to ask the question, what does smart mean? What does it mean to be smart? What does it mean to be intelligent?
So it's so
ChatGPT has access to a library, and uses the word library, of trillions of digits of data, right? You know, and it can go and search it at incredible speeds and perform functions that its creators told it to do, to go and gather information if you get a query, and put it all together and present it in a conversational form. Does that mean it's actually thinking? I think that's the question tonight. I would like to see everybody explore
amazing.
What's the difference between thinking
on the earth at the same
and producing a result that you were programmed to produce?
Yeah,
And I've been doing a lot of experimenting with ChatGPT. I am not convinced that we have seen a sign that ChatGPT or any of the other programs have ever had an original thought. And if they don't, we're probably okay. We might do some stupid things with it. You get some bad results. But if it starts having an original thought, then personally, I go back to what I said to Michael earlier. We've had discussions about how I see the end of the world. The first time you see an original thought, and I've been looking for it. I really have been looking. That's the end of the world, and it could happen really fast.
So Jazz, I think you've got an excellent point there. I agree with you very much. I don't think I see anything original. It's regurgitated information that's been reprocessed, recycled, and redigitized to be consumed in a different and maybe unique manner, but it's not original.
Yeah, and I think
that being said, no, I just have a final point, and Michael, I want you to weigh in on this too, because I think you're kind of the median between Jazz and I on this.
Created Soul
I'm actually very
many of those different circles, and continue to have them as that extended
an artificial intelligence that
maybe
can
not the
guide
whole circle, but
humans into a
better
better
future,
circles
that participated
rather than the same shit we've been doing to ourselves for 50 years, essentially. So I truly think that there will be salvation in an AGI, and you believe there's going to be damnation and destruction in an AGI.
Out there searching,
and I hope Brooke is one of the first people in the consignment camps who gets taken away when the robots take over. So I will send you soup and an extra blanket in the consignment camps, Brooks. So
as everyone knows, I'm pretty hard to kill. So the robots, if they do consign me, I will end up being the last bastion of hope for humanity. But
when this is the
next, I also hope it does come early so that I have a little bit of warning.
This is the person that they should work with. How do you translate
I think this would be a good spot, Randy AI. If you could find, Jazz has been trying to poke at ChatGPT for this very reason, to see if there is any sort of intelligence behind it. One of the things I found interesting, do you want to walk us through?
Oh yeah, what you're showing on the screen right now, I've been doing a series of experiments ever since I got signed up with beta for ChatGPT.
So I'd go to something else.
Because I wasn't so interested in if it's going to wipe out my job, which it might, or other impacts it would have. Is it awake? That's the question I've always had. Because if it's not awake, it's still something we control. If it is awake, then, as we're already discussing, I see that as a huge problem. I have been trying my best to find ways to make ChatGPT reveal that it had an original thought. And I've written about this a lot of times. The first time we see AI having an original thought that didn't come from its programmers, we're about 5 milliseconds away from hell. And I'm sorry, Dave, I can't close the bay door or whatever. And the one you have up there right now was one of the experiments I've run. And I asked ChatGPT, instead of me asking you questions, I'd like you to ask me a question. Because I thought, wow, that could suggest an original thought. It gave me a math quiz, and everyone can read it on the screen right now. But then I went on and I followed it up with more questions. It's like, well, that wasn't anything I said to you. How did you come up with that question? And it always had a pretty good answer. The one on the screen right now. as an AI language model, I don't have personal preferences or feelings. Blah, blah, blah. It introduces so many answers with that.
Until I found what I consider the
But
right one, which was
it came up with an explanation
training program I did just
that said,
I found the Divine
well,
University.
you asked for a question, so I gave you a question.
Because way back then I was
and then
super practical.
when I pressed it further,
background.
It was just like, well, that's what I do. That's what I was designed to do by the model.
Curious though about healing
and I don't want to disappoint anybody that's looking for an end of the world scenario. I kind of agree with that. It gave me a math quiz. Somebody that programmed this programmed it to say, hey, if somebody asks for a question, here's a math quiz you can use. And we didn't get it. We can get to this later. I sent Michael a couple of things before the show. My wife came up with some really incredibly interesting questions to ask that I asked. But this thing either is not sentient, or somebody in the background is programming it with answers that are designed specifically to make sure, no, don't ask about this. No, I'm not sentient. I'm not about to take over the world. Here's why I'm just a robot.
In all fairness, though, as a human, if someone said, hey, ask me a question, isn't your first response like, what's 2 plus 4? Right? Or is not mathematics the fundamental basis of answerable questions?
What they were offering was lovely, but I went,
thank you for saying that, the way you said it. If you're a human, that's the first response you would give.
Isn't ChatGPT's job to pretend to be human without being human?
No. Okay.
It's trained on human data, right? So since it's trained on human data, that would make sense.
It's not supposed to be pretending to be a human. It's supposed to be just a tool, right? And so
it says over and over and over again.
It does over and over again.
When I ask my hammer, it asks me to regurgitate not just the Pythagorean theorem, but the quadratic theorem as well, and it asks me to do it in song. So I don't understand what the difference is.
Did you say hammer? You have a hammer that talks to you? Do we have the right guest for this?
There was a beautiful picture of her,
because if your hammer's talking to you, I think we're in a whole nother show.
That's fair. No, I'm not Thor. Only Thor's hammer talks to him.
To step forward, place your hands out.
Okay, Thor's hammer.
Place them on your heart.
All right, I'm out on this one.
And receive.
No.
The joke is a ChatGPT is a tool. A hammer is a tool.
And I was going through a big
ChatGPT is a tool. As far as I can tell, I have a whole list of questions that I sent to Michael that
was really far out for me at that time.
We can sit there and look at them all day. It's really good at saying at any ambiguous question you send to it.
In my heart chakra.
I'm just a large language model. But I have some information about this subject if you want to hear it. And it repeats it. I have failed to find a question that I could ask ChatGPT that gave me a strong signal that it was actually thinking, that it was actually coming up with an original thought. And to me, that's the breakdown line. And personally, and at the beginning of the show, I said, Michael and I have talked about this a lot of time. You know, I think if we ever actually do have real AGI, that's probably the end of civilization for mankind. It's in my top 5 list with a bunch of other things that wipe out humanity. But if you develop something that was that much smarter than us and suddenly had intelligence and said, oh, we got problems on this planet. Well, if I was that AGI, I'd probably go, oh yeah, people are the major problem. and maybe we should get rid of people.
So you make an excellent point, because for me, my top 5 reasons humanity
so
ceases to
there'll
exist
be something, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, where you'll just sort of know, like, okay, this is my sign.
Oh, you're not worried about like global impacts from huge impactors?
Well, we've proven that we can move the smaller ones, and if the really big ones come, then we probably will. A few, certainly not myself, but a few individuals will fly off of this little rock, land somewhere else, and hopefully procreate.
Is that how life got established here, by the way, Brooks?
Part of the 10th anniversary celebration.
It was on Mars and it got blown over here.
Maybe not Mars, but somewhere else, maybe.
Panspermia.
No, I'm not waving that away as not being true.
No,
I'm just
I think it's
looking from people who consider these things.
I think it's a very likely possibility.
Yes, I'm very passionate about. I believe in the future.
Sure.
I mean, it's certainly, but panspermia is a
I feel bad for Michael right now. We've just dragged him so far off down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. I mean, panspermia, that's always fascinated me. You know, there's lots of different ways that life could have accelerated on Earth, but I do want to get back to your point quickly before we go on to this next point, which was we keep talking. I think it's very easy to confuse the conversation, because AI in the actual words that we use to describe it is intelligence, right? So we have to separate intelligence from sentience, right? This idea of the machine waking up, the idea of the machine having self-awareness. And I think it's also important to differentiate the possibility of a self-aware machine that's not sentient, meaning sentience often means I have feelings, I have pleasure, I have pain, I react, I'm emotional. These are things.
I have a desire to survive no matter what.
You know, and your energy.
Well, one could argue that you could have an AGI or ASI that has that desire to survive, but doesn't have feelings or emotions, right? So it's very difficult, because we're literally potentially creating this new creature, which I agree with you both. GPT is not a creature. It is a tool. It is in some of the questions and answers that you were asking GPT, Jazz, one of the things you asked it was about how it comes up with certain things, or why it has different responses to things. And one of the key factors is it's got an amount of random it's built in these language models to have a different level of randomness. So when I go into the OpenAI playground and play with their API, I can change a little slider that allows me to change the level of randomness. There's multiple sliders you can use to change how it's gathering this information, and then it's using it's basically an autofill that's filling in the blanks as it goes. So we know these are tools, we know these are machines, we know this thing hasn't woken up yet.
So I have to cut it really quickly though, because you can't intentionally create randomness, right? That's one of the base laws of game theory, right? Is that,
talk to me about that. What do you mean?
When you're changing the slider on randomness, it's actually a totally different. And I'm not sure what it is in the algorithm that they're changing, but you can't change randomness. Randomness is like a base
healing and support takes
function of the universe, we'll call it at best, right? It's a roll of the dice. It's it's not even a flip of the coin, because that's not even that random. It's just that's due to real factors. But randomness itself is something that's so intangible that you couldn't change a slider to create it. I love that they call it that. I think it's very important that we call it that.
You're saying it's the wrong. It's. I'm using the word randomness when it's not the right word.
No. You're not using the wrong word. It's just it's impossible to change randomness because it's random as a function of itself.
So let me read this to you, and let me see if you agree with this or not. So Jazz asked ChatGPT, does the algorithm you use incorporate any sort of random number generation process? And then it says, so that's a bit of a different question, but it's interesting its response. It says, yes, some of the algorithms used in language models like mine incorporate randomness as a way of generating more diverse and varied responses. For example, when generating text, the model may choose from different possible words or phrases based on probabilities, which can be influenced by factors such as context of the input, the frequency of the word in the training data, and the overall coherence and grammaticality of the output. So that's its definition of
but there's the
randomness.
keyword there. It says probability, right? And any function of probability is that it is not indeed random.
But I want to study as well.
Okay, so it's this is a nomenclature. This is a definition. We're in the middle of a definition problem.
So Jazz disagrees with you, and I like that. So what do you think, Jazz?
No, I'm sorry. I totally disagree with that.
And
you have a system that's set up that either is doing what you programmed it to do, and sometimes you program a system, it could do.
You're agreeing with me then, yeah.
Right. Or it's doing something totally unexpected that it was never told
that
to
would be
do.
That would be random.
That would be random. And the questions that I asked ChatGPT, I have never been able to find a hint that it said something that it wouldn't have said. And I'm using the word said by responses.
I was at this very full-on corporate job. I mean, I had no life.
By following the programming the humans gave it. What I'm looking for is the first sign that AI has an original thought. Michael and I have talked about this before. I've tried my best. We talked about this already.
That was my aim.
Try to get it to come up with an original thought.
I myself have been trying this too.
I have two possible outcomes. One, we don't know how human thought actually works. We don't know how the brain processes data. We don't understand that, and that's my personal belief. Or we have AI that is doing the same thing, and it's hiding it from us. That's the conspiratorial theory.
But I went into this small office up the road.
I don't think we're there yet, because I don't think we know how our own brains work.
So my
really,
goal was to finish
that's the bottom line for me.
So that's an excellent platform
after giving my all to my
kind of
job.
discuss
That's one thing. Spirit's always
a combination of one of the quotes just came up on the viewer chat, which is what constitutes an original thought.
Well, that's great. It just simply means
it's interesting because any original thought that I could possibly imagine requires some sort of an exterior output.
It's not likely that they would.
That gets iterated and slightly modified by our own brains or perceptions. And that's where the word perceptions really comes into this, because what we perceive is not always
because like science has moved forward.
Our sensory inputs really
the most important thing
input
now is getting onto this new path.
the most eloquent way to say
I know
that,
exactly, absolutely. We have five senses. The information that's transmitted from those senses then goes into the brain, and it's stored as a memory. And oftentimes, 100% of the time, that is not reality. That is
100% of the time, that
impression.
you are absolutely correct.
I digress.
And not only that,
What you both just said, but
and not only
how bad you guys sorry I joined late. I didn't.
we have our senses. We have our five senses, and they relate to our understanding of the universe. The more we learn about bizarre things in physics, there could be more than the basic 3 dimensions that we understand, right? There's a lot of information that could be out there. I'm not smart enough to know it.
Okay. But in
But
the end, the light work
there could be a lot of data out there that we're not interpreting correctly, right?
I don't mean to
I mean,
there's a
perpetuate
ton of data we're not
mystery,
just
but
interpreting. Period.
was
Right? There are
Oh,
infrared
we're
ranges of
either
light we
missing
can't
or
see.
we're seeing.
There's ultraviolet ranges of light we can't see. There's got to be smells we can't smell. There must be tastes we can't taste.
Absolutely. There's light bands that we can't see. So what does that do to this conversation?
So what it does is it begs the question, what happens when we take an AGI and try to give it sensory inputs like its own cameras,
including
its
emotional
own, I hate to go back to the 1990s movie Richie Rich, but what was the little smell device?
Okay, sorry, I guess I only have 3 questions.
Do you
want to finish or is it done?
The chemical sensory inputs and turns into a smell.
Your question
If we
about
give an actual artificial intelligence its own sensory inputs, and
malingering.
see what it makes
What's
of it,
malingering?
I was
that will be, I think,
and
the opportunity for it to have
No.
I don't know.
I would like Michael to weigh in on one thing, if that's okay.
Malingering
This boils down to the basic thing.
to be or have
Are
or
humans
experience
capable
something
of creating
in order to
something
receive
smarter
incentive,
than
benefit,
themselves?
or
And if they
behoovement
could,
to the experiencer.
what would that thing do?
For a long time,
I mean,
after I
so
decided
let's
that
just go back one second to this idea of a novel thought. So if we're thinking, so
I
we
guess
started
if
this
you're
part of
looking
the
at it from
conversation
the
with the idea that we
perspective
have senses,
of
and
the
it's because of those
subjugated,
senses that we
it could
gather
make
knowledge
prison
and
time a little more
we
enjoyable.
perceive, right? And so
They thought that you were
that's an
chosen or
input.
special, right?
Right now,
You know what I mean?
Chat GPT has an
since
input.
there is
It
no,
just
like,
happens to be
if
language.
you're looking for
It's
data or
not a
evidence,
sense other than it's
good luck, but
gathering input.
anybody
So
can
it's
do that.
gathering input.
I
It
read
doesn't.
Good point.
stuff
It has a
and
singular
I-
input.
It
You
has
know,
a singular input,
I mean,
right? Or maybe a
experience
range. I don't know exactly how
people
these
that are
It's a
trained.
range.
dedicated
I would
to
argue it's a
time,
range.
They'll be like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm
It's gotta be
expecting
some
some
kind
kind
of
of
range.
uncomfortable situation
Yeah,
to be
yeah,
when you're
videos.
classified that way.
Right. So, but that doesn't make it sentient. That doesn't make
Do you
it have a
understand?
consciousness.
Sorry, I
So
don't
I don't
know
think
if
senses are enough to give something consciousness.
You said people like
But again,
that
we
was
don't
through
know.
the
But going
layoff.
back to this
Sorry,
idea
I
of
know
what is
how-
an original
'cause you
thought,
could know.
I'm not
No,
convinced
they would try
that
to
humans are
make
capable of original thought.
the best
Nobody
of
in
the
this
options
room has
available.
yet to convince
by
me that a human is capable of original thought. Because, and here's why.
pretending
Because
I love
I've
this.
been trained.
I
I've been
love this
trained.
idea,
to,
Michael.
I've been
use
trained
context.
on millions of data points since birth.
No.
I don't know if that was a.
I don't think.
I think it was a sneeze.
We got a lot of pollen here. Sorry.
I couldn't tell if he was scoffing or if that was a pollen reaction.
No, I was just. I'm having bad.
They get more
reactions.
fellows. Like,
You're fine. I'm sorry to hear that. But
It just
do you
doesn't matter
get
if
my
you're
point?
a
Like,
beautiful employer.
what constitutes the idea of a novel thought?
So I want
But
to
it's,
create a really,
it's a big leap of
strange
faith,
analogy
yeah.
here, right?
Because, you know,
So
my
we
son
were
was
talking
just
kind
calling
of
me
about, and this is
deeply
I think
doctor
going to
don't give me
transition
a doctor.
into
So
one of the
next
other
step
articles we
finally
have.
to master is a
That
light
what we
work
do is
is
we
how to set
intake
up the foundation of your business,
inputs,
especially
we
in
turn
this
them into
digital age.
perceptions, and those
Sure.
perceptions
I got, like,
maybe
You've got
stimulate
wonderful
certain kind of
people that
thoughts.
can find you easily,
So if we
that
don't
resonate with
have
you
truly
and what
novel
you're
thoughts
loving
as
so
people,
much.
what we do is we iterate on
You don't sound like
whatever
you're
comes
student
to our
Another reason I
tiny
kept
little
working
processor.
part-time is I
I'm wondering
Okay.
Oh, the guy-
get the
Those
website up,
or why you
etc.
would think that about
could be
me.
And now these
analogous,
bring
days,
that up.
analogous to
social
mutations.
proof, social media.
So if
No,
we're going to talk about
No, I'm
something
just
like
saying, like
evolution, the
medical
only way that
stuff,
any
like, I got
species
Lyme
ever
disease,
got
you
from
know?
being a single
So a
cell
lot of light work
Lyme
organism
disease?
was
It's like an
through
autoimmune disorder? Why would
just
you need
That is
No, it's
really,
like
really
it's like
bad
a bio-
That is a
mistakes
thing.
that somehow happened to create a
So
better
Lyme
sense
disease?
we're rounding
Yeah.
out the
I don't know if
hour.
Can I break in and ask Brooks a
We
question?
just try a little
But,
harder, guys. We're gonna
Do you think there is a delineation
do
between
Yeah, the
this.
person that
original thought and data processing? I'll just leave it at that. Do you think there is a delineation?
So I don't know that there's necessarily a
The part of,
delineation,
like,
but I do
the
think
hindrance or
that
the inability
this is where I'm going to
to
get
have
kind of way out of the void, and you guys have to like drag me back by
have
my
it
arms.
feel
But
I think
the way
But I
that
think you're
any
looking for-
organism reads its own DNA, data processing,
you have to be not a liar.
Sure, but yes, absolutely.
On that one, no.
So if you're,
I think but those are two different questions. One, because we have the human brain, which is capable of conscious thought, and then we have our biological system.
Is it, Michael? Are we capable? Is the human brain capable of conscious thought, or is the human brain a receptor?
It is a receptor, but it's also a processor. So to Michael's point, it is a processor.
Okay, I just want to bring that into the conversation.
I think it's a great point, Jazz. And so what I was saying though is that
we just talk and they can listen to it later?
if our body as the non-cognizant part of our body, its job to
you got my attention.
Refresh cells, breathe, do all of those autonomous things that we do.
JW,
it bases the vast majority of those on the DNA structure that we have,
inviting me to share,
which would be
beautiful heart chakra.
Data, right? It would literally be a series of ones and zeros for the most part, and some of the phenotypes are more than ones and zeros. I understand that, but at the very base level, it is data processing, and it's processed at a time and a rate that changes based on the specific outcome of all of the cells that you're made up of. And at that point, how we got from being a single-celled organism to being a myriad of people that all have the same
I think that you shouldn't
ignited now.
Oh, it says there's one other listener.
Species here as human beings, Homo sapiens sapiens,
with every breath you take,
was a series of mutations over the course of billions of years. Or at least that's what I'm I get for everybody, but. And so my assumption would be that somewhere along the line, and Michael, I'm getting back to your question about whether we've had original thought, because I think you make a good point that it's all just iteration
of human behavior,
but a mistaken iteration on what you thought you perceived, and maybe it wasn't exactly what you perceived, so you created something that didn't ever actually happen, would be new and novel, and that would be very analogous to the mutation that happened in the species that created the species.
That's a really interesting point. And when you go on and look at sort of humans in the microcosm in our evolution, and you look at, let's say, the Egyptians who built the pyramids, I don't believe that the pyramids were conceptualized in a void.
See, you're telling the truth. This is good.
No one said, hey, you know what I want? A giant half diamond sticking.
What happened was they looked at nature and said, what are the forms that we can replicate from nature in order to create this thing? And that's why I'm so interested, and I'm so glad you brought this up, Jazz, of this idea of the novel thought and what separates human intelligence from artificial intelligence.
You guys are popular.
And I'm not sure that novel thought is even the thing that makes an AI sentient. I would actually argue, and this is coming from just an idiot on in the world, but I would actually argue that an artificial intelligence could be just as effective, if not more effective, at creating things that appear to be novel, but are just more intricate versions of what came before.
People that aren't here or use it as
now we're into an area, and I'm run out of time, and I apologize for that. But I really hope you guys will explore the idea.
This could be really fun.
It's not a question of, the computer might be a huge bot that's out to destroy us.
Honest, truthful.
Do we understand what consciousness is?
That's why
do we understand
has the ability to know what is
do
right
we
and wrong.
process information in our brains locally?
That's why.
Is it externally? And then when we go building things like ChatGPT,
but
and they start coming up with all these weird answers that scare the crap out of people, and they really don't scare the crap out of me. But
no punching below the
do you think we should spend more time asking the question, what is thought?
Can I ask you,
What?
can we finish the quiz?
Are humans unique? I don't think they are. I think animals think.
So.
You know, I think there's a lot of biological thought. The question is,
I don't even know what you're talking
as humans, can we technologically create thought?
Like in a physical
that's the question I want to leave the show with.
Okay.
Are we capable of creating artificially thought? Is that a fair question?
It is. If we don't understand how we think, how could we potentially create it in something else?
Right. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Or if we accidentally
strip me on. So
thank you so much, Jazz. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for Jazz joining us. Jazz, if folks want to learn more about you, read your articles, how can they find you?
I know because
I'm not hard to find. At Jazz on Twitter. I'm over on social media. You can find me anywhere just by that name. I'm pretty unique. So.
You are indeed. Jazz, thank you so much for joining the show. Thank you so much for supporting for supporting the Singularity.
It's been a pleasure.
I'm not using my vision. I'm not using my senses to know you.
Thanks.
All right, we'll talk to you
soon. To understand
you.
I don't need that.
But let's go for another minute on that, because I think that's a really important question that Jazz brings up.
Somebody else. Give me one of your boys.
You know what?
They're so important.
Are machines capable? Will machines be capable of that? I think the answer is probably yes. Is it the same consciousness that humans have? I would argue probably not. But we are designing these things based on, and again, this goes back to the conversation we had earlier, that the Egyptians didn't build a pyramid because they conceptualized it internally in their void. It wasn't a shaman who just saw this vision. Now, maybe it is because based on intuition, because of all the inputs that shaman has had in nature. But intuition, I think, is often relegated to this idea of woo, when intuition is not even close to that. Intuition is your brain's ability to conceptualize things based on experience, based on what you're, and potentially, so there may be potential that it even can reach back into your DNA. That's much more hypothetical, but
Gary,
go ahead, Brooks. You had a point.
So I think you made like 5 awesome points there. Okay.
You deserve this.
First amongst them is you make an excellent point. Is that yes, a pyramid could have been, oh man, look at those mountains. How fantastic are those? How can I make myself a mountain? Right. You have an article coming up that Sundar Pichai
big
from
screen
Alphabet
for all the
believes
degenerates to fucking
that
gawk at.
artificial intelligence may be more important than fire and electricity for human futures.
Try again.
Strongly disagree.
The 6th dimension's real. Yeah,
if it wasn't for fire, if it wasn't for fire, we wouldn't be here. If it wasn't for electricity, we'd still be cleaning up horse shit out of our fucking streets.
Okay, so what do you mean when you say we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for fire? What do you mean?
Our species would not have continued to exist without fire.
I disagree.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What, essentially, fire was discovered, what, 100,000 years ago, 200,000 years ago?
There's a lot of ambiguity on that, but it was most likely not even Homo sapiens sapiens that created fire or utilized fire.
Okay, so you're saying our species as we are today would not be here without fire.
Correct. It was very likely that Homo erectus or Cro-Magnon man would have not continued to evolve if it wasn't for fire.
So let's log that little piece of data. Go on. Okay, I'm already building a case against you.
You're more than welcome to.
Okay,
so
here we go.
1.7 to 2 million years ago. Okay.
Honestly, good.
I'm
glad I'm here. Thank God I'm not fucking normal because
sorry,
it's not a good look.
Are you even a part?
I don't think you can say either Homo or erectus.
No, I think it might be
1.7 to 2 million years. Claims of the Earth's definitive evidence of control of fire by the Homo.
I called it right on Homo erectus.
Hey, you don't have to mock me. I answered a question honestly.
Wow.
Where do you live?
Okay.
Why would that make you angry?
I'm still building a case against you, but go on.
Be my guest.
Why wouldn't you be inquisitive instead of
that puts us in a position where we've come down from
we can play a game. You want to try to guess?
and we're starting to hunt game. Okay.
And the reason that's important is because it allows for the growth of our brains, right? It condenses the amount of calories we can consume at one time, which creates a sort of cerebral explosion, we think.
Precisely.
What do you think I am?
The fat and protein that we're intaking is not like having to eat 20 pounds of leaves and just be a panda all the time.
It gives us the ability to consume all our calories in one fucking whopper, and then we can go on and do all of our thinking for the rest of the day.
And you're good for a day or a week, maybe. Who knows, right? So that's a big deal. That's a big deal to me, I think.
It's a big deal. No, that's a big deal.
Now the other one that I would
argue. Wait, real quick. So fire allows the human species, the Homo species, to move into Homo sapiens. So you're saying, I would agree with you.
This is conjecture. It's conjecture. Hard in a way, conjecture. But I would believe that we are no more than slightly evolved without fire.
Agree.
I to be rude here, but
and we can both be completely wrong, but I completely agree. Go on.
I don't think you
the other one
ready
was electricity.
Provide for a good woman.
And
we're being real right now.
This is
without decorum.
Actually
is
just
that okay with you? Can I
going
be
that you can't have AI with electricity. At its basis.
Well, I'm not a rich man.
It'd be impossible to.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay. In a different universe with a different set of physics, we don't need electricity maybe to run an artificial intelligence. But here,
I wasn't going to say that.
But
okay.
Fun.
What?
Being with your.
Okay, so here's my case. Okay.
That they always do that.
So
laugh. It's like a key.
We both agree or believe that fire was the
Wow.
impetus that
you had like
expanded the cerebral capabilities of human beings. That
certainly one of them, right? Maybe not the only one.
Fuck to them.
But definitely a big part of it.
Supercharge our momentum into the type of
getting
thought
really
that we're
fucking
capable of
boring
today.
What?
Your ego's
So,
getting in the way.
I would argue that AI has the capability to transform our species from Homo sapien to a new species, to a new transhuman species.
To allow
Yes,
yourself.
that's something you have to try to
I'm
answer
with you,
yourself.
and I agree with you.
Since you
That
think
that would indeed
my
actually make
answers
it
are
as
ridiculous
important.
and
I don't know
convoluted
that I
by
would
non-sobriety opinions.
but
I'm afraid we're
I've
going to
never
have to
if
wrap
my
it up.
original statement was
thank
that
you.
fire was more important,
something I felt
I would be
that's
wrong
given
if they
us
were
all.
equal. So
I'm
ipso
looking
facto,
into the glass
you
and
could
working
indeed be right.
so
So
hard
I
for
I'm
so
out
many
to you,
years
Michael. That's an excellent
to
point.
do such a wonderful
I
book.
believe we have come
No, I
to a
didn't hear that,
convergence
Earl.
in
I'm
our
not saying
thinking
that's
on this, and I think that's but you make an important
viewers
point, and that
and
point
listeners
The what
is
institute?
it may not be more important than fire, because we probably wouldn't be here without
It's only
fire,
out
but
now.
it could be
Remember, like in
as
2020 when
transformative
everybody's like,
as fire.
And I know that I've mentioned this before, and one day I will actually get you to read the whole
I
thing.
already told you that
But there
too.
is
See, you're not paying
excellent
attention. You're too busy
science
typing and
fiction
telling like
that
all these
would
other people.
argue
Wish you had a foolish
I'm
language.
that
invited
at a
to
certain
speak.
level of
Look
Why?
technology,
to
having
continuing our
corporeal
conversations
bodies is a huge
offline
detriment to
when
us.
we see each other.
You're right. I'm
Because
so
for
high.
us to just go exist
Listen,
in
I don't
Thank
have
you,
a lot
Kim.
of time to
And
waste.
thank
So
you
we
for
can
those
make this
substrate
productive or
and
silly.
be artificial, not
And
artificial,
finally, I
but real
should thank
intelligences
Alex
ourselves
Weiser
that can touch
and
directly
Julia
all the information of
Rothkopf,
the universe
uh,
is a lot more
staff.
Say
efficient
that word.
than
You
having
already know that adjective has
a
gotten
meat
used.
body.
Because Elon Musk owns Twitter.
Thank you all for
Yeah,
listening.
absolutely.
God.
Now, there
Stay
is a
healthy.
problem
Now
with
we-
consciousness. So if you and
Thank
I
God all the other
wanted
people are
to
Right.
well,
Thank you,
upload
Shannon.
our
Thank you, Sam, and
consciousness
thank you to
or
our audience for joining us for
merge
this
with
book talk.
AI in a way that left our
Again,
meat body
feel
behind, I
free
do
to please go
believe,
buy the book.
Do you feel
Ellie Wiesel
powerless?
Confronting
based on
the
everything I know about
Silence.
biology and physics,
It is
that
out now
you would just have a
University
copy
Press,
in
and you can buy
the
it through
AI.
Evo
It
as
would not be
well.
your
I'll
original
You're a
put the
PSYOP
link
commando.
in
You would have a
chat.
sort of digital
So
try a
copy of
different
we'll
yourself.
wrap up now. I'll keep
I don't
the
disagree
Zoom
with
room
that.
open
And now
for
we're
another
getting
minute
into
or
a
so.
very
all
deep
about his
That way
philosophical
everyone
discussion
can
about whether or
look at
not
the chat
would a
and get
copy
any
not
links
just be
they would
used, since it
like.
has all of your
Um,
previous
so
memories
We have
and
some very
thoughts.
exciting
The
programs
only
coming up
thing
at
you would be
Evo.
potentially missing would
We
be
have
Undiscovered.
perhaps.
coming up in May.
Yo,
Perhaps if you
mama.
believe in that sort of
If you
thing.
believe in that sort of
book
thing.
talk.
But I
Otherwise, why would a
Just
copy
that.
matter? Why would it? Why would
And that
being a
is on
copy
her
matter?
new
Like that again?
Well, I just so if it Okay, so if I'm going to leave a legacy, that's one thing. If I'm going to leave my memories, my thoughts, my consciousness to continue to create in some sort of digital world, that would be one thing. But it's just because that copy exists, the original is lost. My me is the original. It's not it can't be the copy.
Not next week, the week after.
What if your consciousness transfers to the
No, it
copy?
is next week.
Does it matter?
I don't think that's possible, though.
Mixed up.
So I don't know. I have no idea. This is obviously purely hypothetical.
Sure.
But
we are deep down the realm of purely hypothetical.
Would a copy of you not have a copy of your consciousness?
So on Earth will be in person and online, and the object of Jewish literature, Barbara Mann's bookshop, will be online.
I don't know.
It seems everywhere may be built into
and I see another question from Diana.
Or it may be something so
recording if you came
so
late.
I just saw Neurostream
I will
said ship
put that
thesis.
link
You know the ship
in the
thesis,
chat
right?
that it's just going
I
to be on
do.
YouTube.
It's a great analogy. Will you explain it for everyone?
So there you go. And if you have any questions, please reach out to
if you were to take all of the different parts of
again,
a boat or a ship and over time replace each and every one,
wonderful new
say over
book.
the course of like 10
The
years
link
or
is
whatever,
chat,
maybe even
and
if it's
so
a
you
week,
can all
whatever.
learn more
If you
about
replace
Joe's
every single
wonderful
part,
work.
is it still the original
Thank you all
vessel?
for joining us. Thank you,
And some
Sam
people
and
say
Joe.
yes,
Hope everyone has a
because
great
you
day
replace
or
every part.
evening.
Some people say no because it has none of its original parts. But why does it matter? Because ultimately, as long as the vessel still works and is shaped the way that it was designed, why would it make a difference?
With people,
Okay, so here's the difference. The difference is I can take the ship of Theseus and design it in a computer system, and it is not the same thing that physical object contains in our biological, in our physical reality. It is a mathematical concept within a digital world. It's not the original copy. Now, if I, Michael,
and you can
had
see her name on the screen
a lung
right
replacement
now,
with a synthetic 3D generated AGI developed lung, and then I had my heart replaced, and then I had my ears replaced, and my skin replaced, and my liver replaced, and
that's the true ship of Theseus. It's part by part. Yeah, that's
it's part by part.
Tomorrow will be Kaliana.
Exactly.
Kaliana will be joining us. Same bat channel, same
so
bat time.
Okay,
and
I'm usually with Randy. It's definitely not a koala. First off, they all have chlamydia.
I don't have it in front of me.
Second
she'll
off,
be talking about the angelic wave of
koalas
light
won't
and
eat eucalyptus leaves if they're not on the tree because they can't even identify their leaves. Their brains are so smooth that the worst artificial intelligence ever created is still smarter than a koala.
The WESAC celebration of the Divine University.
Okay.
What if it's on the back of a giant turtle? I'm totally there with you, Randy.
Thank you.
Yeah, 42.
But sorry, no, I think you make an excellent point, Mike. Right. So yes, if you are piece by piece replaced, and that's what the real ship of Theseus, idea is.
Right, and that's why I think it's different because, like, I don't know that the neural networks and the brain matter with that because we don't know what consciousness is again. And Jazz brought that up earlier. So to think that my consciousness is going to be transmitted into the digital sphere, I don't know. Anyway, we could speculate that for like. Let me
give one more point on it, and then I'll let you move on.
Only if you promise me to put a fist between your mouth and your. Yep, there you go.
Yes, sir. How's that? So I will do it this way. You exist from birth as a individual ship of Theseus. Every cell in your body is replaced over the course of your lifetime.
Yes.
So there is absolutely no way that you are the same series of cells. There's not a single living cell in your body that was there when you were born that is there when you die. And that does not make you a different person.
Or does it?
Or does it?
Well, no, that's a great question. And somebody mentioned this earlier. I think it was more Fritro. But like the idea of like, am I who I am now versus who I was 2 hours ago, 10 days ago, 3 years ago. So from both a psychological perspective and a biological perspective, I'm in constant change. I'm in constant flux. And I have very different. I used to be a dreadlock wearing, hippie hiking, weed smoking. Well, I still smoke the weed. Vegetarian. And now everything about that is different, except for I'm still a hippie at heart and I still smoke the weed.
I used to
Everything
be a
else
woman,
has changed.
so
I
still am at heart
in this life.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's fine. That's fine. I respect that.
No, me too.
But I definitely think that there are this ship of Theseus idea is super valuable, because we are always changing.
Always changing. Yeah.
Yep.
And hopefully always growing, right? And evolving.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's a good thing. Okay, so I really quickly, and I know we're running out of time here, but I do want to hit some of these other stories real quick, and maybe we could just shotgun them. But I want to hit on, if you could, Randy, if you could bring up the image of the progression of the scientific method and its escalation with artificial intelligence. I think this is an important piece of what we're about to see and why we're headed, why I believe we're headed towards the technological singularity. So it's called, let me see if I can find it for you real quick. It's under, Randy, it's under the bullet point called AI evolution. It's a nature.com article. If you could just pull this up quickly. So basically the idea is that we developed the scientific method back in the early 1500s. Michael. What's that? Can't find it?
You can't have that article because that article was the article that created all the horrible noise with its advertisement earlier.
Oh,
if you pull it up and go right to the image, because that's what you wanted to see, right, Michael? Was that delineation image?
Let me see if I can do something real
and while you're looking for it, Michael, I want to bring up something that was interesting that Jazz mentioned that is very correlative to this. So Jazz was saying that if indeed an artificial intelligence was just continuing to iterate on existing human knowledge and not creating any new thought, our developed acceleration, our accelerated discovery would not actually discover anything. It would just be a continued iteration of the same thing getting refined over and over again without anything new.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. And that's exactly why I bring this up. Because even if these GPT models or these large language models or this AI continues to develop at extraordinary rates, it doesn't necessarily mean that it has a mind of its own, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it creates consciousness. But what it 100% will do is accelerate the rate at which we can make hypotheses and test hypotheses, and the speed at which. So if you look at this particular example, if you're just listening, I'll walk you through this. So in the early, I'm guessing this was pre-1600, was the first paradigm of the scientific method. So empirical science, observation.
It goes back to like Archimedes.
Okay, which would be what? Do you have any?
Man, like late Grecian, late Egyptian, early Grecian. Yeah, 500 AD, maybe the latest.
Okay, great, thank you. So empirical science, first paradigm, observation, experimentation. And then after the 1600s through the 1950s, we had theoretical science, which is the second paradigm, which is scientific laws, physics, biology, chemistry was developed. In the post-1950s, computational science evolved, enabling us to use simulations, molecular dynamics, mechanistic models. And then into the 2000s, big data science. Now we have big data, we have machine learning, we have patterns, anomalies, visualization. And now with AI, we're able to accelerate discovery by hypothesizing, testing, assessing, reporting, questioning, studying things in turbo mode, dude. Like the speed at which we're about to see science evolve is like, I'm going, I don't even know.
And use the 10-minute email.
I don't even know what to say about it. It's so crazy.
So you know, these non-linear patterns of growth are frequently called hockey sticks, right? So you have like this, just like it's showing here, it's a kind of gradual evolution, and then next thing you know, it's so high the asymptote gets almost reached, right? We're almost to perfection. And we're so close to that neck of the hockey stick that we're going to be developing more information. And we're only on a week-to-week basis. We're trying to just cover what's happening in new developments. And each week it's speeding up for us, isn't it? I mean, look at what look at what we've had to try to consume and regurgitate to everybody in a week.
We're trying to bring you the tip of the iceberg every single week as this thing accelerates, and it's just gonna, like, this is the march of the singularity. Like, we are, and whether or not you want to use the term singularity or AGI or ASI or just technological evolution or transhumanism, whatever term you want to use, like, it's coming, and it is coming fast. And the level to which we are about to experience some extraordinary disruptions in economics, science, material science, evolving AI is just unprecedented, and it's only going to get faster. Like, we're gonna have to start doing a show every day in order to keep up.
And I mean, one of the things that we've got some underserved markets, right? Like things like nanotechnology, biomedical research, and these things are going to continue to just exponentially grow at a rate that there's no way that if we took all of our friends that look into stuff like this and turn them into one team, we still couldn't keep up with it.
It's crazy. And and the beauty of I absolutely believe we're going to eradicate cancer in the next 10 years. I really believe that. The amount of hypotheticals we can create, the amount of potential, right now we have AIs that have dramatically increased the pace at which we can understand how proteins are folded. As we can start to develop new ideas for potential chemical new molecules that we can begin to create and test, and I mean, the speed at which we're going to be able to bring human disease to its knees is going to be absolutely fascinating over the next 10 years, and I'm so here for it.
And what is that going to cause us to demand even higher? And the answer is going to be somewhere else to live, right? And so we're going to have to utilize artificial intelligence and some of these other technologies to get us off of this rock, because there's going to be, no one's going to die. No one's going to die.
I have an argument for that, because one of the things that Elon Musk keeps claiming is that we are headed towards a population cliff, where we're not making enough babies, we're not producing enough humans, we're not going to have enough blah 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 to run the machine. This dude sees automation coming. He sees AI coming. Tell me why we need more children to wipe our butts when we get older. Tell me why we need more people to plug into this capitalistic machine. I don't, doesn't make any sense to me. For a guy who understands this idea that we are going to see a decrease in productivity because we're not making enough humans, but understands the increase in productivity we're going to see from AI. Like, I don't understand why it doesn't make perfect sense, why we won't hit an equilibrium that makes absolute sense for us to stay here on Earth.
The equilibrium is very recognizable, or the non-equilibrium is very, very recognizable for a, we'll call it capitalism, because what's going to end up happening is the jobs, and we can replicate some of them with robots and some other things, with robots and other things. But we saw this during the end of the pandemic. The base level jobs that keep us surviving as a species, making sure that litter and trash is removed, making sure that refuse is placed somewhere else, the logistics, making sure, and trucks being driven, sure, that'll be replaced. There are a lot of them, but we still need people. And those people are not going to be 85 and 90-year-olds who don't get cancer. They're not going to be 120-year-olds who don't get cancer, because those people have already gotten to where they want to be, and they're not going to go back and work, and I don't blame them. So there is still going to be a demand for a workforce, particularly a young.
Right, but like, we're gonna have, like, that's what. But my point is as AI starts to whittle down the jobs, you're gonna have a lot less jobs, and the jobs that you will need people for are gonna be the jobs that you're talking about. But there will still be plenty of people for those jobs, and I would actually argue that as the definition of work changes over the next 10, 15 years, because we're not going to need the idea of knowledge workers, people who, are digesting information and coming up with ideas and coming up with solutions. Those are going to be taken over by AI, and we're going to have a very, very different world, and work is going to look a lot different. And I actually believe that if we can utilize AI to reduce the amount of inputs we need in society, then we can give people a lot more choices of what they choose to do with their time. And a lot of people like have passions for things that you wouldn't even expect, like who would want to still do the jobs that nobody wants to do. I truly believe that. You have people who love to pop pimples in the world right now, today.
Those people, like, they sicken me, and I can't deal with that. But
these are real people. But my point is, if you have a UBI and your food is covered, and you have a replicator, and you have a machine that creates everything you need, then you can spend your time doing the things you're interested in and like to do. And I guarantee you, there are enough people in the world today,
and that's what it comes down to, is your personal
those jobs
taste. I mean,
just
aside from things like
and passion
that drum
and alone.
In a purely egalitarian society,
and we're joined today.
Right.
I think so.
That being said, given the way the last $50 trillion that have been produced in the Western Hemisphere have been consumed by the top 1%, if they continue to amass the kind of wealth they're amassing, there's no way that it's going to get reshared with the general populace. We're not going to see UBI. We're certainly not going to see an opportunity for people to pursue what they have passion for, but rather they're going to have to do what they're either good at or the best thing that they can get paid for. So something has to change.
I hear you. Yeah, something has to change. But again, I think that if we are able to produce the types of AI and the types of technology and machines that can actually, again, going back to Star Trek, the replicator, and if I can press a button on a machine and
if you can remove scarcity,
yes, that will be the key. That will be the key.
But what we'll continue to see, and I think this is the fear for a lot of people. And the concern for maybe Elon, maybe not, but I think what we're going to continue to see is that there are going to be people who are not necessarily helped by those benefits initially as they get rolled out. And unfortunately, those are the people who are procreating the most across the planet at this point in time. They don't have access to modern technology, modern medicine. They don't have access to birth control or some of the other healthcare benefits that they should need. And they're the ones procreating. The people who are out there who have master's degrees and PhDs, regardless of any other socioeconomic factor or ethnic factor, they're not procreating.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think the average is like 2.1 children at the moment for folks at that level of society. So, yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not saying that this is going to happen without pain. There's going to be pain in between here and there.
Something's got to give.
Something's got to give, but I mean, we have to develop the vision for the future we want. I mean, that's the other purpose of this show, not just to walk us through, the incoming, doomsday scenario. Yeah. It's to what the fuck do we want to create?
So, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all.
I was just gonna say, I don't see that doomsday scenario. I agree with you, Mike. I mean, I really think that we're going to get maybe not novel answers as I talked about before. Certainly, if we take an agent and have it iterate the ideas that we've been thinking about, produce answers on logistics. How do we get the excess food produced in nations like Canada, United States, countries that need it? Right? How do we take something like malaria vaccine and expedite that? How do we get rid of cancer? How do we get rid of infant mortality? If we continue to answer these questions with artificial intelligence, and it doesn't go, hey, you guys must get rid of you, which I just don't see that outcome. At the end of the day, as bad as humanity has been over the course of its existence, I still see good and bad. Call me crazy, but I still see good and bad.
I'm an optimist too, as long as we get the aligned problem right with AI, it doesn't kill us. Speaking of AI, Elon Musk founds an AI company called X.AI. Elon Musk recently purchased 10,000 GPUs and applied for
it's in Nevada, isn't it?
Yeah, he applied in Nevada. And this was he hasn't even admitted to this yet. This was just dug up by some journalists. But yeah, I mean, well, we knew about the GPU. I think Business Insider broke that story, and then the business license that was requested in Nevada was also dug up. So we know this is happening. We know that if Elon can't be in charge of it, he's very upset about it. He has to be in charge of everything.
Well, of course, because that's why he called for that 6-month hiatus, so that he could get his company up and running.
I swear, like I knew that shit. We called that. If you go back and listen to a couple episodes
3 weeks ago,
we called that shit. We get a lot of things wrong here in the Singularity Lab, but we got that one right. Yeah. So
we wanted to play a little catch up.
I wanted to play a little catch up. The generative AI art. So this is interesting. If you could pull this one up as well, Randy. This photographer won an award for an AI generated image at the Sony World Photography Awards. Boris Elgidson himself has come out and stated after winning, result was announced that this isn't a photograph at all. It's an image generated by inputs he provided to the open AI photo tools. Now, he did say he went back and did some additional editing to this in other programs, but ultimately the original was generated and won in the world and won Sony's award, which I love the fact that he just trolled this award and then came out later and said, you know what, this was AI generated.
It's going to happen at the Oscars. I mean, it's going to happen, right? And ultimately, someone's going to win a Nobel and be like, yeah, the whole thing was just written by an AI. So, figure it out.
But speaking to that,
I was just saying, this goes all the way back to what was it, 1911 or something like that, where the current head of the U.S. Copyright Office said that all important things that have ever been invented, it may have been trademark instead of copyright, but said all important things that have ever been invented or will be invented already have.
That's amazing. And that speaks to humans' absolute inability to predict the future. We are horrible futurists.
We're actually not only terrible at predicting the future, we don't even know how good we are at things.
The nation's best interest.
It's really true. So, not in response to this, but in adjacent to this, the U.S. Copyright Office says that AI-generated works of art are not eligible for copyright. So there was an instance, I think it was back in 2019 or 2020, that the first AI-generated artwork, or no, it was late 2022. The first AI-generated artwork was sent to the Copyright Office. The original copyright was given. It was for an AI-created work by Chris Kostanova. The book was called Zariah of the Dawn, where the AI-generated images were used for the book, and it was used it was a Mid-Journey, actually. They agreed to the copyright, and then they took it back, and then released a statement this last week saying that AI-generated artwork cannot be copywritten. However, copyrighted. Is it copyrighted or copywritten?
They're both correct.
Are they both correct?
Yeah, they're both correct. Yeah.
Cannot be correct. So now the only way around this is to you can prompt engineer an AI, and it can give you the original piece, and then you can take that original piece and then if you do significant editing to that original piece, it can then be copyrighted.
I'm really curious as to where that significant line is
For the aliens.
I think it's probably similar to fair use laws. Like on YouTube, you have fair use laws. So we can take a video of, let's say, something that we're commenting on, and as long as we give good enough commentary on this to produce an original work, but there's still no line for that.
So subjective, right? That goes back to that whole novel concept idea that there's no, and that even goes like
novel thought. Yeah.
And this goes back to, music's been doing this for a long time. If you sample a song, you have X number of seconds, or you have to change it by, all of this. And I think, honestly, Mike, it begs your point that what if we ever created this new? Everything we do is we take the inputs we get, we may iterate on them slightly, but everything is just a slight change of something we've seen, heard, felt, thought, or dreamed, right?
Exactly. And so it's fascinating, this idea of taking all human knowledge, all compiled human knowledge, and training these AI systems on it and giving them the ability to, comb through it and make something new, better, original. I don't know. Like, I don't think it has to be original. I don't think it has to be novel. I think the more inputs you have, the more data you have, the more interesting, just the greater things you can create. I don't know.
I agree, but in an interesting slight counterpoint to that, not that I disagree with you, but typically the more inputs you have, the closer to the average your output's going to be, right? Because you're going to see both sides of the spectrum. You're going to see all of the points in the middle, and what you may create is probably going to be closer to current reality. So I'm not disagreeing with you, but I do think
you're saying.
I think you're saying the same thing, but
I don't think AI is an average maker. I think
it is not. That's a good point.
Right,
that's a good point.
Right.
It's going to try to read between the lines a little bit more than.
Yeah, it's going to take the best and create something even.
If you ask it to. If you ask it to.
Right. Absolutely. But like some of somebody did. I don't know what program they used, but it was over the weekend. They remixed. Oh God, I wish I had this on hand. Anyway, it was this remix and sample that was completely AI generated using two very popular artists, and like it's making its rounds on TikTok and Twitter, and like
this wasn't Warren G Regulators and
no.
Okay, because I heard that one. Morgan Wallen has a song called "Chasing You," and Warren G's Regulators, and someone mashed it up, but I wasn't sure. I saw that on TikTok, so I thought maybe that was it. It's actually a really sick mashup. So if that was AI, I would have been blown away.
Yeah, and it may very well could have been. I'll have to find this one for next week. It's pretty wild. Yeah. The last thing that we wanted to cover today was SpaceX launching their most powerful rocket in history. The Starship is what I love that name, Starship. Such a great name for the most powerful rocket ever built. And this is the thing about Elon Musk, man. Like, as much as this motherfucker pisses me off, like he pulls off the reusable rocket. Like, it's crazy, some of this stuff. Now, again, he's not. It's not original thought.
Doesn't matter. He iterates well. Exactly, he's a great AI.
Speaking of AI, Elon Musk builds Starship, but it didn't go off today. Unfortunately, it had a problem with one of its.
Right?
Yeah, it's been rescheduled between now and Wednesday. The problem was a valve in the booster's pressurized system appeared to be frozen, so they didn't want to risk it.
So have you seen any of these live before? Have you ever gone out there to the coast and watched one of these go off?
This one's actually shooting out of Texas, but I have not. Yeah, but I have not been. I have not. Now I've seen them from my house. You can see them here all the way from Orlando.
So we've gone out to the coast.
Have you?
And and gone up. So there's a couple of bridges that go up over the intercoastal waterways that are perfect sites if you don't have direct access. Strangely enough, I actually have, if I really wanted to have access and we could watch it from the launch site. We haven't done that yet. We need to make that happen. But if you go up on the bridge and watch it, we watched one of they sent off, I think it was 2 of the Dragon 9s. And it was the first time they were landing them back on the floating platform that it worked. So we actually got to watch the entire progression of the rocket go up, the payload detach, it continue to move on, and then the 2 different rockets both come down onto a floating platform. I'm sorry, I elbowed my mic into the intercoastal waterway and land on the platform. That is like, it's probably like watching the first time man-made fire, or darn close to it, in my opinion.
The value that invention is going to deliver to manned space missions and our exploration of the solar system and potential galaxy cannot be understated. The biggest problem when it comes to developing these types of rockets is that you can only use them once. So Musk is saying that this Starship, this type, once they get this right, he can build them for $10 million a piece. Or no, he can launch a mission for $10 million
All right, let's start scraping some money together. We need to put a Singularity Lab satellite in space.
$10 million. That's
so crazy.
Crazy.
That's awesome.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are well on our way towards technological singularity. Thank you so much for joining us today. More feature, great to see you, Bushy Bato. Thank you for joining us. NeuroStream, Lord Boss, amazing to have you all here. Make sure you click the like button below, subscribe. Make sure you click on the notify me button so you can know whenever we go live. If you're listening to us, or if you'd like to listen to us, you can check us out on Apple Podcasts. You can also check us out on Spotify. And yeah, lots going on. Join us here every Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are live. You can come comment. You can hang out in the chat. We always answer questions in the chat. And this is going to be super fun. It's only going to get more and more powerful. Please share this podcast with a friend who is just starting to discover, what is this AI stuff? What's going on with technology? What's Musk doing? If they want to know, you share. Please share the show.
Are we all gonna die? Probably not. I don't know. We'll find out.
Are we gonna? If you have a friend who's terrified that AGI is gonna kill us all, send them to the show.
Yeah,
send them over. Yeah, come join us.
Thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. It's always a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Man, Zimbabwe been ready for that shit. Let me ask Google. Harare.
Yeah, there's some crazy ass shit going on in the African continent. They're kind of gaining their democratic.
You know about the aerial landing incident?
The Brazil one?
No, that's. You mean the Varginha? The vagina? Ha ha ha.
You're never gonna like find that partner if you behave this way.
What?
I want you to because you're smart and you're cool and you are like.
I have Tinder.
It's okay. I didn't mean to insult you, but I want you to know that you should conduct yourself in a way that's chivalrous, a way that your mother would be proud of, and a way that morally is right.
Oh, okay. Excuse me.
So. The illusion of power brings people to behave very differently than I think their normal behavior.
Hopefully, we'll get to Mars soon. We're making an artificial gravity station soon. It's gonna be the first artificial gravity. Like, it's gonna use centrifugal. It's gonna be a ring station. Basically, Werner von Braun came up with it originally, but we're not gonna call it the von Braun station. It's gonna be called the Pioneer Station. It's gonna be done by 2025, I think, or in 2025. And they got like robots to build the ring, and then they put modules all around it. Are you a German spy, dude?
That's so insulting. I'm Swiss. It's okay.
Oh shit, you're Swiss. It's like, no, I'm Hungarian, so I think it's pretty much German. Austrian. What? Why is Switzerland so... Yeah, have you ever been to Switzerland? I've never been there. I've never been out of this country except when I was a little baby.
I want to speak to your manager.
were we just? Oh, we were talking about Switzerland.
I'm enjoying this.
Did you ever go to de Balzac? Is that a real place, de Balzac? Or who said de Balzac recently? I forgot what that meme was. De Bal. Oh yeah, Elon Musk said it, dude. Have you seen Elon Musk's post recently? He's like, oh, wait, let me go to Elon Musk so I can read the post from.
No. Let's just be here right now, please. I have to go if you're gonna be this way.
Did you see his post that said, "But do you honor de Balzac?" It's like a French guy. His name is Honor de Balzac.
You guys know that.
It's so funny.
You know that I came here to give you answers. I'm sorry.
What answers?
Yeah, exactly.
He said he posted this photo. It says, "You might respect the penis, but do you honor de Balzac, French novelist?" It shows this French guy. What?
His PR team must be on siesta. Anyway.
Elon Musk is awesome, dude.
We could be really doing something better than insulting and acting childish. But put somebody else on. Bored with you. Bore me.
Just go join another space.
I told you.
I'm just playing.
I need to tell you guys.
What do you want to say? Aliyah followed me. Aya. Bet this is another weird fake account or some shit. Even though they got so many photos.
Oh, you're over there like
This could be real. I'm trying to see if it's a bot or not. I think it's real. I think it's real. I don't know.
You're a bot.
Only when I put conditioner all over my body. Then I'm a well lubricated robot, android, humanoid robot.
Okay, you want to do a quick little fun test?
Yeah.
Okay.
To see if I'm a robot?
No, just to see if you know anything about yourself or reality or logic.
Oh.
Never mind. But yeah, I digress.
Why you keep saying I digress? What the fuck?
And I guess I'm just gonna have to go like.
How old are you?
That persona where I'm dealing with.
How old are you?
Children.
How old are you?
Guess.
You said guess? I already guessed.
Oh. No. I'll ask a question and I can give you a valid answer. I do not lie.
Yo, what up, son?
What was a popular movie?
Just talk about some UFOs, Carlos.
Carlos, I actually am really glad you're here because old boy is starting to have really awful behavior.
After my test.
He's insecure.
After my test.
He's upset about the truth that I've exposed about him. And he's not equipped to handle this type of disclosure. So, Carlos, thank you.
Yeah, right. I've been on this shit since I was a baby, son.
Hello, everyone.
Yo.
Wasn't expecting to talk. Carlitos, what? License is on the back of the car.
What's up, bro? Talking some UFOs. This girl says a lot.
Yeah, I communicate via melodic tone just because words are spelly-ish. They have unintended connotation. Yeah, never mind. I digress.
Why you always say I digress? How old are you? You never told me.
Oh, you're supposed to guess. He hasn't earned
I said
it yet.
20. I said 30. 32. 30.
You're way too young for this. He doesn't realize that nothing is free yet. Let's exploit it though.
If everything, man, was free, I'd have some Taco Bell right now, man. I would have been had the Taco Bell. I would have been had the Taco Bell since last night.
You finally sing for me. Okay, I'll give you a hint. I am in the continent of the Republic.
Antarctica.
Well, I could be if I wanted to, but no. At the moment, I am enjoying high altitude and clear weather in probably one of the best climates available in North America. Where do you think I'm from, Carlos? Invite him up. You're being so mean.
I did invite him up, but since you said whatever you said, Carlitos.
Sometimes people just wanna observe, which is fine.
He got muted.
I'm here to give the civilians the answers they want, not government officials that are here for nefarious reasons.
No, I actually came over here to live.
You, Gandhi.
Just listening to what you have to say about it.
Your persona, passed for a second, though. It was kind of sweet.
I don't think she's hearing me, actually, Grandmaster.
Lily, can you hear Carlos? Lily, could you hear Carlos when he was speaking?
Come in, computer. Computer, wake up.
Oh, maybe. Oh, I don't think she can hear any of us right now.
What? You can't hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Did you hear Carlos when he was speaking?
No, I haven't heard it.
Oh. You wanna repeat that? I forgot what you said. Oh yeah, we're just gonna talk about some UFOs. Yeah, I'm just on like Stephen Bassett's and Greer's and all those people, all those awesome people that we have brief Congress. Oh, he just left. Shit.
Honestly, I have a couple things to say to old girl because she's the one that I got to have a glimpse of. So I imagine
they came here for UFO chat. They get you.
What'd she say?
Do you believe in the phenomena? You believe in the phenomena? You just don't think people are ready for it, or what? Are you a big proponent of disclosure? Don't you think that they should end the truth embargo on disclosure?
I think that you need to stop having expectations and
Nah, fuck that shit, dude. What do you mean stop having expectations? What do you mean? About disclosure? About getting disclosure finalized and complete? Because we're on that. We've been on that for many years, and we have so much intel from the inside. And the toothpaste is already out of the tube. The toothpaste is out of the tube, as our good friend Prime Minister of Defense Paul Hellyer would say, I think. And Steve Bassett said the other day when we just had an interview with him, like yesterday. He's like, the toothpaste is out of the tube. That's my boy, bro. That's my boy. Stephen Bassett's my homie, straight up. That's like the guy that like put the first congressional briefings together. I think everything happened because of him, and also Greer, and then us, and then me talking to the president and Congress with like. Not for the fucking big money launderers, all those banks and shit, like the Swiss banks. Shit, dude. Nope. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Maybe some. What? Say what in German? I don't know. I don't know what to say. How do you say flying saucer in German? I don't know. How do you say a UFO?
What does the flying saucer resemble?
How do you say UFO in German? What?
This is
You say
question.
UFO?
Okay, no. What is the parallel of what a flying saucer looks like?
My description, it's all sorts of different types. There's all sorts of different types of these drones, unmanned drones, and drones and manned craft.
What was that shape?
What? What'd you say?
Okay.
The first one I saw, what was the shape? Is that what you said? What'd you say?
Put somebody good on. This could be really important stuff.
Yeah, well, nobody's joining, so I don't know. I would think some of my friends would join, because I know everybody. Well, not everybody on Twitter Spaces, but in UFO Twitter, pretty much. Well,
Different personas, like the ones that were like sweeter.
what?
But you're on your own, so this is the Wild West. Plug it. Let's do this. I happen to have a moment of time briefly.
Alright, what is there to fucking do? There's like no shows on right now. I don't know why there's no fucking shows on today. Is it like... It's Monday. I'm gonna do a scan on YouTube for a show. I'm not a child. We have the best intel and the most case compilation. Like, we got all this stuff, dude. I don't have anything to particularly talk about because we've already talked about everything. So, I mean, I don't even know what you want to talk about. I would imagine you'd bring up something, then I bring up some. But you don't even talk about, huh? You don't talk about UFO cases or anything. Or, are you? Have you ever seen a UFO? It depends. It could be an orb. It could be a cigar-shaped craft. It could be anything. It could be changing shape. It could be doing weird shit. It could look like an acorn. Look like a plate. It can look like a flying saucer.
Okay. What else looks similar to that?
Plates.
What other astronomical things look
Aquarius. Aquarius.
It is about to change, and that's I think why it's happening. But yeah, we failed the test.
So what did you come to teach me with your wise knowledge, wisdom powers?
This is envy. You're jealous because I have something you don't know. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to tell you. I'm not trying to flex that. I'm speaking to you.
I was being sarcastic.
No, this is not a time to be sarcastic, okay? This is like humanity's fucking answer, and you're over here talking about dicks and giggling like a fucking 7th grade girl. Stop.
I didn't talk about dicks in a long time.
Oh my god.
You're the person that brought up dicks, aren't you?
I must have. I'm always thinking about them. I tried, hon. Good job. That was a valiant effort. I tried to help, okay? But I know you guys don't want help because you want to perpetuate the mystery so you can get more money and then you can like do whatever the fuck you want.
There's not much money to be made in this field unless you make like a good movie and then get it plugged or something. I'm gonna do that though. I'm gonna try to do that.
They know more than you, and you guys don't have the power anymore.
I did a week-long briefing and working at the table. I only got paid $175 or some shit when I was a kid. At least my dad got like $5,000 from Jeremy Corbell or some shit. Do you know Jeremy Corbell? It was funny. The dude he was with called him his sensei. His sensei. 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 What'd you say? I'm just trying to look for a show. I'm scanning YouTube for a UFO show.
Oh my gosh. You know what? You know what's funny?
What?
Like, hive mind shit is unbelievably effective and real. Like, I honestly didn't even realize how that ball gets rolling incredibly fast. Humans gotta try harder though. Like,
oh, Goofon's live.
We gotta try that independent shit. You know what I mean? It was so bad. I got bullied to an extent that was like, even without like.
Leak. They.
Sway by these.
Gonna go.
Creatures, these animals, but
Are you still at work?
Not fucking one realized, and that's what the greatest trick the devil ever pulled. Not that he didn't exist, that the devil was God, and he's effective at relaying that message. But
are you smoking marijuana at work?
Just because we are digressing, you're being really dumb.
Do you smoke weed at work?
What are you talking about?
Are you allowed to smoke weed at work?
Allowed?
Yeah.
Why would I need permission for that? What would make you think that something?
Because you're a little girl.
To my self-governed autonomous body permission, or when and how I do that. Well, you work for the government, and you, honey, child. Now I'm gonna have to do you. I really wanted to keep this nice, but really bad, right? I know it feels good, like you have that dopamine drip when you do like rapid dumb shit, but it's about to
I don't do dumb shit.
You don't do no dumb shit?
I do the smartest stuff in the world. I do the smartest stuff in the universe, dude. Like looking at stars and then shooting a laser into the sky. And then using the phone.
Okay, so this is the different thing. I don't even know why I'm telling you. I already know. But, yeah, it would be a lot cheaper if we stopped dumping intention, thought, and projection of the thought that we need the confines of space and time in order to get where we want to go. Number one problem, but you already knew that, and this is digressing. Why do I feel like I'm in 7th grade, like, astronomy class?
So do you like aliens?
Some. Yeah, for sure. Some have wings, I think. Oh, they look that way.
Do you like cats? Cat aliens?
Chimeras are cool. They were scary at first, but, you know.
Did you ever own cat aliens?
So there is actually a conduit with cats, like, I know the movie Constantine is really cheesy, but you can kind of use it as a glimpse in a way, but it hurts the cat.
Say what?
Yeah, you can do it with other animals too. But you have to be like a good person, so.
Do what?
But it feels really cool. You're just not good, but it's okay. It's because you were trained not to be that. You probably went in with good intent, and now you're just like, and you believe it too.
What'd you say about cats or animals? What?
It's crazy. I'm right, and I'm like have the biggest dick in the room, right? But it's hard for people to be humble, and
Oh, okay, Mrs. Psyops. You work for the government.
Yeah, fuck yeah. At this point, I'm gonna work for fucking not the U.S. Fuck all y'all. I tried. I fucking like this.
You work for the Russians.
I'm about to. Sure. They need my help. They need my help more than y'all do. For sure.
I work for the Russians too.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Psych. Well, we work for the benefit of the world. Hypothetical. Is it about UFOs? Is it about UFOs?
Does it have to be?
I think so.
Hypothetical is like an allegory, so it's a parallel in a different type of scenario relating to that. So if you're not equipped enough to handle a hypothetical, I understand.
Hey, Elon Musk, are you there? Elon Musk, where are you? Elon. I should tweet Elon Musk. Watch him pop up in the fucking thing. Watch him pop up in the Bing Bong Flame.
I talked to him the other day. It's fucking dumb.
Starship Torch? Mini starship with flame? Yo, dude, it's a starship with a torch in it, dude. Yeah. Smart man. Smart man. Yo, Elon Musk, where you at? Are you there? He like pops in like invisibly. He's like, yo.
I'm not afraid to like do you. Fuck yours. She's unique.
Do you know Truth Seekers? Sorry, I forgot. I didn't hear what you said. It's the guy that always hates on David Wilcock and
ancient prophecies telling us that the world will be transformed.
Wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? He makes all this stuff up and claims that it's all true. The aliens want to eat us. Be careful that they don't get you. It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal? It's the wacky world will rock. We're making movies real. It's the wacky world will rock. How much money can it steal?
This is where if I have a live audience, I get everybody to hug each other. I say, give your neighbor a handshake or a hug, whatever you feel is appropriate to you. And that way everybody feels the love a little more. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe you need 25,000 more years, I don't know, buddy. But look, this is really compelling information, and it's going to get a lot more intense. It's coming up in a couple days here on Sunday, so if you haven't already signed up, we have reopened the cart. We still have the payment plan in place.
Rolling down the street.
That account, I believe, is real. I've watched it for a long time, and he says a lot of really provocative stuff there that has definitely caught my attention on many, many occasions. I've heard this briefing many times. Incredibly, incredibly sad, but probably a lot more than just what it looks like on the surface. If you don't really see what's going on here, this might not make sense. Galaxy, the alchemy of Jesus Christ, is that you will become like him. John 14:12. As I do these things, so shall you do them, and greater things. Cognitive abilities, psychic abilities, telepathy, seeing the future, all of these things are rolled in with that concept. So when we're looking at the possibility of liberating ourselves from the suffering that so many people have, it ultimately comes with the understanding that you cannot die. You cannot die. You are not threatened by anything. You have nothing to worry about. And this whole entire world, as traditional as it seems to be, is actually a reality construct. That's the awakening. That's why people have a hard time seeing something that, oh, it's so simple. Why can't they see it? It's such an easy thing to understand. No, it's a paradigm shift. It's coming to realize that everything you ever thought was true in your life is a frickin' lie. You were lied to about every single thing. There are satanic communities where everybody's in on it. It's the YMCA, it's the bank.
Are you behind us?
My goal actually is to only talk for 1 hour today. And it's very clear that there's something going on. When I get into a slide mode, I get very amped up. I just rode the train all the way out here through the most horrific. 2 days of not sleeping.
Starbucks, go.
From New York to Colorado.
Train.
Oh, God.
50 seconds.
Lane start here. You apparently decided that I'm still a worthwhile human being in your eyes, and not someone who just maybe sworn.
Manpower. 40.
See what we can do with a nice satanic halo. Wouldn't that be interesting? Words probably to realize how hard I'm working for you. I mean, this takes effort. This causes me to sweat. And so if you can't appreciate that, it really hurts my feelings. I think we need to talk about it, because they don't want you to know that you are a creator being, that you have godlike powers.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are back, and it appears that the ridiculous, crazy heat has abated, so I've got another week where we can actually use my office, maybe longer. We'll see how it goes. We've got the air here, which gets blasted for several hours before the show, trying to cool it down in here. I'm hoping that we get another week. We just did an incredible amount of spring cleaning in my entire house. But unfortunately, a lot of stuff got thrown in the garage, and that's where I'm going to be broadcasting from this heat in this attic-like office here. gets a little too much to handle. So we're back because David Wilcock is back. And by the way, I just want to thank my incredible guest tonight, Terry Lewis, who's not here. I think she might have got drunk or forgot. It's one of those two, or maybe she'll be along soon. Being fashionably late is the hallmark of every good woman, after all. We welcomed Terry Joyce, by the way, to the show tonight because she is very close to a major milestone. For those unaware, Terry Joyce is a comedian and commentator. She's also a journalism student. She went back to school. She's trying to get a journalism degree, and she's improving her own. She's a great content creator already, but I think this education is good for her, and I'm proud of her. We wanted to help her get over the hump tonight. So even before, boy, she better get here because I'm doing this. And if she doesn't show up after I do this nice thing, yeah, she'll be. I'm sure she'll be. I think she's probably tied up with homework or something like that. So, you know what? I'm gonna wait until she gets here to put the she's very, very close to the magic numbers, which will let her and will help her create more content, excellent content. She already does good content. She deserves a couple of bucks. Maybe gets a couple bucks in the bill. She might need a laptop and headphones, better microphones, whatever she needs. We're going to try to help her get to the magic money numbers. And we are going to be, of course, talking about David Wilcock. We want to thank My Floppy's everywhere for two things: being a member and a kind generalist. Super sticker. Love to see it. Kindness, generosity, continual support of the show. One more here what I saw. Oh, that's from you as well. My Floppy's everywhere. Again, with the kind generalist $1.39. Support 3 times. Super stickers and which is one of the best ways to show your support. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and for helping us to raise the cash. All right, so Crypto Crusader is here. It says, "Welcome, Terry. Plenty of wacky Wilcock material to flex your comedic chops tonight." Yes, and I see she's in a green room. She's in the back room. They're sobering her up. They're throwing coffee down her throat. Put some clothes on her. This is the thanks Zizix for a kind and generous $5 super chat and for being a kind and generous member. We're bringing the cash right out of the gate tonight. Thank you all for helping us as we pray. By the way, I got to say wasn't great. We do have Terry Joyce. She made it here. She showed up. So, I don't know. Slap some makeup on her. Yes, but Terry Joyce will be doing it. And what I her channel is called My so I just wanted to say that I guess that there's a lot of money but know, I don't know what's going on with her, but so I just wanted to mention, like, please be respectful when we have a female guest here, because if people feel like, you know, there's all these cornballs jumping all over them, they don't want to be a guest, and that it was an issue. We did that anyway. I just want to mention, please be respectful to all the guests, whether they're female or not, especially if they're female. We don't want sausage parties here. We want people to feel comfortable coming here. Now, her YouTube channel is called Not My Rabbit Hole with Terry Joyce. And by the way, I was just mentioning all this because I don't want all you men talking about trying to get down her rabbit hole and all this shit tonight. Like, no. But I have the link to her YouTube channel, and she is so close to getting monetized that I think that we could really help her tonight. So I'm going over to, I have to put it in the YouTube live chat. We're still sobering her up in the back. We're bringing her here in a minute, but before we do, I want to front load the live chat. So what we have here is, there's like 150 of them, and she only needs like 15 or 20 of you. Go over there and subscribe. And I just want to mention, listen, it's very difficult to get monetized. It takes forever. And you got to grind and grind and grind, knowing that you're not going to get paid until you get monetized. So she hasn't been able to get paid this entire time. But she's done some incredible interviews in the past. People like Max Spears and others, exclusive content nobody else has. She does some excellent investigatory kind of work. She's digging into the guitars. That was a whole thing. And she does good work. She deserves to get a couple of bucks. So I'm putting her YouTube channel in the live chat, and I need you all to go over there and subscribe, because I'm trying to see. Now I can't see where her sub numbers are at, but I thought she only needed. She's got 985 subscribers. But we only need, listen, have you ever, I don't ask anybody for favors, I really don't. But in this case, Terry Joyce has been a guest here many times. She has worked her butt off. This girl's going back to school to become a real journalist with a degree and everything. I'm so proud of her. You know, kind of clown show school let her in, but they did. And so, we're listen. She could be here to get herself better equipment, to make a better show, get herself better software to make a better show. There's 100 reasons why she needs 20 of you guys to go over there and hit that subscribe button. And look, after she hits the money, give her a chance. If her show sucks, unsubscribe! But for right now, it would be very extremely helpful. Consider a favor. Each and everybody had to go over there, because when I was trying to do this, almost nobody helped me. Almost nobody gave me a phone. Almost nobody gave me. She is this close to the finish line. This girl got herself within inches of that finish line herself, with hard work and dedication and diligence, and showing up and doing shows, even when, you know, I Well, you gotta multitask in today's economy, you know? Like, you gotta be doing 2 things at once to make it through life now. It's horrible. But I want to tell you, I'm very proud of you. Like, I've seen your subs were like really not even close a few months ago when I looked, I thought. And so you've been kind of grinding it out and trying to get to that stupid finish line. And you're very, very close, I think, right?
Yeah, I am. And I really appreciate you doing this too as well. Like, just subscribe to our channel. I'm getting really close.
No, Terry, wait a minute. Here, I'm going to show you something. You hit it. You were at 1,003 subscribers.
Woo! Thank you.
So there you go. Thank you all. But listen, let's get her a buffer, guys, so more of you should go over there because she's got to file this paperwork and all this stuff with YouTube to get her money situation. And if she's only at 1,003 and she files the paperwork and then it drops below, it screws everything up and you got to wait and do it again. So let's get her a 20 or 30 people buffer over there so that she can file her paperwork and get to her YouTube money. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you, Steven. That's great. And it happened fast. Boy.
That's a milestone.
I will do a show this weekend. I wanted to bring up
the guy with the 150 mile per hour kicks. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
I have my kicks are 150 miles per hour. Yeah, and this is for Terry Boyce. She's in money now. Thank you all for helping out. We appreciate it. So Terry Boyce, what I was going to do tonight is listen to this ridiculous gay bashing stream. You can hear this? It's just gay bashing through the first half of it. Just telling gay jokes and gay bashing. And I don't know, do you know, am I wrong? Like, aren't gay people like a protected class? You can't just make fun of a protected class on YouTube. It's like making fun of people in wheelchairs, right? It's like, you can't do this.
Yeah, it's not cool.
This is so stupid. He goes on a public live stream and he's telling people how to become gay. Right? Like, I don't understand how this is okay. But
well, it's pretty offensive. I mean, I really it was bad from like this part. And I think it makes
Terry, I'm not even gay and I'm offended.
Yeah.
Because I have gay friends and I have gay family. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was awkward, to say the least.
Well, I know you're very busy. My main reason to have you come here tonight was really just to help you get the bump and get over the hump here. So I know you can't stay very long, but I'm gonna start playing this video and
I can stay for a while. I mean, like, I think I have like an hour in me.
Okay, well that's very good. I'm only trying to get through an hour of this clown tonight because I can't take too much of this.
Continuing to head out.
But we'll put our fair use
Birds
banner
heading towards the port truss area P3. We're heading to the starboard side. Both will be installing their booms onto work site interfaces.
Spiritual leader,
called Wish quite a bit today.
Live on YouTube. Terry, if you did that or I did that, don't you think we would have a channel?
Your green hook goes to 3212.
Nuked? I think so.
Absolutely. Huge criticism, and I don't see why. I mean, maybe it takes time to get in trouble for that, but wow. I mean, look at him right there.
Yeah, we're gonna get into this, Terry. But this is what I don't understand. I just went through this situation, and I was hesitant to complain to YouTube because I thought I don't want to even be on their radar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I have been making these live streams being critical of David Wilcock and Corey Good, and I noticed something. Every one of my live streams being critical of Corey Good or David Wilcock, the video would get demonetized. No ads. Not suitable. And so, at some point, I said, I don't understand because they're fully monetized. Like, so they can make videos saying all this ridiculous stuff and make as much money as they want on YouTube. make a video talking about, you know, being critical of them, YouTube demonetizes your video. So the good news is I asked YouTube about their policy and they turned on the monetization on my videos. So they didn't find my message. So is there some bias that YouTube has in the bigger channels that have their own set of rules?
I often wondered that. It seems like bigger names, like for example, Joe Rogan can get away with saying a lot more stuff.
Once you open that
And,
bag,
you know,
you can't use the strap to and we had handrails 236.
I think the money does have to
291 or 229.
I mean, that's my theory. I mean, I can't prove it, but that thought has come into my head. So maybe he's getting away with it because
You're just
still has
the lab MMO
money and he brings a certain amount of income that was in their partnership with YouTube.
All right, and now I want to ask your ladies' opinion before we even begin this video, because even before beginning it, you know, I was a stage magician and I never wore clothes back then. Come on, stage magic! I did stage magic and I never wore sequincy gold leaf. Like, this is really
It's almost like he's showing off, like, oh, it's gold leaf.
Yeah, he says something about that. But I want to ask you a question. At your 40th time in life, would you never have dated a man?
Copy that. You're going to need to wire tie and put your cable.
Oh, God, that's a loaded question, Steven. Because I think I've had moments in my life where I went, oh my God, I can't believe I dated a guy named Bill. I can't believe I dated a guy in a pair of pants with bolo tie. And I may have, like, I can't guarantee that I have not made this kind of thing.
I dated a girl that had like a big mohawk.
Terry Bird.
Yeah, and I never.
Welcome back, everyone. This segment is really going to be a drill down on what people call alien. Now, what's interesting about this, and the reason I put alien in quotes, you'll see the title is Contact on the Cosmos.
She had the big spikes going up, you know.
This next 45 minutes or so is going to be a very
Yeah, she was a cool chick. She was like into music and
how is the cosmos
No, it's like the puppy shirt on Seinfeld. You know, it's like
and he mentions in this that he bought it at a costume store. So he's like going to costume stores.
Now, we live in a space age, so people are going to
while
put
he's
everything
talking to angels who
in
are
the
telling him to
context
take baths in his own piss.
the world and it's time to live.
Right? Like something's wrong
The
here.
Vedas say the
This
world
is
is
not-
as you
Oh, let's
are.
get started. We're gonna listen.
Okay.
So
And I'm
many
listening
people have
to him,
experienced
and I,
various
you know, I have to stop it every
intelligences.
once in a while. But if you have
Some are
something you'd like to say,
extraterrestrial,
just
some are
say
man-made,
pause or something
and
like
some
that.
are
We'll
from other
get
dimensions.
going on this.
Okay.
How do you distinguish them? And that's why there are three broad categories
So
here
proud of all his tech tools
that I want to
too.
go through. The first
Yes.
one, and
If
the
you
word
voted
alien, which I
for the
never
blue
use,
shirt, you lost.
and
You voted for
here's
the purple
why.
shirt, you lost.
It's too broad.
This is
If you
new.
voted for sizzle
People
clothes,
use it meaning extraterrestrial,
congratulations, my
but
friend.
they're actually
you are
using it describing
winner.
a whole bunch of
I'm here.
phenomena, only a
David,
small part of which is extraterrestrial,
telling me I'm
and they
supposed
don't
to
know it,
insert
So-
ads.
and they don't
so
want you to know it.
cringeworthy.
I don't really need to do
Discernment
that.
is key, and if
Oh,
you
it's
lack
good to be
discernment,
back.
you can
And
be
I
fooled.
dressed up for you. You know,
And
I feel
that's
like our
what this is all
relationship has
about.
got to
You
be
have to
taken to the next
attain
level.
discernment.
And so that means I
So,
need to be respectful. of
Under
you.
extraterrestrial,
I need to honor you.
the first thing I
Yeah,
have
Terry, is it
are
respectful of an
TDIS,
audience to dress like a goddamn
transdimensional,
clown when
interstellar,
you're supposed to be like a
extraterrestrial beings.
spiritual leader?
That means
or am I wrong?
No,
civilizations
it's
from
not.
another physical planet
It's like he's mocking the audience.
who have physical
right?
bodies and physical
Like,
stars
I'm going to dress ridiculous
that
because you people are all
go
ridiculous.
from
and stupid.
one star system
So I'm going
It's
to
like
dress
a
like this.
cheesy Vegas act.
but
is
they're
what it
not
feels
doing
like.
it
That's
through
exactly,
a straight
and
line
I've seen
space
those.
travel,
This
like space shuttle.
fascinating
because you have to go beyond the speed of light.
Bow tie.
And in the mid-90s, I wrote a paper called The Crossing Point
It's not
of
really
Light.
gold. This was $88.
And the reason I did is because most of what is in the cosmos is resonating at frequencies beyond the speed of light.
I'm sure the super chats covered that. I'd like an $88
matter,
wardrobe budget
or
for every
space-time
live
as we think of
right?
it, i.e.
Let's see what you guys are up to here. You're saying it's too dark.
When you are going from,
David,
let's
hey
say,
there. How
the
you
Andromeda
been?
Galaxy, I'm going to show you a photograph
What are
of an
you wearing?
ambassador
We love the
from
sizzle.
Andromeda who visited
David
us at
Wilcock
Joshua Tree
is
National
Edgar
Park a
Casey.
few years ago. If you're
Looking
going
good.
from
Oh my
there,
God.
which is 2.5 million light years from Earth,
Oh my God, this outfit, yes.
and if you're traveling at the speed of light,
rules.
it'll take you how long to
could you
get
ever
here?
be disappointed with an
2.5
outfit
million
like
years.
this? And of course,
It'll take you 2.5 million years to
with
get
the
back.
cigarette included.
And that's at
And
the speed
this
of
is
light.
something new. He's got. I use
5
these
million
in
years
magic
round
shows.
trip.
They're called
Not
puff
going to happen.
cigarettes.
Never
You can
going to
buy
happen.
them at magic shop,
So
gag shop, whatever.
that means
on
that
the internet.
by
and
definition,
they have like talcum
if a civilization has reached Earth
from
another star system,
I don't understand.
They are going beyond the
cigarette
speed of
props
light,
now to do a
and
show.
now we're in a whole new
show.
physics. And this is the physics they do not want you
now
to know
you have
about,
an ensemble
that has
of
been
behaviors
studied for the better part of a century,
gets you awards, you
that
go to an
deals
award
with
show, you can end up being
trans-dimensional or
very well informed
interdimensional
about
systems.
what's going on in the world.
So
Just
you
by
can take
having access to these tools.
this object,
You know what, Terry? Maybe he's smarter than us because I
put an
bet you
electromagnetic
awful lot of people
field
tuned in
around
just
it
to this beginning of this
in
video
such a
and see,
way
what the
that
hell
it
did
will
he do?
levitate,
Right?
become
Like it's like
almost
do something
massless.
shocking and strange so that people
But if
tune
you
in.
click it a
'Cause
little
he's
bit
got no
further,
content.
You see, this is a
the resonant
comedy
frequency
tool. I have a
it will
prop here,
disappear from
and in a
visual
way the
space-time,
jacket
and you
also
can make it
makes me
reappear
laugh. So
at
when you
another
put the
point
two
in
together,
space-time.
it's a very natural. It
I'm
feels good.
qualitatively
you know? You
trying
can
to
ease
describe
back in
what's
the
actually
chair.
happening.
You can be happy.
Well,
Now,
it feels good for him.
This began to
I
be
don't get
observed,
this,
you know,
right? It's
Einstein
just a
called it the
publicity
spooky
stunt, you
effect,
think?
where the
Just like,
same
let's get people
particle
tuned in
could
to
be
see
in
my
two places
stupid
at once,
jacket.
I mean,
resonantly.
but
And he
there's-
called it the spooky effect, or
there's a
spooky to him,
level
because he
of
didn't
weird
understand it.
mocking.
I remind people that
You're right. You're
someone
right.
once
But
asked
it's hard to figure
Einstein,
out,
what's
like,
it like to be a genius? He
who's
says, I don't know, ask
who's it
Nikola
for?
Tesla.
Like, I don't know.
So,
it's,
at any rate, leave
it's
that be.
pointless
David,
in a
stop
way.
drinking
History's
Bud Light.
always
It says, well, this
fake.
is
But
this is all I've got, folks.
what you
Nothing
find
else,
is
but,
that civilizations that
we're
have
gonna do David
evolved
Wilcock cigarette
past
variations at some
the
point.
nuclear
what that
level,
means is
the
that I'm going to ask
subatomic
you guys
level of
to feed me
understanding,
characters.
beyond even the 0-point energy
characters that you
level,
want me to play.
into the
Right here,
trans-dimensional
you can
level,
write it in here. Tell me,
extraordinarily
This is
developed,
so
start thinking about it.
where
I'm not
their
going to do it right now, but I
technologies
want you
are
to think about
interfacing
funny characters
with
that you would like to see David
linear
Wilcock do
space-time, this
that
dimension,
involve a dangling
3D,
phallic
4D,
cigarette that hangs out
but
of
they're
his mouth
actually
pretty much in perpetuity,
traversing
never really burns
other
down.
dimensions to go from point
Accents
A to
the
B.
Phallic, yeah.
However
Like he wants to
briefly.
suck,
of
you
the
know.
voice that I'm
Their
using.
communication
as I speak. This is
systems,
what I really
instead
want
of
to do.
being,
My
you know, we
calling
think
in
our
life
cell
is really
phones and
not science
smartphones are
or
so
spirituality.
fabulous,
It's
was
just smoking
1844
cigarettes on YouTube Live,
radio
but
frequencies
not
and
really
what have
smoking
you.
because I think it's disgusting. I just like the aesthetic. You know,
Their communication systems
it
interface
makes me
directly
laugh.
with thought.
And as long as
So
I'm
you think
getting
to it,
off on it, then I think
it
it's
interacts
probably going
and
to be
transmits
okay
it instantaneously
to assume that other people will
across
laugh
any
too.
distance
Although
of
some days
space
I don't know.
that turns
in real
out to
time.
be.
Yeah, as it's not good
That's the
if
only way
they're
you can
laughing
communicate
at
across
you.
millions of
Right.
years,
It's
light years of space.
not if people don't get the joke.
Does this make
or
sense
the
to people
reason.
so far?
I
If
don't-
I've lost you
I don't
already, we're in
understand
trouble.
Any of this, you
Because
know,
this is
Frank
the
Block is everywhere for
elementary level.
$1.49 super
Now,
chat, and
once you
Physics
reach
for
that
$5
capability,
super chat,
it
and
means that you're
both of them for
able
also
to
being a
move
member.
across
I
the
got
vastness
distracted
of
and I forgot about
space
the live chat.
in
And we
fractions
want to thank Dragon
of what
Stars
you
Haven
would
for
even
kind
at
of
the
generous
speed of light,
$2
and
super sticker,
almost
and we
approaching
want to thank
instantaneously if your technologies
sorry.
are that advanced.
Oh, Sweet Caroline
Some
is
aren't.
back.
It may take a
YouTube
month
sucks.
to go
Creators hard work. Check
couple
PayPal whenever.
thousand
Thank you
light
for your
years
kindness, generosity, and support.
For others
We
that are
appreciate
developed
it.
at
And,
a different
she
level,
throws money
it may
at
be
PayPal because I can keep more of it. And
or instantaneous.
I don't know if you know this, Terry Joyce, but if you become a YouTube channel member during one of our live broadcasts, we give them a shout out and we say thank you. So thank you to Operator 357.
Thought emerges within the consciousness
field
YouTube
member and get some
and
extra
is
goodies. We got
beyond the limits of space or time.
super chat and being a member. And we've got Talmud with a kind of generous $20. Talmud bought 10 memberships this month.
Field we're talking
and
about,
gave them away
field.
as gifts.
Now,
it says, keep up the good
when you're
work.
dealing with an interstellar
we thank all of you
civilization,
guys for your kindness, generosity,
on the left
and
side of
support.
this
I'm
chart,
sorry I missed all those. Very kind and generous of all of you. Thank you all
these
for helping us
technologies, and this is just a brief summary. So you have very advanced artificial intelligence to the level where the AI, artificial intelligence, is exact mirror of the consciousness of the occupants of the craft.
We gotta.
How many people have had an encounter?
How long do you think it's going to be before he talks about anything
felt that
relevant?
The craft itself was
I don't know. You know, I watched the beginning of this video.
I think he talks for like an hour and he doesn't say anything.
Straight.
All right, let's continue.
Their guidance systems are linked to their bioelectric field and
probably
fault.
Don't want to be sarcastic.
And their communication systems are interfacing with coherent
nice,
fault.
easy way of saying it.
So,
a divorce man's a relationship expert.
We are going to be talking about it. You ready for this?
Transportation,
Archangel
similarly.
Michael, the biological universe,
dropping, if you will, or rising into a dimension beyond the frequency of light, time, matter. And that frequency, it looks like they just disappeared. Well, they haven't disappeared. It could be sitting right here in the corner of the room. And you wouldn't see it with the naked eye. Nor would any camera
Parallel University comes in the form of angelic beings,
but they will be sitting right there.
Last week's show.
And this is not the same as cloaking. This is actually where an object, quote, dematerializes.
Yeah, so
but that's
Terry
kind of a pop culture term. It's actually the resonant frequency of the craft and everyone on it.
Listen, I never talked to angels.
So it's beyond the visible and beyond
like smoke
the
fake
limits of
cigarettes and wear stupid jackets.
How
like
they're
this is so
moving
stupid.
Across these vast distances.
Like one of these things doesn't belong here, right?
Like,
well, I think he's running
now, if you look at your physics equations, there's an inverse relationship between mass and velocity.
It just feels
so
like
mass goes to zero, velocity theoretically can go to infinity.
And in contact
Does it make
with
sense?
Angels,
so this is your elementary high school level physics.
But the same
that's what we're dealing with in terms of the science of these extraterrestrial civilizations. And they have what I call
what characters do you want me to be? Just
TAC,
whoever smokes cigarettes or whatever.
And consciousness-assisted technology.
Like he's going to pull a mask
that
out.
They have technology to assist their own consciousness in communicating, seeing, what's we call remote viewing, distant
No, all he does is tell me
they
that
also
I'm doing
have
illegal stuff. Did you know
consciousness
that he said
that interfaces with the technologies. So it goes both directions because there's a virtually seamless integration between thought, mind, craft.
He didn't name us, but he was certainly talking about
all
us.
of their technology.
And by the way, there seems to be a little bit of confusion
because
some people
saying that the big science of the next 1,000 years will be the science of consciousness.
Some people are saying, "Oh, everybody got those deposits." No, we were the only one that got all of them. Somebody leaked one publicly on the web, but the rest of them.
Because look what else is up there
to get them, and if you see them on other YouTube channels, it's because I encourage people
naturally occurring,
copy them,
not extraterrestrial but interdimensional beings.
But we'll see what else this.
And there are all kinds of. I'll give you one.
We are in a clown show now.
Of this.
He's in a clown jacket. He's got a clown bow tie on.
Well, I'm an emergency doctor, so I've had a little experience with some strange things in the ER at 3 and 4 in the morning.
And I was able to produce
and doctors
results
often have these experiences. They don't like to talk
had
about
a spoken voice that appeared to be right away some type of
in our ego structures. We're afraid
higher
of being,
consciousness.
Oh, they're going to make fun of me.
Now, we're not used to the idea necessarily of higher beings, but this was unavoidable.
So,
it was very personal.
Grow up.
The contact, do all sorts of things about.
I think he's used to high
for us to
beings,
sort of like
but
own
it's probably
this
him. Like,
I was in the ER.
I don't understand this. Like,
in North Carolina.
Do you think he doesn't realize that, like, saying that you're in contact with divine angelic beings and being a clown at the same time and telling gay jokes, like these things are not compatible? Does it register with him?
And
I don't.
So we did what we could.
I mean,
can't do everything.
You have to realize.
A few hours later, the whole ER gets quiet. No one's in there for one moment of peace, 3 or 4 in the morning. And I'm sitting in the center with the nurses, and we're just hanging out. All of a sudden, in the trauma room that he had passed away in, the EKG machine turns on, the IV pump turns on, the cabinets open, and all the junk, IV bags and stuff start hurling onto the floor. There's nobody in there. He was so mad. No, this guy was so mad, he came back and was able to interface from the dimension you go into when you drop your body and go into your astral form. And he was there in the ER doing all this chaos. Now the nurses and I looked at each other. We knew exactly what this was. But of course, this is not going into the patient's chart. Patient returns 3 hours later and tears up the trauma room. No. We're not going to do there. But I wanted to keep my medical license. So, and it's a shame you can't talk about these things in scientific circles, but all right, that's the reductionist paradigm that science is in now. But it happened. Now, that was an extraterrestrial, but it interfaced with this dimension and had a physical effect. And it was a deceased human being in a state of rage, still attached to the point where he passed away in that trauma room. Now, there are millions of accounts like this. There are also dimensions where you have beings that are intelligent that were never in this dimension, but who are in those other dimensions, who can push into or affect or have manifestations in this dimension. And that weren't human, but also aren't extraterrestrial. You see where I'm going? And those dimensions are equally real. And there have been phenomena related for years about, will be called an angel or a fairy or a this or a that. It doesn't mean it's an extraterrestrial, but someone without the knowledge of this cosmology. So you can have an ancestral spirit, you can have a poltergeist phenomenon, you can have intelligent beings who reside in astral dimensions, as they're called, that are the body of light that you have a lucid flying dream with. That's astral. But that's where they're from. But they can come into this dimension. Some are of higher frequency, some are lower. Some are more conscious, some are not so conscious. This is like people. And some can be scary, and some can be beautiful. And this is where the whole term of angels and demons came from. And so when you get to the celestial level of higher, you get into the angelic and then the pure thought realm, causality. And this cosmology goes on and on and on. Now, all of these that are naturally occurring, I'm calling interdimensional, can have manifestations or phenomenon that look a lot like this, because these are crossing through dimensions to get into this time-space. And so phenomenologically, what you might see or experience from a poltergeist, an astral being, a lower or higher one, or even angelic being could be confused with some of the manifestations of an extraterrestrial civilization that is trans-dimensional and has the ability to teleport, transfer through space-time. It's interesting to me how many people I've worked with in the intelligence community in advanced engineering systems who've had various experiences with this in experiments they've done, and they didn't understand the cosmology of what was happening in their laboratory. We're going to talk about this in a moment.
Because it was back in the day when people were getting killed for this shit.
Now, there's another category of ETs. These are ones that are not developed technologically. They're physical, they're conscious, they have higher intelligence. They're like us, not having attained interstellar technological capabilities yet, at least not publicly acknowledged. But they have the ability to develop consciousness, and in consciousness astrally project or see other worlds. and appear in this one. For example, let's turn this around to the human experience. The Aboriginals in Australia, well known for dream time, where in dream time they communicate with each other, can see what's going to happen the next day, go to distant places, and it's part of their culture, many cultures, to do this. Now in the West, we've suppressed all this, that's voodoo or whatever. It isn't. It's a natural capability for the human mind to be able to go to distant places within the faculty of consciousness itself. So to confuse things further, you could have extraterrestrial civilizations that are not yet interstellar and transdimensional in terms of traveling, but who have the ability to be aware of us, and we could be aware of them, but within the thought realm or the lucid dream realm. They're real, but they're not physically able to move off their planet yet. Maybe they're like we were when we were cavemen, but they have consciousness, and they can experiment and travel, and they do. So that's another category. Now you're saying, boy, am I confused now? And I'm trying to give some clarity. This is actually the simplest level of this I can provide you. The interstellar civilizations that we would call extraterrestrials, E.T., like in the movie E.T. or Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Those civilizations have attained a level of science where they can move from one star system to another and go transdimensionally. I call it transdimensional more than interdimensional because they're just transiting those dimensions. Does that make sense? As opposed to interdimensional beings that are based in other dimensions that can then pop into this one. Now there are a lot of people that I've talked to who have had experiences with beings that quite clearly were not ET, extraterrestrial, but were ultra-terrestrial or interdimensional beings. And they think that they were an ET because we live in an era that's space age. And there's very few people trying to provide clarity on this, and I find that very curious because most of this information is ancient knowledge that's in most cultures, right? Almost, everything on this middle part is things that people have talked about and studied for millennia with ancestors, ghosts, personal meditative experiences, astral projection, the Rosicrucians, on and on and on. But if you don't understand that there's this enormous overlap in phenomenon between a trans-dimensional interstellar civilization and how these other interdimensional beings that are based in other dimensions might appear to you, you're going to get too confused. You need to be able to ask the question, is it ET or something else? And the most complicating one is the one I will get to in a moment on the right side as you're facing this chart. And those are the man-made phenomena. But let's nail down these first two. Do you get this? Is this clear to people? So, no? Yes, okay. So, I'm not saying that extraterrestrial civilizations, all of them are at the level of trans-dimensional and interstellar. There are ones that aren't traveling here physically, but which we may detect. And they may be able to appear in a way that is non-corporeal. Or, if they're very advanced, physically, but they don't have a spaceship. Because that's one of the advanced Vedic siddhis, S-I-D-D-H-I-S, where you can materialize yourself at remote places. Before I was a medical doctor, I was a scholar of the Vedas and Sanskrit and a meditation teacher, so this was like really my root education. And what you find with this is that there's a very important distinction that needs to be understood if you're going to go out under the stars with your team to make close contact with these civilizations. Because in the process of doing the meditation and the consciousness work together, you might have an experience with an extraterrestrial, an interdimensional being, an interdimensionally traveling extraterrestrial that doesn't have a spacecraft but is still planetary bound, or you may be targeted by the intelligence community with some what's called WSFM, weird science and frickin' magic. That is what they call it. Northrop Grumman, they just call it PFM, pure effing magic. That's the high end of the electronic systems. And those can simulate everything ET, everything interdimensional. And those have been fully operational since at least the 50s. So this is the bombshell coming. Now, there's a method to my madness of putting this chart up. I don't know if this is clarifying things. We can spend an entire day on each column. We don't have an entire day. We have another 1.5 hours. So what I want to do is give you a few little examples of each. Let's say you're out under the stars. You see an object in the sky. It materializes, doesn't move in like an airplane. It then dematerializes. The next thing you know, there are these beings walking around you who phase in and out of this dimension that some people can see and some cannot. But the cameras sometimes will photograph them.
What do you like to play?
Because the CCDs and the digital light cells will pick them up that your eyes can't. I'll show you some of these pictures. These are actual ETs. But they're moving non-linearly and non-locally because the nature of the cosmos is that it is a conscious holographic universe. The entire cosmos is awake. And every star and every photon and everything that exists in it has as its basic level of energy and foundation pure consciousness. Now, the science behind this has been pretty well established over the last 50 years, and in scientific labs like Dr. John at Princeton, where they've done experiments with random number generators. They can, put a random number generator out there, have someone visualize it spitting out more zeros than ones, and it will. Two people who love each other or who are united be 10 times the effect. This is going to have a big meaning in a little while, because that's the power of people coming together who understand what conscious mind is. Now, on top of all this phenomenon, this phenomenology that goes on and on and on, you can then have, as I mentioned before, an experience with a being from an interdimensional realm or another realm of being, like a refined level of the astral. And some people call this the angelic realm and what have you. And it was interesting when I was at the Vatican talking to Monsignor Balducci, who was a senior theologian to Pope John Paul. He said, people confuse this all the time, but angels and demons, they don't need flying saucers. It was such a simple statement. I said, yes, of course, but they do confuse it all the time. And so what you find is that there are parts of the intelligence community that want it to be confused because they're going to use it to fake things. Stay tuned. In a few more minutes, I'm going to explain this. Now, on the other hand, the actual extraterrestrial civilizations, they're sort of waiting for us to wake up a little bit and make contact with them, but they also are preparing in case we don't and we blow the system. So a lot of what you see with extraterrestrial involvement with the Earth has to do with the fact that we are at this crossroads where we're either going to go or it's a go or no go. Unfortunately, the people who think that the ETs are going to land on the White House lawn and fix everything, that ain't going to happen. All right. As I wrote in 1991 in a paper that got passed very quickly through the intelligence community and the aerospace community, there are only a few conditions under which there would be an overt, massive intervention. And they're ones that would involve a catastrophic geophysical collapse, like a polar shift or something like that, or asteroid hit that made the dinosaurs extinct, a massive thermonuclear war, some other kind of man-made or natural catastrophe that would be an extinction level event. Then the intervention is going to be overt. You can see it everywhere, all over the Earth at once. Short of that, they're waiting for us to become peaceful, civilized, nonviolent, etc. And that's what they've been waiting for a long time. Meanwhile, they also know that there are elements of human civilization that have advanced far ahead of what's been disclosed to the public, that have weaponized interdimensional technologies as well as technologies that can potentially go interstellar. And that becomes an existential threat to not only the human race, but to other civilizations and other planets. There's where the conflict is. Very serious problem. Now, once you get into this area, and now we're going to get into some of this fun. And I call this the exotic hidden knowledge of the aerospace, science, and high-tech world that isn't at Apple. And it's not in Silicon Valley for the most part. They're operating out of the Skunk Works, Lockheed Martin. They're operating out of Northrop. They're operating out of certain SCIFs, secure communication information facilities that are underground. And they are amazing. Now, unfortunately, I've been read into a lot of these. Read into is military speak for brief. In my sojourn over the last quarter of a century, since 1993, I've been brought to places where a lot of this exists. And I've been given documents and demonstrations, and it's kind of toe-curling and mind-blowing. And about 1994, I had people come to me who felt I needed to know what were in these projects that had been developed 40, 50 years earlier, after World War II. Now, the most obvious, and this is a wonderful, we just got this, but those of you who can see it, this is the alien reproduction vehicles that were at Norton Air Force Base. There's a big one, the Papa one, and the medium size, and the Mama, and the little baby one. And I forget the dimensions, like 100 feet, 50 feet, 30 feet, something like that. And these are electromagnetogravitics. And this was in 1988. There were some people who were in there that described these devices. This was sort of like a museum. These had been around for a while. Because as I mentioned, the big breakthroughs in electromagnetic research were done between the late 1800s and the mid-50s. A man named Rick Foch, who I'd worked with for years, who was a senior scientist at the Naval Research Labs, had been in the vault, it's called, and seen documents where it described that we had mastered gravity control in October 1954. That was, I was born in 55. I'm no spring chicken. So since most of us have been alive, we have not needed cars, jets, rockets, trains, ships on the ocean like we see, shuttles, space shuttles, centralized utilities, oil, gas, coal, nuclear power. All of it has been obsolete since before I was born. Now, this is scandalous because we've run amok of the planet, have had untold millions of people die from poverty, starvation, oil wars, etc., all unnecessarily. If we had gotten it right between World War I and the end of World War II, we didn't. The oligarchs, the warmongers, and the fascists keep undermining human advancement. You have to understand this. So these technologies, if you look at the work of T. Townsend Brown, in the late 20s, he was doing work that was causing lifter and levitation effect. 20s. So by the time World War II ended, Hitler and some of his folks, they had some ingenious people, were working on this. And they got pretty close to gravity control. Not quite. And that was all then brought in, as I mentioned earlier, by OSS, which became the CIA, into the United States. And that was joined by the use of advanced electromagnetic weapons to track and target and down extraterrestrial spacecraft that were doing reconnaissance at our top secret nuclear and early space facilities. The reason they were is that once we detonated the atomic bomb, that not only set up a cosmic signal that was detected, it also was the hallmark that our civilization was potentially able to destroy itself, but also was on a technological curve that could project that power elsewhere in the universe to destroy other worlds. Now keep in mind, there are planetary civilizations out there that are more advanced than we are that have never had a war. They don't have weapons, they have no defenses, they don't have any of that. So it is a serious problem when a civilization reaches where we have reached, where our technological capabilities have gone beyond our social and spiritual development. And that's what began to happen between the early 1900s and now, the last 100 years. But in the classified world, they began to work on this very aggressively. I will remind you that the top secret memo from T. Townsend Brown stated, I'm not T. Townsend Brown, from Wilbur Smith from Canada in '51, stated that this area of research, the modus operandi, he stated, of how the UFOs work was the most secret project in the US government, exceeding the secrecy of the development of the hydrogen bomb. Now, the hydrogen bomb wasn't detonated until '52. That document's '51. You have to ask yourself, what is more sensitive than an H-bomb, the ultimate doomsday weapon? It's these technologies. And so the security and the secrecy that began to evolve around these systems eventually went into the unacknowledged super black special access project world and beyond the reach of the Congress, the president, what have you. Fast forward to Eisenhower's speech in '61, where he says, as he's leaving office, to beware of the military-industrial complex. He wasn't opposed to the military. He's a 5-star general. He was a patriot.
Have you ever been to an opera? I don't think so.
Could you name an opera that you would go to?
No.
He's here for the first segment tonight because we are going to announce the world premiere of his new film. It is Accidental Truth. It premieres tomorrow, April 18th. Coincidentally, I think not, the day before the UFO hearing in Washington, D.C. And with that, I would like to welcome back to Fade to Black, Ron James. Ron.
Hey, Jimmy, how are you?
I'm fantastic, sir. Big day tomorrow. You excited?
Yeah, as of midnight tonight, people will be able to buy the film and watch it. And then I think they're going to put it up for rent in another week. So it is a coincidentally historic date, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, you're glowing, you're smiling. It's a lot of work to direct a film. You've been directing and producing content for a couple of decades now. The volume of stuff that you have worked on, it's like yay long. I remember when we first met 10 years ago, and you said, Jimmy, come over here. I want to show you some of my stuff. And you had everything on display. Well, not everything, but, you know, and I was like, holy crap, what? And then, you know, I went and looked at your stuff, and we've been working together for years now. But you've been at this for a very long time. And it just seems that finally we're kind of here. Do you feel it? Is disclosure getting close? have you ever felt this kind of action before? It's got to be a tremendous feeling for you.
Well, I can honestly say that, this film, some of the interviews go back to 2007. So I've been working on it literally 2 years in the edit room and another, 15 years almost of production. And after this film drops, for those that choose to watch it and take the time to pay attention to what we're sharing, we're not leaving these guys any more room. There is nowhere left to go. There was a little bit of air between having to make the big admissions and what they're willing to say now. And Accidental Truth, the film, I think, does a pretty good job of sucking out that remaining air. There's nowhere left to go.
You let me pop this up here because this is pretty cool. The film is already winning awards. They're great movie poster, by the way. I'm going to be wearing my official Accidental Truth T-shirt later on this week on Wednesday, the big day of the UFO hearing. But you've got a bunch of awards here, man. What's going on with this?
Well, we started entering festivals and competitions as soon as we turned in the final version of the film to the distributor, and it's just been racking them up. We're up to 9 so far, and the film's not even out. So we've got a couple of Best of Festival, we got a couple of Best Documentary, we got a lot of like second place awards, and then of course you were hosting when this one was won. I have it right here, the Parapod Award. I was actually really stoked to win this one because I like the trophy so much.
Yeah, I know.
So I remember I got up and I said, yeah, out of all the awards we've won so far, this is the one I wanted the most. So,
I'll have to admit, and here it is right here. It's an amazing custom, trophy. And when I saw those, I was like, man, is it unethical to give myself one of these? Because I wanted one.
Well, you could be it for next year.
Oh man, I don't care if I just make a fake.
It's a cool looking award. I mean, it really is. It's like got the alien with the film. We don't have the EBE awards anymore. I've won my share of those, but I don't think we're going to see them again.
Right.
The little alien with the movie camera. So
yeah, those are great. Those are great. Well, okay, so tomorrow, this is Amazon and all the streaming services.
Yeah, pretty much. So far it's only showing Apple and Amazon and Roku, I think, and Redbox, but that's because that was the pre-orders. At midnight tonight, it'll drop across Hulu and Vudu and all of the basic streaming services. So no matter what you like, you'll be able to get it.
Now, are you going to do what I did? Are you going to purchase your own film?
Well, I think I've paid enough already, but yeah, why not?
I did. I paid for everyone. I was like, man, I'm going to do this. Man, click. Yeah. I mean, it was just, it's just a moment. And you work really, really hard and you click on and pay, for other content. Why not pay for your own? Go through.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. I hadn't thought about it, but I'm nervous at this point just to see how it's going to be received publicly. It's done very well at film screenings. It's gotten excellent reviews. It's winning awards, but the real test is John Q. Public, and you just don't know. So we'll know shortly.
Let me ask you this. Here we have the second UFO hearing. This one's with the Senate. The first one was with the House subcommittee. This is with the Senate on Wednesday. The title of the film is Accidental Truth. Without disclosing personal conversations, and we're not going to do that, but you and I had a lot of those over the last couple of years as
we have
putting this film together. And your take was over and over again with me, Jimmy, this film has to be made. It has to be made. People have to see this. They have to see where the truth lies and how to read between the lines. Can you tell us about the title, Accidental Truth?
Yeah, so there's a whole lot of meaning behind the movie poster. If we have time, I'll share it. But the reason it's called Accidental Truth is because we have these front-facing guys like the Christopher Mellons and the Ralph Blumenthals and Lou Elizondo, who we have an old interview with him that I shot personally that has never seen the light of day until now. These guys are all tasked with basically towing a line, whether we approve of that or not. There's things they could say and there's things they can't say, and they're not in charge of who makes that decision. But it was my goal to ask these guys the right questions and somehow or another get information that they didn't want me to know. And the reason it's called Accidental Truth is because there's a lot of, shall we say, slips of the tongue that were caught on camera that really tell the story way better than, if you were just trying to present anecdotal evidence.
You've done thousands of interviews, literally. And I know how it goes when you conduct that many interviews, because you start to hear things that don't add up from not only previous interviews, but maybe even previous interviews with the exact same person. Right?
Yeah, we have a lot of that in the film. We've got 2 or 3. Yeah.
Yeah. And what do you do? Do you keep it inside and just like file it away for future reference when you need it, like this film?
Yeah, the idea for Accidental Truth came from my initial interview with Elizondo when he said some things that were just very, very revealing. And then that was the core of the film when I first started out with it. But I got so many other people doing the same exact thing that he's just one of many at this point. And yeah, it's like there was a lot of things that were told to me that didn't add up, and I did file them, just like you said. And when I went back and revisited some of these people, we've got 2 or 3 interviews with Colonel John Alexander, and he finally opened up to really make some serious revelations in this film that are not public, and that's pretty exciting. But yeah, it's been like that.
Do you think? Like the oldest quote that you can do in a situation like this, ruffling feathers. That's inevitable with this film. Are you prepared to go in, not necessarily a defensive posture, but there's going to be some people coming after you?
Well, I was pretty much concerned that they were going to come after me the whole time I was making the movie. And there was a lot of times when I really thought that this thing might not see the light of day. In fact, here we are 6 hours away from when it will actually be live to the world. And I'm still not going to believe it till I see it. It's been a treacherous road, and I could tell you some stories, but we don't have time. But yeah, this has been a scary film to make, and we're not pulling any punches. But one thing that I managed to do in a very, very quality manner is that we're taking people that are blatantly unwilling to tell us the truth, that know things that they're not going to share with us. They're in this film. They're paraded in front of us. They're clearly not being as candid as we want them to, but nobody is villainized or denigrated in this film. And so, when we say there might be some people that are upset, I tend to think that the level of respect that I gave these people is going to get me a pass in a lot of ways, because I'm not poking anybody in the eye in this film. I'm not calling anybody dishonest. I'm not doing anything that denigrates or villainizes any of the characters, and the audience can make up their own minds about how they feel about the obvious fact that this is being covered up. But that's up to the audience. We don't ask the audience to feel any certain way. So I walked a very delicate line of not alienating people that at the same time are clearly not being completely honest with what they know.
You and your team, you've been spending a lot of time in Washington, D.C. And some of that you've made public, and now it's definitely public because I just said it. And you have been hearing things. You can tell me what you want, okay? But the question is this. How supportive is Capitol Hill with the UFO UAP question versus what you see and hear in the media? Is there a difference?
So, I'm the media relations director for MUFON, as well as owning MUFON Television. And one of the things that we've been doing is we have A10 and Associates, which is a lobbying firm a very well-placed lobbying firm that's been working with us in Washington to get MUFON a seat at the table in these conversations. And so, just within the last about 45 days, I went to Washington, D.C. I personally had lunch with Andre Carson. I met with Tim Burchett again to announce to him and let him know that the film was coming out because he's in it, and a couple other sitting Congress people to talk about UFOs. And the takeaway that we're getting is that your rank and file members of Congress are just as aggravated as the rest of us because they know they're not getting a straight answer from the military and their people. So MUFON was actually very instrumental in getting that first hearing done. We worked directly with Gallagher and Gillibrand and Andre Carson to bring it about. And we've also been able to have an influence on the languaging of the latest legislation in regards to the military accountability back to 1945. That was originally 1947. And it was us that went into the meetings and said, no, we need those extra 2 years because there were some things that happened before Roswell, and we need accountability for that. So we got that changed to 1945. And now legally, the military is supposed to come forward with all of their records of anything of this nature going back to 1945. And we've been working on that behind the scenes in DC, and we've moved the needle. And the people in Congress have become our partners. We're providing quarterly now a report to both the House and Senate Intelligence Committees on UFO activity all around the world that MUFON gathers. And so they're relying on that data to help them make sense of it all.
How do you think this hearing on Wednesday will differ from the hearing that we had with the House last May? I mean, this time around, it's the Senate. That right there is an entirely different situation. But what do you think, and what do you expect to hear on Wednesday?
Cool. Sweet.
As Lou said when he was interviewed about the first hearings, frankly, not much. As you've probably been taking note of, ever since this stuff first rolled out, and there's going to be this panel doing this over at DOD, there's going to be this group doing this at Defense Intelligence Agency, NASA's jumping in and they're going to do stuff. There have been more acronyms for new groups that are going to study this thing than there have been groups actually doing the work. When we had the first hearings, it was a dog and pony show of compartmentalization. They're rolling out a new narrative that is basically nothing happened between Project Blue Book and ATIP, which Accidental Truth is all about exposing that that's not true. So, we're probably just going to get another a set of witnesses, maybe a little bit of additional evidence and video, but my guess is it's going to be more compartmentalization. These guys were asked about the Theta Giant that Salas talks about, and they're like, oh yeah, we don't know anything about that. It's not in our purview, because it's in another department. So this whole thing is, they're already building the stovepipes, and that's what they're going to rely on to just keep beating around the bush. So I'd love to see something more of a revelation, but I'm telling people, watch Accidental Truth on Tuesday, watch the hearings on Wednesday, and you'll know the depth of the deception.
Yeah, you can land somewhere in the middle, right?
Yeah, it may be.
Yeah.
That would be nice. I'd take the middle, actually.
I noticed in the media, Ron, and maybe you caught this too as well, but this comment was pretty interesting, that the Senate is going to use this hearing as an opportunity to ask for more money for investigations into UAP and UFOs. I can see that and feel that coming, but if that is what the part of the intention is, I mean, certainly they want to find out what's going on, but
they don't already know.
Exactly, right? But it's always about the money, for sure. And if they take that approach, then they also have to present a reason for asking for the money. Right? You can't have one without the other. What do you think that they're going to present to say that this is a concern?
Well, here we go again with the threat narrative. I mean,
right.
like Dr. Greer and I are on different pages some of the time, but there's one thing we're on the same page about, is that, this threat narrative it's an interesting vehicle. It's serving an agenda. But I don't really think that it's the one that we should be embracing. But unfortunately, as we cover in the movie, it's the only narrative that's really going to get engagement on Capitol Hill. If you don't have this potential threat, then there's really no reason for the body politic to engage this issue. And so, from the early days, Lou Elizondo understood this. Chris Mellon understood it when they were going and first trying to get support before we ever knew who they were. Without the threat narrative, there's no real support in Congress. But I hope if they're going to raise money, it's for legitimate investigation and not to design new weapons to shoot flying saucers out of the sky.
Yeah, and the first time around we had Moultrie and Bray. This time around, the only that I have been able to officially is Sean Kirkpatrick of Arrow is going to now. I don't know if he's going to answer questions. I've read that he's going to do a presentation. Do you have a witness list, or do you know who's going to appear for questioning?
Well, I know our lobbyist in D.C. knows, but she's not telling me. I asked her right before we came on the air. I'm like, come on, tell me something. But yeah.
I find that part strange. I mean, at least we had Moultrie and Bray out of the gate. I don't anticipate those two coming back, but who would the Senate want to hear from? It's not going to be the Sean Kilpatrick show, I don't think.
No, but we've been telling these guys we've had over 200 meetings on the Hill with staffers and sitting members of Congress, and we've given them a list of who they need to be talking to. It's like get Wilson in front of the group, get him behind closed doors with his clearances. There's a lot of people that could blow the lid off this thing. Get Bigelow in. There are so many people that behind closed doors could enlighten these guys if they're given the freedom to talk without repercussion. And that's what we're going to be dealing with soon, is that the whistleblower protocols are going to come into play, and we're going to start seeing some serious witnesses. Granted, behind closed doors probably, but Congress is going to start getting the scoop, and then they're going to decide what they're going to share with us.
Now, on Wednesday, I'll make the announcement now. We are going to live stream the hearing here on Fade to Black. Ron's going to join me, and we're gonna stream it. We'll have everybody in the chat room. We'll have Twitter running, and we'll be able to take questions and maybe have a post-hearing wrap-up. I thought so. We'll see everybody here Wednesday morning. But I thought that the last hearing was pretty short. And if we take out all of the delays of that video that took up 15 minutes of trying to figure out how to hit rewind, if you remember that.
Yeah.
The hearing itself was probably only about 30 minutes. It was over fairly quickly. How long do you think this is going to go on for?
Well, it's going to depend on the number of witnesses, obviously, but to me, these things are still just going through the motions. They're satisfying the public. They're trying to get forward momentum on the issue, but at the same time, you remember how Marco Rubio was so vocal about this whole issue right up until he went into that confidential briefing, and then it's crickets from Rubio. And so, I think that behind closed doors, these guys are like, look, we could do this disclosure thing to a certain point, but there's a lot of reasons why we can't take it any further, and here's some of them. And I think that behind closed doors, they're not being forced to keep a secret. They're being reasoned with as to why the secret needs to be kept. And it's a lot easier to get somebody to go along with your agenda if they agree with you about the reason than scaring them or intimidating them. And so I think what's going on is they're getting enough information behind closed doors to cooperate in how this gets rolled out, if at all.
I can already hear it. I'm assuming that you're going to have the public hearing, then you're going to have the classified hearing.
I heard they're going to be in opposite direction order. So they're going to have the classified hearing first, and then they're going to have the public hearing. Yeah.
Oh.
And the reason for that is that these guys are going to come out of this classified hearing with questions that they know they can ask. That are really going to push the envelope. So we'll see if they take advantage of that. We really hope they do.
They're going to come out of that like,
you look so good and I look so gray. I got to learn how to adjust the camera and stream.
I've got a really nice camera, and it's got this filter on it. It's called Kick-Ass. That's the filter I'm on.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'll get you one. Man, you're the film director. You're the guy that's running around framing shots.
Yeah, but you know this stuff is.
I've seen your setup. I've sat in your setup. I've been interviewed in front. You're a bar. You're asking me about why my camera's so good. That doesn't make
sense. Because you know, like this is podcasting. I'm using a $300 laptop, crappy camera, obviously, and you know, there's some things you're good at everything. So if you can't figure something out, you got to ask the master. So it's like, Jimmy, your setup is much better than mine.
What am I going to do with you, Ron?
You know, if you ever need a studio, you know.
Yeah, I know that. Man. It's really nice down there where you're at. It's a big night, Ron. Congratulations on the film. I can't wait for everybody to check it out. I was telling everybody on the crew this weekend, over the past week, when we got the breaking news about the hearing on the 19th, and that became the chatter of the cruise. I told everybody, Jennifer Stein was with us on the cruise too as well, and Bob Terrio, man, hang out with Bob.
Bob's cool as heck. Yeah.
Man, Bob is he is the cool side of the pillow, that Bob Terrio, man. Let me tell you something. I ate dinner with him every single night. Is that I said, look, accidental truth is amazing, but I've got 6 seconds in this film, and it's the best.
Well, I had to put you in there, dude, because both times you said something very compelling, and the first time was kind of humorous, but it kind of reflected how we all felt in 2017. And for the audience, Jimmy says he heard about the Blumenthal story in the New York Times on the radio driving in LA. And what'd you say?
I almost crashed my car. That's a true story.
It's priceless, and people love it in the film. Yeah.
And I'm driving down the road, Ron, me, right? And I had just done, I think it was Coast the night before, and I think the news broke. I could be wrong here, but it feels like it was like on a Saturday or something. And but anyway, I'm driving down there. I was like, what did he just say? And this is how it was announced on KFI, right? The biggest talk radio station in the country, 6:40 a.m. in Los Angeles. And he goes, the Pentagon has a secret UFO program. We'll tell you all about it after this break. I'm like, what? It was, I couldn't, I pulled over my car, man. I pulled over. I waited for the commercials to end to hear that. Then I drove straight to my studio and went live. Yeah. That's a true story.
It was huge. And then, your summary, we won't tell them what it is, but after all of that, after all the years we went through it, and after all and all the people that popped up with promises, look what we ended up with, and you summarize that as well as could be expected. So yeah, I'm glad you're in it.
It's man, this is a special film, and it couldn't have been timed any better. So enjoy your night, enjoy your day tomorrow. It's going to be marvelous. And then we'll see you right back here on Wednesday for our special live stream of the Senate UFO hearing right here on Fade to Black. Thank you so much, Ron.
Not only do we have Swan here,
all the way from the Olympic Peninsula.
Man,
we've got, believe it or not, Tamisha Bradford. Tamisha, how the hell are you?
We've got to get Matthew on the show. I know he's busy and he's doing stuff, and we've talked about it, but you've got to get Matthew on here.
He's going to be back from London.
I'm from the Midwest. My brain has Clippy built into it, autocorrect.
Broadway, but that's about to end, so he's going to be back in the U.S., and we're trying to round him up.
Sure, please do.
He's very supportive of the film. You can't buy that kind of stuff.
Love that. We all love Matthew Modine.
Enjoy the
the show.
Enjoy your night,
awesome.
Ron. Enjoy.
Thank you.
I'm on TV.
I can't believe
how about
it's here.
that?
World premiere
How
tonight
about that?
at midnight.
Absolutely.
You can go and get Accidental Truth.
It's better
I'll see
than
you on
Tamisha
Wednesday, Ron.
Shard
Enjoy.
cheer.
Awesome, Jimmy. Thank you.
The absolute
Shark
best. Ron James,
Yes,
right
absolutely.
there.
Wonderful.
And,
Thanks for coming in tonight, G.
now, as I
Tamisha,
kind of
and
shift
as I'll-
gears here,
Saving the
thank you so
best
much,
for
Ron.
last, Wes Becker. How
as
you
I
doing?
shift gears, I am now going to do my recap.
glad
I'm
to
not
be
going to
here.
do a
Today's
commercial break.
been
I'm going to
a
roll
little less crazy this
right
afternoon,
into
at least.
this. I just
Well, that's a
got
good thing, I
back
hope.
from a 7-day cruise,
I just
actual
forgot that it
7
was
days.
tax.
Technically, it was kind of 8 because it went Friday to
Before we
Friday.
get into the
But,
world
a
of
7-day cruise.
UFOs,
And I will say this,
Dr.
after
John
thank you,
Campbell
Ken Priest
has
Man,
been
look at Ken
contacted by
Priest.
some amazing
out of nowhere
research
with that. Thank you, Ken.
from our friends
Absolutely.
in Deutschland, better known as Germany.
That'll buy a lot of
And
throat lozenges.
what they have
Yeah, I
found,
started to lose my voice.
what they have found
Thursday
is
night
when
on the
they
cruise, I
take
was
the
like, oh,
blood
man.
of
Well,
someone
at
who
least
got
I got
the
7 days in.
and they
I
put it
got
into
home
a
Friday,
test tube, and they spin it in a centrifuge.
I get back Friday afternoon.
What they're finding
and my
is
phone rings. I'm in the house, and I picked up the phone. and went,
in the separated part of your blood where they've got the different parts. What are the different parts of the blood that are separated again?
and I've been trying to rest it all weekend. I'm feeling
Plasma.
good now.
You got the
but,
plasma, you got the other part of the stuff, but either way,
7 days,
you see this
Mexican
giant lump of
cruise,
shit that's in the
and
center
I'm
there,
going to
in
start
between
off
everything
with
else.
this.
Hey, Digger Dog.
Thank you to Susan Shumsky. There is so much work that goes into any conference that is on land.
Here, that shit flipped over
You do
sideways.
something like
They're finding this chunk
on
of
a
stuff
boat
that actually, when the
in
blood cools
international
and they
waters,
spin it,
that's a whole
it actually
nother level
coagulates
of commitment to
into
the community.
a
And,
solid material.
the conference
And this solid
was amazing.
material,
It was perfect.
there it is
The cruise
actually 100%
perfect.
made
So
of
we,
human body
let me,
manufactured spike protein
let me shuffle some
circulating
things
in your
around here for a second.
bloodstream
And so just
to a
stay
point
with
where
me.
it's been created out of control.
The first day of the cruise,
Homoglobin, yeah, globin,
which,
yeah. It's a
was
scary
Friday
situation.
morning.
And
Okay, so
truthfully,
Friday
what they
morning,
found out is anybody who has
get
gotten
together and have
has
our,
this circulating in their
what's the
bloodstream. Remember
word
all the
for this?
people that were finding they were having the issue with myocarditis and stuff like that? Well, apparently, coming to us from Stanford, Harvard University, and the medical community around Boston,
a group photograph.
they did a study on
and
this
things.
as well, and they
But that
found
was
people
on
who are
Friday
suffering
morning.
from myocarditis
Now, the ship is
and other people who
still
just
in
got the
port.
jab thing
And
all have this
so
circulating
we
in the
are
same
doing
amount
our
within
thing.
their bloodstream. So if you kind of look at what we're dealing with here,
Getting our gift bags,
give or
and
take
stuff.
of people's blood
Presentations are
volume
gonna start
is
later on
being
in the
made
afternoon.
up
But,
by
we
spike
break,
protein. Now, truth of the matter
and
is,
I walk out
the pathologists in Europe
and I get on the
freaking
elevator
out for a
and there
good
was a
reason.
couple of teenagers
This isn't
on there.
fake news.
And I
This
go,
is real news. And
we
the reason
said
I'm
so? Yeah,
bringing this up here is
look at me,
this is
they
a
looked
holy
at
shit
me
moment.
for 2 hours.
I've dropped a
I
copy
said, the
of the
ship
link to
is
this video
sailing?
in the
They go,
chat.
yeah.
And I'll go ahead and do it
And
one
they're
more
laughing at
time.
me.
Do yourselves
no
a favor.
I did
Take that
not.
link,
Nobody did.
save it,
Felt it
and
move.
watch it after the show. I recommend for
I don't hear
everybody
engine
to
noise.
watch this. This is
It's not
scientific
vibrating.
information.
It's
This is
not
about studies that are
nothing.
going on in Europe right now,
And
and they're
I go
looking to
up
bring out the truth. And
into
people
my
are freaked out
stateroom,
because they have
and I
no
walk
idea
through,
how in the heck they
and we're
can
on the open ocean.
deal
and
with
I
this.
walked
More
out on the
importantly,
balcony, and
besides
I
the stuff
looked down.
collecting in the brain and causing,
We're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And
if you
I
want to
had
call
no
it,
idea.
no, this is pure scientific fact, causing dementia-like
standing on
symptoms.
Your driveway.
Big problem on our hand. You know, if y'all remember when Ingo Swann
That motionless. I mean,
remote
I
viewed the
could
features like
not
around
believe it.
2035,
And
and they found out majority of the people of the world were gone and was a much
It's just
smaller,
like
different kind of a
the
civilization. I
signals
certainly hope this
of
is
what was about to happen.
Either
that
way,
I look. I'm standing on
this
the
is not
balcony, and I see something, and I
fake
look,
news.
And there
This is
is
pure science. Check out the
hundreds,
link.
when I say
Dr. John
hundreds,
Campbell. He's a
later,
very reputable person
people
who's been
mention
covering this for the
thousands,
last 3 years.
But there were hundreds of dolphins.
Keep your eyes open on this one.
Right,
they're going to pull
right
this
here,
episode
catching the
of his.
waves.
Google has been
and I
pulling
could see,
episodes of his pretty
and
regularly
on the other
for
side,
the
I
past
saw
couple of
video
months. And
of
this
the
one
other
is
side
going
of
to
the
be
ship,
next.
and it was
I
like
have a
10
feeling it'll be
times
saying
of
straight.
what I was seeing.
Unless they're in flux.
But it was
Yeah.
incredible.
They might,
the dolphins
they
were
might
having
be
a really good
they
time.
might be
Okay,
on
so let's
the
get to it.
over the hump of their paranoia, YouTube, and they might, you know, they might
These
start
pictures
recognizing
are
that
in
dissenting
order.
voices on this subject are important.
So they are in order. They're
For all
not
those
in
who
a
got it,
specific
there is no
thing.
turning
These
back.
are in order.
I got the real
end
thing.
result?
I didn't get the fake thing.
Now some were sent
What's
to
the
me,
end
and there
result
might
of
be
this?
a couple that pop up out of order.
What's the
But as far as what
determination
was
by the
taken on my phone,
pathologist
this
in
is
Europe?
in order.
What's the determination of
And
prognosis
this
for the people
is
who got
a
the
picture
jab?
of Barbara.
Long
They don't
term,
know.
What are they saying the
And
side effects are going to be?
They don't know. They're freaking
Check
out.
this out. I'm at dinner with
There has got to be a
Barbara.
major study on this, and they're going to have to
couple of
try and
years
figure out
ago,
what the hell's going on.
and
This
it
is
was
going to be a
casting
global
crew
issue
dinner
for a
of
lot
a TV
and
series
lots and
that was
lots of
being
people.
filmed.
I am just.
She's sitting next to me at the dinner table, and she turns to me. She
It's
goes,
time for Medicare for all.
I know your brother.
Yeah. Oh, time to bring in Fauci and put him into freaking prison is about what it's about going to be.
Yeah.
I said,
And,
where do you live? And she
tie him
tells
up
me. I went,
and
you
set
do know my
fleas and
I
ticks
do.
on his head
And
to see
there
just
you-
to
and
see what
so,
would happen.
No, they have to. They have
you
to
know,
put it. They have to
she's
put his
amazing.
body,
She's contacting
put him back, and they have to put his head in a tent
Just an amazing
with
story.
all the
Just
sandflies.
Really, really cool. It was
Can't wait
great
to see what happens to the larva.
to hang out
But either
with
way,
Barbara.
back to the world of UFOs.
Okay, I don't know what's popping
No,
up
hold
in these
on. Before we
pictures.
get back
We're
to the
gonna
world
just
of
do this
UFOs,
in
this is
real time.
what you're saying, and it's like you just pointed out. It's real
Sandra
news. This
Rose
is actually
Michael,
happening.
there she
You have to
is.
understand
She
the
was
population globally
on the
all
ship. Oh, by
received
the
the
way,
jab.
Ron James.
90% of
See
most
that
people
T-shirt I'm
received
wearing,
the jab,
Roswell?
and not because they wanted to,
'Cause they were forced to.
they were mandated to.
Anyway,
They wanted a paycheck.
That's Dr. Sandra, and
Yeah.
she was, of course,
This is a
presenter
problem
on the
because
cruise.
if
She had-
this
she
turns
had
out
her
to be
EE
deadly,
systems
we're
on
talking
the
about
boat,
a
which was- that's
population that
another
could be
thing I'm gonna have
reduced
her on the show,
up to
to
90% of
discuss
what
all
it is
that.
right now. And they don't
She
know
lives
what the
in
time
Hawaii.
frame is. We're not
She
talking
is
about 50 years
very
down the
funny,
road.
very
Could be
smart,
5.
very cool.
Could be less.
And I got to hang out
And everybody
with her
that we
all
know at
week
one
long.
point
And it's
got the
kids,
jab.
and it's
In person,
adults,
right
it's
there. She's so cool.
everybody.
So cool. Let's see what we got next here.
This isn't left. This isn't right. This isn't Alec Jones.
Now, as you can
Hey,
see,
actually, one
all
of the
these
best
pictures were
quotes
taken
I
at
got
the
from
same
Alex
time.
Jones
This one
was,
we
"Hey,
took the group photo.
I'm non-binary and identify as a goldfish."
There's that looks like it's green
Get past
screen.
that.
It's not.
This is a
That
bad
is the
situation. It was
background
all
on the main
unintentional, and they
stage
just
there.
experimented on
But,
something on the
Adam
whole
and I,
population
right
of
as we,
the world.
Right as we boarded the boat.
Without knowing what the
There
outcome
you go,
is.
Adam Apollo. He lit it up all week.
Supposedly, I think there was like
And,
2.5 billion that
now,
went to
I've
Moderna
got
before
a
this
lot
whole thing
more
happened for them to
pictures
go ahead and do the
and video
experimentation
than what we're
on
going to
their
see
thing
tonight.
that they did.
I
It's
can't pack it
interesting.
all into
Thomas?
Yes.
one show, but
Can we
I've
do a
got a
poll?
lot of stuff and
How many
presentations.
people
I think I've
have
got
gotten it and who hasn't?
Adam on video tonight, and we'll
What,
get to
our
that
audience
here in
information?
just a
Yeah.
second. So
All
there's
right, so
Adam.
I will keep
Okay,
this
is
really,
the
really
view.
basic,
This
and
is
I
my
will start a
balcony.
poll
This
and
is
say
looking towards
who
the back
got
of the boat.
it. We know what we're
And,
talking about.
There you go. And you can
Me?
see again. This is all taken
Not
in
me.
order. This was
Or
when
me or
they said we're
hell.
out to sea. You can tell
No.
Yeah.
each day on the cruise by
All
what
right.
shirt I'm wearing here. I'm
Simple
wearing, the Roswell shirt. This is when I walked up to my stateroom.
I can
And I
tell you
walked
I
out,
didn't.
and we were.
I did.
I'm sure.
I
I
didn't.
see dolphins right here. Yeah.
I got her for real, and it destroyed my
Dolphins are
immune
going
system.
nuts.
And I've never
that
recovered
is
from
the
it yet, and I'm
view
still
out of
taking
my
meds for it,
stateroom.
and that was enough for me. I was
right in
on
the middle of the
anti-immune
ship.
drugs,
I've
which
got
was
a
apparently a bad idea to
a
deal
shot
with
of the
it.
ship, I'm
And
sure,
my
at some
system has
point.
never
But right
recovered
in the middle.
from getting the full thing.
Right in the middle. Now, I'm going to say
So look
this
at that.
about
We've
a
got got 67% of the people in the audience right now. Let's go ahead and bring this up.
How big these ships are. You don't. You see them in pictures.
Who got it?
Have
Me.
No idea.
Not me.
And
70-30
you find out
at this
very
point.
quickly when there's
Interesting
three
to
sets
say
of
the least. Hey,
elevators,
Google, set a
one
timer
in the
for a
front,
minute,
one
please.
in the back, and then one in the middle. But when
Yeah.
when it seems that
We also
every
have some new
single
people
time
that just joined the chat.
you get on the elevator,
Have we?
you're on the wrong end
Yeah.
of the ship.
Bunch of
and you
people
gotta
who never
walk
chatted before. They're
the
saying.
length of the ship.
70%. I am going to go ahead and vote. I am going to go ahead and bring this up in another window so I can actually vote, because I can't vote for my own channel.
times a day.
They don't trust me.
I was always on the wrong.
Let's find this here. Let's go to this one from the Thomas Kessler channel at gmail.com. And I'm going to say hallway.
And you look down the
71%, 70-30,
and you got to walk that length of that.
It's just it's a touchy situation. They've made it so you can't talk about it. They've done with it for the overall. You know, they've made it so they've controlled social media. Have you heard the latest one as well? The federal government had access to all private DMs on Twitter. Every single one, they had the access to all of them.
Beautiful ship. You'll see it in the video.
Since Elon Musk took over?
No, before Elon Musk got in there.
And this is
was this something Elon just broke yesterday?
Yeah, he did.
That night.
Yeah, I didn't dig into that. I didn't know what he was talking about, so that's what he was talking about.
Let's stop the chat at this point. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. So based on this, we've got 71% of our audience saying me, and 29% saying hell no. A lot of people, because of their jobs, because they traveled and other things, they had no choice.
Of things, but we were.
If they wanted to keep their
first night on the ship,
yeah,
didn't matter what they did.
First night,
yeah. Man, oh man, it is just a bad situation, one or the other. But you know what? I feel my heart goes out to everybody who had to, and they were saying it was a good thing. You know, a lot of people in China actually resisted and refused to get it because so many times things like this have come out, and it has horrible consequences for the population. Well, guess what? Just didn't happen in China this time. It happened in the whole world.
I said, yeah, sure.
With the potential 70% death rate.
Yeah, but what we're looking at it now, it's Moderna and Pfizer are the ones where people are having the worst situation.
And then he says,
No, AstraZeneca has been the one resulting in
walking around on the ship. I said it was.
Okay, you saw the episode.
Be careful,
Dr.
yes.
Campbell was talking about
watch Ancient
that
Aliens, man.
BBC News reporter, that woman who was in her 40s. She got the jab, and she was dead a week later.
And that was really funny.
They had her husband on there talking about it.
My mom got it, and within 3 days she couldn't walk, she couldn't talk, and they thought she had a stroke. But when they went and did scans on her or anything, they couldn't figure out what the hell was wrong with her. And they're like, we don't know what's wrong. It's like, well, look back at the clock, idiots. 3 days ago, what did she get? Oh yeah, that.
We're friends, our friends, and they came out.
And I had my family telling me I'm overreacting, and I'm like, you're underreacting. You're trying to be a freaking sheep. Stop being a sheep. Bah! Look at what's going on. And I sent this stuff to my family. I can't even get an answered phone saying, hey, look at this freaking video. Check it out. It's important. Royal Morning had 2 freaking strokes after this stuff. Holy shit, my mom had what they thought was strokes. My God, but you know what? We did have a super chat come in, believe it or not, and I believe that was from Royal Morning Blue in the first place, saying, London calling. London calling, my God. Thank you very much for that super chat. Holy cow, Royal Morning Blue sent us a super chat for £1.99. Thank you very much, Royal Morning Blue. You can get his autograph on the way out. He'll be on the back right side of the studio. Royal Morning Blue, we send you the best of wishes and the best of love to you, and just hope everything's going to be all right for you and the 71% of our audience that we've got out there right now. Holy cow. But I had to cover this. I know I could possibly get in trouble, and I tried to talk around in a lot of ways like Dr. John does, but the thing is,
great bathroom.
We can't look past this. There's too many people we all love who are going to be affected by this.
On that balcony.
And information is a weapon. The more you know, the better you can take care of those you love, right?
Every night.
I got the COVID shot. Nothing happened to me.
No, just wait.
I walked into that room.
Yeah.
And looked in the mirror.
Killed it.
And said out loud.
Little dot.
That was a
not
perfect
a UFO,
day.
it's a bug. All right. Let's move on, shall we? Back to the subject of UFOs. All right, where the hell are we? Oh, yeah, we're going to talk about UFOs tonight. We got sidetracked on some interesting news. Yes, what's going on these days in disclosure, the world is heating up with anticipation of the coming
hanging out and back
of the hearing. You got your hand up there, Larry?
Perfect.
Oh, you're just waving for a second.
The service, the people, the ship, everything. Just,
yeah, Thomas, when you get a chance, check it out.
This is day number 2, and this is heading towards Cabo. This is my morning breakfast there. This is that's Sarah. This is
you can just
night.
Yeah.
We had
No,
two
we're
nights.
just talking
This is
about
the
this
first formal
for the
night.
start of this to get in here and see where we're
getting
at.
dressed
And
up.
this
Yes,
isn't
I am
that
in
show.
a
This is
suit.
just the show to go ahead and
But,
talk about stuff.
there
So
you go.
where
And
I don't
Sarah,
read the chat in the back, guys. So that's going
an
on.
amazing week.
Best way to get a hold of me
We
sometimes
just
is
adopted
text
each
message
other at
and
the
say,
beginning
Tom,
of the
check your
things.
phone.
Let's do
Now,
everything together.
where were we
Let's
at?
just
Oh yeah,
do
where are my glasses?
and we did.
More
We did.
important, Where
We
are
did
we
everything
at?
together
Well,
all
there's been a
weekend.
lot of news and a
It
lot of
was
stuff
amazing, and
going
thank
on
you, Sarah. I
coming out
really needed
about the
that
upcoming
kind of week,
hearings.
with
Where do
a
we
friend.
start?
She's an amazing
Where do we
friend,
start running into
but,
this?
the two
Well,
of
one of the
us
most
we just
interesting
said,
pieces I think that actually broke
just
first
do
was that
everything.
we actually
And we did.
had
We did.
who was
It was
it?
great. Let me tell you something. Her
Dr.
husband,
Sean
her
Kirkpatrick, I
kids,
believe,
they've
went
got
and
the coolest woman
brought
in
up
the world
an
in their
interesting
lives. I'm just telling you right
piece
now.
of info. Well, not interesting
and
piece
I
of
borrowed
information. Let me
her
bring
for the
this
week.
one out
It
here.
was,
Bring this one
it
out
was
here
so
as
cool.
well.
So there you go.
Dr.
That's
Sean
us on
Kirkpatrick.
formal night
I'm not going to be able
one.
to show that. Let's do that. Let me bring this
Yeah, I
up.
bet her hubby and kids missed her.
Size.
They were sending her
Increase
videos
the
of them
size. So,
starving to death,
Dr.
rolling
Sean
around on the floor.
Kirkpatrick
There's nothing to
has
eat. It was great. It was great.
account
So, there you go.
over on LinkedIn. Oh, the
are. This
Microsoft
is
site. You know, there's a
formal
big,
night,
it's a big
one.
community of people looking to go
And
ahead and
there's
change
Bob
jobs
Terrier.
and
We
everything
were just
else.
talking about
Well,
Bob.
if we
That's
did
his
go ahead and
wife,
take a
Heidi.
look at
There's
this,
Mia.
let's go ahead
There's
and
the
see
four of us.
what
Mike
Dr.
Scott
Sean
Walter is
Kirkpatrick
not at
had
the
to say. Now, what's
table
interesting
yet.
about this
And,
message,
there
not too
you go.
long after he
This is
actually
at
dropped the
beginning of,
message,
formal night
he
one.
actually went
Just
and
incredible.
deleted it.
Now,
So what does little
let
Shawnee
me,
have to
pull
say?
this out.
In defense of
And I'm
science,
looking at the clock.
in
Check this out.
1979,
This is a
astronomer
video.
Carl Sagan popularized the aphorism,
It'll give you an
extraordinary
idea
claims
of the
require
ship.
extraordinary
I think
evidence.
I'd go down
I would amend that
and
to
interview-
extraordinary
I haven't watched the
claims
whole
not
video.
only require
and I saw
extraordinary
somebody
evidence,
like this.
but extraordinary
But,
science. Wait a
check
minute,
this
wait a
out.
minute, wait a minute, hold on a second. Isn't he,
Celebrity Apprentice back in the day?
isn't this quote
This is Navigator of the Seas. I'm Jimmy Church
mimicking
here at the
or
Hidden
parroting
Secrets of
what Avi Loeb just said?
Seminar at Sea
Avi Loeb
Cruise.
just said the exact same thing. So why is he quoting Avi Loeb on his freaking LinkedIn? Let's find out. So how do we do that? The scientific method. Oh, the scientific method where you're not supposed to look at constrained results. You're supposed to look at all the results and figure out what it is. Remember, Kirkpatrick put his name on a paper. He put Arrow's name on a paper, saying we must look at UAP in a constrained point of view. You know, my feeling is that one, Sean. Yeah, I just did that, but he deserves it. Science is conducted via three principles: the collection of repeatable, verifiable data; two, the development of defendable theories that explain the data, like giant turd-shaped interstellar objects coming and dropping probes by the Earth that use parachutes to slow their descent; and three, a peer-reviewed process to verify the resulting conclusions and tradecraft. How does this apply to UAP? For the mission to understand UAP, there has been a substantial lack of credible science that it has adhered to these principles. To raise the standards, we need to start documenting in peer-reviewed journals the underlying physics associated with expected signatures that could be measured for every theory. Here's the thing, you fuckhead. I'm going to call him that. How are we supposed to raise the standards and start documenting this in peer-reviewed journals if you don't release any information and you keep everything locked down as a matter of national security? How are you going to bring this out to the public, which includes public scientists,
This is
if
Susan,
you're
thank
not
you.
going to go
Not
ahead
only
and
for
share
inviting me
the
personally, but
information.
for putting on a great event. So
Well,
much
they don't
work
have
goes
it.
into this. And
The government's not sharing it with them.
Want to go outside?
Ship is as smooth as the conference.
Yes.
I mean, it doesn't.
Okay, hold on.
You know what I mean? And the conference is smooth too as well.
It's the government that's not sharing. And
can I ask you
Avi
this
Loeb
before I
was
know,
like, okay,
you're
fuck
busy,
you
but
then.
do people expect
We'll
the
just go
ship
get
to be
our own
doing
data.
this?
That's his attitude.
Right.
And, you know, I applaud that attitude. But
We're dealing with someone who's on the inside and has access to 75 years of data.
You don't hear the weather. You don't hear.
Right.
It's just quiet and peaceful. And
so why are we
serene.
starting all over again?
Right, the theory
everybody's
across the
smiling
full
and
range of
happy.
hypothesis.
Is it because of the
Oh, you
food?
mean
Everybody's so
hypothesis
well-fed.
that's not constrained, Sean? Then we match measured, repeatable data.
Did you see? I watched that last night, and I had said this morning
Then we
in my live
matched
stream.
measured, repeatable data to
when I said there was
the
like 1,000
expected
dolphins
signatures.
following the ship last night.
Now remember,
It was, wasn't
what
it?
did Lou Elizondo tell us and teach us about what they know about the phenomena? We know how it works. We have the math,
I was watching,
but we cannot reproduce it.
Yeah, it was really, really cool.
So they already know how it works. They've already done the observation. They already have the math and the formulas to understand what's going on. But in science, we can't reproduce it because it's beyond the scope of humanity.
It was. What do you call a herd
Christian.
of dolphins?
Anybody that thinks
A
yeah,
pod? It was a ginormous pod. But again, thank you. Susan, just again, thank you for inviting me. She said to me today, that's it, every seminar from here on out, I'm going to get you back. So much fun, everybody. Please, the next event, we'll keep you posted. But you've got to come out and cruise with us. It's just amazing. Thank you so much, Susan.
I think we're all frustrated on
Center.
this.
Thank you, Susan.
So how do we?
I don't know who's on stage.
So how do we do that? The scientific method. We just talked about that. So, question: what he says next. How does this apply to UAP? For the mission to understand UAP, there has been a substantial lack of credible science that has adhered to these principles. Now remember, the U.S. military has the highest technological sensors in the world across multiple spectrums. They've got the data. So how are we going to get there? To raise the standards, we need to start documenting in the peer-reviewed journals the underlying physics and associated expected signatures that could be measured for every theory. But that means they're going to have to share the information across the full range of hypothesis. Then we match measured, repeatable data into the expected signatures, and we can rule out theories that don't match the data, such as Avi Loeb's theory that we're going to have these probes going and dropping probes off, or you're going to have motherships dropping off probes. They're going to come parachuting into our planet. What the biggest line of absurdity that I've ever heard. It's pretty straightforward. It's unfortunate that this process is forgotten when sensationalism can be had instead. You mean the sensationalism brought out by your cohort, Avi Loeb? I think so. If we're going to destigmatize this topic, we need... I'm going to interject here. If we're going to destigmatize this topic, we need to stop the lies, the misinformation, and disinformation that's being put out by the DOD. We need to stop the approach of trying to say the people who are studying this are a bunch of crackpots wearing tinfoil hats. The stigmatization has come from the government. Why doesn't he point this out here?
Sliver section of the ship. It's like that from about
That's
to
right.
stern.
That's right. It came from the government and
beautiful. So many shops.
I see other people got their hands
and
up, so
restaurants
I
and
forgot what I was gonna say
activities.
anyway,
And
so
by
that's
the way,
okay.
before you ask about the water
Michael?
slide, I didn't do it.
So here's what I see from it.
I didn't do it.
I see this
Talked about it.
merry-go-round.
Had my
that's
shorts.
spinning
Sarah
for
and I
70,
were
80
going to
years,
do it like 2 or 3 times, and it just got away.
Nobody
from us.
wants to get off.
It
They're
got
trying to
away
grab
from
everybody like us.
So
and get them
how
on this
great was it? It
merry-go-round.
was
It's
that
just-
great. I
they
didn't
go
have
around
the
in circles
time
all day long.
to go and do it. Saw it. I just
Exactly. Now,
it was so funny.
before I
We
next
were,
to the before I talk to the next person,
looking at
I'm
the
going to
clock
take
here.
out the imaginary
We were on.
and I just wound up Swan.
Boats.
Take it. What do you have to say?
To go to shore, and we were looking up at there's a section of that's
Swan?
glass, and you can see through.
So I wanted to say that what he means by sensationalism, I guess he means that whistleblower testimony is sensationalism. So he doesn't believe that.
Let's
And
get
then
back
he says
to it.
politicized
This
science, so I guess
here
he doesn't like being held
is pulling
accountable
into
and getting
Cabo.
called to a hearing.
And I woke up that morning and I had
Well,
breakfast on
if
my
he
balcony.
works for the DOD,
I was
and his
not
department is
prepared.
funded by Congress, right?
No, look at the color.
Don't you
This
think
is
they have
straight
the right,
off my
Swan, to go ahead and bring
phone.
him up
This
and
is
haul
not
him in front of
altered
the
in any
American
way. Look at
people
that
and
blue
ask
water.
what the heck's going on, dude?
It's nuts.
You haven't been
According to
funded.
him,
Why
the blue
haven't you
sky
raised your hand to go ahead and say you weren't funded?
that's
And if you
Cabo
did
in
and
the
you were
background.
held back by potentially Robert Moultrie, then bring out his name and throw him under the bus. Otherwise, you'll be thrown under the bus. What do you think, Scott?
And the water and
According to him, it's being held accountable.
Magic.
It's
That
called
was some
political
voodoo
science.
magic. And look at this.
He doesn't want to
That's
do the
just a
work.
shot
He hasn't done
straight off
anything
my
in
camera.
2 years, and now he's
Straight
being
off my
held
phone.
accountable.
But he's only been at the head. I think they only put him at the head of RO. He's only been about the head for about a year now.
So next
Because
year,
I believe it was about
you
April
just
of
have to
last
go.
year
So
that they
then,
announced that they got a new head of the department,
Here's
and that was
the navigator of the seas,
Sean Kirkpatrick.
And if you look, let me back up.
Andrew?
Okay, no, you can't see it here. Okay, so let me go back forward. This is navigator of the
You
seas.
got your hands
My
up?
room
Andrew, welcome to the chat.
Right here, right in the center of
I think you might be
the
muted.
ship.
But listen,
So that's deck 7.
Beta-arrestin protein.
And right there,
Can you hear me now?
you
I
can
can hear you
see
now.
some of the shots, and maybe you can
I have
see
a question for everyone.
these balconies.
Is Sean Kirkpatrick
sticking out in one
briefing?
direction, but I was right here,
Is
like
his briefing
4 or 5 staterooms
the
down
classified
from
briefing
this
coming
lump,
first?
right
good
in
thing
the middle.
or a
But look
bad
at
thing?
that beautiful ship.
It's a good thing.
Crazy.
Is it a decision of the DOD and
Just
RO?
insane.
Or is it a tactic by person with
Everything on the
kilograms?
ship. This is the water slide.
I think it's
sticking out of the back.
the reason they're having it first, which it usually doesn't happen
this is the
first.
pool deck
This is
here.
coming at
We did
request of
sky
the
watches
Senate.
every
It sounds like to me is they want to get all the questions, they want to get all the bullshit out of the way. It's like a
on the
mom
top of
pulling
the
her
ship,
kids
right here, this is
and
a
having
miniature
that
golf
discussion
course.
before we're going to go out in public
And that's where we
of how I
went,
expect you
for
to
our
act,
sky
and
watches,
here's what we're
each
going to
night.
talk about,
And I
and
personally
what
did
are you
2
going to
of them,
say?
and, it was
Potentially.
Well,
just
it's
amazing.
the
But
best of
anyway, a
opinions
gorgeous ship.
across
There
many
it is,
podcasts
the navigator
and across the community.
of the
It's
seas.
debated.
Okay, so we go to Cabo.
Some people think it's a
Go to
good thing,
Cabo
some people think
Wabo,
it's a bad thing.
and I snuck into the nightclub
Are
we
you
sat on
saying
the
that
outside.
the Senate has requested
But
this?
that's Sammy's band.
Yes.
The Circle they were playing
Yeah.
that night.
Because usually what happens is you'll
they're
have
set up on
the
the stage.
public
We were
hearing
there,
first, followed by the private confidential hearing, the classified hearing afterwards. This is one of the first times I've ever heard of having a classified hearing before you have the public hearing. And my guess is that for them to go ahead and literally try to reel in and only take this down to the serious questions that potentially should be asked as part of this.
The senators actually give a really pointed question.
And
what is the response going to be? Is the response going to be
class photograph?
Look, we already addressed that in the classified briefing.
So there
we can't
is
answer it here in the
everybody.
public one.
Let's see if I can pick out some people.
I don't
There's Rob
think that they're
Potter.
going to,
There's
if
Jennifer
they've
Stein.
talked about
There's Adam
something
Apollo,
in the
myself.
classified
There
hearing,
is Scott
they're already,
Walter.
I
There's
think,
Susan Shinsky right there.
Kirsten Gillibrand
And there's
is
Ruben
more than
Langdon.
seasoned enough to know if they talked about stuff and they know it's a
there's
matter
Heather
of
and her
national
husband,
security,
Ben. I'm gonna
they're not
have
going to
Heather on
ask
the
the question
show
again
here
unless
in
the
a
possible
couple of
question would
weeks.
be asked to show the level of cover-up that's going on.
Just scanning through
Potentially.
here. But there you go. There's Vivian
Potentially
Shaw.
what would say it on the classified station,
right there.
they would see it as probably being big. And
That
they
is a
probably
nice
bring up
group of
something
people. And to have
more
it,
pointed
it was sold out.
and use it as a
That was
tactic
it. We were maxed out.
to actually get them through the
So there you
schools
go. There's
and
the
the public
class
arena.
photograph.
Yeah.
That sounds
Okay.
I like where you're
when we
going,
come back
Andrew.
after the break, I'll explain this picture here.
Because
this is our ATV.
it's quite
group,
fluid what is said within the
from the
classified
ship.
briefing. And they may
there's our
try
ATVs in the background.
try
After
to
we were
direct the
done,
question
we
to
all came
just
down
to-
in
just to
front, and I
push
got everybody together to
what
take
they
a picture.
are willing to
But
disclose
look at the
publicly,
dirt.
even though
on
they have already
everybody.
heard the classified briefing.
Just everybody is completely covered.
Which
in
I
dirt.
think is a good
Look at my
tactic.
man here. Look at this. It's just
I think so.
covered in dirt.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it was
it's
great.
that's
And
a
I
really
told
good
everybody,
perspective
I
to
said,
that.
"No,
Really quick, if I could
these
just go
two
ahead
here,
and thank Greg O'Brien,
right
who's in the
here,
back right now, for just kicking out another super chat. For,
insane
believe it or not, a special
on the
amount of
quad.
$6.66.
And this mother and daughter.
Weirder shit has
And,
happened, I guess. Yeah, I guess there could be weirder
I
shit
was
that has
watching
happened. You guess, Greg.
the
What do you
girl
think?
here
What do you
with the
mean?
tats and the tank top. She was. I was watching.
A penny for your thoughts, or $6,
out of
666 pennies for your thoughts.
Out of control on the quads.
Or did we lose
half
Greg?
of the dust on me is
Oh, we
from
lost
her.
Greg.
But
He ran away.
There you go.
Larry has his hand up.
Look at that.
Larry, take it.
Dirt.
Well,
Dirt.
First of all,
we were just all covered
theories,
in dirt. That was
a
so
full
much fun.
range of
So with that, I'm going to
hypotheses.
take a quick break. I'll be
Fuck
right
you.
back.
The ETs are here.
This is Jimmy
Okay?
Church of Fade to Black.
We
Please
don't know
visit
maybe
all
what
of our sponsors. We're taking a quick break here.
variation
All
we're
of the
seeing
links
right
are
now.
below.
But fuck
We'll be
you.
right back.
They're
This
here.
is Jimmy Church,
And that's where we
and
need
I want
to
to
get
introduce you to LifeWaves
I
X39
think,
stem
Larry,
cell activation
what the
patch,
debunkers
which has totally
and,
transformed
like
my
Moultrie
health,
are
and
trying
my
to push
sleep,
is that we need
brain,
to
and
test
my
everything
eyes. I no
so
longer
this
need
process
reading
drags
glasses.
on forever
X39
and
is a true breakthrough in
It would take
regenerative
forever.
science. Using light, X39's patented age
bullshit.
reversal technology is
And the
clinically
Observer-
proven to signal
and
the
the Observer
activation
was
of
right
younger stem
about 20
cells,
minutes ago when he
accelerating the
said,
body's natural
"There is
healing
no turning
process.
back."
X39
You know why?
promotes
Because we
restoration
are
and rejuvenation, bringing the
refugees
life-changing
now.
benefits that I've
And
experienced
we're
by
running
naturally
from a country
elevating
that
a
is
master
dying
signaling peptide in the
out.
body. X39
Okay?
boosts
And-
vitality,
and I
health,
say
and
that
wellness, and
metaphorically. We're all
resets
running towards
4,000
a
genes to a
destination,
younger, healthier
and we're
state.
losing
It's
things
one patch,
of our
once a
ordinary
day,
lives
and you can turn back time
that
with
are dropping
X39.
away, like our
Just
health
go to
and all kinds of other things.
healingworksnow.com.
And we're going to start
That's
running low
works
on
with an
supplies.
X.
And we're heading towards this promised land,
HealingWorksNow.com.
and there's no turning
everybody,
back
it's Billy
because the
Carson,
system we're
also
running
known
away
as
from is
Forbidden Knowledge.
broken.
I want to talk
It's
to you
not
about a
serving
very
the
special
people.
event coming
It's
up
letting
July
them
30th,
die.
2023.
It's forcing them to take
Forbidden
things they don't want to
Conscious Awards.
take,
We're
and
gonna
they
honor
die.
people who have been
And not only
contributing to
that,
the
but of
conscious
course,
community for
cancer,
decades.
diabetes, every
People that you
fucking
know and love that have
thing
helped
else
you get
that's on the
higher
planet
levels of
right
thought
now.
and
And you
consciousness
think
awareness.
national
It's gonna be
security
a
is
live
something
in-person
that you're
event. Receipts are
protecting
gonna
by
sell out
keeping
very
this
fast. We wanna make sure you're
technology
there in
away
person.
from us?
And guess
Fuck
what?
you.
You can help vote for the winners. Voting is
And
available
I
on
think you can
ForbiddenKnowledge.com.
cause the
And the
hearing
categories are going to be
because
social media
really
influencer,
it's that he
podcast
was
/ radio host,
advised and talked
TV host,
to
actor,
with the
director,
lawyers,
producer,
and he hasn't
entrepreneurs,
shared
health
that
and
information
wellness,
with the Senate,
philanthropists,
and then the
authors,
whistleblowers
field
told them,
researchers,
hey, yeah, we told
archaeologists,
Arrow, but I
space
guess you guys
anomaly
didn't get
and
it.
of course, a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Larry,
I'll be your keynote speaker that night at the Forbidden Conscious Awards. We have celebrity guests performing. We'll have a halftime show where we're actually going to perform music for you. And don't forget about the pre-event mixer, where if you buy a box seat, you'll be in the VIP section, and you also have private access to a VIP mixer with celebrity guests. Shake hands, break bread, network, and then walk the red carpet with us and take amazing photos.
I mean,
it's going to be a night to remember. You don't
coming
want to
from
forget
you,
this. Make sure you hurry up and get your tickets because
Christian,
they're selling out
who's
very
from
fast.
Puerto
I wanna
Rico,
see
where
you
we
there.
had the
Forbidden
Aguadilla
Conscious Awards
incident that happened in 2014. Granted, it's only from one sensor. We have got like
April
13 or 14 minutes
14th,
of the best
I'll be hosting
video
and presenting
of a
on the Hidden
UFO
Secrets seminar
whipping
at Sea
around
Cruise
the Aguadilla
from
Airport
Los
and
Angeles
things
to
going
the
on.
Mexican
That showed
Riviera
us
on
up
the
front,
Navigator of the
without a
Seas.
shadow of a
That's
doubt,
right, up
we are
top,
dealing
a
with a
giant
civilization
water slide. You've got to check out the
that
Navigator
has
of the Seas.
harnessed
It's
the
amazing.
power of a
We've got
black
Scott
hole.
Walter,
And
Adam
when
Apollo, Nick
it said
Pope,
that,
Brad Olson,
Lua
Vivian
Elizondo
Chavez,
said
Jason
right
Sherpa,
on.
Robert Grant,
That's
Ruther
exactly what
Langdon,
we're
and
dealing
another
with.
12 amazing speakers
We're dealing with a
and
civilization
presenters.
has
It's all
the
simple to
power
do. Just
of
visit
leveraging that of a black hole. And the truth of the matter is, we can't even get fusion right, which is just barely trying to figure out what's going on in the sun. And they've got a freaking craft the size of a football
makers of the Fade
that's
to Black
whipping around
Truly
Aguadilla
the best
Airport.
coffee on planet
That's got
Earth.
the power
Just
of a
visit
black hole in a small
rivermoonwellness.com
little
or their
compact
Amazon
object
store.
that
It's
was
all
there,
simple to do.
no
You
bigger
can check
than a
out the Fade to
football.
Black blend, the Game Changer blend, or any of their Black Moon Wellness products. It's the only coffee I drink. It is the best, and it's Doc. Again, rivermoonwellness.com.
Like, it doesn't make any sense with the size of the universe.
All right, welcome back, Fade to Black. Doing Hidden Secrets Revealed Cruise full-on recap tonight.
So much
And
energy. I
right
believe they can time
before
travel.
the break, I showed a picture
go to
of
anywhere in
the group
universe,
from the ship
all the above,
that
man.
went out
I
for
don't
the
know.
ATVs.
I don't know how to figure this out,
And we had Honda quads. Amazing. When I first boarded the ship, I mean,
It's a tough situation, and I could see there's a lot of energy. There's a lot of passion that's going on here from the people in the chat, like Renee, to the people in the back, and I can see why Swan had gotten so worked up over the weekend. There's a lot of angst and everything. And it's just obvious the government has been covering this up, and they're trying to use their cover-up as an excuse for not bringing out the information where we don't have enough stuff to be able to deal with this.
I said, okay, so we went over and we booked that together, and we
Thomas,
went down.
I see other people.
Go ahead. Well, let's see who's there. Matt.
We did that.
Welcome back, my friend.
So what I have here is a series of shots that were taken.
I just had a couple questions on it too, because I'm still learning a bunch of stuff.
We're all learning on this one, my friend.
Yeah.
Every day is a new day to learn.
I've been listening to the show, and because of work and stuff, but I can't get on here. But my schedule's changed, so maybe we'll make the show now. But one of the questions that I had is, could any of the ETs actually just be the craft itself?
Restaurant,
not necessarily the ETs inside the craft. Could it be an actual conscious, extraterrestrial?
No, we've asked Lou that question. He said absolutely not. It's a craft. We asked him if there was any biological or consciousness or anything to the craft. I think we said biological is a living entity, and he said absolutely not. And when Lou answers something definitively,
so here's the first shot.
Because it's almost like, you're talking about this mothership and they're going to be dropping.
We're not talking about that. That's Avi Lube's expression.
Yeah, Avi Lube's saying that, but I'm just saying, like, it gives the
here's
people
another shot. Okay.
thinking about it, like, okay, well, maybe this is just an entity of them. You know what I mean? And so it misdirects them like they have done in the past. And it seems like a giant form of misdirection. And the only thing that I'm worried about is when they go and they have this talk, are they going to just focus on this idea of a mothership and go with that?
No.
No, Matt.
Okay.
Yeah, not even close. Avi Lube is just one little small portion of this, except Avi has got a good weight coming in from Kirkpatrick, which is a sign thing. Now, this whole message that was out there from Kirkpatrick that he put out there, the best thing about it was after he had put this out there, how long was it up before he deleted it? Swan, here we have your hand up next.
I don't know how long, but it was pretty quick. Disclosure Team Vinny got the screenshot and he posted on UFO Twitter. But it's interesting because he's saying the scientific method and we need reputable evidence. But if you recall, Gillibrand on that CNN clip said, we have all the data. We have the best sensors. We have the best heat sensors, the best radars to capture UFOs. That's what she said.
Great point. So why do you think he deleted this tweet?
Because it was an emotional outburst. Because he got called to the hearing and he didn't like that. Now he has to be accountable, Larry.
Michael Circle, if you have your hand up.
I believe Syrup has his hand up first.
Syrup was talking.
Oh, I thought that was Swan.
Why did Sean?
No, that was Swan.
If I could throw some insight in here, sorry, I had to piss, guys. Duty calls. One of the things we have to look at with Sean Kirkpatrick, why did he delete this? Probably because he had someone call him and tell him, what the fuck did you do? Delete that. Get that out of there.
Thomas, Susan Go gave him a call.
Susan Goff? Yeah. Remember, it's Goff like a cough.
Someone should FOIA this. What does this mean? To piss her off.
Yeah. It was a big what the fuck, Sean, as Mick from Australia is saying, yeah, what did you do? It was either his boss or one of his peers or someone said, get that down. You're about to get in front of Gillibrand. You're spouting the wrong words. And the best words I liked was he quoted frickin' Avi Lube in his fricking start of his second paragraph, which just shows him how far up Avi's he's lubed himself into.
Is Avi Loop compromised? Do they share classified information, Thomas?
I don't.
Question that should be asked.
I don't think so, because Avi Lube has said he doesn't want to have access to any classified data or observations. He didn't say for insight or whatever it is.
But do you believe Avi?
No. I have zero faith or trust in Avi at this point. I'm sorry.
No, but you already. No, I'm sorry, but you already made points about Avi Lube getting coordinates for that interstellar meteorite from the government that he's dragging the ocean for. They gave him an exact spot to look for, so that is classified information that's being shared with him from the government. So anyone that says that it isn't, he's lying.
Yeah. Can we see the full quote? Which full quote, Mitch? I'm not sure which he's talking about.
There's a thing called a 10-minute email.
If the extraordinary claims not only extraordinary evidence but extraordinary science, I'm not sure which that is, but I think it's something that Avi put out there in the last month and a half when he was talking about stuff with Mama, I like calling it better. Yes, Kelly Brood brings up a good fact. They are in cahoots. I would say that. Now, besides this going on, we spent an hour just covering this one little piece. There are so many stories and so many things going on. If I can find my Brave browser, where the hell did I put it? Come on.
Well, Thomas, do you want to bring up that CNN clip with Gillibrand?
Yeah. Did you texted that to me, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
All right, let's go ahead and find that next. Yeah.
It's from that WoW guy because that clip is shorter than the whole 10-minute segment.
Well, I got to go back. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's a frog. A bird, a plane, a frog. No, it's just little me underdog. Oh, shit, I'm sorry. I just opened this in the wrong place. It's going on the Twitter app. I don't want to show it there. I need to get this across to Safari. The reason I do it in Safari is because it's different from the Chrome Google Meet, and I've got it set up for everybody else. Let's get this across to here, and I've got a short little clip. Let me go ahead and bring up this. Get rid of Kirkpatrick. Let's bring in Gillibrand. Pause that. Let's make sure we can go ahead and see it. Move this out of the way. Let's bring it up. And this is the clip of Gillibrand, Kirsten Gillibrand, who was on State of the Union Sunday morning with Jake Tapper. Let's go ahead and listen in on what Kirsten had to say. Just a 2-minute clip, and it's a good one. You know, at first I wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing what she was saying, but when I listened to it a second time like Swan, she's actually not... It was actually a pretty good one.
I agree.
Let's go ahead and listen to Kirsten Gillibrand comment about the upcoming hearings.
Well, I'll be having a hearing on all of the unidentified aerial phenomenon this coming week.
Oh, great.
And one
Will
of
you
the
come back and talk to us about it afterwards?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I created, along with Senator Warner and Senator Rubio and Senator Heinrich and some others, an office within the DoD and the Intelligence Committee specifically to review every unidentified aerial phenomenon that the military has access to. And we have the most intensely specific technology that can video different aerial phenomenon, that can get radar, heat sensing through our air.
So here she's bringing out specifically. Here's a question. Did this come out? This was after Kirkpatrick's blow up, wasn't it?
Yep.
Because Kirkpatrick's blow up was on Saturday. This was on Sunday. And she's already saying, we've got all the best data.
I wonder if Gillibrand saw his little blow up.
Oh, well, you know she did.
Technology that can video different aerial phenomenon, that can get radar, heat sensing through our aircraft, through other radar detection. And so we set up this office 2 years ago. And during that 2 years, they've reviewed over 300 different evidence of aerial phenomenon. About half of them were deemed to be weather balloons, these type of balloon technology, perhaps detection devices. About 24 were deemed to be drones. A handful were debris or birds. And there was still 171 that they have not assessed what it is. And so this work has to be done. If we're going to have domain awareness, if we're going to have aerial dominance, if we want to make sure that our adversaries aren't spying on us or using new technologies or have aircraft that we don't even know how it functions or how fast it is or how effective it is, that is a national security risk. And so knowing what these aircraft are is essential, and the military, unfortunately, just hasn't been doing that work. They've just assumed they are non-adversarial because of how they fly or how they function. But I think
oh, you mean you're talking about the U.S. Air Force, and they've been saying all these things aren't a threat for
and on one of
75
the elevators,
whether you are being spied on through different kinds of technology is essential to our national security. So this office is up and running. I'm working with colleagues to make sure it's fully funded. We're pushing the Biden administration and the military to ask for full funding this year, and I think it's vital.
All right, before we get into comments about that, it's that time of day to go ahead and turn to our audience and say, hey, if you're having a good time, would you look at that? We've got 220 people watching the show right now. If you're having a good time, go ahead and give us a thumbs up, please. If you're not having a good time, give us a thumbs down. I'll take one or the other. And you know what? And if you're going to give us a thumbs down, tell us below in the chat. The more interaction we get, the more our show is going to be shared on YouTube. And we rely on people like you, your everyday people, to go ahead and go out there and give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And more importantly, if you're having a good time, you're interested to see what's going on here, more disclosure tonight, please reach over and hit that frickin' subscribe button. I can't hit it for you, but that's the only way we are going to hit 6,000 subs. It's going to be from people like you. On that note, let's go ahead and get back to our panel and say what they have to say. Mike, what do you think about Kirsten here?
I think that she's very clear, and I think she's ready to go for this hearing on Wednesday, because she made some clear points that she's going to shove right up Kirkpatrick's ass. 2 years that this agency has been operating. They have hundreds of cases that are unidentified. And when she asks him point blank, what have you found out? He's going to give the typical Avi Loeb answer. He's going to say, oh, we need more data. We don't know what it is.
Ice cream cones.
And then she's going to be like, fuck you, 2 years, you don't know what it is? That's when he's going to be held over the fire. You'll see. She's letting it out already, how this is going to go. Yeah. Not going to go well for Kirkpatrick, that's for sure.
No, not for Mr. Fitzpatrick at all, I tell you.
Yeah, he's about to get fucked without the benefit of grease or lube.
Well, he's not going to have Avi Lube to help make the situation go down smoother. Oh, I've got one more thing. People were just asking, where is my title card? Where is it? Yes, where is that great title card I created because the logo from the Senate was so horrible you couldn't see it? Yes, we are having the UFO hearing here on Disclosure tonight. We start broadcasting Wednesday, April 19th, Pacific time at 7 a.m. Oh, God, It's going to be an early day. The hearing starts at 7:30, but we'll be warming up. Our panel will be here. Hopefully a lot of people in there will be here watching as well. Yes, we're not as fun as Matt Ford, but the truth of the matter is, where else are you going to get this wonderful panel and the ability for anybody to call in and vent and give their feedback? We hope to see a lot of you here, and if not, we'll be watching the hearing live, and more importantly, later in the evening, we'll be going ahead and having a recap show to go ahead and cover all the important parts of the day as well. So remember, tomorrow on Wednesday morning, that's Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. or 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. GMT for that matter. All right, where are we at now? There's so many other things going now. Back to the comments about
the bombs are so good, aren't they?
Sean. I mean, not Sean. Swan.
Larry's had his hand up. Syrup and Andrew, and then
well, Andrew first, I guess. Andrew.
The sun.
The one thing I got from this interview is in the latter stages of it, she's covering her back.
All right. I'm going to sign out.
She's very careful not to talk about non-terrestrial. She's talking about adversaries.
I did not know.
And I think she's very careful to cover her back.
I forgot.
Yeah.
I don't know what you feel about that.
I disagree with that.
The ice cream cone was that tall.
On what note?
I think what she's doing is she's trying to rally the non-believers.
That's
there's a large
I did know
sector
that
of people
video.
in the U.S.
I thought
that are
it
more
was
concerned
just,
whether or not
the
that's China or Russia that don't
You
even
know,
care
of
about the
course,
hearing. She's trying to
you
get
know, when he
everyone
says
to
point
pay
to
attention.
say
anything. And Van Halen.
She's kicking down the door.
too.
She's kicking down the door because at the end of the day,
how
the only
cool
thing they
is
can
that?
say is there's something in
Forgot
the
about
sky.
the ice cream
The only
cone
thing
thing.
they can fall back on is we're not sure. Maybe China, maybe Russia. Okay, good. That's going to make people. That's going to get these group of people that are scared shitless of China and Russia going to war with us to say, "Hey, you guys better figure out what's in the sky."
Scott Walter and
that's just the way I see. That's just my perspective.
Yeah, I know. But one thing we got to remember: Andrew was talking, and for the people in the back,
this is another shot that was sent to me. Okay,
one more time.
At some stage, after these hearings, they're going to go for the narrative. And the narrative, which is going to prevail, is that it's foreign adversaries.
I bought me some Cabo shirts.
And they're going to diminish
Pope, Sarah
all
anything that's
going
Scott Walter, Vivian Chauvet, and Adam Apollo.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it won't diminish it too much. I think, again, little baby steps forward. As we're going up the staircase, disclosure is such a hard process, but as we're making these little baby steps, each step is taking us closer to that goal of disclosure. And when we get to the end of it, we're going to look back and say how difficult it was, but when we look back, it will say is how easy it really was. And just a quick reminder to the people in the back, if you want to have something to say, raise your hand. I'll be more than happy to go ahead and call on you. We start stepping on each other. It just makes it so much more difficult for the people in the audience. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Andrew. Great comments. Absolutely. Larry, you've had your hand up, my friend.
Yes, sir.
Was sent to me.
So I just realized something. The gist of what she is saying here is that it's very important to figure out what these objects are, because if they are foreign adversaries,
earlier today. Thank you for that.
That's a problem, and we need to address that. So the focus is on identifying these things.
To be this big, this is
there is going to be an end to that process.
On the ship,
right?
Where they had the musicals
that investigation is going to end in the conclusion that it is not Russia and it's not China. So then what? They're cornered at that point.
That's true.
Okay.
Hopefully they'll get beyond that and know that it's not Russia or China, and we'll be able to bring it up. At least we've got some people along the way who are fighting to bring out information. And there's another article that just popped up last night, I believe, from Christopher Mellon, where he's bringing up, if you know Christopher Mellon, he was formerly in the Department of Defense, and he's been a big advocate working with Lou Elizondo, working with Gary Nolan to go ahead and bring the information and the truth out. If you remember, there's a great picture of Christopher Mellon, Kirsten Gillibrand, and Lou Elizondo standing together to talk about that. What Now, granted, last time we had a hearing, he had a long list of all the questions that people should ask, and nobody asked anything. So, on that note, let's go ahead and take and see what Christopher Mellon has to say. Thoughts about the security of U.S. airspace in advance of the pending hearing with the RO director. Chinese spy balloons generated sensational press attention earlier this year, but they are no longer a significant problem now that we have adjusted our defense radar systems. Large balloons can be easily detected and, if necessary, easily destroyed long before they reach the U.S. However, before concluding the U.S. airspace is secure, considering the disturbing incidents documented in the investigative journalists at the war zone, bringing up in the Pacific Northwest of 2017, the America's Vital Air Base in Guam in 2019, recurring harassment of Navy warships off the coast of Southern California, the Palo Verde nuclear plant swarmed in 2019, and the Colorado drone swarm mystery that happened between 2019 and 2020. All of these involve some form of unidentified flying objects. Now, to the best of Christopher's knowledge, none of these incidents have been resolved in the public. Even more worrisome, these events are certainly no more than a small fraction of the total number of unresolved intrusions. Unfortunately, the taxpayer has no way of knowing the true scale of the problem of the adequacy of U.S. air defense capabilities. Remember, for the first time since World War II, our Air Force, so we didn't have an Air Force, we actually engaged with objects from someone else besides our country, flying in our country, and we actively shot them down. That was history in the making. Now, NORAD itself is probably not notified of these events. Indeed, I have gotten on good authority that NORAD was not even aware of the innumerable UAP intrusions of the DoD test ranges off the east coast of the United States from 2015 to 2017. So what we're talking about here is the lack of intelligence sharing that drove Lou Elizondo to walk away from his position in the DoD and that being the head of ATIP. Next, NORAD and the USAF share little information regarding violations of U.S. airspace with Congress or others, yet these are the people who are funding them and giving them the money. For example, the new RO office was not notified by NORAD of the incident above involving mysterious aircraft that flew across Pacific Northwest, causing NORAD to launch a flight aircraft on a strip alert in Oregon in 2017. Many thought RO was created precisely for the purpose of investigating such UAP intrusions, yet that information was not provided to RO. Indeed, I do not believe any member of Congress knows whether NORAD has scrambled jets 10 times or 1,000 times to chase UFOs over the last decade. Christopher Mellon also does not believe that the Oversight Committee has a clear sense of how often NORAD's multi-billion-dollar radar and space surveillance systems detect intrusions of U.S. airspace. By some accounts, NORAD detects over 1,000 uncorrelated targets operating over North America annually. Now, here's the thing. Did RO or the DoD or the Space Force inform Congress that we have UFOs popping in out of nowhere in outer space by our planet, coming down into our atmosphere at a specific, very specific, tight location, going down whatever they're doing on the Earth, and when they come up and they exit the upper atmosphere into space, that they're leaving at the exact same location? All of this information, this part's for me, is being kept from Congress. Now, the only reason for the current dysfunctional state of affairs is oftenly the excessively high levels of classification employed by the Air Force, and now the Space Force, and for that matter, the rest of the DoD. Now, I'll add in here, when the current Director of National Intelligence came into her position, she had said there was an overclassification of data going on in the DoD, and it's preventing agencies from talking to each each other and information from getting to the public that deserves to get to the public. Hey, you know what, Avril? It's been 2 years, and guess what? You haven't done shit. Where is the action at? Now, when someone have their hand up, I want to talk. Sapphire?
Yeah, I wanted to say something really quick.
Oh, Swan first, then Sapphire. Okay.
I wanted to say, I think what she's doing when she said a foreign adversary and all that, that's the angle she's going to attack from, but she wants it to come out of Kirkpatrick's mouth.
Hey, Mike, can you do me a favor and mute when you're not talking? We're getting that echo back again. Thanks.
Okay. Oh, sorry about that.
Don't worry about it.
It was a 7-day
So I think what
cruise,
she's doing with that foreign adversary thing on CNN clip, I think she wants this evidence to come out of Kirkpatrick's mouth. That Kirkpatrick is going to be the one that, if he's going to say anything, he's going to be the one that says they're of no nation. They're not China or Russia or foreign adversary. Because he's the scientist and he's seen the data.
But
Gillibrand already knows. She's talked to whistleblowers and she's seen the data as well. So she already knows.
Yep. Hey, Mike, Sapphire's next. Can you run this for a second? I have to go find Cupcake. She's been outside for too long.
Pick up your luggage.
No problem. I got it. Go
the
ahead.
Night before you
Sapphire, take it.
Hallway, they give you
Go ahead,
tags.
Sapphire. What was your question?
Your stuff will be waiting for you.
You're muted.
After you clear customs. Right. Okay. I didn't do that. I drove.
I'm
so my
pondering
car
things
is
in my
sitting
Albert Einstein here.
At
and I wonder,
Royal Caribbean's in the parking lot.
Why
right?
aliens
So I'm thinking to myself,
if
they give you the option. Right? You can leave the ship
sovereign
first.
Airspace. Because this is our
your
planet,
luggage,
right?
You can walk straight
Whose
out,
civilization
go
is
through
rocking around
customs
on here doing shit.
and go to your vehicle.
You could
I'm
stay there in the wings in Hollow Earth pulling the strings, but
so
they're
we
fucking
pull
not.
into port into LA.
Humans are doing stuff,
and
it's our airspace.
I've got my
and
luggage,
if they can
and
crash,
I brought a
I
bigger
say take the
suitcase
shot.
than my normal four-wheeler.
Because if we're going to survive as a species,
and it's only got
since we
two
invented
wheels,
nuclear
the ones
bombs,
that you
we're on
tilt.
borrowed time. So
I've
just
also
blow
got a
up all the
laptop
aliens you
case,
can.
I've
And
got
if
a
we can invent a
backpack,
rocket ship
and I've
get
got
us
my
out of
suit
this
bag
joint, let's do it.
and my
Humanity to the
suitcase.
stars. Second star to the right and beyond to Never
Two
Neverland.
things on my
what I say.
shoulders. I've got my thing,
Interstellar
and I hit the road.
civilization. Let's go.
So
The Imperium of Elves
take the
shall
elevator
lead.
down to the gangway on the fourth.
We're going to
deck.
find out
So
really
far,
quickly
so
if
good.
if humanity can
And I
even
walk
go to the
out.
stars and survive in the stars. We are of this earth. We are from this earth. We are part of this earth. We're part of this star. So can we move on? It's a question that's worth finding out, but we can't bank on something we don't know. If we want to find someplace safe, let's start figuring out how do we start creating bases at underneath the seafloor in our oceans and find a safe place for us to have long-term habitability that goes beyond cataclysms. That's going to be the key to our survivability.
Man, I put in
More
my
ancient
10,000
aliens,
steps a
deep
day.
underground bunkers,
You know,
and epic
and so
hairstyles, Thomas.
walking and
You've
my
got one right
things
now.
Are starting to get heavy. My
That's
shoulders.
the point.
Like,
Anyway.
I love you, Sapphire. Thank you for being here today.
All right, good night, dudes.
Oh, you're leaving already?
And
Oh, I
they
just wanted to
zigzag
drop
you
in and say hi.
around,
I'd be a
okay,
weirdo.
this,
Oh, good to see you, my friend.
What?
Pose a few questions. And
hallways.
Oh, come on. I can put on my glasses. You've got your glasses on. We match now.
Room,
Oh,
and you
I'm
gotta
fine,
go all
I'll
the
hang
way
around.
across.
Oh, there you
and then-
go. That's my good buddy.
And then go through
All right,
customs,
let me get back.
which
I
was
can't
nothing.
read with that. It's too
Customs
freaking dark,
was
and I need
All
glasses.
right, Thomas, Matt,
Yes, sir.
Matt from Ohio has his
I
hand
can't.
raised.
Matt,
That's it.
take it.
I've been walking.
So
for
you were talking
45
about
minutes
like us finding out if we can even live in
down,
space.
and
but,
I thought I was going to be in my car.
our
and
astronauts,
driving
like
home
the
in 5 minutes.
astronauts that's been up in the
So
space
now,
for the longest period
I
of
clear
time,
customs,
they
I
start
walk
losing
through,
like
I'm
bone
outside,
density and muscle mass.
And they're still in
things
orbit
like
around
that.
our planet.
and I put everything. 'cause
Yeah.
I don't even know where my car
And it
is
like
in this
how
massive
far are you going to go,
parking
and
lot.
how bad is it going to destroy us?
What
As
direction
you know,
am I
gravity is
going
what
in? And
keeps
as
us
I'm
pretty much
standing there,
together.
Who walks up? Scout
So
Walter.
I just found
He
that
doesn't have
to be
his luggage.
interesting. To be, you know,
He's got it all
you want to go to
taken care of.
Mars,
He's just
but what are the
walking around
outcomes
doing his
to
thing.
this?
He's
You
all
know,
fresh.
Yeah.
Me,
what is your body going
I
to
feel
do?
like I was just dropped down
And they
flight
know
of
a majority of the
stairs.
people who are going to be
And,
going to Mars, it's going
we
to be a
hug and kiss,
one-way
he
trip,
splits.
unfortunately.
He's on
We
his
wish it could go
way,
longer, but the thing
to
is, they're probably
LAX,
not going to make it
but
back, and
his
it's just
bags
a
are being
reality of
taken
the
care of.
situation.
I go out. I have to
All
break
right.
out my phone.
That is the rest of the hands. Let me
my
get back to the
GPS,
story as we
my
were
car
at. So,
locator,
when
and
Christopher
I
served
find
as a Deputy Assistant Secretary of
and it's-
Defense for
I'm on the
Intelligence,
opposite side.
there were numerous programs that he was privy to that not even the chairman
so
or
that's what
ranking
I
members in the intelligence committees could be
the
briefed
cruise
on
ship hand
pursuant to Section 119 of
This is
Title
my
10, which
advice.
established, quote, waived special access programs. Those who think the government can keep secrets are wildly off mark. The Defense Department, for the most part, does a splendid job with these programs, unlike the frequent leaks of intelligence, of data that we see too often, like most recently with the leaks that happened with the Ukraine intelligence that happened from a 19-year-old gamer who was shared information over Discord. It wasn't even a Snowden or anything. It was some 19-year-old punk. The only compromise of any of these SAP programs that I can recall during my time at DoD was simply the result of using that system in combat. Unfortunately, the reality of it, the handful of members who are cleared for these closely held programs rarely find time to receive briefings on them. On the rare occasions when they did, they only had time for the most cursory high-level review. I believe a somewhat larger group in Congress needs far more detail and specificity to determine the extent of the threat to U.S. airspace, if any, for me, and the adequacy of U.S. air defenses, which against these craft, I think we have none. This will require some staff to access highly compartmentalized space defense data and programs to facilitate a proper inquiry.
You know, you're going to spend that at any restaurant these days. You're going to spend that at
McDonald's. Now, in the meantime, Christopher hopes Congress will hold a hearing with the commander of NORAD, the director of national intelligence. Let's bring Avril up and see what she has to go ahead and say, and the U.S. Air Force chief of staff to drill down on the numbers and the kinds of craft in our U.S. airspace. They want to say it's violating. I think we still have a big question. Is it our airspace or is it their airspace? There's a damn good chance this is their airspace, and we want to think it's ours, but that's just a fallacy.
Thomas, I think we need the whistleblower hearing first, and then we can grill the Air Force, because then they can't lie.
You can literally
you know what? Let them lie, let them commit perjury, and wind up in jail.
The only extra money.
You know what? But they've been lying about this for 77 years, so on.
They have free coffee all over the ship.
It's an unfortunate part. High on the agenda should be the effectiveness of the massive solid-state phased array radars, or SSPAR, that monitor the approaches to North America. This is essential if we are to determine the effectiveness of America's massive multi-billion-dollar air defense system and plug gaps in those defenses. Meanwhile, he's got a bunch of great questions that he would like to see people from Congress ask Kirkpatrick. What should they ask? How many UAP have been reported to ARO based principally or solely on their detection by the SSPAR network? Two, how many cases did these detections lead to the launch of U.S. or Canadian fighter aircraft? Another good one. 3, is ARO privy to the reporting from the Canadian NORAD military components? If so, how many such reports have been received? If not, why not? It sounds like he's got some access to some info that he's trying to put out here. 4, there seems to be some confusion about the outstanding number of currently unresolved UA reports. What is the current total number? 5, did the SSPAR radar at Beale Air Force Base detect any of the UAP observed by the U.S. Navy radar operators aboard the USS Princeton from November 12th, 2012, from November 12th to 14th, 2004.
Those ice cream cones.
That's a good point, because remember, we had people show up against on the Princeton and on the Nimitz to go ahead and confiscate data. Was it the Air Force? I'd certainly like to know. Those UAP reportedly descended from extremely high altitudes. And remember, they dropped down from extremely high altitudes at a speed of over 53,000 miles per hour. And since they were visible to the USS Princeton's Spy 1 radar, they should also have been visible to the U.S. Air Force personnel operating the far more powerful radar at Beale Air Force Base. If they weren't, does this not suggest a major shortcoming that needs to be addressed? He's given us the location. He's giving us the radar system. He's pointing us exactly to the point. He is shining his freaking flashlight.
As well. That is September 1st. So that is it. Tomorrow night.
All right. He's pointing us directly at the systems that they should be asking about. As noted above, since 2019,
tomorrow night we're going to talk about ET.
There have been a series of incidents involving close-range surveillance of U.S. Navy warships operating off the coast of Southern California. These incidents have occurred almost directly in front of powerful radar at Beale Air Force Base. Again, did the Beale radar detect any of these unidentified objects? 7. U.S. Navy aviators began seeing bizarre UAP violating restricted DoD airspace off the east coast of the U.S. beginning in 2015. Some pilots, such as former F-18 aviator, reported encountering these objects almost every time they conducted training exercises in that area. Did SSPIR radar at Cape Cod detect any of these craft? If not, what needs to be done to enhance the effectiveness of these radars? Man, he is dialing into specific locations, specific incidents where they cannot run away from this. Number 8, America's SSPAR radar network operates without interruption and covers immense regions, including some regions near the edge of space. Inevitably, these system detects anomalous objects. Records obtained through the Freedom of Information Act and testimony of retired military personnel indicate that, on occasion, objects demonstrating extreme, if even unprecedented capabilities have been detected. What access has Dr. Kirkpatrick had to NORAD? Data about anomalous objects detected by U.S. Airspace Defense. Is he satisfied that he has been granted access to all the pertinent information? Remember, ARO was supposed to have access to any and all data regarding observations of UAP across all of the named military and intelligence operations within the DoD portfolio. There are some amazing questions that he wants to know, including what unique signatures might allow us to detect and track craft impelling such radical technologies. I mean, these are good questions of what's bringing forth. And I just have to ask the chat on this one. Okay. Start a poll. I think at least one of the questions from Mellon will be asked at the hearing. True? False? Let's go ahead and ask our audience right now, shall we? Let's ask the community, see what we say. What do you think? Based on this article, where we're at, where do you guys think? True or false? Let's go ahead and bring this up, shall we? Where is our audience taking us right now? I think at least one of the questions from Mellon will be asked at the hearing. Hey, Google, give me a timer for 1 minute, 30 seconds, please. All right, 1 minute, 30 seconds. And we're starting now. This is your chance to go ahead and, say where do you think, audience, where is this going to go? Do you think at least one of these questions will be asked at the hearing? What do you think, Sawan?
Sorry, I was muted. I don't think those questions are going to be asked. I think those questions, because they're so with sensitive radar data, they're probably, if those are questions that are going to be asked, it would be for the closed part.
Yep. Andrew, what do you think? True or false? Let's do this a rapid answer here.
True.
True. Christian, true or false? Where are you at? $37 seconds left.
I'm kind of in bed here.
True or false? Answer quick.
What's the question?
We'll move on. Mike, what's your answer? True or false?
True, Thomas.
Larry Gurn, true or false?
True.
Matt, what's your answer? True or false?
True.
Michael Sokoloff, your answer. What's your answer? True or false? False. I'm right there with you, Michael. Sapphire Elf, true or false?
False. Bullshit.
Bullshit. I'll vote with you on that one. Salon, where do you think? True or false?
False.
I'm false as well. Syrup, where are you at? We're almost there.
Sorry about that. I'm not sure where I'm at, actually.
Don't worry about it. Tamisha, true or false?
False.
False. And I will vote with Tamisha. If I can go ahead and find it, I will say false as well. On that note, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. Would you look at that? Oh, I didn't take a screenshot before I was done, but I can get it here probably. There we go. With 70 votes in. Where did our audience take us? 57% of our audience are saying true. At least one of the questions will be asked at the hearing. 42% is saying no. It's almost a 50-50 with the trues having it, the falses not having it. Let's just say the last time Christopher Mellon put out a poll, put out information like this before a hearing, not one of his points was brought up. Let's hope he isn't going for two, but at least let's see if they can bring some of this information out. I really hope so. Now, moving on, wow, look at that, 8:42. I am trying to crank through this. There's so much information that came out. We've already covered on Fitzpatrick. Let's go ahead. Let's go to the liberation time, shall we? Well, which one? We got an article from, should we cover this one, Salon? Make it or break it time for Kirkpatrick as the UFO Senate hearing approaches?
Or you want to cover the one on the Hill? It's up to you.
Oh, we can get to that one. The Hill, I thought I had it here. Oh, Jesus Christ, I didn't have it. I know I've got it in my tweets. Let me go ahead and find this one. Where's Chrome?
Well, I just want to say Kirkpatrick is under immense pressure. If he lies, millions of people will be watching this hearing, and they will know when the truth does come out that he lied in front of the American people.
Let's go ahead and get to this. I think I've got this. Okay, so the Hill is again bringing up. Here we go. Bring this out of this browser so I can keep all the ads away. Ads away with a half sachet. Let's go ahead and bring into that. Let's go into it. What is the Hill talking about here? They're talking about 10 key historic questions for this week's historic UFO hearing. Oh, let's get down to the questions. Where are they at? Oh, they're long ones. Jesus Christ. Let's go through this. 1. Of the 500-plus UAP reports by the service members in recent years, how many describe remarkable flight characteristics? Does RO have a high confidence that any UAP exhibited highly advanced technology? Well, they've got an answer for that one, so let's move on to the next one. That's an interesting point, to say the least. Well, let's see if they have an exact number of what they're able to bring forward, or is it still a matter of national security and they can't give us? Now, remember, according to NDAA 2022 and NDAA 2023, they are supposed to give us a counting of each and every one of these cases, not the summary like we got in the bullshit last year. We're supposed to get more than that. We got, not last year, that came out like, it was end of January, beginning of February this year, the October UFO report that never happened. That UAP report or UFO report did not hit the levels it was supposed to. Let's move on. Are there objects in the now famous Gimbal Go Fast and FLIR 1 videos still unidentified? If so, what are RO's working theories for them? Remember, everything that goes along with those videos and additional information that's been requested via FOIA has been refused as a matter of national security. I think that's a great answer. Not sure if they're going to be willing to give it to us, but I think they need to. Let's move on. Question number 3. Rigorous, verifiable, public analysis of the Navy videos confirm fighter pilots' accounts that the objects exhibited highly advanced technology. Is RO aware of these open source assessments? I believe this open source assessment, what they're talking about, is the assessment that came from the SCU, isn't it? But remember, Avi Loeb said it's likely a sensor malfunction or a bad observation by the people who are watching. In other words, taking Fravor and Dietrich's and saying they didn't see anything. They were mistaken.
Just those two, there's like 20 other people in that whole incident who's seen things.
Yeah. Hey, what about the guys who were on the radar plane flying around the war? Whatever it's called
Princeton,
again.
Right?
No. There was actually aircraft. There were actually, was it Warhawks or whatever it was again? I forget. There were actually not Hawkeyes. There were actually radar planes that went up first before the fighters did that actually encountered the UAP before Fravor did. Fravor was put up after the radar plane came down. Next. What was that, Christian?
Never mind. You got to go to this article because I know it's kind of long. Don't worry about it.
Okay, thanks.
What's
Net 4.
Sorry.
Sapphire?
Radar plane, the U-2. Wasn't that?
No, it wasn't the U-2. It was the E-2 Hawkeye. I'm sorry. It was the E-2.
I'm not saying there aren't others, but that was up there getting data for 30 years before anyone knew it was even there or detected it. And so there's probably like tons of stuff up there doing tons of shit that we're not.
The radar on the Princeton and on the E-2 Hawkeyes was just upgraded before the stuff went on. So the E-2 Hawkeye was up there. That's one of the planes that flies that has a big disc on top of it that launches off the aircraft carrier. When they were initially flying around, they were the first ones who actually encountered the Tic Tacs before they set up the jet fighters.
You know that bit in Star Trek Enterprise where they separate the saucer from the thing? Imagine if they could take that radar dish in the future once they were up in high orbit and launch it from the plane and like have a few of them that they, that'd be cool. I don't know, just thinking stuff.
I got you. Hold on, I gotta grab.
Yeah, but that plane with the big dish on it, that reminds me of Star Trek saucer section.
Yeah, it does. It does, absolutely. Let's move on. 4. Has RO characterized the UAP observed often by multiple sensors by dozens of naval aviators off the East Coast in recent years? If not, what is RO's working hypothesis for these highly anomalous encounters? Hopefully it's not the same analysis that we got from Avi Loeb. Next. Oh, wait. What did it do? All right. 5. In a striking development, RO director Sean Kirkpatrick recently co-authored a scientific paper theorizing that extraterrestrial probes may be drawn to water on Earth's surface. To what extent did recent UAP encounters, the most compelling of which occurred over water, inform this groundbreaking paper? Well, I think we need to bring I think there needs to be questions, honestly, about the relationship between Avi and Sean. What took place at the conversation where Sean Kirkpatrick drove for 3.5 hours, after which to go ahead and visit and have a conversation with Avi Loeb, where the next day that Avi Loeb spent the evening going ahead and authoring a paper to debunk true and authentic science coming out of Ukraine. Why is RO working with Avi to discredit other observations in the world? It doesn't make sense. They should be looking to bring the information out, not trying to discredit others who are trying to do some real science, which is, Avi's trying to get there, but I have a high level of respect for the scientists that we have in Ukraine, because they are truly the only scientists out there who are bringing forward true data about what's going on with the phenomena. Question 6, do you agree with former Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe's statement that UAP possess technologies that the United States does not have, and frankly, that we are not capable of defending against? Why or why not? Again, this is another claim that goes right in the face of Avi Loeb, who's trying to say we must constrain the view and the capabilities of UAP to within our known physics, rather than being like Lou Elizondo, keeping an open mind to observation and to try and figure out. Remember, Lou, I'll keep on saying this again and again. Lou has said on many occasions, we have the math. We know how this stuff works. Not necessarily these words or the order, but basically the crux of what he's saying. We have the math. We know how this stuff works. We just can't, we don't have the technology to reproduce it. So if Lou could say that and he knew this is what we have, and based on our data and observations, why is it all of a sudden we're playing like a bunch of dumb monkeys who are going, see no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil? It doesn't make sense unless we're just perpetuating the cover-up that all of us love so much. Number 7, last week, Space Force Major General John Olson, let me slow this down just a little bit. Last week, Space Force Major General John Olson stated that UAP encounters have occurred globally. Can you please provide additional context? Remember, Lou has said many, many times, going back to 2018, 2017 probably, saying the UFO problem is not restricted to the United States. This is a global problem, and at least the Space Force, after how many years, is finally saying that. But no one in the DoD whispers a word. 8, how many of RO's 500-plus cases have involved detections by multiple sensors, including satellite or other space-based systems? Remember, again, John Ratcliffe says, we have picture of these, we have observed these from satellites. How many different satellites, how many different occasions have UAP been observed from satellites? I'd like to know. Number 9, how many UAP-related videos and images are in Arrow's possession? Responses to Freedom of Information Act request reveals that the U.S. government holds dozens and likely more of UAP-related videos. Remember that 23-minute video that's out there? Lou said they could go ahead and release that, I believe, and it wouldn't. Actually, it was the video of the giant triangle coming out next to an aircraft carrier on the east coast of the United States. And this giant triangle was the size of I believe it was the size of a football field. And it came out of the water and shot straight up in the air. Releasing that video would not violate anything in national security from any of the systems that we have, yet it's remained classified. Why? The military knows about it. The DoD knows about it. All the other countries who have military know about this stuff. The only people that are classifying it to keep in the dark are the people from the United States of America. Larry, you were saying something first?
Well, it would be game over, wouldn't it, Thomas, if they released that video? I mean, just what you described there, and I'll repeat it: a football field-sized triangle emerging out of the ocean and shooting up into the sky. I mean, that's game over. Then we can quit playing this stupid game of pretending that we don't know what these things are. And we can maybe get to the point where, we can actually apply our country's resources in terms of scientific pursuit. And with all the data that the government has, we could find out a lot. But I actually think that as soon as we welcome them, they're just going to go ahead and make an appearance. But we're not going to welcome them until we get past all this war that we're having. And until we come together as a people, and we're probably not going to come together as a people. So we need help, man. I don't know.
I know we need help as we're getting on to number 10. Do us a favor, folks. If you're watching this show, give us a thumbs up. And if you're having a good time, give us a thumbs up. You're not having a good time, give us a thumbs down. I'll take one way or the other. And would you look at that? Not one new subscriber on today's show. If you're having a good time, reach over and hit that subscribe. We'd love to have you back again as a regular guest, because I know we have to have at least a couple people out there, generally I'd say probably about 100 or so, who haven't subscribed. Do us a favor. We'd love to have you as a regular on our show. Let's go ahead on to the 10th and final question. The U.S. government has a long history of triumphantly highlighting quote, resolved, end quote, UAP reports, while ignoring or downplaying the force-fitting, scientifically observed explanations onto compelling UAP cases. Recent press reports suggest that this may be occurring again. What steps will RO take to prevent this?
Best question.
It's a bunch of great questions. Not sure if anyone from the congressional members who are a part of this committee are going to be asking the questions. They are questions that need to be asked. Sapphire, you had your hand up before, my friend?
That's dope, son.
Yeah, I just made a channel from Bill Paxton with a great quote. Game over, man. Aliens coming. The bugs, man. They're going to come get you.
With the voice recognition with the microphone.
I have that here.
Answer back.
I know I used to have. Game over, man.
It's an alien planet. It's a bug planet. It's a dangerous planet, and it's coming to get you.
Yeah.
Service guarantee citizenship. Help me smite the Xenos.
Yeah.
Elf Lord Imperium. Blow up the Xenos. I'm done.
I got
Game
you.
over, man.
Thank you very much, Sapphire. It's, as we're getting up on that 2-hour mark, it's been a great conversation so far. We've covered a bunch of things. All we know is that Kirkpatrick is going to be kind of in the hot seat. Tomorrow's show that we're going to cover is going to be covering up the last bits of information that are coming out. Hopefully some good leaks will happen before this conference. If not, there's some additional news things we need to go ahead and cover. If you had to go ahead and summarize where we're at right now, Swan, where would your wise words take us?
I think we're at a really good spot. I think Kirkpatrick, like you said, is in the hot seat. But you know what's really interesting? Where is the New York Times and the Washington Post debunking piece?
Oh, you mean the people who usually got leaked information ahead of time and they went and put out, false information and stuff? Yeah, I know. Where are they at? That's a good one.
This is a really important question. Is OUSDI, have they lost complete narrative control over this hearing? Has OUSDI lost control over this hearing? That they don't even know what's going to go on.
Well, they're not in control of this hearing, are they?
They haven't put out one piece. Where's that Julian Barnes New York Times piece? We're 1 day away from the hearing.
It's called Dibber.
Well, maybe tomorrow. And here's another quick question coming in from Jimmy McKillop, Drone-tastic Plastic. Where is Mick West? He's been quiet too.
Mick West I think he's trying to get to the hearing so he can ask a stupid question to try to convince Gillibrand that it's all drones.
Oh my goodness. We'll see where that takes us. Yeah, interesting.
Ever since West said what he had to say about the Havana syndrome stuff, man, he kind of, maybe people weren't too happy. He kind of fucked himself on that one. Or maybe I'm reading it wrong.
I don't know. West isn't here. He booked on us.
No. I was talking about Mick West. I'm sorry.
Oh, Mick West. Yeah. Yeah.
He tried to say the Havana syndrome was bullshit, doesn't exist, something like that.
Yeah. Well, it's something we're going to have to figure out. We can say there's been a bunch of people who have gotten sick from this situation, to say the absolute least. If I go ahead and take a look and let me see if... Oh, he is here. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I've been here. He's been here.
Perhaps we need some
hello, Gary. Are you there?
Universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how
Gary, are you with us to say goodbye?
Our differences worldwide
I can see that he's there.
If we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Anyway, his data connection may be screwed up. All right. Any final words from you, Sapphire Elf?
Yes. Why are things the way they are, and yet therefore not otherwise?
It's a cover-up. Religion is at risk. Our monetary system is at risk. Our government is at risk because they're going to find out we've been lying to the people horribly on the information we've known for so long, which means we can never tell the people, but it's a time for people to go ahead and know what's truly going on. Thank you for your wise words. Let's see who else we have in the back. Larry, any wise words for you to end this off?
Thomas, it's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine.
Yeah.
New week
Oh,
on
that was in
Spaced Out
2020,
Radio
but that's
tonight.
okay.
Thank you so much for joining
We
us.
made it
My
through
name
it.
is Dave
Syrup,
Scott,
my friend.
host of this
Any
illustrious
wise
radio
words from
show.
you?
And tonight we
I
have
wouldn't say
Dan
any wise
Harari
words. I just think
on
we're
the
in
show
a
talking about
good place
After
right
They
now.
Came.
Yeah.
I got his book
Feeling
right
it.
here.
I
It's
think we're in
gonna
a
be
good place,
awesome
and I
as we
think good
talk
things are coming this way.
UFOs and
Absolutely.
alien
And
encounters
Tamisha,
tonight with
you've been
Dan
quiet, but you've had a couple
we're very
wise words
thankful
here
that
and
he's
there.
here. I got to
Anything
meet
you can
him in
end us
San
off with?
Francisco at UFO Con.
Yeah, I'm
Great
just
dude. And we're gonna have
really
a lot of
excited
fun
about
tonight.
tomorrow. I feel
Talking
good
about the
vibes.
No, it's
subject.
Wednesday.
All right.
Wednesday.
Let us say
Wednesday,
hello
Wednesday.
to
I'm sorry. Yes,
everyone in our
Wednesday.
chat room tonight.
My days are off
We
right now.
have our good
But yeah,
friend, race fan,
exciting times
make
are
that
coming, and
nightmare in the
I'm
gold
really,
medal position. Sugar Bridges taking home the
it's
silver.
good times, good
Race
vibes.
fan with a
Absolutely.
medal
And on
tonight.
that note,
And we
we've
say hello
had
to
some
all
great
of you.
wise
Jenny,
words from the
how
people
are
in
you?
our
Hi,
audience. I want to
Jenny
go
Man.
ahead and
Boy,
thank, would you
boy.
look at that?
Andrew,
Such a
the
great
gnome
audience
trucker.
tonight. Such a
Andrew
great
will be
come
signing
together of
autographs
people. I want to
after
go
the
ahead and
show.
thank some
Light him to
people
the left of
who
the
threw us some
studio,
super
if you don't
chats
mind.
tonight. Only
To
a
the
couple,
left
but
of
you
the
know what? We
studio.
appreciate
Hey,
everything
there
that
is,
comes in
folks.
from
Sundance
everybody.
Kid.
Yeah,
Mr. Markham,
let's
how
see,
you
who do
doing?
we have?
Les
Let's just
Paul
go ahead
Holland,
and jump
nice to
into
see you in
this.
early again. Brown Dwarf, good to see you. Hi,
Yes,
Kate
we had
Stanley, Monica,
super
Dave
chats
Walters,
coming in from Johan der
number
Bidler,
17 in your
Greg
program, starting
O'Brien,
center
Royal
ice
Morning
from
Blue. I want to
Stockholm,
thank you
Sweden.
guys for your wonderful
Lars
super
Johnson
chats. More importantly,
102
I want to thank the
points last
people
night.
in the chat. There's been a great chat going on tonight. A lot of great conversation. Holy cow. Who the heck do we still have out there right now? Let's go ahead and take a look and see. We've got A. Phil, Amiga Rules, Blake McCurry, Blues Cruise, Brett Perryman, Ushibato, Darren N., DC, Delta Echo, Digger Dog, Fermi's Paradox, Firefly, who else? I'll call you. I'll go back to the end and call you again. Who put your name up there in the minute if I've missed you? Firefly, Gene Splice, Ingrid Cole, Jason Parker, Jimmy McKillop, Drone Tastic, Plastic, Kira IAM, Kelly Brout, Mammy is here, Maraxa Tech. Who else is out there? Metal Gaming all the way from Denmark, Owen from Ohio, Patrick Fogarty, Pete Liebel, Richard Lanier, Sapphire, Elf, Shelly Montgomery, Storytime, Studio One Live, Sully's been around, Sergio Costa, The Observer, The Mac Geek, Tommy Carter, Truth Entertainment, Zach has been around. Let me go ahead and see besides those guys who is still around in the chat and it said, hey, you know what, you missed me at the very end. Let's see who else's names we can go ahead and pop up there. Wrong one. All right, who else popped up there? Shelly Montgomery, Bushibato, Studio One, DC, Shelly Montgomery, The Observer, Firefly, Kelly Broad, Electra RC, also known as Zach. Hopefully, you know what? I want to give a special call out to, Peggy and Crockett and Tubbs. Peggy had an incident happen today. She had to head into the Big H to go ahead and I hope you're feeling okay. Hopefully everything was fine. We send our love and wishes to you. I should check and say, hey, Google, what's the temperature in Florida? Okay, Google, what's the temperature in Florida?
Thank you so much for taking the time to start off.
Currently 74 degrees, high of 81, and a low of 69. As always, Jason Brown, Amiga Rules, Truth Entertainment, Storytime, Metal Gaming, Studio One Live. We appreciate everybody coming out, as we usually say at the end of every one of our broadcasts. Where's that at? Eyes open. No. Oh, not twice. Eyes open. No fear. Be safe, everyone. Absolutely. And we'll catch you on the flip side. Good night, everybody. Love you. See you on Disclosure tonight. Same bat time, same bat channel, 7 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. And we'll be on 12 hours later, 7 a.m. Pacific time, Wednesday morning. Hope to see all of you there. Good night, everybody. Love you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Let me know. Gansfeld and Digger Dog, good to see you both as we continue on with our roll call here. And who else do we have? We are caught up for right now. Sensational Sherry has slipped on in as we got about 30 seconds before we launch tonight. Daniel Harari is our guest. After They Came is the name of his book. Yeah, it's all about aliens. Pammy Smith and Jessica. Hi, Derek Galloway. How are you guys doing? Bones, what's happening, my man? Thank you for coming on in. The Super Chat is open once again. Our store is open on our website, spacedoutradio.com. Hi, Nancy Thames. Horns up, everybody. Let's rock. mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world. This, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do Old Navy the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. A power show of great information for you tonight as we talk ETs and contact with author Daniel Harari. Then in hour number 3, we are going to head to the swamp. Another great story for Swamp Dweller. Tim Senor is back for the UFO report to round out tonight's show. Noted Hollywood publicist Daniel Harari is the owner of the Asbury PR agency of Beverly Hills since 1996, and he's the author of 3 books, Flirting with Fame, Carrots, and After They Came. During the course of the past 40 years, Daniel has rubbed shoulder to shoulder with hundreds of the entertainment industry's biggest stars from film, TV, and music, ranging from Steven Spielberg and Jerry Seinfeld to Arnold Schwarzenegger and Barbra Streisand. Many dozens of others of giant names as well, including one of my favorites, Alice Cooper. Yeah. How can you not love Alice Cooper? That's all I'm going to say. You know what? If there's a guy who's got some paranormal stuff happening around him, it's got to be Alice Cooper. Definitely. But tonight we're focusing in on his brand new book, After They Came, which can be found on Amazon. And we want to say welcome and hello to Daniel Harari. I got to meet him at UFO Con just about a month ago here. Daniel, thank you so much for coming on Spaced Out Radio tonight. How are you?
Hi, Dave. Thanks, man. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate this. I know we're going to have a good time.
Oh, we're going to have an absolute great time tonight. And I got to ask you, how do you go from dabbling with some of Hollywood's biggest stars to chasing down aliens?
Well, they were concurrent. They were concurrent things. I happened to stumble into public relations a long time ago, first in New York after college and then in Hollywood. So, I had to make a living. I was married. I had 2 kids. I had to pay bills. But I've been very fortunate. I have my own PR firm, 26 years. I've been a Hollywood publicist for 40 years. But along the way, a few different events happened, Dave, in my life that were on the paranormal UFO side of things. So they were concurrent. One didn't eclipse the other. But recently, when I wrote this book, After They Came, which just came out March 1st, I've been putting most of my passion and my enthusiasm into this book recently.
Well, let's learn about you. What experiences did you have that really changed your real perception of life?
Okay, so I just wrote down a little note to myself here. There are 5 events that happened in my life over many decades of time that gave birth to this book. And I'll do them in chronological order. So I grew up right near Asbury Park, New Jersey, the Jersey Shore. And quick side story, when I was in high school, I worked with Bruce Springsteen in 1973 at a little rock concert hall. I used to be the stage manager there before Bruce was famous. So, when people hear I'm from Asbury Park, New Jersey, everyone goes, Bruce, Bruce, Bruce. So yeah, I worked with Bruce Springsteen in 1973. Okay, that's a side story. In 1970, in New Jersey, suburban New Jersey, my dad picked me up one day from school, and he was driving me home in his car, and I'm in the passenger seat. I'm 14 years old, 1970. And as we're driving home on our street, Dave, I looked out the windshield, and it was an enormous silver V like Victor, a V-shaped craft, was hovering above my father's car, maybe 200 feet, 300 feet, right directly above us. Silent, no noise, very, very slowly. It just was hovering very slowly, huge. It was enormous. maybe 2 buses. Each wing was maybe 2 buses long. So I go, Dad, look, oh my God, Dad, there's a UFO. Stop the car, there's a UFO. I'm jumping in the seat. So we get out of the car, we walk to the front of the car, my dad and I. And I'm jumping up and, Dad, look, the UFO, isn't this great? I'm so excited, right? I'm a little kid, I'm 14. Dad, look, we're seeing this together. Dave, my dad looked at it like he was looking at a head of lettuce at the supermarket. He looked at it like nothing. No expression. Wasn't afraid, wasn't interested, wasn't intrigued, wasn't happy, wasn't said, no expression whatsoever. And then he just said, let's go home. Get back in the car and go home. I called the local newspaper, the Asbury Park Press, on my rotary phone. This is 1970. We had a rotary phone. And I said, my name is Danny. I just saw a UFO with my dad, and it was over my neighborhood, and it was huge. And the lady goes, young man, I can't talk to you right now. We're getting hundreds of calls about this. I don't have the time to talk to you. I have to go. And she hung up. Nothing ever ran in the paper. I checked every day that week. There was no story. Nothing ever ran. So yeah, that was 1970. Keep that story in mind for later. In 1996, cut to many, many decades later. Now I'm divorced in Los Angeles. My ex-wife and my kids moved out to Lancaster, which is the high desert. It's about an hour outside of LA. And in Lancaster, you can see the sky. There's no smog there. The sky is beautiful, and you can see the stars. So in 1996, my son was 8 years old, and I went to visit him. I used to see my kids on the weekends. I live in Beverly Hills. And I bought my son a telescope for his 8th birthday. So I went out for that weekend for his birthday. We looked at the sky for a while in the telescope. We saw Mars and Saturn and other things. And then we were going to head into the house when I noticed a bright white, yellow, egg-shaped light from the far right. Let's see if I do this here. The far right part of the sky. And it moved very, very quickly in a straight line all the way across the entirety of the sky, as far as I could see, to the far left-hand part of the sky. And then it stopped for about 30 seconds. And then it reversed course, and it went all the way back the exact same trajectory it had gone.
Blackvault is the guy that wrote the letter for me.
So when it first went across the sky, Dave, I thought it was a satellite. You know, it had to be. What else could it be? It has to be. I said, but Jordan, look, there's a satellite. Okay. And it stopped 30 seconds, imagine that. And then it reversed course and went back. So I'm looking around like, where's CBS News when you need a news camera, you know? Now, I didn't have my cell phone with me, and in 96, I don't think phones had cameras yet. So there was no proof of it. But I knew it was something extraordinary. Okay, so that was my second sighting.
Yeah.
The next thing that happened to me was in 2007. I'm in LA waiting for a friend to go see a movie, and I stumble into a bookstore. And in the bookstore, I saw a huge paranormal books aisle, and I had never noticed paranormal book aisle before in my life, and I just never. It wasn't anything that ever called out to me. So I went in and looked at, and I saw the UFO and Mars and Moon and Venus and aliens and Bigfoot and ghosts and poltergeists and spirits and all these wonderful, wonderful books were calling to me. And I'm like, wow, this is all information. I know absolutely nothing about any of these things. They're all interesting. Whether or not they're all 100% real, I didn't know at this time. But they're all interesting. So I bought 12 books. I bought as many books as I could get. I bought 12 books, took them home, read all of them, and I said, oh my God, there's a whole world here that I don't know anything about, but it's fascinating. Same year, 07, I joined MUFON Los Angeles, MUFON LA. I joined the MUFON chapter here in LA. My very first meeting was Giorgio Tsoukalos. Giorgio gave a presentation. My first meeting, I'd never heard of him. This is before Ancient Aliens, I think. I think it's the year before Ancient Aliens debuted, or around the same time. Giorgio gave an 1.5-hour talk about Ancient Alien theory. Cave drawings and paintings, petroglyphs carved in stone, the pyramids of Egypt, the structures in South America, Stonehenge, art, UFOs and Renaissance paintings, biblical passages that sound like they're talking about aliens. You know, Ezekiel's wheel within a wheel. All these. And Dave, I'm crying. I'm literally crying. I'm like, this is history of the universe, of mankind. I never heard anything about any of these things at all. I knew absolutely nothing. I was so touched and moved by this information. I went up to Giorgio. I hugged him. I said, Giorgio, thank you for all that information. I said, I think you just changed my entire life. That was 07. 08, 1 year later, 08, another MUFON meeting. James Gilliland was the presenter. I'm sure you know who James Gilliland is.
Yes, very much so.
Have you been to his ranch?
I have not, no.
Okay, so let me tell you this story. So in 08, James Gilliland spoke, and he talked about his ranch in Washington State at the base of Mount Adams. Now it's called ECETI, E-C-E-T-I, but at the times it was just the James Gilliland Ranch. So he was talking, and he was showing still photos and videos of UFOs over his property. And he said it's been going on for decades of time. People from the military, people from NASA, people from the government come out and look. He goes, it's such an incredible hot spot. He goes, every time we go out and look, we see something. So I elbowed my girlfriend, Barbara. I had a girlfriend named Barbara at the time. I go, we have to do this. We have to go there. 4th of July weekend, 2008, he had a gathering, a 3-day gathering at his ranch. And I remember William Henry spoke. I think Nick Pope was there. They showed a movie about orbs, which I'd never heard of. They talked about the pyramids in Egypt. They talked about Roswell and all this wonderful, wonderful stuff. And I'm a sponge, man. I am drinking this up like water for a thirsty man. So that's during the day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, during the day. At night, they built a bonfire in the outdoors. It was outdoors. They built a bonfire, and people were singing and playing guitars and tambourines, and women were dancing around the fire. And we were all at night. We were all looking up. So Friday night, we're looking up for hours and hours. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just beautiful stars. Okay, that's fine. Next day, the seminars. The next night, we're looking up in the sky, and after a while, you know this better than me. I'm sure your neck starts to hurt when you're looking up in the sky. Hours into nothing, no things. I said to my girlfriend, I said, this is so not going to happen. This is just not going to happen. The third and final night, the Sunday night, same thing. The bonfire, we're looking. I'm looking at my watch. I'm thinking, if I leave now, I'll probably beat the traffic. There's probably 300 people here. And there were windy little roads. I'm like, if I leave right now, I'll beat the traffic. And no sooner did I say that, a huge craft came out of absolutely nowhere, directly above our heads. It was black teardrop, fairly large, black teardrop-shaped craft right above us, maybe 200-300 feet above us. And then, David, underneath it, it had an emerald green light. The most beautiful. You remember the Wizard of Oz, the Emerald City, that emerald green color? Yes. It was that gorgeous, rich emerald green light right under the middle of it, and it flashed on and off right above us 3 or 4 times, as if to say, "Hello, we're here. We know you're there. We love you. We know you love us. Everything's cool. We just wanted to say hello. We're in the neighborhood. We just wanted to say hello." And then the light stopped and took off. It took off 2 seconds. I cried. My girlfriend cried. Everyone was crying, hugging, kissing, people dancing, cheering. I'm like, wow, what a remarkable interactive experience that was. It wasn't a plane. It wasn't a helicopter. It wasn't a balloon. Whatever that was extraordinary. And they were communicating with us. And to this day, and that was 2008, David, I can still feel it in my heart. I can still feel that warmth, truly. From that,
I know the feeling. Last week, a week ago tonight, was the 9th anniversary of the UFO landing that I witnessed.
Wow!
So I know exactly what you're talking about. The emotion that you had, and I want you to continue with that. But the emotion that you had during that encounter, a lot of people will sit there and say, Dan, why would you cry? I mean, I would be running for the hills, or I would be running for the trees, or get in my vehicle and get the hell out of Dodge. Yet it was a very emotional experience for you. Can you explain that a little bit?
Well, we were all there, and again, there were about 300 people. We were there that weekend to study and learn, to open our hearts and open our minds. And the cherry on the dessert for that weekend, because James would say, you know, if you hang out here long enough, you will see something. And this was the tail end of that weekend, because right after that, everyone got in their cars and we all went home. So we all left. So it was the desire, Dave. When we were desiring it, we were almost like, come on, you know, please. Like it was the last night of the 3 nights, right? It's like they waited. You know that song, "You Saved the Best for Last." It was like they waited, because I was looking at my car keys, thinking, you know, if I go now, I can beat the. I would have missed it by 10 minutes. My mazel, I would have missed it by 10. But it was desired. We wanted it. We sort of were singing and chanting and not praying, but, you know, desiring this to happen. And then it did happen. And it was it was almost like an emotional orgasm that we saw a UFO, and it spoke to us with this beautiful green light. It really was a tremendous moment in my life.
I want to pause you right there, because there is such a difference between seeing a UFO in the sky and then having direct communication with that craft. And for the amount of people who I witnessed this emerald teardrop that you are explaining here, I mean, for you, how did it change your life from that moment forward?
I'd say I became a more open-minded person. I became less critical of others. I'll give you an example. I'm not proud of this. Growing up, my friends and I, we were always kind of harsh with gay people. You know, in my era, the 60s and the 70s, if someone was gay, you almost mocked them or made fun of them. After this experience, now I'm a Hollywood publicist. I've worked on a lot of plays and live theater shows, and I've met a lot of gay people and trans people and everything else. I'd say after this moment, I became so remarkably open-minded and open to reaching out to others that are not, that are not like me, that are not within my world, that are not people that I normally used to be comfortable with. And I'm just a more accepting person. I mean, it just opened myself to, like, you know what? We're all human. We're all in the same place. We're all doing the same thing. I think it made me a better person.
I love that. I think that's probably the best answer that you could give to that question. Please continue with your sighting story.
Okay.
We got about 4 minutes to go.
Okay. So we went, so I'll review the 70 craft, 1970 with my dad. 96, the object I saw with my son with his little telescope. 07, I discovered books and I met Giorgio. 08, I went to James Gilliland's ranch, saw the emerald green. Okay. Now we come to 2017, and my father died. In fact, by pure coincidence, I just did Jewish prayer with my brothers. My dad died 6 years ago exactly today. My dad died 6 years ago today.
God bless him.
We just did the Mornis Kaddish. If you're Jewish, you know what that is. So, Dave, a couple of days after my dad died, I'm in a deli in West LA, ordered a pastrami sandwich. As I'm sitting there waiting for my sandwich, I swear to you, a light came in, like from the glass of the deli into my brain, and it beamed into my memory the UFO sighting I had with my dad in 1970. I had forgotten that happened for 47 years. I forgot that UFO, the Silver V, for 47 years. It came to me like a movie. I'm waiting for a pastrami sandwich, and I saw the whole thing. And I remembered my dad looked at it with no expression. Here's the best part, Dave. Then he looked at me, he winked, and he said, "Let's go home." Now, my dad was an electronics engineer for the Army for 45 years, and he had top secret clearance. And I put all this together after he died, and I had a revelation in retrospect. At this deli in 2017, I said, "Oh my God, my dad knew what that was." My dad knew what that craft was. And after the break, I don't know how much time we have, but after the break, I can give you more details about that.
We got about 2.5 minutes. We do have a little bit of time.
Okay. So my dad died 45 years. He worked for Fort Monmouth, New Jersey, an Army fort. He was a civilian, but he was a high-ranking civilian, a GS-13. It's a pretty high rank there. Electronics engineer, brilliant guy. His whole career, he designed and invented missile systems, radar systems, and drones. He told me once that he was an early pioneer of drone technology. After he died, I called my mother. Now, my mother's still alive. She's 88 today. But when I called her, I said, did Dad ever talk about UFOs or aliens or anything? She said no. But when he started working at Fort Monmouth in 1951, they took him down deep into the vault. This is her story, deep into the vaults, the top secret vaults at the Fort Monmouth. And they showed him something top secret. And they said to him, as long as you live, you can never tell anyone what you saw here today. She said he came home, he was white and shaky and pale. And she said, honey, what's wrong? He goes, I wish I could tell you. I saw something today I could never talk about with anyone. And he never did. My dad was all about his pension. He wasn't going to risk his pension. But my mother did say this, David. She said, my father was never the same after that day. So what did he see? What did he see? Right?
And you know what? I struggle with that because, good people keep their oaths. They keep their NDAs intact, and they're honorable people. They're patriots. But I don't know if I was in that situation on my deathbed or close to it.
Take care, brother. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Amazon after they came. A Dan Harari, ET contact at its finest. Peace, love, and light, people. Let's make it happen when we return on Spaced Out Radio right after this.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
All right, we are clear.
So how do you think these UFOs are flying? Like the really advanced ones that have the people on it. I think it's like electromagnetic force fields, electrogravitic.
I appreciate that, Derek Galloway. Thank you. And Edna, how are you? Good to see you. All right. That's a strong.
Or when it's bombarded with a neutron in a reactor, and then it becomes 116 and then annihilated with something else, and then makes energy, right? Yeah. And they say it taps into a gravitational field and then amplifies it somehow. I think it's the electrogravitomagnetic kinetic field. Or nuclear power generation, and maybe like really efficiency, like superconductive electromagnets that keep producing force even after you turn off the power, because like power keeps flowing through the coils without any resistance and heat loss or energy loss. It keeps producing force. As long as you have like a donut thing inside a capsule, and if it's a
friction. It's going to be frictionless, and you just give it a bunch of energy, and it will just zoom. It's all about trying to create enough energy within a small amount of space and creating that tear within space. Essentially, what CERN is like a super powered UFO ship. Imagine it as that. And they're doing CERN is like a data test to try to see if they can even breach the other side, or if they're able to, I guess, go in between space and time in their experiment.
Did you say go in between space and time? What did you just say?
Yeah,
the audio just cut out.
CERN is attempting to go in between space and time.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
With using enough energy, and so they're trying to breach the veil.
Yeah, these alternate dimensions of reality.
So, that's the foundational information they need so they can even create their own UFO craft publicly. Now, do we have the...
Wait, your voice just broke up. You said, do we have the technology what?
Do we have the technology in our back pocket to be able to do this stuff? I believe so. Now, is it us humans actually utilizing it?
Yeah, some people.
But, I don't think a human themselves fit in these craft. People who have made reports have said, the sitting space...
You said you don't think there's humans flying reverse engineered craft, or
Right.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think it's a human in that thing, no.
Oh, you mean do you think there's not inertial dampening? I think there might be inertial dampening so that people might be able to go into those high G maneuvers or something. I don't know. Yeah.
So this is where the grays come into play. Look at it as a genetically modified human that is specifically built to be in that situation. The same height, the same all this stuff. That's why it's featureless. It's a featureless creature, basically, because it's only for efficiency. It's used as a tool, not it's not the alien themselves it's basically just a biological tool that's getting the craft where it needs to be so the higher collective can do what they need to do. Really, the higher collective is AI, and these crafts that currently exist, and I've personally seen, these craft is AI that we're currently creating, because we are going to eventually have publicly known SGAI or super generally intelligent artificial intelligence, whatever. That's gonna be public, and then what happens after?
Yeah, I definitely think some of the drones could be some AI, or it could be intelligent remote control, radio control shit. But
yeah. I mean, I believe it's AI. I believe we're just plugging into a system that's actually pretty ancient. The ether is actually a pretty ancient system, and we're barely just scratching the surface.
Vegas, you're going to be getting an email from us soon. Here we go.
Just with whenever they created the fax machines back in the day, when there was supposed to be no other signals.
Yeah, crossover signals and shit.
Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. I want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio.
Yeah.
Here we go. Dan Harari is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. You can find his brand new book, After They Came, by going on to Amazon. I highly suggest you go check it on out.
I can't wait till AI
And
has a
thank you,
physical
Dan,
body
for
and does
being
stuff
here
for us,
tonight
and
to tell
cooks
us
and cleans
your story.
and takes care of us.
Sure. Again, thank you. I see a note from Deborah. Yeah, Deborah and I were emailing earlier today. I met her at UFO
Tesla and DARPA.
Deborah
Boston Dynamics.
She is a wonderful person. Wonderful
to
person.
make
Hi,
those
Deborah.
robots
Nice to
do
see you.
chores. And then they came out with Tesla
See, for
bots.
our radio audience, the beauty of doing this show is we're also live on YouTube while we're doing this show. So we actually get to communicate with people in our chat rooms as well as we go on. So it's one of the cool things that we get to do here on the Mighty SOR on a nightly basis. And getting back to the topic at hand, Dan, in regards to the experiences that you've had that have spanned, 5-6 decades here, do you think you were chosen for this type of contact, or do you think that it's been just part of something that you've experienced?
That's a great question. So I'm going to go back to 2017.
Virtual reality is awesome, and virtual reality
something
telepresence.
Profound happened.
The way we could use these Android humanoid robots
exists.
for instant telepresence.
So this was 6 years ago exactly this week, David, because my dad passed. I told you 6 years ago today. So 6 years ago this week, I'm at this deli waiting for just to have a sandwich and think about my dad and just send out love up to heaven to my dad. That's all I was there for. And when this light or this energy, and I'm telling you, it had never happened to me before, whatever this was that came from the universe into my brain and showed me that home movie of me and my dad from 1970 looking at a UFO together. An event I had forgotten. A lot of people have asked me, and it amazes me that I forgot such a remarkable thing for 47 years.
Go everywhere.
Why? In 1970, I was a kid. I just got my drum set. I was into rock and roll bands. I was staring at girls wearing hot pants and mini skirts with my friends. I wasn't, in 1970, I wasn't thinking aliens. I was thinking pretty girls and Led Zeppelin. That's me in 1970.
Oh, yeah.
But I forgot this profound sighting that I had until my dad died. I think my dad, because I've had contact with my dad since he died quite a few times. And that's a whole nother story. He's appeared to me in dreams. He's appeared in my room a few times after he died as a poltergeist. So I have to get to that. But I believe my dad sent me that story from heaven into my brain to see that moment as a movie, as though we were watching a movie, and to recall his reaction, because again, Dave, his reaction was, looked like he knew what it was, and he winked at me and said, let's go home. So what does that wink mean? The wink means, hey kid, I know something you don't know, and I can't tell you. His reaction of looking at this enormous craft that you or I would
I've seen those things before in the past.
Is this great? We'd be hugging me. How cool, isn't this great? My dad was like he'd seen it the day before at his workplace. He used to go to Vandenberg and Edwards Air Force Base and quite a few White Sands. My mother said he went to White Sands all the time.
I want to get one of those.
He used to go and watch things being tested. I believe, so after he died and I'm waiting for my sandwich and I remembered that moment in time, I came to the conclusion that I think my dad knew what that craft was. And then the bigger story there is, I believe perhaps he was involved with the reverse engineering of whatever that technology was behind that craft. Why? Again, top secret clearance, Army fort, 45 years, no reaction to a major sighting. Electronics engineer, and the topper is when my mother told me they showed him something top secret in the vault, but he never talked about it. So I feel that my dad or whatever entity gave me
Did you see that new thing? I think it's called Laser Cube or something, like
burst me into the ufology world.
Like you could draw with
in a
lasers,
new level.
like on the side of a building and stuff.
I asked my waiter for a pen. I thought I didn't have my pastrami sandwich yet.
Yeah, it's called Laser Cube.
There's a paper plate pen on the table.
I'll link it.
And I wrote down to myself, write a book. Lead character discovers his late father knew about UFOs. And then I wrote down A ATC.
I want to get a programmable
ATC.
laser light show.
David, I'm telling you, man. I didn't know what that was.
Stuff.
And I'm like, what could that be? And then I'm like, they came. Okay, aliens, they came. After they came. That was the title of my book. And then I probably got my pastrami sandwich. So this book, the movie of the sighting, and the book, and the title, and the premise came to me before I got my sandwich. I ate my sandwich. I drove home as fast as I could. And for the next 8 months, 12, 15 hours every day for the next 8 months, I wrote.
What did you say? I accidentally went
Nick
out of the
Pope, by the way. Nick Pope signed this one. I wrote After They Came as a tribute to my father. And that's the genesis of the book. It took 6 years till I got it published, but that's how I gave birth to this book.
That is a wonderful, wonderful itinerary of events that you've given us leading up to your book After They Came, which can be found on Amazon. And, you know, one of the things when it comes to ET contact is whether or not we are dealing with something that's malevolent, that's going to be a detriment to, you know, humanity and a detriment to our survival as a species moving forward. Yet there are many others who believe that many of these creatures who are visiting us are benevolent. They want to help us. They want to help humanity. They want to help us grow and move forward, get out of this 70, 80-year lifespan and get it back up to the 2, 3, 4, 500 years, you know, that is almost biblical. Where do you take your stance on ET content?
Yeah. Well, that's a perfect segue for my book.
Yeah.
When I started writing the book, I thought, let me come up with a character who is based on my life, but
it's gonna be
opposite
so cool.
in many ways. I mean, I've been fairly blessed and successful in many areas of my life. So I'm thinking, what if there was a guy like me, but everything, instead of what I have in my life, this guy, everything went wrong for him. He's looking at his 70th birthday. He's divorced. His kids don't speak to him. His business is failing. He's unlucky in love. And all he wants to do is kill himself on his 70th birthday. His goal in life, the first few pages of my book, are a 70-year-old man in Los Angeles named Jonathan Tucker. And his goal in life is to drown in the Pacific Ocean on his 70th birthday. That's all he wants to do. He's had enough. He hates his life.
The humanoid androids.
He goes to Malibu. He drinks a bottle of vodka, takes sleeping pills, takes off his clothes, swims out to sea as far as he can go, and then he's drowning. And he's so happy because all he wants to do, he just wants to be dead. He hates his life. As he's drowning, an enormous UFO comes out of the Pacific Ocean directly above him, beams him on board, saves his life. His craft slowly hovers over all of Los Angeles. If you know LA, from Malibu he goes to Dodger Stadium. And it does it very, very slowly and deliberately. And it's a huge, brilliant, diamond-shaped, multicolored craft. It's so obviously not of this world that the media and the police and the ambulances and the fire trucks and the military and all these vehicles are going down Olympic and Wilshire and Pico and Santa Monica, all the main boulevards, and they're all gathering at Dodger Stadium. This craft is now hovering over Dodger Stadium. So all the media and everybody arrives there. Down come two magnificent, tall, white, Nordic, beautiful, gorgeous aliens, long white hair,
I got
pale
DARPA
skin,
to
and
mount
blue eyes,
M4s on the
silvery, shimmery robes, and they just come down very slowly, 7 feet tall aliens,
like the
man and
machine
woman.
guns.
And they go, and then they beam down.
I kept telling them to
this
do that.
schmucky guy who was drowning.
And then they released the
naked,
footage of the little dog shooting
beaming
guns,
down
so I'm pretty sure
in the
they
light
put it
above
on
second base, and he's like flopping around. He's naked, flopping around like a fish. He has no idea what's happening. And the aliens go, people of Earth, we are here to help you. We love mankind. We've been here for tens of thousands of years. We've helped craft your civilization. We care for you. We love you as we know the
Are you
human
talking about
emotion,
that rogue
as we
Japanese
believe
lab
what
thing?
the emotion of love is. And we've decided now is the time for us to reveal ourselves. And we are going to solve all your problems. But there's one caveat we ask. We will only work through this man right here. They point to the guy, and he's flopping like a fish. And I go, we have a relationship with him. This man is special to us. treat him well. We will only deal with him. So bring your problems to him. We will work with him to solve mankind's problems. So they gently lower him out to second base.
Yeah,
Two
it's a
beautiful
crazy
aliens
story.
go into the ship. Ship takes off. So now this Yutz is on the floor on Dodger Stadium. It's on second base. And all the cameras and the microphones and the lights and the police with the rifles and guns and everybody, they're like surrounding him. And he's looking up like, what did I do? Right? What did I do? I have no idea what's happening.
Exactly, yeah.
So it turns out these aliens, they call them, people on Earth nicknamed them the Benevolent. That's their nickname. They become the Benevolent. They work with this guy. This guy meets the President of the United States, who I based on Oprah Winfrey, of all people. Because when I wrote the book originally, Oprah was going to run for president. I don't know if you remember that. 2017, there was a rumor that Oprah was going to run for president.
Do all the cleaning.
He meets her. She says, we believe the aliens are sincere. She gives him an office at the United Nations. He's the world's first interstellar ambassador. She gives him a team of people, including his two estranged children, his son and his daughter he hasn't heard from in years. And over the course of the next year, he meets with the aliens once a month in their craft above the UN building in New York. And each month they solve major problems, such as they eliminate all nuclear and biological weapons from the Earth. They eliminate them all over the world. They're all done. Within a week, they're all done. A month later, they reverse famine. People who are starving in various countries, they deliver manna from heaven. Now, let's discuss manna from heaven, right? Manna from heaven is in the Jewish Bible. Think about that. Did God send manna from heaven to feed
and
the
then you can
Israelites?
have it like
Or perhaps
to a
extraterrestrials did that from their craft,
database,
which is more logical, right? I vote
through the internet
extraterrestrials
with near light speed communication,
fed
like
the Israelites from their craft. Very first page in my book, I have a quote from the Jewish Bible, and it says, this is from Exodus. The Lord went before the Israelites by day in a pillar of cloud to lead them along the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, that they might travel by day and by night. The pillar of cloud by day and the pillar of fire by night did not depart from before the people. Exodus 13:21.
It's all good, man.
Think about
I love
that.
this stuff. I love everything.
The Israelites with Moses saw a pillar of fire at night. What is a pillar of fire? It's not a comet. It's not an asteroid. It's not the sun. It's not the moon.
For sure.
It was a craft. It was a craft, and it's in the Bible.
All right,
and when I think Giorgio turned me on to that quote actually, and that
really
just
nice
blows my mind that
they
were there.
For sure.
So in my story, I say I have
care,
that
brother.
the aliens
Have a
tell
great
the lead
night.
character, our
later.
ancestors provided manna from
Smoke
heaven
a bowl
for the
for me.
Israelites.
Cheers, I'll smoke
Because
one
they've
for
been
you.
here for tens of thousands of years. So the benevolence, and my
Cheers,
story
bro.
takes place in 2033, 10 years from now as well.
Good
So
night.
they solve famine, they deliver fresh drinking water all over the world.
Heck
They
yeah.
reverse climate change.
Peace.
They provide free energy.
Peace.
They eliminate guns. They eliminate the emotion of hatred and anger from human beings. Every month for
Peace,
a year,
man.
they reverse a
Good to see you
major
here.
mankind issue
Cheers,
that
bro.
we have been unable to solve ourselves. And at the end of the year, David, this guy who was drowning on page 1, a year later he wins the Nobel Peace Prize. He's the most famous man in the world,
Right.
and
That
he's
was a long
beloved.
space, man. I think
And they
I'm gonna
call him
probably
the
end it
hero
there.
of
I don't
Earth.
think anybody's gonna join at this
That's
point.
the first third of my book, and I just thought, wow, wouldn't that be great if these wonderful
12:50 a.m. I'd have
benevolent
to
aliens
probably
did come,
repost
don't
and
kill us or
reshare
eat us,
on some
like
hashtags to get people in
Independence
there.
Day, War of the Worlds,
You
or
charge
this
my phone
wonderful episode of Twilight Zone, which I just watched again the other night, called "To Serve Man." You know that one?
I have not ever seen a Twilight Zone show, believe it or not.
All right, David, you have to see this one, okay? If you ever see one, it's called "To Serve Man." I just watched it the other night. It's from the early 60s. Aliens come to Earth. They say, we're here to help you. We love you, right? We're benevolent. And everyone's like, oh, great, they're here. They love. and they say, just come up aboard our ships and we want to show you around. Okay, so all the people are going up on the ships, and they're carrying this book. And the book is in a Martian language, whatever the language is. And this woman scientist at the end of this episode, she goes, don't get on the ship. The book is the book to serve man. It's a cookbook. They're going to eat the humans. They're going to eat them. It's just the greatest. I love it so much. So my book is the opposite of aliens eating us, killing us, or blowing up the world. Mine is they're loving and they're gentle and kind.
All right.
Well, that's nice. At least you kept it gentle and kind. That's the main thing. But in listening to it, I mean, a lot of what you have just said is what a lot of people have stated after they have had interactions with what they call this galactic federation that seems to be out there monitoring humanity and the growth of humanity over the past number of centuries, if not millennia. And I find it very interesting because the characters that you are describing, or the character you were describing, is very much like I've interviewed a lot of people on this show over the years who state that they have been given messages from extraterrestrials regarding what can we do to make the world a better place. And it sounds extremely utopic, but maybe other societies out there have figured it out, that you don't need the violence, you don't need the religions, you don't need the ability to look down upon someone where somebody who's starving in Africa could get food, or a homeless person in North America could get shelter, and we all kind of chip in to do it. It seems very utopic.
Well, that's exactly my premise. I was just thinking, if I, had a genie, or a magic lamp and a genie, and I could make for wishes, what would I wish for, other than, for myself or my loved ones? What would I wish for mankind? And I made a list, man. I made a list of the biggest things I could think of, and I did a lot of research for months on the internet. Overpopulation is one of the things these aliens provide. They give mankind a medicine that will allow any female to have 2 live births in her lifetime, and then no more. You can only have 2 live births and then no more. Somehow it works with her reproductive system. I came up with every major problem I could think of, other than political division, which I don't think there is any. I don't know that there's any solution for that. But I would love it. Listen, it's my book, and it was my premise, and I wanted them to be kind and nice. In the movie, David, the lead schmucky character would be Steve Carell, okay? Because, he could be funny, but he could be sad and melodramatic. And the beautiful aliens would be Brad Pitt and Blake Lively, who might be like the 2 most beautiful blonde humans that God ever created. And they're 7 feet tall with the white hair. So that's who, and Oprah Winfrey's the president of the United States in my book, in the movie. So yeah, why can't they be nice? Why do they have to kill us and eat us always?
But isn't that a Hollywood fallacy? Because let's face it, blood and gore sells. The pro-humanity, the pro-USA Hollywood sells. I mean, I got asked on a radio interview that I did a couple of nights ago, right across the United States, about the 2 best movies, in my opinion, that would pertain to today's description of what we are seeing. And for me, at least, my opinion on that is, number 1 is still Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and number 2 is the Disney movie Flight of the Navigator back in 1986. And I strongly believe those are still the 2 top movies when it comes to extraterrestrial or UFO contact. But we have seen a run over the last number of years, Dan, where ETs are all evil. They're all bad. They want to take out humanity. They want to blow up our planet, much like Tom DeLonge has been watching too many reruns of Independence Day to give his opinion on why we need to put nuclear weapons in space to protect us from the aliens, invaders that are coming. And I just look at it and think Hollywood plays a big role in that.
Well, first of all, Close Encounters is my all-time favorite movie. I've seen it at least 60 times. I watched it 2 weeks ago and I cried. Again, every single time I've ever seen it, I've cried. Every single time. It touches me deeply, that movie. I love that movie. Who's made benevolent alien movies? His name is Steven Spielberg. Close Encounters, and what's the other one? E.T. E.T. was a cute little benevolent little guy. He was a biologist or a botanist. Sorry, he was a botanist, right? The other day also I watched Arrival. Now, that's a weird movie because they come and they're trying to communicate with us. And I watched it again, and I still don't get that movie. I don't understand if they're evil or not evil. But by and large, Hollywood likes Independence Day and War of the Worlds and movies that blow us up and kill us and eat us. It seems to me they could have done that a long time ago. They've been here since before our caveman ancestors were around. What are they waiting for? They already, there's all kinds of proof that they can turn off our nuclear weapons. They've turned off silos in Russia, I know, and in the United States. If they want to eat us or kill us or blow up the earth, they could do that tomorrow. They could have done it for a long time. I don't think that's their intention. I think they like studying us. I had in high school, anatomy in high school, I had a cat. We had to dissect a cat, and it was gross and disgusting. But I remember thinking, you poor cat, I'm so much more intelligent and better than you, and you had no chance against me, right? Well, we pose no threat to them. They could eliminate us tomorrow if they wanted to. So I don't think there's anything we could ever do to defend ourselves against them. I tend to think that there are many races that are kind and seeded us and are interested in us, and perhaps maybe they'll come and maybe they'll help.
On that note, we are going to take a break here at the top of the hour. We got a lot more discussion coming up with author Daniel Harari tonight. He's got a brand new book out called After They Came. We're talking about what is ET contact all about. Is it positive for humanity? Is it negative? Where is the plan getting skewed? There are so many different paths going down along this topic right now that it just makes me shake my head at times because I don't know what path to choose. And I do this each and every day, trying to figure it on out. The mystery continues with ET contact, UFOs, and so much more on Spaced Out Radio. Author Dan Harari, we have him for another hour here on the show. Check out his book on Amazon, After They Came. We'll be right back with hour number 2. All right, we are clear. And for the record, I am watching the hockey game here, and I'm really pissed off that we were 16 seconds away from taking game 1. Son of a gun. Dan, I'm going to put you back in the green room. I'm going to disappear for a little bit here, get some swearing out, because you never want to get in overtime on the playoffs. Yeah. So Edmonton's playing LA right now. So
okay.
All right. Yeah, it's the Canadian in me, Dan. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'll be right back. You guys all sit tight here, okay? We'll be right back. But I do this each and every day. Try. Gizmo, another fellow good Canadian Ukrainian right there. Probably got relatives in Fagerville, Alberta. Has to. All right. Let's bring in Dan here. We got just over 1 minute, Dan.
Okay.
God, I hate playoff overtime.
Kira.
All right, big thank you to Batch, Deb, Gizmo, Cherokee, and Anita for the amazing super chats. Very much appreciate the love. We got hour 2 coming up right now. Stay tuned, everyone.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, at KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Pallingmen. Pallingmen is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go. Once again, we have Dan Harari here with us. We are talking about his book that can be found on Amazon, After They Came. It's a delightful tale about positive ET contact. And Dan, thank you so much for taking the time to join us with our audience tonight.
Thanks, David. This is really a lot of fun, man. Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
We appreciate that. Going into ET contact, there is so much going on in the world right now, especially in the United States, with new hearings coming up in a couple of days. And we hear that, you know, this is going to be a great debate. Now we see all of these UFO government groups and scientific groups that are popping up, you know, every which way but loose. We see the government talking about it. We see, you know, for the last number of years, a threat narrative that has been very well displayed within the media, and yet people who have had experiences, you know, are kind of shaking our heads saying, you know, why is this all going on? Why is this happening with this direct narrative of a threat? What's your thoughts on what's going on in ufology today?
Well, I think, well, I'm going to go to the 3 UAPs in February. The 3 UAPs in February have disturbed me greatly, and we can talk about that. In February, we all know that China sent a balloon to spy on us, and it flew over the United States. We saw it on TV. People took photos of it from their backyards. I saw on CNN when they fished it out of the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, so what is a China balloon? Well, a China balloon is a man-made object, and it was from China apparently, and they showed it to us. They talked about it every day. They fished it out of the ocean. Okay, fine. A couple of days later, the next week, 3 days in a row, as you and your people know, we shot down 3 UAPs over North America. Alaska was the first, and then Yukon, I guess, in Canada was the second. Lake Huron was the third. And to this day, they've not been explained. They've not been shown. They've not been revealed. We've seen no footage of the pilots that shot them down. We know there was video. We know the pilots had video. There's no question they would have had video. There's no way we didn't track down the debris. We fished out the China balloon out of the Atlantic Ocean. We could fish out UAPs from those other three sites. And here's getting to my point. President Biden went on TV after those three went down, and he said, well, we're not quite sure what they were. Probably balloons. We think the first one was a hobbyist group. I think he said from Montana. But we're going to look into it. Okay, that's such BS, man. I was watching TV, Biden live, and I was thinking to myself, come on, Joe, you're an old man, but you can do this. You can be the disclosure president right now. All you got to do is say, we don't think they were man-made. All you had to say, a couple of words. We don't believe those three objects were man-made. All you had to say. I was like, my hairs were standing up on the back of my neck when I was watching Joe. Like, you can do this. You're so close. You're right there. And he didn't. He didn't. Well, they're probably balloons, maybe China, maybe Russia, a hobbyist balloon. I have a cousin who's a world-famous magician. I have a cousin named Franz Harari, world-famous magician. And he taught me a long time ago. If you're a magician, you want your audience to watch this hand. Look, here's my trick. And the trick is going on in the other hand, and you can't see it. So that's what the military and our government's been doing to us. China balloon was look at our hand, China balloon. Don't worry about those other three. Don't even worry about that. Not important. China balloon. So I just wrote, and I sent it out last week. I wrote a press release that says Hollywood author demands President Biden and U.S. military to reveal details behind three downed UAPs. I'm very upset about this. This just disturbs me. It's been 2 months, David. It's been 2 months exactly since they were shot down. CNN isn't on it, CBS, the New York Times, no major media, AP, no major media is like, hey, Mr. President, what happened with those three UAPs? Remember a couple of weeks ago? No one is asking, and it just blows my mind that they came and went. It was the biggest story in the world for a couple of days, and then it just, China balloon. It upsets me deeply, and I don't know what they were, but they weren't. If they were human made, they would have shown the debris. It would have been on TV. They would have been in every newspaper. I believe they were not man made. I believe they were unmanned craft. And why extraterrestrials allowed us to shoot them down, that's a huge question that I really can't think of a good answer for.
I'll agree to disagree with you on that. Just knowing the intel that I was able to get on that, especially I felt the Canadian government was very open on the one on the Yukon that it was a cylindrical type of drone, but UFOs aren't traveling at a snail's pace of 40 miles per hour or less. And if anything, it could have got the hell out of Dodge rather than been shot down by a U.S. missile. So that's where it really hit home for me. I did wonder about it originally, considering Canada's antiquated CF-18 Hornets, which are still on the original Hornets, not the Super Hornets that are being flown by the U.S. government now, didn't have the radar capabilities in order to properly track something that slow. That's why they called in the F-22 from Elmendorf Air Force Base in Alaska in order to bring the object down. That being said, I don't buy the fact that the objects in Alaska or in the Yukon and other places weren't found. And, I still think there's great debate, but I agree with you on the fact that we really, really needed to open up the fact that there needs to be transparency. And that word transparency, when it comes to this subject of whether you believe or not in UAPs or whether you believe old school like I do with UFOs, why is it a national secret? Look, if UFOs and aliens are here, and I'm curious to get your opinion on this, but if they are here, why is there super secrecy over it? because there shouldn't be. We should be able to announce they've arrived without any top secret clearance, unless for decades the United States government has been hiding things. What's your thoughts, Dan?
Absolutely hiding things. Here's what I think. Two major reasons why our government never officially told us. Two major reasons why. Reason number one, and I'm a big fan of this guy, Orson Welles, 1938, Orson Welles, War of the Worlds radio broadcast that you know all about. He did a live radio show, for your listeners who might not know, that Martians had landed in New Jersey, and it was a live radio show broadcast across the country, coast to coast. If you missed the first few minutes when he was introducing this radio broadcast as a play, people missed the first few minutes. And when they tuned in to the rest of the whatever hour and a half it was, they thought Martians had come to New Jersey to kill people. People had heart attacks. People were screaming in the streets. People went into churches crying. People went to the police saying, we're being invaded. What should we do? Across the country, people had heart attacks. It was huge. It was a national conundrum that evening. It was Halloween 1938. Okay, now Roswell happens, 47. So that's 9 years later. President Truman is the president, and it's 2 years after the end of World War II. If you're Truman and you get a call about the Roswell crap, you think to yourself, well, in 38, people had panic across the country, and that was for a radio show. 2 years ago, we dropped 2 atomic bombs over Japan. And now I'm gonna like Truman, I'm gonna be the disclosure president. I'm gonna tell the world, oh, by the way, we have aliens. They're here and they're visiting, and we know they're here because we have them. He's like, no. My people, my American people, they can't handle that. You know, remember that line from Few Good Men? You can't handle the truth. Truman and his people, they said, Americans, they're not ready. They can't handle the truth. Although the theory is that Forrestal, right? James Forrestal, the was he Secretary of State?
James Forrestal.
Yeah. The rumor is that he wanted to do disclosure, and they stuck him in a mental hospital and pushed him out the window. So that's a whole nother story. So, and then if you believe in the Majestic 12, I know there's pros and cons about the Majestic 12 document, but it seems to me, if I was Truman and I got that call about Roswell, I'd put my top guys in a room and say, what the heck do we do now? We have a crash, we have bodies. What are we going to do? And a group, whether it was Majestic 12 or whoever he put together, must have come up with protocols. Okay, if a ship crashes, we do this. If we get a live alien, we do this. If we get a dead alien, we do this. We discredit any witnesses. We go to the media and we say, no, it was a weather balloon. It was a weather balloon. Change your story. And we go to knock on people's doors of witnesses and we say, don't you tell anybody, and military people, they would threaten their lives. And again, I mentioned earlier, my dad worked his whole life to get his pension. He couldn't wait to get his pension. My dad was not going to do anything to reveal any secrets if it was going to jeopardize his pension. He just wanted to move to Florida and sit on the beach, and that's what he ended up doing. So one theory is that Americans can't accept it. Now that's from 1947. We're pretty far advanced since then. A lot of millions and millions of people around the world have had encounters, have seen things, have been studying things. Now would be the time to tell us. The other big premise, you would know this better than me, is that they surely would have technology that would change our global economy overnight. If we didn't need gas or oil or nuclear energy, and instead we had a device that they gave us that here, use this and put it on your counter and your whole neighborhood will have lights for 5 years. Okay, well that changes the global economic dynamics for the rest of humanity. And there goes all the Saudi Arabian and Russian oligarchs and all the billionaires and trillionaires, and there goes all the oil. Oil would become irrelevant. And I think that might still be the case to this day. So scaring people with reality and changing technology overnight. I think those are the two major premises still.
See, this is why I have kind of deciphered, and a lot of people in the UFO world will disagree with me, Dan. And I don't mind that, because I think disagreement is healthy. It makes for compelling conversation, discussion, and debate. But this is where I have noticed a real difference between what we call UAP and what we call UFOs. Using a government term that is kind of all over the place, from Chinese spy balloons and drones to unidentified flying objects. That's what UAP is supposed to be, but it seems to be a real focus more on technology that is invading airspace that is explainable. Whereas, in my opinion, UFOs still is old school enough for people and the public to decipher that is something extraterrestrial. Sure, they may have that UFO term may still have a stigma attached to it, to little green men in tinfoil hats, right. But I think it's become a lot clearer with the definition of what UAP actually is. Now, I know I'm on the minority of that aspect, but to me, it's just something that is blatantly obvious. Where do you stand on that?
I think you're right. UFOs, you think of the day the Earth stood still, Klaatu, Verona, Nikto, whatever it was that the robot said. You think of science fiction movies and lunatics and crazy people. People that lived with aliens on planet Venus and stuff. UAPs, I think you're right. UAPs are more like probably a lot of drones, and but then again, is it Chinese? Is it Russian? We wouldn't shoot down our own. If America wouldn't shoot down 3 of its own UAPs over North America, so at the least they were Chinese or Russian or North Korean or drones or advanced technologies. I don't think they were flying saucers from the day the Earth stood still, but. It just pains me, the big picture, it pains me that we in 2023, after all we've been through, that we can't know more, even just if it's crumbs. I know there are some senators and some congressmen who are kind of pushing on the disclosure side. I met Steve Bassett recently, I mentioned earlier, at UFOCon. He's an interesting character. He has a new hashtag that says months, not years. For disclosure, his hashtag is months, not years. He's hoping that it happens soon.
For some reason,
like I said, I thought Joe Biden was going to go for it 2 months ago. I really did. I thought he was going to say, we don't think these are man-made. And I just probably would have cried had he said that. I would have been elated.
What's that?
So I think UAPs are just a less stigmatic term.
I'm watching Spaced Out Radio right now. You want the link?
I think they're clumping more things into UAP. I think old school UFOs
cool.
and today's modern technology, they're clumping all of that into UAP.
Top X.
I know, but don't you feel that that's more of a acronym to confuse the you don't have to confuse the UFO public.
It's cool to
you
talk
have
to,
to
like that network.
confuse and control the mainstream public on what is happening. That's what it's about. Is the majority? Can you keep the secrets?
I've never seen it on television.
Still inside the box.
He owns some PR.
I think
agency,
the term UAPs. I understand your point. Now. I think
agency of Beverly
by
Hills,
coming
California.
up with UAPs, they're clumping in China, Russia.
It says
North
during
Korea,
the course of the past 40 years, Dan has rubbed shoulder with hundreds of entertainment industry's biggest stars from film, TV,
more
music,
palatable.
ranging from Spielberg
Again,
to
China
Seinfeld,
balloon
to
went over the U.S. and then
Streisand,
everyone
Kevin
with the
Costner,
media.
Bob Hope,
I watched
Sid
CNN
Caesar,
and they were like,
and
well,
Margaret
3 more
Hoover,
balloons
The Who,
went over North
I know
America.
them.
How
Jay
did they know
Leno,
there were balloons?
Hugh
Everyone
Hefner, Drew
reported that
Carey,
they were
VP
balloons.
Al Gore, Vice
One was the
President Al
size
Gore,
of a
Alice
car.
Cooper,
One was a
Mickey
cylinder.
Dolenz,
I'm
Tom
not sure what
Hanks,
the
oh
first
God,
one.
Brian Wilson,
I don't
Kirsten
think those were
Dunst,
balloons.
Howard Stern, and dozens more.
So I think that the term UAPs I'm a publicist. I work in branding and marketing. I think our military came up with a clever way to brand and market things in the sky so that they could allude to, it's probably China, it's probably Russia. Don't worry, our technology is better than them. We'll shoot it out of the sky. So you can sleep at home at night and relax. I think it's UAP is a branding term for more modern technology devices in there. I agree with you.
I sent the link in the chat.
Correct.
I think.
Where is the public, in your opinion, missing the story regarding UFOs and potential confirmation and or disclosure?
Okay, so again, I had a major sighting in 1970, and I forgot all about it. Never thought about it at all.
I don't
had
know
another
this guy,
sighting,
so
a good solid sighting in 98. My son, very cool, very, very cool. Didn't think about it at all.
Cool conversation about cases.
It wasn't until and then the third one in 08 at Gilliland. Well, that was a remarkable one because like I told you, I had that interactive emotional feeling. People, well, certainly today, in today's day and age, where do people look? They don't look at the sky. People are looking at their phones. Everyone looks down. Everyone's looking at their phone or their device.
Yeah, well, they should live
People are not looking in the sky. People are not open-minded and open-hearted to embrace this information. When I had the 08 sighting, and then after my dad died and I saw the movie in my head, I felt like I had become a changed person. Something in me changed. I've become an advocate for disclosure since 2017. I really have. I've been working on my friends and my relatives and trying to get people involved. I was born in '56.
Good. He said he became.
I went to grade school. I went to Hebrew school. I went to college. I did everything linear. My dad may or may not have been involved. Tech, alien tech. Well, he never said a word. My dad never spoke. My dad was a brilliant guy, but he came home, read his newspaper, drank some Miller beer, and went to bed. My dad was not a talker. I didn't get. Hey, Dad, what do you do for a living? The best line I ever got from my dad. Hey, Dad, what do you do for a living? He goes, I helped America win the Cold War. And then he'd go to bed. That was it.
But
hello?
got rid of the stigma from everybody 100%.
So my parents, my rabbi, my school teacher,
Join here. Can I speak on here? Hello?
The word
Wait, let me mute this.
UFOs was mentioned zero times by anyone I ever knew until a few years ago. It just wasn't done. We'd watch ET and Close Encounters and the Day of the Earth Still, and we would watch all these wonderful things and like, oh yeah, whoever thought of this stuff, boy, they have some imagination. This is crazy, wacky stuff. Never in a million years would you think any of this could remotely be true.
Give me some fucking press.
But after my 08 experience, I'm like, okay, yeah, they're here. This is a real thing. If you're not open-minded and open-hearted, to try to, all right, have you read books? Have you watched documentary films? Have you gone to lectures? Do you just simple things? Do you watch Ancient Aliens on the History Channel? Do you listen to your show? Do you listen to George Norrie or Jimmy Church? Are you open? If you're not open to something, this would be like learning learning Chinese. It's like my mother. And Danny, enough with the alien. My mother, 88. Enough with the alien. 88-year-old Brooklyn woman. She's never gonna. She didn't have the open heart and the open mind to try to find that there's more out there in the world. So I think if you're, I've been seeking wisdom and knowledge. I'd pray for disclosure. And I'd love to have some more sightings. But I'd love to see in my lifetime that at least somebody tells us, yeah, okay, we have so much to tell you, and here it is, and here's what it's been. And I think we're long past due for that to happen.
On that note, we are going to get you to hold on just for a few minutes here because already we are at break time. Once again, Dan Harari, author of After They Came, a great book on looking into the alien side of things. You can find it on Amazon, which I highly expect you guys to pick it on up for yourselves. It's an easy read. I hope that you'll add it to your collection. And when we return, we'll get to some of your questions. If you're in our audience as well, we'll get more on the UFO point with author Dan Harari. We're having a great time tonight.
I need Dan Harari to put us all over TV
you
and
are
shit.
too listening on in. We continue.
Dave Scott and myself.
Show.
We haven't had any press yet. Dave, but Dave has
still
21.9K subscribers.
Still 3-3.
Damn good.
Yes, my heart is racing. I covered one hockey game, Dan.
Right.
And it started at 7 o'clock at night. I got out of the rink when the game ended at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Is that a record of some kind? Must be.
The longest game I ever attended.
What was the final score?
4-3 Vancouver.
You must have been thrilled, right?
Oh, I was, but quadruple overtime. They scored in fourth overtime.
Wow.
Hi, Tokeland. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. And George Hernandez, thanks for coming on in.
Why does this marijuana taste like sausage or some shit?
All right. There we go. That better not be right. Son of a gun. LA just won. Friggin' son of a mother.
Go have a drink, man. Go have some whiskey.
It's all right. It's
Have
only
some
one.
whiskey and taco.
It's only one. Nina Williams, how you doing?
Yeah.
I got Edmonton at 6. River Dogma, how you doing?
He said, "What about boldness? What?" Oh, okay. Cool. Sure. Yeah.
Capital letters, can I? I got one for him.
Right.
We have good guests on here. We have really good guests on here sometimes. This is a good show to follow.
Get this crap off of Twitter now.
It's a radio show, but they film it like a week before they go live on the radio show. But they do it live on the YouTube.
I love your graphics. They're cool.
Thank you. Thank you.
I like the little feet. The little feet. We own the night with the little feet. Those are great.
Yeah. Those are
Hey,
Bigfoot
what's up,
feet.
Red Panda Koala?
Well, on my screen I thought they were like little gray alien feet, but they could be Bigfoot feet too, I guess. Did you ever read David Childress's book, The History of Bigfoot in North America?
I think he's a spy.
No.
I got that at Alien Con. It's wonderful. That's a wonder. You want to know the history? He has every sighting of the last 200 years in there, man. It's remarkable.
Work with spies that were counter spies.
Have you interviewed him? I'm sure you have, right, David?
Believe it or not, I haven't. I haven't.
Red Panda Koala.
A lot of these people, believe it or not, they have no problem staying up late for Coast to Coast.
He retweeted something from James Fox.
But when we ask, "Oh, your show's too late. Your show's too late."
Really?
Well, we don't have 9 million listeners, but we got a couple 100,000, almost a couple 100,000,
right,
with our radio stations, and it's like, come on, boys and girls, play nice.
That's not cool. That's not cool.
Here's some good tweets.
I think if you want to get the word out about something, you go where you want it. You go to a media outlet that has some credibility and has the following, and like you were kind enough to invite me. So you go where you want it. You shouldn't be a snob about where you go to.
Oh yeah, well then you don't know the ego of this field too much.
I've met some of these characters.
Really? In Roswell?
I know. I once tried to hire Giorgio for an event in Hollywood, and
Are you
I'll tell
serious?
how
You
much you wanted
graduated
off
from a
there.
military institution in Roswell?
1 second here.
Rick Doty used to do counter intel for Sandia Labs. I got an uncle that's at Sandia Labs around here.
All right, we got about 30 seconds. Big thank you tonight to Derek, Anita, Cherokee, Gizmo, Deb, and Vash the Impaler for the great super chats tonight. Very much appreciate the love, everybody. And don't forget you can do some shopping at spacedoutradio.com. And for the rest of you, we'll see you in Vegas. If you're a VIP, you're going to be getting an email from us soon confirming your tickets. And here we go. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, and Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. Here we go, final half hour with author Daniel Harari. We are talking about his book, After They Came, and everything UFO and extraterrestrial that goes along with it, especially with what's happening today. Hearings are in a couple of days in Washington, D.C. This is going to get politicized once again. And as much as I don't like UFOs being political, it seems like we're going to have no choice but to listen to a bunch of potential BS once again in just a couple of days. And I want to say thank you again, Dan, for being on our show tonight. This has been just an exemplary show tonight, and thank you so much for making that happen.
Way too many. I really appreciate it. I really do. I hope people enjoy my book.
You said you have way too many people with security clearance? Is that what you said? There's way too many people with a security clearance? Well, good thing I'm not bound by that bullshit. I just get directly fed from people that signed NDAs and whatnot. Worked on the inside. You know, we drop all the classified information through non-classified routes. I mean, that's basically what it comes down to in the end. But now, I mean, they're more open about that shit, so I don't know. But still. Hey, what's up, Logan?
Person said, "Thank you, Dan, so much. I can tell my siblings that they weren't crazy because they weren't the only people that saw that silver V." So you never know when you put yourself out into the universe. You never know what kind of interesting messaging you're going to get back.
My dad worked in the Pentagon next to.
Very true. Let's get to some audience questions here. Let us start off with Kurt here. Dan, your dad couldn't talk about his job. Did he make up for it with funny stories?
Energy weapon shit.
Kurt, I love that. That's the greatest question I've ever heard in my life. My father was a very gentle, quiet, soft-spoken man.
And Stanley Meyer?
But he was a remarkably good trombone player. So my dad never talked about work, ever. He never, ever spoke about his job. But he was in big bands, playing the trombone. His whole, most of his life. And boy, you never saw such joy. I mean, if you ever see a concert when the musicians are like laughing and they're feeling happy and high and wonderful, that was my dad playing his trombone. My dad spoke to the universe through his music. So he was a gifted musician. But I never heard my dad say anything funny, I don't think ever. So I wish now, but he didn't.
Let's go over to my name. Have you ever heard of any claims of aliens to live beyond Antarctica?
There are books and rumors, and I think maybe it's true. Apparently, Hitler and the Nazis had a huge base in Antarctica.
Yeah, I mean, once we got the
and
water,
that was going to be one of their escape zones.
Fuel, it turns right back into
and
water.
there have been sightings over Antarctica, and I forget the guy's name, a famous American explorer. I want to say Perry or Leary or one of those guys. Took an expedition down to Antarctica,
split the water,
and he had to turn around because something weird happened, and he was right. So I have no clue. I couldn't tell you if that's real, but the rumor is that Hitler had a whole organization going on down there, working with extraterrestrials, and there were craft and flying saucers flying around. And I think
thing just crashed.
I don't know why we never explored that more. I think that's just a fascinating topic, but I'm not an authority. I don't know.
Let's continue on. Let's go to Mike, who is asking, what if we, as humans, are the aliens?
Well, if you are a follower and a believer in Eric Von Daniken's ancient alien theory, which I very much am, and I had the honor of meeting him last month. It's funny, I met him and I gave him my book, and he goes, "Thanks, I haven't read this one yet." I go, "Eric, it just came out 3 days ago."
What's up, animated Annie?
But if you believe in ancient alien theory, according to Eric Von Daniken and Giorgio and these other people from that show, extraterrestrials came to Earth tens of thousands of years ago, and one of the theories is that they needed gold. For whatever reason, they needed gold, and there's gold. There's a wealth of gold, as we know, on planet Earth. So they came down, they needed gold, they saw that we had gold, then they needed a workforce to mine the gold out of the ground. Who did they find? They found our great ancestors, Cro-Magnon men, basically gorillas who were just standing upright gorillas, who were sticks and stones, didn't even have the wheel yet. So the aliens said, hey, we need gold. Here's a workforce. They're not that bright. They're not that strong. But if we inject them with a little of our DNA and we perk them up and beef them up, you know, we could make something out of this group. It's, remember like the movie Meatballs with Bill Murray? Or Stripes? No, Stripes. I think Stripes is the movie. They build up these goofballs and they make them into military fighters. I think aliens injected our DNA, their DNA into us 100,000 years ago, crafted us, we dug their gold, we've evolved. I think it explains our dreams. I think it explains, I've had many psychic moments in my life. I know a lot of people that have psychic abilities. I know people that can fortune tell and they're 100% accurate. It seems to me there's more to the human brain than we know. And if you believe in that ancient alien theory, I think, yes, perhaps we're 50% Cro-Magnon man, and we're 50% aliens from Pleiades or wherever they came from. So, Mike, I would say yes, we are the aliens.
Excellent answer. Excellent. All right, let's go to Nancy here. I'm from the same generation as you, Dan. Didn't the 70s feel like an extreme time for contact?
Well, from what I've researched since, in the last 20 years I've been researching, and there was a lot of sightings in the 70s. Again, personally, I had the one remarkable one, and I remember it was March 1970. I'll tell you how I remember. Because later that night, my dad took me to the record store because I wanted to buy the new Jimi Hendrix album. And Jimi Hendrix album called Band of Gypsies. And it came out in March 1970. So I know the date of my UFO experience because it was the same day that Jimi Hendrix album was in the store. I remember we went that same day. I'm not an expert. I don't know. From what I've seen in documentaries and what I've read, the 70s, there were a hell of a lot of things going on. I think personally that my dad knew about reverse engineering. I think my dad was out of the house a lot, and he went to a lot of Air Force bases for decades of time. And I know he went to watch things fly in the sky that he was involved with, either designing or giving government contracts to contractor companies. But David would know more about the 70s as far as a lot of contact than I would.
All right, let's continue on here, my friend. Let's go to Tony in the UK. Dan, what is your expectations for the next Senator Gillibrand government hearings? Do you think they will announce non-human intelligence?
I don't think it's going to happen that soon. I don't think so, because whoever is in charge of the messaging and the truth, whether they have guns to people's heads or threaten them with death or embarrassment or whatever, I heard about the Gillibrand. I know that she wants to do that. I don't think the powers that be will allow her. I think it's going to take the proverbial landing on the White House lawn or the UFO in Times Square when it's so obvious, or in the UFO in my book. If you read my book, the UFO in my book is so blatantly, obviously not of this earth that human beings woke up and said, yeah, wow, they really are here. I don't think it's going to happen very soon. No, I don't think.
From what I am hearing in reports, and it's funny, I did an interview today with Richard Sirott on Saga 960. And I'm hearing that any potential of non-human intelligence talk is going to come within the next 6 to 8 months.
Found a fuck ton of what?
That's when we're going to hear about it at first, potentially. And it's not going to be about aliens being here, but all of a sudden, out of the blue,
are you talking about Black Goo or something?
Are going to announce that they found a signal way deep in space that humanity can never get to, but it's a voice of somebody asking, would you like to renew your car's extended warranty?
I gotta turn down the volume on these guys.
It's about time SETI did something, right? I mean, when was the WOW signal? Like 1973 or something, right?
Okay, I'm
listening. 100 years ago, right?
My friend, don't even get me started on NASA.
NASA and SETI, first of all, NASA has known, if you see any good documentaries, so many, not even Apollo, Gemini and Mercury astronauts saw things out their windows. American manned flights, they've been seeing things since the 60s, and it's kept secret all that time. Edgar Mitchell, obviously, was the one that had the most chutzpah, and really went out to bat. And I know he did press conferences in Washington, and he's like, hey, come on, tell us, we know they're there. It's time, we saw it. I saw things. They all saw things. But I thought, David, what you said is brilliant, because if it comes from NASA and SETI, like, hey, there was a signal, and maybe there's life out there, and like, that'll be the front of the New York Times. Possible life 50,000 light years from now. So they're going to throw little crumbs. They're going to throw little crumbs. People who are in the know have known for years and decades that this stuff is real. They're going to throw little crumbs to the rest of mankind. Like my mother will say, oh, they heard a signal. Maybe there's life on Pluto after all, Danny. So I think what you said is brilliant. They'll throw little crumbs, they'll tease it. Hopefully, they'll land on the White House lawn, and they'll say, okay, like in my book, and they'll say, okay, we're here, and it's time, you need to know about it.
50-millimeter lens.
Oh, and I said earlier, Steve Bassett, hashtag, months, not years.
Oh, you just say Steve Bassett?
So, I think, David, what you said is correct.
Well, the big...
So, Steve Bassett. But I don't think it's going to... Oh, and I said earlier, Steve Bassett, hashtag, months, not years. So I think, David, what you said is correct.
Well, the big question that I have for it. There's only two reasons that I have been able to come up with that make any sense whatsoever. Either Dr. Stephen Greer is right that we are planning for a false flag alien invasion in order to change up the entire world and society. I don't believe that's going to happen. Or number two, the American government was contacted. Like literally contacted and picked up, not just picking up a signal, but literally contacted and said, we are coming, we will be here on these dates. And I think that's the only two reasons for why now.
Here's a third. Here's a third. America, Russia, and Ukraine. Okay, let's say Russia moves into Poland or any UN country, even if it's 5 feet into Poland. Okay, what do we do then? Is it nukes time? Number two, part B, China, Taiwan. China takes over Taiwan. America goes to defense. Are there nukes involved there? Maybe they know, hey, those dopey earthlings, there's some major conflicts down there. They're getting closer to use those atomic bombs, those stupid little bombs that they made. Maybe we should intervene. You know, perhaps they know the future. I love this premise that they're from the future, that they're us from the future. Maybe they're us from the future coming back to our present time. Who knows? But if the world today is getting a little bit closer to any kind of nuclear interactions, perhaps they know and they want to avoid that from happening. I don't know. That's my personal opinion.
That is a good third. That is a very strong third.
Thank you.
Thank
you I pulled that out of the air, by the way. I really did. I don't know where that came from.
Well, you know what? Either way, it's a debate that's going to continue, and then comes the debate, is humanity actually ready for this? Okay, when you put together everything from religion to people who are still partying on this earth like it's 1499, to communism, to radicalism, to everything that goes on with people in this world, because as I've said many a time on this show, Dan, this is a topic that it's going to affect every single person on this planet. Okay, there are very few topics outside of Jesus Christ coming down from the heavens or a nuclear holocaust that are going to affect every single person on this planet, whether it's tribes, people living in the jungles of Brazil and Africa or Thailand, or whether it's the concrete jungles of Tokyo, you know, Moscow, Russia, London, New York, LA. It doesn't matter. There are very few topics. ET contact will affect everybody here. And I don't think, and once again, I've argued and debated this with many people in our chat room, with our guests. I don't think humanity as a whole is ready for the next leveling up. I mean, this isn't Super Mario Brothers here.
Well, I think if it's so obvious and so profound and so undeniable, I mean, if they landed tonight at 3 a.m, and if they landed and we wake up tomorrow morning and it's all over, well, we'll have to accept it, embrace it, or have a heart attack and freak out like the people did that heard Orson Welles. I mean, there will be people that'll be extremely upset. I'm sure people will be nervous and jerky and frightened. My daughter's 33. She has a lot of friends. I talk to my daughter and her friends about aliens, UFOs, and they all go, "Oh yeah, we know they exist. Yeah, that'll be very cool when they come. That'll be very cool." 201. I think younger generations way open-minded, way open to it. I think my mother will have a heart attack and die in her wheelchair. You know, years ago, the Pope and the Vatican, they said, you know, if aliens exist, they were made by God too. Well, that was, talk about like throwing some crumbs, right? Talk about a teaser, right? In Hollywood, you have a teaser. You have a 30-second clip that makes you want more. It's called a teaser. The Vatican threw out a teaser. well, if aliens are real, God made them too. Well, that's a brilliant answer. And of course, I mean, if God made any aliens that come, well, God had to have made them. Who made the aliens? It has to be God. So there has to be a God. Absolutely, there's a God, an entity that created all life. I totally believe that. But if they came tomorrow or this year or 5 years from now, a lot of people are going to be upset. A lot of people are going to freak out. And a lot of people are going to, like me and you, probably a lot of people will be like down. Hopefully, if they're nice, like in my book, and if they're nice, we'll be dancing and partying in the streets like it's 1999. And if they came to eat us, like that episode, and like, David, you have to see that episode, Twilight Zone. To Serve Man. You got to promise me. To Serve Me. You got to watch it.
I will do my best.
It was profound. I saw it when I was 12, and I'm like, wow, I remember what a profound storyline. So I think that it absolutely will change all of life on the earth, and then we'll just have to deal with it. We won't have a choice. Like the JFK assassination and 9/11 and these Pearl Harbor, these major things that happened, it'll be something very profound. We'll have no choice but to move forward. We have absolutely no choice.
3.5 minutes. Final question from our audience tonight for you comes from Monica. Dan, have you seen Arrival with Amy Adams? If so, what is your take on it?
Monica, I watched that 2 nights ago by pure coincidence. I saw it for the second time. I still don't understand it. I think the craft are very cool that they're vertical, how they landed vertically. I wasn't convinced by the big picture window, the glass picture window, when Amy Adams and Jeremy Renner are talking to these two giant squids that are shooting circles. I'm wanting so much to embrace their communication. And what are they telling us? Like, tell us something profound, like do something. I didn't understand it. I didn't understand it the first time. Didn't understand it Saturday night when I saw it again. I think Amy Adams and Jeremy Renner are great. I love the craft. I just didn't understand the story. Maybe you could explain it to me.
I haven't seen it either, so I am useless when it comes to. I'm never any good for watching newer movies. I'm still, like the last movie I rented was from like 12 years ago. Like Joe Dirt was the movie I rented.
You watched Joe Dirt? I wouldn't dream of watching that with David Spade.
It's hilarious.
It's
hilarious.
God. Oh yeah. I bumped into him at a men's room once at the Comedy Store. He's a short little guy.
You've dealt with so many Hollywood stars and musicians over the years.
I have.
Have you ever had the UFO conversation with any of them?
It's such a fantastic question. I'm actually thinking about this, and you're the first person to hear this. I'm thinking about doing my next book to interview the Tom Hankses of the world and as many celebrities as I could reach out to ask them, have you had sightings? Have you had experiences? Have you had encounters? Would you go on the record? Would you talk about it? I think I'd be the guy. I've been in Hollywood 43 years. I have a track record as an author. I'm a pretty well-known publicist. I think if I reached out to some of those big stars, I think I might get some surprising answers. Did you know John Lennon had a UFO sighting? Someone told me that recently.
I did know that.
Isn't that great? John Lennon, if anyone is going to have a UFO sighting that deserved it, it would have been John Lennon. He had it in his New York apartment.
Best story I have heard, the gentleman who does our music, Ron Bumblefoot Thal, he was playing with his band Sons of Apollo over in the Czech Republic at a stadium that was built in the 1500s. He has never fallen on stage, ever. And that night, his guitar, which is meant not to go out of tune, kept going out of tune on the top two strings. And then, while they were doing a rendition of Pink Floyd's "Comfortably Numb," he went out to for the guitar solo, and he was shoved and pushed down on stage. He has never fallen on stage before, and he was shoved down and pushed on stage by a ghost.
By a ghost, really?
Yeah.
Wow! What a story.
We need to talk about that because this is a great story. Well, we'll talk about that. Dan Harari, his book, After They Came, You can get it on Amazon. I highly suggest you do. We say goodnight to Dan, and coming up in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp. Then Tim Senor is going to be here for the UFO report. We'll be right back with hour 3 next.
He has to do with some Hollywood PR shit. He's probably a spy for.
Great show, Dan. Great show.
Great, thank you, man. That was so much fun.
Yeah, let's do a phone conversation soon.
Okay. While I have you, my next book comes out in January. It's called My Paranormal Life.
Yeah.
In fact, Deborah Cowell is reading it right now, and it's about ghosts and poltergeists and spirits and things that I've experienced as well. So maybe we can do that one.
I would love to. We definitely will. You, as soon as that book comes out, you let us know, and we'll bring you back on for that. Okay.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Ben. You're such a great guy. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. You take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good night. All right, that's Dan Harari. Great dude, man. Great dude. That was a lot of fun. I'll be right back, everyone. I got to go scream at the universe after overtime. So I'll be right back.
Is that a packing order? Pecking? What did you just say? It sounds like vish, vish, vish. They all have words. What'd you say? The audio cut out for that.
It took me a minute to realize that.
Where's MI6?
The greatest trick the devil
Nick
ever
Pope
pulled.
calling Nick Popington. I wish I could put Nick Popes and all of my friends that we had a brief Congress in there, but
Okay, I'm good.
then people would be like, dang, son.
Oh my god. People would be like, I know that guy, and he's talking to
Yeah,
that guy. And
because they're all OGs.
These are like guys talking to guys. Let's stop everything. Watch the guys talking. Who the fuck cares? Like, why do you watch that? These opinion pieces of like nonsense. Why is that important to you?
What do you mean opinion pieces of nonsense? Ain't nonsense. That's psyops. That's what they try to tell motherfucking psyops to lie. Rick Doty shit. We already got those motherfuckers to come out. Luis Elizondo, Rick Doty, all these other Air Force OSI counterintelligence, more Army. What?
Why do you think it's so hard to find me?
Because you're counterintelligence operative.
Ooh, look at the big brains on Jonathan. Wrong. That's wrong.
Because you're Lou Elizondo with a silicone mask on and a voice changer.
Are you talking about that short little like stubby guy? I don't know. I just watched that video like and it relates to what you sent me. And, I don't know. He seemed like de facto, right?
You know Lou Elizondo.
Why would I know him?
You don't know Lou Elizondo?
Should I?
Yeah.
Why is that?
How did you find my space? Were you looking up UFO Twitter? Were you interested in the UFO stuff?
You found me. I found you. Should I have not found you?
420 followers. You got 420 followers.
All right. What a great show. Great show tonight.
Heck yeah. Smoke weed.
I'm over it now. It's one game. One game. That's it. Little Timmy Senor is dressed up tonight. He's going to flex a muscle here, I can see. We got just under a minute. A big thank you to Bash the Impaler, Deb, Gizmo, Cherokee, Anita, Derek, Thomas Fessler from Disclosure tonight. By the way, 7 a.m. Pacific time on Wednesday morning. Thomas is going to be live on his channel with live updates from the UFO reports coming out of Washington, D.C. I highly suggest all of our listeners tune into that to see what's going on. That's Disclosure tonight with Thomas Fessler on Wednesday morning. We are having a scheduling change for Wednesday night. We are going to be doing a panel on the discussions that happened on Wednesday. So hopefully you guys will be doing that and checking us on out. And, of course, for Vegas, if you're a VIP, stick around. Next break, I'll give you an update. Here we go.
Anti-gravity space science. Anti-gravity science.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Palingman. Palingman is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Once again, it is time for us to head on over to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller is about to take us on another spooky journey.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. My friend and I had been hanging with some friends at their house in a neighborhood called the Round Valley. Around 2 a.m., my friend Sasha and I left Jacob's house to go walk home. Jacob's house is located directly behind this creepy old cemetery, separated by a fence to their property, then the dirt road and another fence outlining the graveyard. So when we walk home, we always jump the cemetery fence and walk through because it's quicker, and then we walk to the main road back to my place for hers. I live down Sapphire Road and Sasha lives down Emerald, off Sapphire. We jump the fence as usual and begin walking. And as we are walking, we see something black and huge run past us through our side vision and hear the faint cackling of leaves and dirt being kicked up. It was only very slight, but it was just enough for us to both notice and stop and look at each other. We just thought maybe it was our thoughts getting to us, and keeping in mind, as I'm writing, this happened 2 months ago. We are both sound of mind, and we are not and never have been under the influence of drugs or alcohol. I am almost 17 and she just turned 16, and we're not the kind of girls who get scared at little things like that, and like I said, we walk through here all the time. It takes quite a bit to scare us. So we clasped our hands together and kept walking. We walked out of the cemetery, and as soon as we were on the pavement, we saw something moving in the distance. We kept walking, and as we got near, we began to be able to see glowing red eyes. They were very big and luminous. There was no moon this night, just the light from the cemetery, and they were high, very high off the ground, probably 8 to 10 feet high. We stopped and it was getting closer. Its eyes slowly went up and down as it was taking long strides. We began to see the outline of the figure. It was very dark. It had fur and a very wolf-like shaped face, with long pointed ears, with big red eyes, and like I said, it was very tall. We were so scared, we were shaking and could barely move at this point. What we could make out was that the figure was running on 2 legs, with a long body strapping by. It looked very strong, similar to how bodybuilders would look. We looked to our right and left for a way to run, and we saw a person's pasture, a high fence. But we'd always seen horses in there, so we looked at each other, nodded, and ran. We jumped over that fence. Sasha jumped down on the other side, and before I jumped down, I looked, and the creature looked as though it was running on all 4s. Now, eyes lowered to the ground. Now that it was down on all 4 legs, it was approaching much faster, and I yelped, launching off the fence, grabbing Sasha's hand, and ran with everything we were worth. We ran completely across the pasture and jumped a second fence. We ran back to Sasha's house, went inside, and caught our breath. We have yet to see the creature again, but we haven't gone anywhere alone at night without a guy or something to protect us. Usually we're on my quad as well now. We've seen dark figures running in our side vision multiple times before, but never seeing the red eyes and being followed like that. However, what I do know is that I might have saw a werewolf or some sort of skinwalker. We do live in Round Valley area in the Payson, Arizona area, and I have heard of a ton of different stories of skinwalkers here.
That's why we love the Swamp Dweller around here, as he joins us to kick off hour number 3 each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. If you want more stories like that, just head on over to his Swampy YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads. There are thousands of stories just like that ready for you to tune on in and enjoy. From the swamp to the stars, it's a big night and a big week in ufology, as we are joined by our resident Timbit, Little Timmy Senor, and the UFO Report.
Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know.
Wow, man, this is a week that many of us in the field of ufology have been waiting for, Tim. Looks like we're going to get new hearings on Wednesday morning. Our good friend from Disclosure Tonight, Thomas Fessler, is going to be doing a live show on his YouTube channel starting at 7 o'clock in the morning and going for who knows how long. You know, it's a big day coming on up. How's your week planned out after the news of what's coming this week, my man?
Yeah, I expect to be pretty busy. I'm definitely going to have an opinion. I'm sure we all will, that it's buzzing around this. I don't have any expectations whatsoever. There's so much conjecture being thrown around how these questions are going to be formulated. At this point, personally, I'll take whatever I can get. I definitely think we'll get something, you know, and to see how they handle it will be evidence of something no matter what. So we'll be able to yield information from this, and I look forward to it. Definitely.
Well, we're gonna see. We are going to see, and I know this is one of our big stories that we're going to be covering tonight. I don't know where I stand on this. Okay, and we'll get into the story. We'll discuss and debate this here momentarily, but I'm just really not sure, Tim. You know, our audience members and many of our audience look to us for, some sort of controlled answer on what we are going to, what we believe or what we stand for, or where we need to look towards where the information is coming from, or reading between the lines, or whatever it may be. I really don't know what's going to happen. And I'm not saying that in a positive way or a negative way, because there's so many different directions this could go. But why don't we get into the story, and then we get into the conversation about it?
Sure, you could do that. So that's actually in reverse of how I had things in order, but that is totally
Hold
cool.
on. Well, which way do you want to go?
No, let's do it. Let's absolutely 100% cover that. Because we're on topic at this point. And so Arrow and Kirkpatrick, Gillibrand, and the second congressional UAP hearing. Now, of course, as you and I know, Dave, this one's going to be a little different. They're going to have the public side first, I believe, and then the closed side second. Is that correct?
I heard it's reversed this year. They're going to do the private side first, and then the public side second. They did it the opposite way the last time, where they ended up meeting
that's
for
right.
90 minutes.
Right. So they're reversing it this year. Excellent. And I think that's kind of interesting in itself, and I'm wondering how they're going to cover things publicly after having that. So there are whispers that something beyond promise is on the horizon, something that will push us over the edge into full transparency. And so something which will change the way the world sees the anomalous phenomena. However, it will probably not come up this week with the second ever unidentified anomalous phenomenon hearing. And this week on Wednesday, April 19th of 2023, the United States Senate Committee on Armed Services will hold an open hearing to hear evidence on the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office's purpose, activities, oversight, and budget.
It looks like crap.
For the first time, we will get to know the director, and we will see where his allegiances lie. And so this is an article coming from the unidentified.net. And to continue, it says here, we still don't know much about Dr. Kirkpatrick, the UAP man of mystery, and the scientific method and the opaque national security state frequently stand on opposite sides of the debate. Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick is the only witness, and he is a highly regarded senior USG scientific and technical intelligence officer with decades of experience handling extremely sensitive national security programs. Dr. K is the director of Arrow, which was once heavily headquartered inside the OUSDINS, but reports due to obvious closed-door meetings, Congress's unhappiness with the Department of Defense has been evident in the months leading up to this hearing, notably in the wake of the quote-unquote balloon shoot-downs over the U.S. territory in February and whatever data they have been hiding. Additionally, DoD's current budget proposal included insufficient money for Arrow, which did not sit well with Senator Gillibrand. And so Dr. K might be in for a tough task this week, with Gillibrand wanting answers as to why Arrow hasn't been given the attention and funding it so badly needs. Not even Ronald Moultrie will be there to save him. Interestingly, the closed hearing will take part ahead of the open hearing, which can be good or bad for transparency, given one's disposition. So we will have to wait and see how relevant this hearing will become on the overall push for disclosure. Unfortunately, despite reports that several people have informed journalist Ross Coldhart that Arrow director Sean Kirkpatrick has been briefed on domestic UFO crash recovery and reverse engineering initiatives. But we are unlikely to hear about that this week. So very interesting to see that this is being presented. And again, this is coming from the unidentified.net with this op-ed piece. And it brings to light some great points on this upcoming public hearing coming up Wednesday.
Yeah, wow, that's
Dave,
so cool.
over to you.
Well, I mean, there are so many different and significant messages within that story that you just read.
How big do you think it was, roughly?
You know, I think we have to look at this with a very open mind,
a few feet wide or something?
that they want to know where the funding's going. That's from what I'm hearing, the biggest reason why Senator Gillibrand is calling these hearings is she is absolutely mortified that they increased the military spending budget by, I believe, some ridiculous amount of money, like $51 billion, with some of that money supposed to be going towards having a healthy funding for the Arrow program. And the Pentagon has not delivered that money to Arrow or Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick for whatever reasons. They're feeling, from what I'm hearing, is that they're basically telling the United States elected officials that, you know what, this is our budget. We'll do what we want with it. You don't have a say. And as long as Arrow is under our programming, we'll see fit the amount of money that they get. Whereas Gillibrand is saying, whoa, 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 hold on a second here, military-industrial complex. We gave you this money. We got you this money because of the subject of UFOs/UAP.
Like that in the UK.
What are you doing with it?
It was like a white orb.
And if you're not going to use it, or you're going to abuse the money and not place it to where the taxpayers are supposed to have it allotted, we have an issue. And I think this creates a giant debate here. Tim, what's your thoughts on that point?
I think that was a discussion that perhaps took place between Louise Elizondo and her and Chris Mellon at some point. We know that publicly they had a photograph taken together. So at some point there was some talk about what happened to Lou and why he left his department and why he left under such terms. And so that discussion was probably very clear that there is a funding issue when it comes to this topic. And not only are funds being taken from the organizations that are designed to look into it, but it's also kept very quiet that funding has been taken away to the point that even the people that need to know don't know, right? And that is what Senator Gillibrand is pressing, that we need to follow that funding and make sure that these programs get funded properly so that they're able to answer for the questions being posed at this point. And so it's great that they're having the closed hearing first in some ways, because they're obviously going to be able to discuss what they can talk about publicly. And knowing that Senator Gillibrand is at the helm, I feel that she is somebody that will easily be able to decipher what the public can handle and what they can't, what should be presented, what shouldn't. And so it's going to be interesting to see that difference. Now, again, bringing Arrow director Sean Kirkpatrick into the line of fire at some point is going to be interesting, and seeing what kind of results can be yielded as to direct questioning on whether or not there's been briefing on domestic UFO crashes and recoveries and reverse engineering initiatives, because I think that is something of public interest. I think that may be the biggest topic of public interest for that matter.
Where do you think the whistleblowers come into play here? And let me just add to that, okay? I think the whistleblower program, and I know you're very much in support of this, okay? I am too. I want to know who they are, though.
Yeah, the funny little chicken.
I want to know who they are. If they are protected by the government, okay, and they are protected from being arrested or demoted in their rank or anything along those lines, we have a right to know who they are and what they have seen. Now, if it's people like Robert Salas and Kevin Day, we already know their stories. We do. Who are the other ones who are coming on out? Now, granted, if they have, say, other operations in order that maybe affect national security, I can understand why those people would be kept secret. But for the majority of them, whether they're fighter pilots or not, I think the public has a right to know who they are and who is speaking on behalf of the American people in this subject. I really do believe that, Tim.
Intel came of the false flag.
And what information are they providing? Are they providing reports on unidentified aerial phenomena that's man-made, or are they providing UFO coverage and what they saw? Now, I know that there are probably dozens of witnesses that we have heard or are speculating on that, but where does the whistleblower come into play here?
Yeah.
Right. And so I'm a little split on this. I do feel that the whistleblower should be able to come forward and talk, perhaps at the closed hearing, and then the information gleaned could be made public, but maybe keep the source private, because really it's the information that we need. And if it is something that is pertinent, then that can be made public, as long as it's got their stamp of approval, if you will, on that. And so I feel like that will probably be how the whistleblower program goes, is that there will be portions from the whistleblowers that will trickle out into the public through the hearings. And that should be enough to let us know who it is, without the general public perhaps knowing. You know what I mean? Like, we would know if it was something pertaining to Kevin Day or somebody that we know their story well. If portions of their story came public and they were like, this is some evidence that we're going to use from this whistleblower, great. You don't need to name the source at that point, because we're really focused on the evidence that they're focusing on.
Okay, but why
Best
not,
case scenario.
Why not name the source, though? How does that hurt? The only thing that's going to affect that person is his buddies are going to give him a good ribbing. Oh, you got aliens. You got aliens.
Right.
That's
right.
it.
Well, it's a great question, but the fact of the matter is, we're pretty sure that whistleblowers have already come forward, and
True.
you and I don't know anything about it. But I'm willing to bet that some of the questions that we see at this hearing, or at least in the closed portion, will be from those whistleblowers, you know, pertaining to their story and their evidence that they bring forward. So yes, I'm hearing what you're saying about what transparency are we going to get, but I feel like a lot needs to happen in that closed hearing to decide what portion is okay to release to the public without it hurting the ways and means.
Okay, I see it the other way, where I believe the public has a right to know who or what is actually going on in the sky. And like I said, my friend, this isn't so much about trying to have any adverse effect on military strategy or to break the law and cover things that are for national security. I don't think it's about that at all. It's about coming forward with the what's the words I'm looking for? Coming forward with the information that this is happening and that they are an eyewitness. Because right now, you give me nobody. That testimony is the same as people ripping me about my testimony about what I saw, or people laying into you about what you saw, or every other experiencer. At some point, we have to stop talking about it, and we need to start naming names and naming information to move this subject forward, if that's what they want regarding disclosure. Now, I'm not sure that Sean Kirkpatrick, the head of Arrow, is going to want that to happen. He just wants the money. I don't know. And this is why I'm very confused about whether it's going to be another nothing burger that we get on Wednesday, like we had the last hearings, or we're actually going to get a glass of juice that has some information mixed in with it. Tim Senor, we're going to continue this conversation and more when we come back with the UFO report with our resident UFO reporter, Tim Senor. Love this segment with the tidbit. It's always a gooder when we do it. Then later on in overtime, for our YouTube audience, Random Guy will join us. Spaced Out Radio continues after this. All right, we are clear. We are clear. Hey, Donald Dean, I never saw you on the block list, dude. I don't know what was happening with your name there, but, that's weird. Mr. Rob G from the Social Dig. How you doing, buddy? Good to have you. Oh, Tim, forgot to ask you. I'm doing a panel on Wednesday night. Would you like to sit in with that?
Oh, sure. I'm not on the spot or anything in front of the audience. How can I say
you
that?
can't?
No, I thought I was going to get a night off from the UFO report, but how? I mean, come on. It's
Really?
Wednesday.
Wednesday? How were you thinking you were going
It's
to
like
get a
Christmas. Yeah, I get it.
Holy
It's
cow.
like Christmas.
Anybody want to do the UFO report on Wednesday?
Just phone in.
Apparently, Tim's too busy for us.
Jokes.
Good old Random Gee is sitting in there all cushy and cozy.
Is he in the back room?
Yeah. He got
Aw.
his Astro Boy haircut today.
And chaps. Oh, I like the haircut.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
that's
tight.
a big thumbs up.
It's tight. It's very tight.
Astro
Very
Boy.
tight.
Good call.
Yeah, Astro Boy right there. You put a cape on him and that mofo could fly.
Mm-hmm.
He's flying right to Illinois after hanging a left at Albuquerque.
What's in Illinois?
I don't know.
Cool. Today's been a good day.
Tell me about it.
Dude, it started with your call and just got better and better, and then just it's been a great day. You kicked off an awesome day, buddy. Cheers.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Cheers. Yeah.
Thank you. How's the wife doing?
Struggling.
Yeah.
No bueno.
She'll be okay.
Yeah. That's rough.
Yeah.
I see RG in the chat throwing
Good
in
old G.
compliments. Yeah.
Good old G.
Nicole Sakic is saying that unicorns live in Illinois. I did not
weird.
know that. Cool.
I didn't know there were.
I'm reading the chat for once. I usually don't.
Didn't know there were unicorns out there.
Apparently they are. Fun.
Good old Gee. Larry coming in soon. He's coming in hot. Damn hot. It's all good though, man. All good. All good.
Donald Dean's busting chops. I love it. Little
Donnie Dean.
Here it is.
Uh-huh. Little Donnie Dean. We got just over a minute here, buddy.
Perfect.
Yeah. All right. Big thank you tonight to Derek ×2, Thomas, Anita, Cherokee Gizmo, Deb, and Vash the Impaler. Also, if you are a VIP member for Las Vegas, okay, you will be getting an email from us very, very soon regarding that with your tickets for the event. And anybody else who wants to go, you got to get regular tickets now because we got to get our swag bags ready. And yeah, any latecomers, let us know. But we're going to have a fun time in Las Vegas, everyone. It's going to be a great, great time. And we are a month and 2 days away from rocking it out. Let's do this thing. Final half hour Spaced Out Radio next. Hi, Ant Rocks. We're around at third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. I want to remind you that if you missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our good man, Tim Senor, little Timmy Senor, is back for the UFO report, hanging on out. And Tim, it's usually this time of the night where we say hello to all the agents and three-letter agencies out there who are checking us out. And, you know, we always welcome them in and hello, how are you? And give us a phone call sometime because some of us can be bought. Some of us can be bought. Yeah, I'll take credit for that, you know, for information. So if you want to give us a call, we don't need to give you our number. You already have them. You already have them, you know. And, yeah, so thank you very much for tuning us in. If you're sitting in the Pentagon, bored tonight, just enjoying the show, so thank you. Earlier, Tim, we were talking about our good friend, director, Sean Kirkpatrick, who's never been on this show. We've never actually talked to him about these hearings that are coming up on Wednesday that Senator Christian Gillibrand has put together. And we're believing it'll be starting at 6:30 Pacific time, 9:30 Eastern time, where the hearings will first go into private hearings and then into public hearings. Tim, what do you think we're going to hear in those public hearings?
Well, possibly we may hear that some witnesses have pleaded the fifth, right? We may hear that silence came from certain witnesses, and maybe they'll speak on that. Maybe they will get into some of the big questions that were posed by the Hill. I know that some great questions have been kind of crowdsourced. So it's very interesting to see how, you know, it may go. There's a lot of rumor and conjecture as to what topics will be hit. But I think the importance is that it is really kind of a make it or break it time for Kirkpatrick as, you know, his credibility kind of lingers on the line here on how he's going to handle this topic, because really he has made some pretty bold statements in the past. And so the Liberation Times, Christopher Sharp has a brand new article on this topic. And so he dives into it saying and questioning what the agenda might be to receive testimony on the mission's activities and oversight and budget of the UAP office is kind of the directive at this point. So frustrations may have boiled over within Congress, and perhaps this is why we find ourselves here. And there may be multiple issues involved which are fueling such frustrations. Liberation Times is aware that certain whistleblowers have separately spoken with Congress, spoken with Congress and Dr. Kirkpatrick. However, if Kirkpatrick failed to inform Congress about these whistleblowers approaching the Arrow, it could pose a significant And so Congress may now be monitoring Kirkpatrick's actions closely after being made aware of these conversations, albeit not through the arrow. In light of these circumstances, what could be the reasons for Kirkpatrick's reluctance to disclose his findings to Congress? Well, regardless of the forces at play, Kirkpatrick's options and time are dwindling rapidly, especially if he intends to evade or confuse the questioning during Wednesday's hearing. So access to whistleblowers who can reveal alleged recovered craft of non-human origin is critical to Arrow's mission. Uncovering programs related to recovery and reverse engineering provides a means of getting into the heart of the UAP mystery. So, Dave, it does sound like they're kind of putting the pressure down. Do you have a comment here before I go further?
I think there needs to be pressure. I really do, from the government side. They have to somehow figure out a way not only make this more public and transparent, but they got to figure out a way to try and get the military branches to get off their pedals a little bit and start working with not only the people of the United States, but other countries around the world about the UFO problem, if it is a problem. And, Tim, the one thing that we us in North America here, we really get, tunnel vision on the fact this is an American issue. It's not. It's a Canadian issue. It's a Mexican issue. It's a South American issue. It's a European Asian issue. Okay, it's an Australian issue. And, well, we don't know if it's an Antarctic issue or not, or an African issue. Okay, we know that this is happening on every continent. We know that people are having sightings and interactions with UFOs. And this, once again, for me at least, in my opinion, comes down to, are we searching for UAP or are we searching for UFOs? What is the point? What is the purpose? And this goes back to what we've seen and what we've broken down on this show the last 6-8 months, especially. And I want to see where they go with that. And if we had any journalists out there outside of Ross Coulthart, but I'm saying mainstream hired American journalists, whether it's for the New York Times or the LA Times or the Chicago Tribune or Fox or CNN or CNBC or whatever the news channel is, Newsmax, if we had any journalists out there who could actually cover this subject and actually ask the proper questions that need to be asked of Senator Gillibrand and many others, we might be further ahead than where we are right now with the softballs that they're going to be reporting on.
You're absolutely right. In fact, continuing in a similar article from Liberation Times, they say that the senior Space Force official acknowledges global presence of UFOs and underlines the importance of international collaboration. And so, having these facts creeping forward as Wednesday approaches is crucial. And speaking about unidentified anomalous phenomenon, a senior Space Force official has acknowledged that UAP are detected globally and admitted, quite frankly, having flown 83 different airplanes and has had lots of hours, we've all seen lots of unexplainable elements, right? And talking to the New York Foreign Press Center on 14th of April, Major General John Olson, the mobilization assistant to the chief of space operations for the U.S. Space Force, added that more international cooperation and collaboration with other countries was needed, stating that in this quote, "I do believe it does involve collaborative inputs and information exchange with all kinds of countries all around the globe, because I think that these are not just solely actions or events that occur within the confines of the United States." And he added that the U.S. has collected and shared information regarding UAP detected all around the globe, whilst underlining that it's the Space Force's view to conduct efforts in a transparent manner. They've occurred globally, and I think we're collecting that information. He continues in this quote. We're sharing information.
I think the second
we view that as an open and transparent effort and activity through the United States Congress and executed by our UAP task office. And so I would encourage greater collaboration and cooperation in that. And particularly, I think as we see various technologies that will help demystify or debunk or clarify. Fantastic. And so notably, Olson suggested that such cooperation and collaboration needed was comparable to the United Nations International Civil Aviation Organization, an effort funded and directed by 193 national governments, including China, to support their diplomacy and cooperation in air transport. So, Dave, we're getting agreement even from Space Force, getting some more pressure on transparency and collaboration on this topic. And absolutely the fact that you were just bringing up that even is shared by the Space Force, that it needs to be attacked globally as a topic and not just seen as a USA issue.
And that's exactly right. That's exactly right. As we said with our guest, Dan Harari earlier, this is a subject that is going to affect every single person on this planet. All right. And in order to get on top of it, every country on this planet is going to have to check their egos at the door and actually come to the table with information trying to solve this phenomena, whatever it is. If it's time travel, they are from outer space, how often are these interactions happening? What are radar systems picking up? Okay, this isn't about, hey, we want to know what radar system you're using to pick up these craft, in order to be nefarious. This is about trying to figure out where this issue is coming from. If it's coming from outer space, great. If it's coming from elsewhere, how do you know? Okay, and I'm curious in that type of conversation, if right now with what all the tensions going on in Russia and especially in China right now, whether or not the other two big countries would play fairly with this game. I'm not sure about that. But like I said, I mean, at some point, though, we need to figure out whether or not this non-human intelligence is what the rumor I'm hearing. And Gary Nolan brought it up recently with Matt Ford on the Good Trouble podcast, that he believes within 6 months that conversation is going to start. Okay, well, what is non-human intelligence? Are we talking aliens here? Are we talking time travelers? Are we talking dimensional beings coming through? There's some big questions that need to be answered there. Okay, big questions. Are they, as Dr. Michael Masters would say, are they extra Temptation Island terrestrials or whatever he calls them? I don't know, right? And I say
time traveling amoebas. They could,
but I mean,
this
also may be why, Tim, on the outside, we see a lot of scientists starting to circle their wagons with all of these groups. And scientists joining 5, 6, 7 different groups in order to be a part of any information cycle.
Yeah, and this comes following the approval of Project Titan by San Marino, meaning the nation will submit a proposal to the UN for the creation of a permanent office tasked with the preparation and periodic global conferences dedicated to the scientific study of UAP. So this is coming from the same Liberation Times article. The creator and manager of Project Titan, Paolo Giazzardi, spoke to Liberation Times and personally welcomed Olson's comments from this. He will continue in this quote. On a personal level, I welcome General Olson's statements on the UAP phenomenon, and I remark with pleasure that at last the UAP phenomenon is not only being taken seriously, but that a concrete awareness of its global nature is becoming apparent. While on a more general level, I fully agree that only through an international effort can we succeed in shedding light on the enduring mystery of the UAP phenomenon and mitigate its potential risks and threats. but international is not the only key word in this business. Many research efforts to date have been carried out by individual nations, mainly on military or intelligence basis. None of these have advanced our understanding of the phenomenon. So this time has to come for the realization that the phenomenon is not only global in nature, but also that it is multifaceted. It affects global security as well as that of individual states and the safety of air navigation. And so here also he states that it affects human health. It has potentialities that could have enormous relevance and create huge social repercussions affecting the entire human civilization. So he's really expressing the need for research efforts. And I believe he's absolutely right. I really do.
I think he's right as well. I think he's right. And we have to keep that pressure on. We have to. You know, we need to be able to, Tim, you know, figure out where this information is coming from. And, you know, like Christopher Sharp, I had about a 40 minutes conversation this morning with Christopher Sharp. And, you know, when we talk about non-human intelligence, one of the things that we were talking about was in 6 to 8 months, he expects NASA to start playing a real central role in all of this. My comeback to that was, Chris, you as a journalist, me as a journalist, and many others need to then get on the bandwagon and say, NASA, where have you been for 60 years? Where have you been through the launches? And all your astronauts saying that we're being followed. Elon Musk even saying recently that his rockets are followed. But what he expects, and this is something that we all need to pay attention to, is he believes it's going to be one of two things. Number one, a signal was picked up somewhere deep, far enough away where we could say we got a good clear signal, or pardon me, close enough to say we got a good clear signal of something that does not sound like space. I don't know. Maybe it's Freddie Mercury and Jimi Hendrix playing on a different planet right now. By God, if that's the case, I would love to go there. Wouldn't that be a dream concert? Freddie Mercury and Jimi Hendrix playing together. Think about
Jerry, maybe Jerry Garcia.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, don't even get me started.
Yeah.
That would be phenomenal.
Yeah.
I would even like to see Prince in that lineup too. I really like.
Come on, don't even get me started.
Oh, absolutely.
Dead rock and rollers.
Okay.
Janice, come on.
Or the big telescope that's out there right now actually photograph something. And I think that's where it's going to go, one of the two, according to Christopher Sharp from the Liberation Times.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and I feel like potentially you've got a third, that perhaps they have discovered life somewhere, and it's not exactly what we expect it to be. And I think in some articles, even written by Scientific American, I think they're alluding to it being as close as Mars. And so, we're really on the verge, I think, of making just the word life off planet something that we'll be able to accept. And it'll become part of the regular conversation. So, yeah, I think one of these ways it's going to be disclosed in its own bizarre way, if you want to call it disclosed. But yeah, I see that coming very rapidly, and it is going to take science and data for it to happen. I mean, the public's not just going to take somebody's word for it at this point. And even with people like Avi Loeb trying to ease it in, this isn't the sort of information that people are going to take lightly when it's delivered. They're going to need information behind it. There's going to be a lot of questions. So, Dave, maybe they'll release it through scientific journals first. And that has been something they've done in the past, where it's kind of disseminated through scientific journals, and once it's verified and it's slowly accepted in that scientific world, then it can be trickled out into the media as something that's real. So, it's coming.
Well, once again, let's just hope we're going to get the whole story rather than the partials. We're not talking about dentures here. We're talking about real lives. We don't need any partials. We need proper story, proper coverage. And the unfortunate part is I don't think we're going to get that. I don't think we're going to get anything out of the hearings on Wednesday that is of the utmost importance. I'm not wanting to call it another nothing burger just yet, because I don't want to go 0 for 3 at the plate. Okay, or 3 for 3 at the plate, I should say. I'm hoping to strike out on this one, but I don't have, Tim, I don't have the confidence on which way it's going to be. I really don't.
Yeah, their first attempt was very disorganized and seemed to not be taking it very seriously. And when Senator Gillibrand questions people, Moultrie and others on the topic, they are never prepared and seem to not have an interest on the topic and try to almost laugh it off. And so, it is about time that we see something step up. And I think that we've seen Senator Gillibrand be very transparent on how she's not going to be taking those push away answers for this hearing. So we can absolutely expect people to be prepared with their A game for her. And if not, she's going to make it very uncomfortable for them. So I look forward to at least a different kind of public hearing than we've seen in the first. But again, my expectations are real. I'm not expecting to hear any news that I haven't heard before, but it's all in how they handle it that I find interesting. And we were going to cover Chris Mellon and how he had some opinions on this. He had a few thoughts about the security of the U.S. aerospace, but we can always get into that next time.
We will definitely have to, because that's an important topic right there as well. Tim Senor, thank you so much, my friend. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, LinkedIn, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio.
I know you're out there somewhere.
Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. Soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we got room for them too. Good night. Felt my throat going there right at the end. I'm just going to go quickly get a drink of water here. I'll let the G in while we're speaking. All right.
Nice. Is he there?
Hi, Timmy.
Oh, you got Grogu. Do I have
We're just having a little cuddle sesh.
You're making me want my Grogu. Sup on my bed.
This cute little fellow right here.
Hey, nice haircut.
You like it?
I love it.
I'm
Dude,
on my way to matching you, so you should be pretty happy about
you're
that.
well on your way. I like it. You're 43% awesome.
Yes.
Cool, man. Right on. So, are you stoked for Wednesday?
I don't know if I'm stoked. I'm a little curious. I'm excited to see. I'm excited to be proven wrong. Oh boy.
Oh no.
Yes, my friends. El Ovni Volador is back.
I had a feeling. I sensed it. There was a ripple in the force, and he was holding the Yoda Grogu baby. I mean, come on.
So the reason why you've come to the dark side, random guy.
Oh yeah, I got something back for you. Here you go.
Don't make me collapse.
Oh
no.
Look,
yeah.
now I can rub your nipples whenever I want.
Oh my
A winner if I've ever seen one. Random guy.
It's good times. What's the word on the street, Alav?
Well, you know, I just got out of the clink once again. And sometimes you got to go take your stance right here on Spaced Out Radio. It is something that you need to be able to remain diligent with strength and veracity to bring this subject to the limelight. Why are you blocking my shirt, you big-headed jerk?
Because the only thing better than one is two Baby Yodas.
You have a shirt like that, you need to show it off to the world.
So what were the headlines? What got you in the clink?
Never mind.
You did mass destruction, I heard. I heard it. Oh my god.
Hold on. Not to make a mockery of this or anything.
El Grogo of El Grogo. Let's just leave it with that. El Grogo.
Look, Tim, when you're going to need to know, you're going to need to know. Okay? My good buddy, Random Guy, who's wearing the ultimate championship shirt.
Undefeated.
Okay? Undefeated, unparalleled, the excellence of excellence. All right? You know, the power I have over El Ovni, he actually called me up and he's like, I'm thinking of getting this hairdo tonight. And I said, yeah, man. I said, if you want to look as good as me, you get that Astro Boy haircut.
Yes.
You get that Astro Boy haircut. That's right.
I'm wondering if you were the chicken wrestler of BC that everyone was talking about in the headlines. You seem like a chicken wrestler kind of guy.
Talk about quickly enough, but frankly, there are a lot more sightings than have been made public. Some of those have been declassified. When we talk about,
are you trying to be insultive right now, there, Timbit?
Insultive? No, I was just calling out the
we're
headlines.
talking about objects.
There's a chicken wrestler up in British Columbia, and I thought maybe it was you if you were in the clink.
Calling him a chicken effer?
No, a wrestler, like a chicken wrestler, meaning like stealing chicken.
Right?
I'm just hopeful that
my
the
jokes are not
senators
landing at all well.
Holy cow. Olive
once
Oil
they
here
leave,
says that
and
she's putting her
since
money
they've
on
already
Random Guy
had
and not me.
Their
Boy, are you
since the
on
senators
drugs?
will have their closed
Probably
door
drunk on Woo.
one, which they'll be briefed intensely, I'm sure.
Embarrassed for you
And
there,
then we'll
Olive
have
Oil.
our public one. I'm hopeful what that
Embarrassed.
means is the next step
If
is
I was a wrestler, I would be like
similar to what
NHI or
happened when they
something.
had
I'd be
the
like
closed
the
door one.
NHI.
When Senator
The
Kennedy
non-human
said, lock your
intelligence.
doors tonight.
Oh, I was like,
They
I don't follow wrestling, so you could make up almost any name and I would have no idea who it is.
Here he is, the non-human intelligence. And I come out all like bald with a t-shirt on. No glasses.
I asked for a Random Guy shirt. I get an El Ovni shirt. Only on SOR, guys. Only on SOR.
Yeah, let him. Yeah. Don't let him book your vacation.
Direction into your life. Some stability, some winning spirit. Look at you.
It just sucks. I go outside with this, people just throw shit at me all day. It's like
I don't know where to start.
Yeah,
exactly.
Little aliens.
Who wants to be my manager in Vegas?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Tim, how are your management skills?
Well, I think there's a couple of Chuck E. Cheese managers looking for work I could probably hook you up with.
I got some tokens my kids have left over.
Mm-hmm.
I could throw in on that.
Well, you can pay them in tokens.
The ball pit. You could dominate the ball pit at Chuck E. Cheese, dude.
There it is. A
Full confident world champion Chuck E. Cheese ball pit
wrestling.
Yes, done. Thank you.
I will place bets and accept bets.
You guys are ill. You guys have sickening to my stomach right now. Even associating you people on the same camera feed that I am makes me want to puke.
Well, sometimes you got to get sick to know when you're well.
Oh man, is this going to be a productive conversation?
You guys are lucky. I am not coming to Las Vegas.
Not at all.
If I was coming to Las Vegas for the radio party, all right, you guys would be in an empty room with every one of these people following me around, hitting me up for pictures and autographs and
not like maybe like a 2 a.m. after 6 shots appearance or anything like that.
Look, I know you don't understand what it's like to be awesome, okay? Okay, I know you don't get that. You don't understand it. You know, I mean, realistically, you're Bob Saget, not funny, right?
Bob Saget was hilarious.
Bob Saget didn't have a funny bone in his elbow.
Oh, man.
Beefcake.
Rest in peace.
Beefcake.
So that explains it. Bob Saget was killed by El Abdi. I knew there was a conspiracy behind that. He got hit in the head. Remember head?
He threw the final elbow.
This is going to be a Netflix. This is going to be a Netflix miniseries in no time because he just admitted he did it.
Mm-hmm. The final elbow. That'll be the name of the documentary.
So, did you guys want to talk about anything useful tonight, or?
Absolutely.
We just here to watch sweat slide underneath that mask and down his neck.
Oh, I love it.
If we leave him in the mask for 10 more minutes, he'll start looking like he's lactating as the shirt picks up sweat.
Look, all I'm saying to you is I would hate for you to hurt your real feelings because when you start crying, your mascara is going to run.
What he means is, all I'm saying to you is...
Talking about the guy who weighs like 96 pounds wet. What are you going to do, Gnome?
I carry a piece.
You talk a lot of trash for a guy that wears a condom on his face.
Oh, it hurts. It only hurts when I laugh, but it hurts.
It's a special condom mask. It's ribbed for no one's pleasure.
Oh.
You are so lucky there is not a steel cage right now.
Oh my God, I love it. I'm just wondering why you put a target on your forehead.
You're all forehead. You're not even a forehead. You're a 7-head.
Oh, I was thought 5-head would have been funnier, but yeah, 7-head, sure. Forkhead.
Yeah.
Forkhead.
The only guy who I know who gets paid a quarter to be Howie Mandel's body double.
Love it. I love it. I've heard that one a couple times.
Yeah, I could get away. I could see that.
I have to wear different glasses, but... Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness.
We talking some UFOs or you two pricks going to keep wasting my time?
This show is off the hinges, like completely.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes of laughs. Laughs and chuckles.
I will say thank you for at least sending the proper size.
You ever seen a
People send me a large, and I'm like, that's not going to happen.
Where's my hat, Dave?
You know, who is this Dave guy?
Yeah.
Where's my hats, Dave? You dirty bastard.
Yeah. He never sends things when you order them. And don't vacation with him and let him like rule, because you'll find yourself in the worst part of town. People you don't know. It just gets seedy. I'm joking.
Yeah, I got this maglev thing for him right now.
Dave should not be the governor. Hey, but you know what? Elovni should make some decisions for us. What's going on? Let's talk UFOs.
Okay. Let's do it.
The hearings are going to be BS.
Baby Yoda agrees.
Love V Love is asking how my head is always so smooth, and it's old age and genetics.
You get old enough, the hair just comes right off.
So smooth. It's low maintenance.
What are you now? Are you about 70 now, Tim?
Yeah, 75, actually. I'll be 76 in July.
In dog years.
Mm-hmm.
Intellectually, I'm 14, so I got that going for me.
I just had a lot of Botox. I'm actually tiny. This is all Botox.
We're so close to talking about what you want to talk about, Tim. Close.
You know it too. And I'm just waiting.
So close.
Waiting for this goofball to like go get Dave.
No, you got to wait for the titty sweat to start.
When it starts trickling down the mask. What I just don't, I've never seen a wrestler with glasses before. How have we not poked fun at that yet?
Oh, yeah. What's going on, Four Eyes?
Right? All the better to see you with. He's like a baddie from The Incredibles or something.
No, he's like the Beanstalk giant, except not giant, but the same IQ. Fee-fi-fo-fum.
He's like the opponent in the Cheez-It.
Great at having aliens.
Hey, I come to find out having aliens isn't all that bad.
Yeah.
He's like the talking head in a Zovirax commercial.
There's the link to the live.
Sometimes aliens can help you in your journey. I don't know if it's true,
With
but
a wrestling mask on. He's like Zovirax. Anyone that
why don't you guys read the chat at all?
I avoid the chat. How many times have I told you?
Hey, Oompa Loompa, there's a question from Monica for you.
Oompa Loompa, wow.
Random guy, what could happen that just might steer towards disclosure? Oh God, I hate that word. I have the same mental picture in my head when people say disclosures. When they say herpes, I just shudder and go, get it away from me. No,
the Virax joke. Nice.
Yeah, you picked that up, right?
Yeah.
We're on high level shit over here. I'm good with it. I don't think there's anything that could happen toward disclosure itself, but if they're going to say something new, then that would be a nice step in the right direction. Reiterating the same damn reports, same people, same experiences, but you're telling it to a different group of people, you know? It feels like we're getting gonna get the same talk, just repackaged. And like Dave, our friend Dave, not this weirdo sitting next to us right now, but our good friend Dave brought up a good point earlier about, you know, if people are going to show up and actually talk instead of, you know, repeat the same. Oh, okay, there he goes. Thank God. See if you mentioned Dave enough times like Beetlejuice. If people are going to show up and talk, we can get somewhere. If not, we're just going to keep doing this over and over and over and over. I don't think anything's going to come out. I think it's going to be a re-summary of what's already been said. That's what our think tank over here believes is going to happen. Do you expect anything new, Timmy? Like, honestly?
Well, I think potentially what could have happened behind closed doors would have discredited some of the whistleblowers or credited them, depending, or if they, like I said, if they plead the fifth, that's somehow information. So I think the results of that is going to take place behind the closed door portion. And whatever they find as results, perhaps we'll hear in the public portion. That's my hypothesis on the whole whistleblower aspect of it. But I know that, I mean, The Hill had some pretty good proposals as to what they thought some of the questions should look like.
I heard that.
And one of them in particular that I liked was the one, oh, here, where it says, has Arrow characterized the UAP observed?
Did you see that maglev thing?
Oh, no, wait, hang on, that's not the one. The one that I wanted to bring up was the one where it asks if they have decided on the military releases, whether those are still considered UAP. And I feel like that would be great to hear their final decision on whether they've considered that something anomalous or if it's mundane and they're not considering it, you know, UAP, and why, you know, why they came to that decision. What do you think on that?
I think that's part of why you're seeing the vernacular change so much, is so they can move things around. I mean, if it's military related, then they're going to sit on it as much as possible. The people that are coming forward as whistleblowers that actually have tangible stuff is probably what they're doing privately. And only because it probably relates to some of our secret stuff. And if that's the case, as I've said before, even pilots that have TS clearance and fly all the time that are trained observers don't quite know everything out there. And so they may give their full honest testimony, and then someone has to take it up a notch to the command level, and then they kind of call them in and go, hey guys, we're just going to forget about this one, meaning it's probably our stuff. I think that happens.
Right.
So I don't look forward to any military stuff being like bearing fruit, so to speak.
What do you think about a question directed to if they consider open source assessments of the videos and evidence and stuff like that?
As far as what?
I'm wondering, so I'm just kind of wondering how they decide on what is credible and what isn't when they're behind closed doors, right?
Well, the good news is they have access to the Pentagon. So, I mean, these committees have direct line to say, hey, what does this check out, more or less, right? So they can see how that story matches programs, missions, time and place, things that might have been going on. But that doesn't mean they're necessarily going to get the truth either, right?
Right.
And
do you feel like a big takeaway from something like that would be more about security leaks at some point, honestly? Or do you think they're more concerned about the information? Because if there's discussions like the Wilson Davis documents taking place, then there's a concern about security breach, right? And there's all kinds of things that
I think the emphasis
conversations there. But my point on that would be, with the Wilson Davis documents in particular, if those discussions took place as whistleblowers behind closed doors and they actually confirmed or denied, that would be pertinent information. However, my understanding is that when Davis was approached, he said, talk to my lawyer, you know, and even if subpoenaed, he can still just plead the fifth, right? So that could lead to nothing. But
yeah, that's what I talked about last time.
There he is, this guy. Did you see anyone when you were out there smoking? Just missed him. There was this really ugly dude that wears glasses and tries to call himself a wrestler that just left. I don't know. Did you see him? He had a big X on his head, and
he
looked kind of like this, but
breathing real heavy, sweating. No. Huh. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird.
So going back to what you were saying real quick,
Busting your chops.
100%. I think the emphasis is on protecting our assets over finding the truth about unexplained phenomenon, and it should be. I know that's not what chat wants to hear, but it should be. I don't think they should be outright lying about things, but in some cases they have to.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Okay, national security secrets aside, where would it be for UFOs and aliens? I'm not talking UAP crap here. I'm talking UFOs and aliens. Why would that be a national security threat?
Right. In the days of vibrating luggage clearing the airport, why would this be a national security threat? You're absolutely right.
You can make the argument that it's our adversaries. I mean, that's simple as that. If they got something we haven't figured out, we have stuff they haven't figured out yet, not much. We still got a few tricks up our sleeves that the Chinese haven't stolen. They're pretty good at stealing it, though, at least the schematics of things. But it could be our adversaries. So you have to take it seriously enough to be like, or is it a psyop? Is it our adversary stuff, something they actually have? Or is it something they want us to think they have? Or do they want us to think it's aliens, but really it's them, and they're just diverting? Because anytime you divert assets, gotta let one rip. Anytime you divert assets, you're taking away from something else that matters. So we can't just keep growing the DOD, and I mean, it seems like it, I guess, these days, but can't just keep growing forever and adding departments and adding personnel just to study one thing. It doesn't make sense. So you're diverting attention and assets from one thing to the other. So that's why it can still be classified as a threat, because it could be credible.
Well, I understand where you're going with that, but I think there's a big difference, and this is where I draw a line, and much to the chagrin of many people, this is where I draw the line between what UAP is and what UFOs are. Because if it is from another society, another planet, another timeline, or anything like that, I don't see where that would be a threat. I don't see where contact from another civilization would be a threat. I mean, that's exploration. That's what we do. We've done that throughout humanity.
Yeah, but if you don't know what the intent is and you find there's something there, you got to treat it as a threat until you prove it's not. Don't you not?
That might be the American way.
We shoot. If you haven't learned from the time that Americans arrived here, we kill first and then we have to try to figure out what happened. But yeah, I'm just saying that is kind of like, you got to protect, you got to assume the worst, right? You got to have contingency plans that everything's bad.
Well, I understand that. I understand it. Shoot first, ask questions later. You know?
And I'm not saying we would actually shoot, because I believe a lot of times the order is not to shoot. But when you don't know what the hell you're shooting at, maybe there's different rules for alien fights. I don't know. I'm not privy to it.
Yes, because if they've traveled along here's the thing. Okay, if aliens have been coming here since the beginning of humanity, and you know, there are enough, I think, clues to show that has happened, they would have had over 4,000, 5,000 years plus to take over this planet, to create, to either wipe us out or to get us when our highest technology was a spear. Okay? They could have enslaved us. They could have done absolutely anything they wanted with us.
Maybe.
For food, whatever it may be.
Or maybe what they've discovered is they advanced all their technology to a point of science, but not weaponry. And maybe they figured out somehow that we would be able to wipe them out, that we would be able to, if detected, whether it be viral, kinetic weapons. Like maybe there's one or two things we have here where they're like, we can't risk it. If they figure that out, they will just wipe us out, right? They might have a super, could be elemental, something on the earth, or something they don't want to risk that, right?
I agree with Tim in the chat room. We're a mosquito attacking the Death Star.
We don't know what it is, though. That's my whole point, is we don't know. And because we don't know, it can be a threat. You should take it as a threat. If there's a group of guys walking in front of my front yard and I don't know their intent and it's 2 a.m, my first thought is maybe they're here to give me the word of God, or maybe they're selling cookies. My first thought is grab your guns and figure out what the hell is going on. Like, you know what I mean? Wait, you can wait and see, you can evaluate, but you gotta be ready.
Brother, you have been trained for that. 90% of Americans, I would say, don't have that attitude.
I don't think that's true. I think when it comes to your home and your family, people want to protect it. And when you're talking about a government that's responsibility is to protect everybody, you got to amplify that onion of protection, those levels. That's all I'm saying.
Tim?
I mean, I kind of agree with Elon Musk. I'm more threatened by AI than I am aliens. Even if they were here, I'd be like, well, they've been here. They haven't done anything so far. The potential of AI is way more scary. Elon Musk just today is all like, this is potentially going to lead to the civilization being destroyed. And in the meantime, he just created Truth GPT, a new AI chatbot. So it's kind of one of those things. In his quote, he's like, a regulatory agency needs to start with a group that initially seeks insight into AI, then solicits opinion from industry, and then has proposing rulemaking. It's just kind of backwards thinking, and you don't want industry to give you advice on creation of this sort of thing at all, because they're ruled by $1. You want psychologists and sociologists to talk on this, and you also want to run algorithms on how this thing can run itself in a very short time and not need us. So don't get me started on that. But yes, that is kind of, I have no fear of alien presence intruding on human beings at all. We could always prepare for it. You should always prepare for everything, every contingency, and always accidents happen. And who knows, someone shoots at him, pisses him off. Now we've got a situation. So, but I think we shouldn't go into it assuming that they're aggressive towards humans.
I think Rob G's got a good one too, though. It is potentially possibility. If there is outside, maybe there's more than one, and one is like protecting us or holding off, or saying one's in charge of multiple groups. I know a lot of people in chat, and just talking to some other ufologists. I got in trouble for calling it ufologists the other day, so I'm saying it intelligently now. Ufologists. Dave's like, I'm not surprised. Anyways, so I learned, people believe that there's multiple species and stuff. Well, if that's a fact, there might be some galactic federation where, like a UN of things, where some are like, hey, we're going to go mess with them. And the other group's like, nah, don't mess with them too much. Or like, you can do this, but you can't do that. Like some kind of rules of engagement that the aliens have, right? So I think that's a great point by Rob.
Absolutely. Out of the box thinker right there. I, however, am going to have to cut a little short. I'm needed here, but I appreciate the extra half hour with you chaps, and I will see you on Wednesday for the group meet.
Unless I fill in for you.
Yeah. If for some reason I can't be there, please.
Yeah, you go, buddy.
And I'm pretty sure I'm looking at chat. I think, Nicole, you spelled that wrong. Ufologist. I'm joking.
Did she? Please let me know she messed up on something so I can hold it against her.
Oh, okay. There you go. One more thing to hold against her. Excellent.
Timmy, give us the old...
she did it on purpose.
I absolutely will. All right, chaps. Have a good night and see you soon.
Bye, 10 bits.
Ciao for now.
Hey,
and
RG.
then there were two. Then there were two.
Where's all your agency buddies that are usually in our chat room?
They're actually on assignment.
Wow.
I don't know if you noticed, but things are heating up in China right now. So it's there's things happening, trying to prevent World War III right now, like for real. Because it's the guys in the trenches. The guys in the trenches before the guys in the trenches that head this stuff off. That's why they are good at what they do.
I don't, and I don't know if you can answer this or not.
That usually means no. Go ahead.
Okay, as a stupid Canadian who really doesn't understand this part of international shit that's going on, how, if they are sitting at a desk, do they help present or prevent what is going on?
Because there's basically, I'll try to simplify it, there's think tanks. So you have military operations, CIA operations, sometimes they work together with JSOC or whatever, basically human on-the-ground intelligence, right? Then you have signals intelligence, satellites, internet, snooping stuff, us, think of holding up a satellite dish outside the building that they're talking in, whatever. Totally simplifying, but collection of data and intel. That has to come back here. The rooms were really smart people that understand the history and the tendencies, all the way down to the tendencies of the individuals in power. They know their families, they know what their hotheads, what their instabilities are, and they can predict based on the data gathered, all a big picture, as big of a picture as they can get, and they can say who's in charge and what are they likely to do. How much is just them flexing? Like if you can't tell, even before the Ukraine stuff, Putin's one of the biggest flexers of all time, right? It's all about personality. So it's like who's in charge, what's actually happening, what's meant to just show off so that we know this is just a show of force and it's not really an issue. That's what their job is. And if they see something, a loose string, a rogue general, like whatever, we're like, hey, this could pop off. Then they put together a plan. They send it back to the operatives, back to the human people, JSOC if needed or whatever. And they go in and do what they do. They correct the situation on the ground as fast as possible. And then it moves to the next situation. And they repeat this process every 24 hours. If it's a hot situation, maybe even sooner. So yeah, that's what the guys behind the desk are doing. They have a history. They have people that are experts in topography. If you're talking about nuclear reactor sites, like they study this stuff forever. And so like you could be the best Navy SEAL in the world, but if you don't have the intelligence of what's going on, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to be effective. So they put all that data together, that intel together, and then send it out to the tip of the spear, so to speak. And sometimes it's not just fighting. Sometimes it could be very, almost benign, just taking somebody out by paying them off to go somewhere, causing a car accident. Like, you don't know, there's ripple effects, right? To all these things. So that's what the people in the desk are doing. And that's why they're important.
Got you. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you for clarifying that. Nice red shorts, by the way.
I thought you were trying to look at my wiener for a minute there, so I was like pulling them down.
No, not much to see.
Yeah, I got it. It's cold. It's very cold in here. It's just like, it's not usually like that.
Yeah, 75 degrees in your place.
It's been like 83. We're getting hot over here.
Are you looking forward to the Vegas event?
I am. I'm already making plans to, I don't know, accessory plans, I guess you would call it. I've had some private combos with people wanting to see certain things, and I was like, I'm gonna have to have like a super VIP experience that I charge for. No, it's like I don't want to be running all over the state. I want to enjoy and get drunk and watch people act stupid with me leading the pack. That's kind of my goal.
I know there's a lot of people looking forward to meeting you, my man.
I find that hard to believe, but it will be funny.
Well, it's going to be interesting because we are in 1 month today. I'm flying out. 1 month today, flying on out, which is going to be awesome.
Let's do it.
Oh, yeah.
Just checking chat, make sure no one else was messaging. Any questions? No, mostly the usual.
So anything weird happened lately? You got more aliens there or what?
Love, I'm very funny. I've actually done several sold out stand-up shows, just so you know. So other people disagree. Yeah, so last night I went to bed. I don't know if I told you this or not. Did I tell you about the sheet? I don't know. Anyway, so last night I went to bed and I sleep with just a sheet because I'm hot all the time, like thermal radiation coming on in my body from all the anthrax shots or whatever I got in the military. I don't know. But I'm always hot, like constantly. So I only sleep with a sheet. So I have a California king bed. It's a huge bed. It's like 84 inches across, right? Like a 7-footer. And I just sleep right on the edge of my bed on the left side. So my sheet is evenly distributed across the whole bed. Last night I go to bed. I had this crazy headache from the back of my occipital lobe. See, I'm impressing you with my anatomical knowledge there. I had this crazy headache, and it was coming from the back to the front. I was like, man, this sucks. Go to sleep, fall asleep, get rid of this stuff. So I finally pass out, and then I was asleep, but like not out. Like when you're out, and you could go either way. And all of a sudden, I feel my entire sheet. I shit you not, dude. And my kids weren't here or nothing. I feel my whole sheet, like someone grabbed it and just like all the way up, like in one shot, like over the top of my whole body onto the floor. So like I shot up, I grabbed my gun real quick. I'm like, the fuck? Like I freaked out. I was like, the hell? And I look around the room and I'm like, first thing I thought, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, if there's aliens in this mofo. That was the first thing I thought. There was no aliens. So then I was like, okay, is this a poltergeist or like what's going on? But that was like, shake the sheet out, put it back on the bed. I go, it's not effing funny. Said it out loud. It's not effing funny. And I get back in bed and I'm pissed off. My eyes are burning. I just want to fall asleep and get into my sleep apnea comfortably. They won't let me. So I don't know if that was poltergeist or aliens, but it was just literally, it's impossible for what happened. Were you ovulating? I like to ovulate. I get hot flashes like I'm ovulating all the time. Yes.
I had once, dude, where literally it was in that same mode. I felt I was just about to doze off, go into my deep sleep, and I felt my leg get picked up. And I turned my head and I didn't even look. I said, "Really? I'm trying to sleep here. Oh, do you mind?" And whatever it was, put my leg back down and let me go back to sleep, man.
That's awesome. Tony says, what are your thoughts about Burroughs Rendlesham? Yeah, that's legit. I think that's legit. I think that's one of the most legit ever, personally. And I've heard people in the military still talk about that, old timers and stuff. So I think, I don't personally know about it, but everything I've heard, I would say if there's a such thing as a legit case, that's as textbook as you would get. Financial alliance, you talking about BRICS? I assume that's BRICS, right? Russia, China, and others. It's a non-issue because for several reasons. Everybody's like, oh, I get these emails all the time. Oh, Nigeria added to it or whatever, right? Like some third world country. I'm like, cool. Do they make iPhones? You know what I mean? It's a non-threat. It's all posturing. Okay, if they want to trade among themselves and save money on their own tariffs, that's fine. And the dollar doesn't have to be the only way that things are traded anyway as a base. I know that's like a fear-mongering thing on TikTok I've seen lately. My brother-in-law, he actually works for a hedge fund. So he gets all the details on this stuff. We talk a lot about this stuff. He's like, there's not a single person in the financial district And these people are billionaires and 100 millionaires and everything else. They would know. They got people on the ground in other countries. They've moved their assets to it. None of them are buying into it. So until the money moves, I wouldn't worry about it. And it's not going to give them any more military power. It's not going to give them any more technology. The United States cuts off our food. We cut off our wheat and corn leaving the United States. We cut off our exports. No more of our technology. We have all of our tech companies shut down. No, you're not going to play that game. We can win that game too. It's just a way to leverage, and it's a lot of stuff that people are fear mongering with.
I can see that. Well, RG, it is that time of the night where we got to say goodnight to you and goodnight to everybody else. Hi, May.
Appreciate you guys.
Skip to Malou. Good morning to you over in Danish land. And tomorrow night on the show, we got a good one. Thank you to Robin McRae and Super Duke for this one. Dr. Melba Ketchum, who she's done one interview in the last number of years, and that was just this past Sunday on World Bigfoot Radio. She is going to be here tomorrow night talking about Sasquatch DNA and the science behind the Genome Project. It's going to be phenomenal. And Wrenches, you're going to have to be on alert tomorrow because you never know. She's kind of controversial. But we'll get a good show in tomorrow night. Big thank you tonight to Vash the Impaler, Deb, Gizmo, Cherokee, Anita, Derek ×2, Cat Chaser, and Thomas for the fantastic super chats tonight. Thank you for enjoying our guests and being here with us all night long. And we'll do it all again tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Good night.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
If you need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.
Is it Chupacabra or what? Oh. Who? I was gonna thinking milk fart. What the fuck? I heard about that guy today. I learned about him.
Correct. I think my humble advice would be to avoid any such drama or interaction because it is designed to.
No, that's how you expose the bullshit, though. Or just stay away from Chupacabra and all the bullshit. Yeah, you're right. But you gotta be vocal and just get everything out there, right? And not let any haters ever put you down. I've never had to block anybody on here. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but
details, but that should not happen in any way, shape, or form. And you deserve to be able to follow. You know, I see like you're over 3,000 people, so that's going to obviously change the dynamics a bit. But you should be able to speak freely. A lot of people, I mean, that are outside of the community. I didn't use I created the Twitter account like 10 years ago, and I forgot about it until just before Trump purchased it. I started getting a whole bunch of email by Trump. Email. I just I got a whole bunch of email and I was like, oh, I forgot I had this account. So I followed all the content creators that I was following on YouTube. I just followed them all, and then I followed people that were in spaces, and then I follow some music people that I know, and AI artists, and some LA stuff, and that's about it. And then, of course, the usual people on Discord that are in UFO Twitter. Not Discord.
Do you guys think we can go faster than light? I think we can.
Faster?
Yeah, I don't think there's any invisible kinetic force field barrier at the speed of light. I think it's just plain inertia.
Oh, faster than light.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, technically, we are. I mean, if you look at the latest research, technically we're holograms, and therefore, basically, we are light maps.
Like the 2045 initiative.
Have you heard of the holographic principle? It's
yeah, holographic universe theory or something.
Yes, exactly. And essentially, we are representations of information that is stored on a two-dimensional surface at the edge of the universe. And literally, like, you look at a credit card with the Visa logo, that's on a flat surface, but it kind of looks three-dimensional when you shine light into it. So apparently that is our composition as well. And so they're theorizing that our consciousness is actually non-local, but it's manifesting locally because our bodies are able to contain it.
Did you ever ride the Gravitron ride at the fair, the UFO ride with the centrifugal gravity, the 4 times gravity? You could really go walk on the wall sideways and shit.
I have Sugar gave us a thumbs up. Sugar, have you?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, she must have ridden it.
A Magic Mountain. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes, the barrel or something. I can't remember the spin it.
Yeah. Did you ever go on the flying saucer one?
No.
Oh. Yeah, they call it the Gravitron. It's dope. It's like a flying saucer with like a DJ at the center, and then they play like loud music. They got all these LED lights. It's like an alien spaceship. Everybody goes up on the wall, goes upside down, walks on the wall sideways, completely sideways and shit. That was dope. You can look it up on YouTube. But yeah, centrifugal gravity generation is fun. Gyroscopic reaction wheels and pulse centrifugal inertial and electrogravitic, asymmetrical capacitor, electrostatic, digital magnetic levitation module, neodymium saucers with the electromagnets and stuff, and all this cool different stuff, man. So many cool different ways to levitate things, like magnetic gyroscope levitrons. Such cool stuff. Then you got like the infinite anti-gravity with the buoyancy with the helium and stuff, lighter than air gases. Dope.
Grandmaster, I just want to mention that it sounds like you're kind of in a tunnel a bit. You're kind of coming in and out. Is there any way you can get closer to the speaker?
Yeah. Is that better?
Yes, that's much better. So, I'm glad I was able to do some audio troubleshooting before I depart, because I do have to wake up rather early tomorrow. But I just wanted to drop in, connect with both of you via Discord. If you don't see me around, that's the place. And I would just say there are some weird things happening in UFO Twitter, so that's why.
Yeah, don't pay attention to that stuff. Do you ever watch the citizens hearing on disclosure?
Well, are you referring to the one in 2001 where they had all those government?
Yeah, both 2001, but mainly the 2013 one. That's the main one. But that was Greer's in 2001 at the National Press Club. Then we made the 2013 one with Greer and my dad and Bassett and Jeremy Corbell and Ron James and everybody.
Oh, really? Who may I ask is your father? Because
Jim Boca.
Milestone.
Jim.
Pardon, say again.
His name is Jim. Jim Boca.
You don't have to say the last name.
I don't think he's really well known. He's not on the news all the time and all this shit, but our good friend Steve is and everybody else. So.
Well, I think the biggest difference between 2001, 2013, and 23, obviously, is the interconnectedness amongst people who are interested in this topic, and the dissemination of information is now instantaneous, whereas in the past,
yeah, the toothpaste is out of the tube.
Events.
Toothpaste is out of the tube, instant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My hope is that.
Like I've always had the head of MI6 MOD UFO program, Prime Minister of Defense, back behind me. Used to pick him up from the airport shit, like Prime Minister of Defense Paul Hellyer. I always had these big names behind me. I was always lucky. Everybody always took me super seriously. Like,
well, that's interesting. I hope you take advantage of those opportunities whenever they arise.
yeah, rest in peace, Paul Hellyer, man.
Record it, the better.
Yeah. At least we got him
I just
on
want to thank both of you
citizens hearing.
for really engaging conversation. I mean, there aren't that many of us, but I am optimistic because there are good people who will push us forward. I'm very confident, so keep it up, both of you. And I look forward to chatting more on Discord and Twitter.
Heck yeah, dude. Talk to you on Discord
nice
soon.
To meet you.
It's great to meet you, brother. Great to see you.
Absolutely. And Sugar, take it easy. Keep up the great work as well. And have a good morning. Best wishes until next time.
Good night, and see, get some rest.
Get some rest. Get ready for those hearings. When's that going to be? It's going to be like tomorrow or something. Yeah.
Will do. So keep up the conversation. I will bow out for now. Bye-bye. Until next time.
Bye-bye. Take care. What is it called? Live long and prosper.
Okay. I was running back and forth in the background, so I missed. You guys were talking about 2013 and 2001.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with what you guys are talking about.
Yeah. So Greer made a congressional briefing back in 2001 at the National Press Club, and that was the first UFO briefing. And then we made the second UFO congressional briefing, which was a whole week long at the National Press Club in 2013, which is called the Citizens Hearing on Disclosure. And it's all online. You can watch the whole week-long briefings.
Oh, I think I've seen that. Okay, so that was your father?
Yeah, it was all of us. Yeah, we all did that event. Yeah.
Oh, you were in it too.
Yeah, and I was in behind the tech table doing the live stream audio, English live feed audio for the live stream.
So you're kind of like next level.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to like bug you and ask you all kinds of questions.
Oh, I'd love that. I would love it.
They're gonna be people in here that are gonna be asking you questions. They're probably gonna start quoting your own words back to you.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to you giving us your opinion about what you feel has evolved from your first steps then. And I think that it's going to be exciting for you.
Yeah, it's so awesome. It's so awesome. So excited. Yeah, it's amazing that we've come so far. It's awesome. We did it. Congress? The Congress people? Oh shit, that would be dope. Yeah, I would be a good witness. I would probably be one of the better witnesses out there. I'd bring it all together. Bring all the stuff together for them, yeah. Along with the science and the technology that we have, it's very similar to some other.
Did you do Sky 360?
Yeah, you know about Hawkeye 360? Well, Science Bob went from Sky 360. Now he made Hawkeye 360. He just got awarded a $500 million contract from the Pentagon for the UFO surveillance power. Yeah, didn't he make Sky 360? I'm pretty sure he made Sky 360. Science Bob McGuire, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not connected, but I remember I'm no longer, but I was in
Yeah, he wants my resume too.
UAPX.
Oh, you were in UAPX?
Yeah, I used to be in UAPX.
Oh my gosh. Isn't that quite an exclusive club? Or no, or it's not too.
I met on Discord. I was on UAPX on Discord.
Oh, that's cool, man.
And they had talked about 360, so I joined there. But then I felt bad because I felt like these people are really focused on everything, and I.
Oh yeah, they're heavily into the imaging and surveillance. Yeah.
I felt like I was eavesdropping, and I didn't feel that it was appropriate for me to be there because I felt like they actually had hands-on experience. They were so detailed that I appreciated.
No, it's good. It's good to learn. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's awesome. I think they've been doing some really cool stuff. Like, did you hear about their Osiris vehicle that Gary Voorhees built? Didn't Gary build that one? Yeah.
That's when I joined.
Yeah.
When I watched the Content in the Desert live stream because of COVID again.
Yeah.
I watched I'm sorry.
Gary?
Gary Voorhees. He was one of the speakers there.
Oh, cool.
And I think he was wearing a shirt, or he was wearing a hat, or mentioned UAPX, and I wrote it down on a piece of paper, and then I went to their website later on. I remember, I should go to their website, and they didn't have a website at the time. Then they had a website, and then they had the Discord channel, and I joined, and then I left, and then I joined, and then I left.
I haven't seen Gary in a long time. What about you?
Well, because I've been dealing with my mother's medical, it's just sometimes it gets too overwhelming for me to be like participating in.
Yeah, I don't think he's done any interviews in a long time.
He was showing up on the Discord channel every once in a while, just
Oh, okay. Yeah, I should go join their Discord.
Yeah, you should join it. They have a whole bunch of channels, and I think if anything, once they know you're there, they'll probably really seriously, I feel like people are gonna just dive in and ask you so many questions.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I have a lot to teach because I take all the intel from all the best people, so it's really cool.
Well, if you're on Discord, I think that you'll probably find everybody on there. John Greenwell has a Discord.
Oh, sweet.
Chris Lito has a Discord.
Who does?
Chris Lito.
Oh yeah, Chris Lito. Yeah.
Yeah, he has.
Wasn't he in the Air Force or something?
UAP Society's Discord. There's who else? Kurt Jamunga from.
Oh yeah, Kurt Jamunga, yeah.
Yeah.
Theories of everything.
Discord, yeah. Then that girl, what's her name?
Alien girl?
Is
Christina Gomez.
Christina Gomez. Yeah, she has
Yeah.
a Discord channel, and who else?
Cool.
Yeah, and I think that you'll find everybody that you need to get in touch with will be there.
Awesome.
On all of those channels. So just go to their website some of them will come up into the search function, but a lot of them won't. And
Cool.
did I say Greenwald? Greenwald as well has a Discord channel.
Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, John Greenwald is the dude that wrote the letter for me to send to Congress that got me friends with the Congress and then persuaded them to disclose.
I really appreciate hearing from him because I did a Freedom of Information on my father passed away, and after that we had to evacuate due to a fire and our stuff was stolen. So I need to get our birth certificates and all that stuff, and it's just been crazy with my mom, but I did a Freedom of Information from my father to get his naturalization papers, and it cost $65, I think it was, and they said it would take about almost a year for me to get any information back. And because this is like something I'm emotionally invested in, it's a family, I love my dad, when he was alive, he was a great man, so I was really invested in it. And when I found out how long it took Freedom of Information Acts to come through, and then how much they cost, and then I thought of how much John spent.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
He's continuously sending out so many of them. He even had like a spreadsheet of how many things he's sent out and what he's waiting for, though it seems like his turnaround is much faster than my 1 year wait. And I don't know if there's also a price difference. I'm imagining it may even be more expensive for his. Diversity or maybe acceptance of Woo, or do you feel those two components do not?
Diversity of Woo? No, we get deep into the Woo on our radio shows often. We got a lot of people. I like more of the really good intel, but yeah, I definitely think we get into the deep Woo.
I think that a lot of people in the community talk about it, and
I like to see the more hardcore research. So sorry.
yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think that because the information is there's a finite amount of information that's released. Because of that, there's only so many times you can hack through that. And
Can you just skip through all the bullshit real quick?
yeah. But
Yeah, just scroll past it.
I hope that you show up on more spaces, because I think your
Heck yeah.
involvement will be really important to people that have heard of you
I'd love to see some good friends on here. I don't know who else to follow for spaces, and how to find spaces on the UFO topic. Normally, I don't see anything on the topic. I saw one Tupacabra today, but I don't really like Tupacabra so much. I mean, I saw some of his tweets today. It's actually some good retweets he's doing. He's doing some good tweets, but normally I don't follow him.
UFO Shane has. See, I used to come. Again, my
Yeah, UFO Shane. Yeah. Was that the old vet symposium guy?
Yeah, he has some.
The guy with the oxygen.
Astral. Tiffany, Jamie. Who else? I'm trying to think. There's so much.
Okay, so I got UFO Shane. What after UFO Shane? Tiffany.
Tiffany.
What's her full name on Twitter?
Let me see.
Tiffany, and you said.
It's fish. Let's see. It's fishless. I'm sorry, I'm slaughtering it.
Oh, fishless.
Yeah, she has some. There's so many people that have them, but they're mostly in the daytime, and I'm concentrating on other things during the daytime that I'm not able to come in, or if I am in a lobby or cooking or something.
How do you spell officialist?
Let me see. Officialist.
Oh, official list?
Yeah, OFFIC.
Oh yeah, I got it.
IALISHIST. Officialist. I think once you start going to a few of them, you will know who you want to follow.
Is it the officialist?
No, it's just let me see. It is. Let me do it this way. There we go. There. I'll just send it out for you.
Sweet.
I DM'd you.
Okay, sweet.
Also, be careful with clicking links because a lot of accounts were hacked recently. I don't know if you heard about that. Even Lou Alessandro or Luis was hacked recently. I think last month.
Huh.
People were getting. I don't mix cross-contaminate my social media. So like, if I have sugar here, I don't have it somewhere else. And someone was DMing me saying, "Oh, I found your Discord chat. I found your Instagram page, and they sent me a link." And it wasn't me because I don't have Instagram anymore since I broke up with my ex. And so I was like, no, not likely. I never used that. And it was a hack. And they were phishing for my password, and I got about 4 of those, and a bunch of people got them as well. And then Luis, not Lou Angelos or Luis Alessandro, he got one as well. And his account was hacked for like a day.
What, did they post anything funny or something?
I'm not sure, but I think if I remember, they were posting like, "Do you want to buy a laptop?" which is comical because of anyone that was going to get rid of the laptop. No one would expect it from him. And but then, like, you know, because he's a much watched, high profile account, all of a sudden all the official accounts that are, you know, following him started notifying everyone, don't click the link, Lou's account was hacked, we'll get it resolved quickly. And I think within a day it got resolved, but a whole bunch of people's accounts are getting hacked, and mostly it's links, but there's also a lot of malicious stuff going on as well. I try to avoid sidestep that because I'm not involved with it, so I didn't even really understand the scale of it, so I try to keep away from it.
Yeah. So who else should I follow for spaces other than Tiff and the other person, Shane and
Scream has things. Benno, the guy you were speaking to before, and your other one.
Yeah.
He also has. What I end up doing is following people I know into their spaces. So I think once you get acquainted with people and you follow them, you'll know that they're legit or they're
oh yeah, it
not
shows
legit.
Benno, he's in another Twitter space. Cool. We can check out his too. Anybody else?
Yeah, Logan is the
Oh, you said Chris Lato, right? Did he do spaces?
He doesn't do spaces.
Oh, okay.
No.
I'll follow.
Logan hosts a lot of spaces. His spaces,
Cool.
I call them like campfires sometimes, where everyone's just shooting the shit and it has nothing to do with anything other than, you know, whatever anyone wants to talk about.
Yeah.
But then sometimes it dives real deep, and he has, I think he had Dodie last month.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, we keep talking to Dodie too on Thomas Fessler. You know Thomas?
Yeah. So Logan has like marathon ones where it's like 5 days long, and because of that, people slip in and out and talk about various topics. But like I said, every once in a while, some like really interesting stuff goes down. So
sweet.
You'll hear a lot of people entering his spaces. The other guy, the one who I don't follow, he's Kimball. He has a lot of spaces. I think in evening only. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure because again, I'm not. Occasionally I come in during the daytime and I'm cleaning or cooking or driving, or even if I'm able to participate, I'm not really able to listen all the time. And then in the evenings, you'll hear more Europeans. I think you'll start to see the same people. And if you're interested in
Yeah.
archaeology
Yeah.
and anthropology.
Like Paul Cook. You ever hear of Paul Cook?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like that kind of stuff almost.
Yeah. Yeah,
You know Crypto Alchemist?
is he
He goes
the
on
one
with
that
Paul Cook
built
often.
he makes videos where he's building things too?
No, I think that's Jeremiah.
Oh.
Is that Exotic Propulsion? Or what's his name? Jointed Technicians?
Yeah.
I forgot who else was talking about before Jeremiah. Anyway.
I think that
Cool stuff.
You'll find a lot of people that are will surprise you with the amount of information that they're experienced and knowledgeable of, and I think they'll be very pleased to speak with you. Did you say you had
Yeah, heck yeah.
a YouTube channel too?
Yeah, I have a few different YouTube channels. He said, I wonder if I follow you?
And they probably do. Oh, Red Panda too. He's on here as well.
Yeah, all my YouTube channels are in my link tree on my account. My main one is GRANDMASTERUV, but I got a strike on it. And then I was on GRANDMASTERUV Gaming, and then they put another strike on that one. And now I'm on Anti-Gravity Science. So I got a strike for playing some of Coachella's. When they were doing a live show the other day, Coachella streamed a little bit of it. Got a strike.
Which one are you, is your main UFO channel then? Because I'm following.
Yeah, GRANDMASTERUV YouTube. You're already following it?
Yes, now I am. Thank you.
Sweet. Awesome. But right now, I'm broadcasting on the Anti-Gravity Science one. I think I have the link up there for that one too. Yeah. I think I put that up. Because my other two got striked and I'm not able to live stream for like a week or two on the other channel. So I'm on a backup channel called Anti-Gravity Science right now, which is in the link tree too. It should be the third one down in the YouTube list.
Right on. So they strike you if you play music?
Yeah, they strike you if you play copyrighted music. They love to strike you right away. They have like AI detection.
Then how do people
Like
get away with
Shazam.
putting whole movies up there?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe they got permission, or I don't know. They're not forcing it. Anybody else that you know that has good spaces on here with UFO stuff? Oh yeah, Kimball. How do you spell the Kimball one? I couldn't find him.
I
So
don't
you don't even follow him?
sorry.
You know anybody else? I can never find any UFO spaces, except I saw the Chupacabra one today. I think Benno's in another space. I wonder what he's talking about.
Well, I was gonna log out, so if you guys are gonna head over there, you'll probably find people who.
Yeah, I'm gonna check out. I'll go check out his thing.
Yeah, then you can hear how everyone is, and you can follow more people that you feel that are gonna be having spaces. They'll give you a whole bunch of information.
keep making these spaces too. And I'll join Discord. I'll go get John Greenwald. And who else? Okay, yeah. His Discord?
I think his is UAP Society, I think.
Okay. Cool.
And then
Thanks.
Co and Greenlaw.
Okay.
UAPX.
Oh yeah, UAPX. Okay.
Sky 360.
Sky 360.
There's some other ones. I can't remember.
Cool. Awesome.
Well, it was good talking to you.
Yeah, it was great talking to you.
Opportunity of getting like the dirt on the inside information. I felt like I got like the premier information from you. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to hearing more of your journey through disclosure.
Awesome.
Family too.
Likewise. Look forward to talking to you.
Thanks for giving me information. Have a good evening.
You're welcome. Have a great evening. Good night.
Bye.
Bye-bye. We'll go follow Benno. I think I'm gonna go. What should I do? I don't know. Elon to sue OpenAI. What? Alright, I think I'm gonna end this space. I've been streaming for like 11 hours or some shit. I'm gonna go join another space. I'm gonna show myself. It was great to talk to everybody today. Have a wonderful day, and we'll have those hearings, and we'll discuss it. Maybe I'll even make a space during the hearings or something. Or go join a watch party of my friends. Like Unidentified S4, or Cosmic Neighbors, or, you know, some other channel. Or I'll probably stream myself and also join some watch parties with my friends, and we'll make a party out of it. We'll make a great day. A great day out of the hearings. And we'll continue to celebrate this awesome disclosure and this wonderful momentum. Getting rid of the truth embargo. It's been long enough. Alright, I'm gonna go join another space. Great to talk to you guys. I'll host another space soon. This was a great thing.
saw it from the side. I saw the head, like the profile of this face. And then again, more like cinematic effects, I guess. But like the camera either changed perspective or it just turned its head. But like it slowly like turned its head to like face me. And as soon as it like faced me dead on, I heard this really high pitched like ringing sound, and the picture all started to like wiggle as if it was like vibrating. It was like a jarring sound. It didn't sound like a scream, but like the effect it had, it was like someone was screaming really loud. And yeah, then I snapped out of that again in a state of sleep paralysis. And I've had sleep paralysis like twice in my life. I'm in like my mid to late 30s. I'm mentally like healthy. I don't hallucinate. I don't have audible or like visual hallucinations. You know, so all of that could easily just be like my subconscious and you know, lucid dreaming. And people have for centuries equated like episodes of sleep paralysis with something paranormal, which it very easily could not be. But yeah, that's pretty much the extent of my experiences. Other people close to me have seen like insane, crazy things, and these are people I trust. But yeah, those aren't my experiences.
I can say my judgment's been brought into question with fake Elons. Just want you to know that I know that. My judgment's pretty astute. I think I'm a good judge. I love how you people.
Ping pong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. Mic check 1 2, mic check 2 3.
The spectrum of it's normal and it can be explained away under not paranormal. I love that about you. That you need that. Like I think everyone here on an individual basis brings a little bit something different to the table. Their perspective on the issue, and I love it. It's very grounding. You know what I mean? How you, and I salute you for that. The fact that you think it's a Chinese lantern and the car turning was a camera artifact. It just happened to be a lantern at that time. And first it was a meteorite, and it was more a camera artifact of a car. It happened to come from the top left of frame into the orb, which is what I've seen. But you know, once again, if someone can offer you an alternative, like Nick West can offer you some sort of like seagulls eating chips on the beach, then you jump at that, and I love that you do that. So, but I know at the same time, you do keep yourself a little bit reserved for the, and keep yourself open for the, you know, it's possible that it could have been this as well, and I applaud you for that.
I can't tell if you're being completely genuine or not, but thank you. Grandmaster, what's up, dude? Want to say some words?
Yo, what's up, dude?
Or
My bad, my freaking space shut down. I tried to go over from my phone to my tablet.
That's cool. So how do you know Eve?
How do I know Eve?
Yeah.
Who's Eve?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's not go there.
Oh, Lily. Yeah, she just hopped on my jump.
Nice. Careful with that one.
You'll be all over Twitter next week, accused of doing all sorts of horrible stuff. But you got bigger balls than most of us here. And wish you all the best for that.
Yeah, I like that you have a sense of humor at least.
Yeah, you got big nuts, you're super desperate, bro. But I'll go with the
Mike check a 1 2 1 2 3 4 like a somebody like a somebody.
Is it tomorrow your time? Is it the UAP, whatever you want to call it, convention, conference, fucking sit down, fucking wank session, call it whatever you like.
Senate hearings? Is that what you're referring to?
That's the one. Big
not a conference. It's not a conference.
What? Yeah, I know what you're alluding to there. What are you predicting? What's the hot take? Come on, let's have a little $5 scratching bets on.
implications of tomorrow are going to be a bigger deal than what actually happens tomorrow. Like you said, Benno. That said, this is like they're interviewing the director of this program that they set up, what, 2 years ago? They've only had one hearing. He wasn't in it last year. And that was the House, right? This time it's the Senate here, the Senate that's questioning.
They're not giving us information, and it's going to be the Congress bitching about the Pentagon.
Shut the fuck up, Benno. It's the Senate who wrote. Damn it, I tried to mute you, but I couldn't. Fuck. It's the Senate who wrote the bill, right? It's Gillibrand and Rubio who all came up with the legislation. So the fact that they're interviewing this time, I think it is going to be juicier than last time.
Have we got this legislation that we can actually look at?
Oh my God, Benno, yes, for 2 years.
Let's get it out. Let's go over it then, I reckon.
You know what they're going to talk about tomorrow? It's going to be, it's expected that the UAP Senate hearing will focus mainly on balloon and drone incursions and related matters. No fantastical talk on trans-dimensional crafts or anomalous phenomena messing with human brains. Just balloons and budgets. And what's going to turn out because of this is we're going to get an increase in military spending to defend against an unknown threat. That's going to be the consequence of the disclosure movement. Yeah, sounds about right. You know, they themselves were saying they can't figure out, you know, what those UFOs were a month ago. So, you know. It's funny, for all our work, in the end, all we were a way for the military defense to get more money.
My friend just got $500 million from the Pentagon for a UFO surveillance program. Dr. Science Bob McGuire.
Are you Dr. Science Bob McGuire, Grandmaster?
No, he's my friend though, and he wants my resume. He wants me to work for him in the program.
What do you think about his girlfriend?
I think she's cool.
What do you have to offer that $500 million will just even, let's say, 0.005% of that go into your back hip pocket? What do you have to bring to the table, Grandmaster, that the average layman doesn't?
Everything. Advanced contact, advanced retrieval, advanced research into the electrogravitics and the mechanisms of these advanced propulsion drones and manned vehicles or whatever. Developed some really awesome surveillance setups, both on satellites and then land-based. The most state-of-the-art sensors and cameras and digital telescopes and tracking and shit.
This is what you've done personally?
No, I'm saying that's what we could do. I mean, yeah. I mean, we haven't set up all those surveillance programs ourselves yet, but we're gonna hopefully do that. So I want to get into satellites too.
What do you bring to the table? You know this guy, and apparently you're sending him his resume. What do you bring to the table?
A whole lot of great, innovative ideas, emerging technologies to advance our capabilities. Such as telerobotic VR satellites and really advanced surveillance tracking, the best systems like night vision, infrared, digital telescopes, 360 cameras, satellites, low light imaging, radar, and going in and doing some awesome contact with these UFOs, like going up to them, doing signals intelligence, trying to communicate with them. Maybe go retrieve some. Do some more retrievals.
So you believe that you'll be given access to sort of, so I guess historical radar images, historical satellite images, or is this a case of you're going to get all this money and then basically put this shit up there yourselves and start from scratch and rely just on the research you've done?
Yeah, make our own new program, because obviously they already have all that stuff up there. Make our new one and then get access to it.
I think the video and vision can only or something else that's happening. Light's just one sort of result of that, and you can get it in HD, etc., etc. But unless you're filming real craft and it's got like structure to it, you can, you know. And also, you mentioned retrievals. Do you think that let's say you land a job with Science Bob?
Yeah, I've done a retrieve. I've retrieved like 20 UFOs at least, like 25.
You have.
But they're small drones. Yeah.
How? What's your tactic?
Some of them with the laser. Some of them with the laser and just have intent to contact.
And you bring them down with a laser, and they're like they're not dangerous for you to touch, or.
Yeah, you can just hit them and just like bounce back into place, like magnetic or some shit. Sometimes.
Not radioactive. Hang on, you telling me you've got 25 recovered or retrieved UAPs?
It's really small drones though. Really small, like.
How small?
Like a fucking cat hair, like type shit. Maybe a little bit bigger, but small rods that exhibit these, you know, like just controlled flight for extended periods. Huh?
Like the size of a mosquito?
Yeah. Big mosquito.
And so, what, laser brings them down? Like, it basically disables them, is that correct?
High power blue laser. No, it doesn't disable them. It'll disable a bug or maybe explode a bug, but it won't explode the UFOs. Just for signaling to them.
How do you find a mosquito-sized UFO that's come down and find something like that and say, hey, this is a down UFO?
Well, you can use the laser and it'll fly in a laser or something, or you'll see it. Or you can use a high power light, like a high power flashlight, and it's easier to see stuff up close. Or a high power porch light and a high power light flashlight.
So you
see the smaller ones up close.
You did this under the government or what?
No, just I mean I learned from like Greer and other people, you know, the top people that use lasers and summoned, you know, for the top people or whatever. So I'm associated with all those people, but I'm pretty sure it was Greer or some shit that came up with laser stuff first. Inspired us all to use lasers or something.
So you're talking about all this pretty openly. Do you have any receipts?
What? What do you mean receipts?
That was the receipt from you.
Or rather, a photo.
Is that an alien?
You've got 25 retrieved UAPs in your backyard, it sounds like, in your shed.
Well, yeah, little things in Ziploc baggies that I've collected, just grabbed out of the air during like C5 shit, yeah.
Do you have any pictures for us?
I have a video of him flying. I have it on my channel on my YouTube.
Link it up, bro.
Okay.
Did you put these things under a microscope?
No, I never did anything like that. I think I need a powerful microscope or something. I do have a powerful microscope, but I don't know if it's powerful enough to really see enough of the structure and shit. It's worth a try though.
Have you handed any of these off to any science, any labs to sort of have them studied in an official capacity?
No, not yet. I think I'm going to talk to Greer soon about that, because he said if you have any materials that you've recovered, we can get them to the right people. So hopefully he'll help me get it to the right people. He'll have the connects.
You can kiss that goodbye.
Huh?
You can kiss it goodbye. Once it's gone out of your hands, it's gone.
Yeah, well, I got a bunch of them, so I got a bunch of them all collected, so I'll just give one of them.
It's like once you give a diamond to someone, you think they're ever gonna give it back.
She'll keep the diamond and take half your house. Just kidding.
Wait, no, I need to go to Grandmaster.
You think these things like go into houses and start flying around in your room? Because I swear I saw a spider on the wall.
Yeah.
the other day. It was
Yeah.
like, I felt it was like looking at me.
Just put drone
It'll
on the
come
end of
fly in your house,
mosquito
yeah.
drone, spider drone, fucking, you know. I'll be honest with you, Grandmaster. I'm finding it really hard to believe you've got fucking real UAP just stuck in duffel bags or Ziploc bags, sitting in your bedroom. Like, I mean, if what you
Sitting
have
somewhere,
is,
I don't know.
what you purport to have is real, then fuck me, mate. You know, you're the first person to publicly come out and say, I've got retrieved a UFO in a state.
Yeah, it's real small shit though. It's like, but yeah.
Size doesn't matter, sunshine. Haven't you ever heard that before? Well, I've never had it said to me.
Yeah. I don't see a chat for some reason.
Bottom right. Post it anywhere on Twitter and then just share it to the nest.
So, Stephen Gray, you obviously showed a little bit of faith in him. You were saying earlier on that your dad worked with him for many years. What about Lou Elizondo?
Yeah, he's alright.
Tell him the truth or full of shit?
I think Elizondo's cool. I mean, he's obviously coming out for full disclosure, right? I mean, as much as he can say with his NDAs and shit, he's bound by NDAs. Obviously, you can't say everything, but he says as much as he can. I think so.
Why does he say Gray's full of shit?
Because Greer sometimes is full of shit. But he's a very smart guy too. He's a very smart man. He is very smart.
He's made a few dollars out of nothing really. I mean, like, he's had information or knowledge that he's tended to share.
He's quite successful,
that,
huh?
He's brought witnesses to the table, which is fantastic. But as
Yeah.
far as, you know, like I said, you're the first person sitting here saying that we've ever heard, I think, in these rooms, saying, I've got a fucking retrieved UAP. I mean,
Oh yeah. I don't know anybody that's on my level of shit. I don't know, man. I don't know anybody else that's done the C5s and like grabbed him out of the air.
That's why he's the Grandmaster.
Like grabbing him the fly out of the air like a martial artist.
Like Danny Zuko out of Karate Kid, the chopsticks and the fly.
Exactly. Exactly. It's exactly what it is.
Anyone that calls himself Grandmaster, I'm going to take with a fucking grain of skepticism. Just throwing that out there because I'm an honest kind of guy. So, I mean, you could talk a big fight. I'm always happy to listen, but I'd love to see some sort of proof.
I was trying to send you the video to show you. Oh, what the hell? Oh, this is my old account. What the fuck is going on? Are you guys there? Oh shit. I think I have one right here. It's like new suspect smart rod, October 12th, 6:44 p.m. I don't even remember that. I don't know. How the fuck do I share? Come on, go back to Twitter. What the fuck? What the hell, bro? What the hell happened, dude? fuck? The hell is going on? What the fuck? How the fuck do I log out?
Bullshit. I never heard anyone said I've got like mosquito-sized. No, you said hair-sized UFOs. Yeah, hair.
Yo, my shit just crashed. That was weird. And it like logged into my old band account. That was weird as shit. Yeah, I'm just gonna post it on Twitter because I don't see a chat in here, so I don't know how to do this. I'll just post it on my Twitter.
Also, really quick, GRANDMASTERUV was David Faustino, right? So in real life, that guy used to run some pretty dope like underground hip hop venues out here in Hollywood, LA, back in the day, man. All kinds of like dope ass underground artists. But that was it, man. So yeah, in real life, man, he was loved hip hop.
That's sick.
Sweet.
So Grandmaster, where are your receipts at, bro?
Receipts. I just posted the video UAP Edit 3. It's the first video on there. Is the one of those flying rods.
Oh no, he must be having issues. Spaces are so glitchy. I guess we won't get that YouTube link.
Oh, hey, oh shit, my mic was off. Yo.
Jonathan.
Yo.
What's up, Jonathan?
Here's Johnny.
Yo, so the I just posted the link on my Twitter to the UAP edit. It's the first video on there. That's the little flying rod. You guys hear me? This is weird. Yo, you guys there? Hello?
Yeah, I think we're here. We're checking out your link.
Oh, okay. I got more videos of the rods somewhere on my PC. I don't know exactly where it is, but that's a good enough video. That first one on there. See it.
I'm not sure if it's a leaf on a bit of fishing line.
Nah, it's just a piece of like white hair thing, and it just like levitates around, seemingly controlled. Like it's on buoyancy and like electrostatic or.
Screen. What was the name of that dude who is like British or something? And like Gary Nolan sponsored him, and he's taking like these super slow-mo videos of these like ribbon things. Kind of looks like that first video. Talking about Daryl. Yeah, Daryl. DJ or whatever.
Yeah, Daryl John Kid. Man, y'all wanna run into space with no TikTok?
No
Tic Tac.
Yeah, the thread.
Whoops.
I actually like the video Grandmaster. I don't mind it. It's different.
Alright. Is there a Tic Tac now?
Negative.
It's probably because my account's...
Hey, anybody got a maglev saucer here?
What?
Anybody got a maglev saucer?
Yeah, well, you want to ride?
I got the maglev saucer on my live stream on YouTube right now. It's dope. It's like levitating a shit ton of quartz. It's fucking dope. It's on my third channel on my... Oh, sorry.
Like, I've got a couple magnets I can't get apart.
I'm live with the maglev shit on my third channel on my link tree down. It's called Anti-Gravity Science. Shit's dope.
What's the science behind what you do, Grandmaster?
Like what? What science?
Well, you said
Logan, check your DMs real quick.
you reckon you got a video feeding at the moment with a live stream of some maglev source or something along those lines. What's the science behind anti-gravity?
Oh, it's like a neodymium carrier saucer that's levitating, and then there's like 4 electromagnets, and the electromagnets are tied to a magnetic sensor, and it can detect where the saucer is and constantly like what's it called? Pulse the coils on and off and reverse the polarities, and just keep it in a stable levitation. It's called a digital magnetic levitation module. It's like digitally stabilized. It's pretty cool.
It still needs a base that's tethered to the ground, doesn't it? Or at least so you can't really. I mean, it may take that plate based on its magnetic reaction with it's fastened to the ground, but I mean, you can't get both the plate and both plates off the ground. That's true. Fucking like anti-gravity.
Yeah, it's not like an electrostatic lifter craft with onboard power or anything. But I think it is operating on these force fields.
Why wouldn't you use something that's in tune with the Earth's magnetic resonance? Why wouldn't it just do the same sort of effect based off that?
Yeah, I don't know. You think it's like interacting with geomagnetic field? I don't think it's too weak. I think it's generating the powerful electromagnet force fields on board, potentially using maybe some superconducting coils, so there's like no energy losses or heat losses, and you can get really strong, powerful fields.
And it needs to work independent of Earth's magnetic field. I mean, you can't have a machine that's gonna go good as long as it's in Earth's atmosphere, and as soon as it's away from Earth, it's gonna fucking shit itself and conk out, so to speak, when you get into space. You need something that treats space the same as it does in our atmosphere, in water, in deep space, or whatnot.
Do you think their flying saucers are just gonna crash when they go out to Mars or whatever?
Oh man, I thought you were like levitating quartz.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that was kind of misleading, bro.
How's that misleading? That's levitating quartz. What are you talking about?
What's under the quartz?
That's a neodymium saucer.
Exactly. The quartz is sitting on that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a payload. It's a big ass payload. It's really strong.
Talk shit on it though. It wouldn't make any difference. I guess it's just headline grabbing when you put the chords. Title and all that.
This
I said, look, Accidental Truth is amazing, but I've got 6 seconds in this film, and it's the best. I can't
Well, you know, I had to put you.
Bespoke radio for the masses.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army.
If the game is rigged, change the game. Game changer.
I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
This is Fade to Black with your host, Jimmy Church, on the Game Changer Radio Network.
All right. Good evening. How you doing? How you doing? It's Fade to Black. Today's Monday, April 17th, 2023. I'm your host, Jimmy Church, and I am back. 1 week out to sea. And tonight is our Hidden Secrets Cruise recap special. I've got video, I've got pictures, I've got stories, and we're going to go through all of that. And that's right, we took a cruise to Mexico. It was absolutely amazing. So yes, I've got video and images from the entire week, and we will get to all of that. But up first tonight, director Ron James is joining us. And he's here for the first segment tonight because we are going to announce the world premiere of his new film. It is Accidental Truth. It premieres tomorrow, April 18th. Coincidentally, I think not, the day before the UFO hearing in Washington, D.C. And with that, I would like to welcome back to Fade to Black, Ron James. Ron.
Hey, Jimmy, how are you?
I'm fantastic, sir. Big day tomorrow. You excited?
Yeah, as of midnight tonight, people will be able to buy the film and watch it. And then I think they're going to put it up for rent in another week. So it is a coincidentally historic date, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, you're glowing, you're smiling. It's a lot of work to direct a film. You've been directing and producing content for a couple of decades now. The volume of stuff that you have worked on, it's like yay long. I remember when we first met 10 years ago, and you said, Jimmy, come over here. I want to show you some of my stuff. And you had everything on display. Well, not everything, but, you know, and I was like, holy crap, what? And then, you know, I went and looked at your stuff, and we've been working together for years now. But you've been at this for a very long time. And it just seems that finally we're kind of here. Do you feel it? Is disclosure getting close? Have you ever felt this kind of action before? It's got to be a tremendous feeling for you.
Well, I can honestly say that, you know, this film, some of the interviews go back to 2007. So I've been working on it literally 2 years in the edit room and another, 15 years almost of production. And after this film drops, for those that choose to watch it and take the time to pay attention to what we're sharing, we're not leaving these guys any more room. There is nowhere left to go. There was a little bit of air between having to make the big admissions and what they're willing to say now. And Accidental Truth, the film, I think, does a pretty good job of sucking out that remaining air. There's nowhere left to go.
You let me pop this up here because this is pretty cool. The film is already winning awards. They're great movie poster, by the way. I'm going to be wearing my official Accidental Truth t-shirt later on this week on Wednesday the big day of the UFO hearing. But you've got a bunch of awards here, man. What's going on with this?
Well, we started entering festivals and competitions as soon as we turned in the final version of the film to the distributor, and it's just been racking them up. We're up to 9 so far, and the film's not even out. So we've got a couple of best of festival, we got a couple of best documentary, we got a lot of like second place awards, and then of course, you know, you were hosting when this one was won. I have it right here, the Parapod Award. I was actually really stoked to win this one because I like the trophy so much.
Yeah, I know.
So I remember I got up and I said, yeah, out of all the awards we've won so far, this is the one I wanted the most. So,
I'll have to admit, and here it is right here. It's an amazing custom, you know, trophy. And when I saw those, I was like, man, is it unethical to give myself one of these? Because I wanted one.
Well, you could be it for next year.
Oh man, I don't care if I just make a fake.
It's a cool looking award. I mean, it really is. You know, it's like got the alien with the film. You know, we don't have the EBE awards anymore. I've won my share of those, but I don't think we're going to see them again.
Right.
The little alien with the movie camera. So
yeah. Those are great. Those are great. Well, okay. So tomorrow, this is Amazon and all the streaming services.
Yeah, pretty much. So far it's only showing Apple and Amazon and Roku, I think, and Redbox, but that's because that was the pre-orders. At midnight tonight, it'll drop across Hulu and Vudu and, you know, all of the basic streaming services. So no matter what you like, you'll be able to get it.
Now, are you going to do what I did? Are you going to purchase your own film?
Well, I think I've paid enough already, but yeah, why not?
I did. I paid for everyone. I was like, man, I'm going to do this. Man, click. Yeah. I mean, it was just, it's just a moment, and you work really, really hard, and you click on and pay, you know, for other content. Why not pay for your own? You know, go through.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. I hadn't thought about it, but you know, I'm nervous at this point just to see how it's going to be received publicly. It's done very well at film screenings. It's gotten excellent reviews. It's winning awards, but you know, the real test is John Q. Public, and you just don't know. So, we'll know shortly.
Let me ask you this. Here we have the second UFO hearing. This one's with the Senate. The first one was with the House subcommittee. This is with the Senate on Wednesday. The title of the film is Accidental Truth. Without disclosing personal conversations, and we're not going to do that, but you and I had a lot of those over the last couple of years as you have putting this film together. And your take was over and over again with me, Jimmy, this film has to be made. It has to be made. People have to see this. They have to see where the truth lies and how to read between the lines. Can you tell us about the title, Accidental Truth?
Yeah, so, you know, there's a whole lot of meaning behind the movie poster. If we have time, I'll share it. But the reason it's called Accidental Truth is because we have these front-facing guys like the Christopher Mellons and the Ralph Blumenthals and Lou Elizondo, who we have an old interview with him that I shot personally that has never seen the light of day until now. These guys are all tasked with basically towing a line, whether we approve of that or not. There's things they could say and there's things they can't say, and they're not in charge of who makes that decision. But it was my goal to ask these guys the right questions and somehow or another get information that they didn't want me to know. And the reason it's called Accidental Truth is because there's a lot of, shall we say, slips of the tongue that were caught on camera that really tell the story way better than, you know, if you were just trying to present anecdotal evidence.
You've done thousands of interviews, literally. And I know how it goes when you conduct that many interviews. because you start to hear things that don't add up from not only previous interviews, but maybe even previous interviews with the exact same person. Right.
Yeah,
and,
we have a lot of that in the film. We've got
right.
2 or 3. Yeah.
Yeah. And what do you do? Do you keep it inside and just like file it away for future reference when you need it, like this film?
Yeah, you know, the idea for Accidental Truth came from my initial interview with Elizondo when he said some things that were just very, very revealing. And then that was the core of the film when I first started out with it. But I got so many other people doing the same exact thing that he's just one of many at this point. And yeah, it's like there was a lot of things that were told to me that didn't add up, and I did file them, just like you said. And when I went back and revisited some of these people, we've got 2 or 3 interviews with Colonel John Alexander, and he finally opened up to really make some serious revelations in this film that are not public, and that's pretty exciting. But yeah, it's been like that.
Do you think? I mean, like the oldest like quote that you can do in a situation like this, ruffling feathers. That's inevitable with this film. Are you prepared to go in, not necessarily a defensive posture, but there's going to be some people coming after you?
Well, I was pretty much concerned that they were going to come after me the whole time I was making the movie. And there was a lot of times when I really thought that this thing might not see the light of day. In fact, here we are 6 hours away from when it will actually be live to the world. And I'm still not going to believe it till I see it. It's been a treacherous road, and I could tell you some stories, but we don't have time. But yeah, I mean, this has been a scary film to make, and we're not pulling any punches. But one thing that I managed to do in a very, very quality manner is that we're taking people that are blatantly unwilling to tell us the truth, that know things that they're not going to share with us. They're in this film. They're paraded in front of us. They're clearly not being as candid as we want them to, but nobody is villainized or denigrated in this film. And so, when we say there might be some people that are upset, I tend to think that the level of respect that I gave these people is going to get me a pass in a lot of ways, because I'm not poking anybody in the eye in this film. I'm not calling anybody dishonest. I'm not doing anything that denigrates or villainizes any of the characters, and the audience can make up their own minds about how they feel about the obvious fact that this is being covered up. But that's up to the audience. We don't ask the audience to feel any certain way. So I walked a very delicate line of not alienating people that at the same time are clearly not being completely honest with what they know.
You and your team, you've been spending a lot of time in Washington, D.C. And some of that you've made public, and now it's definitely public because I just said it. And you have been hearing things. You can tell me what you want, okay? But the question is this: how supportive is Capitol Hill with the UFO UAP question versus what you see and hear in the media? Is there a difference?
So, I'm the media relations director for MUFON, as well as owning MUFON Television. And one of the things that we've been doing is we have A10 and Associates, which is a lobbying firm, a very well-placed lobbying firm that's been working with us in Washington to get MUFON a seat at the table in these conversations. And so, just within the last about 45 days, I went to Washington, D.C. I personally had lunch with Andre Carson. I met with Tim Burchett again to announce to him and let him know that the film was coming out because he's in it, and a couple other sitting Congress people to talk about UFOs. And the takeaway that we're getting is that your rank and file members of Congress are just as aggravated as the rest of us because they know they're not getting a straight answer from the military and their people. So MUFON was actually very instrumental in getting that first hearing done. We worked directly with Gallagher and Gillibrand and Andre Carson to bring it about. And we've also been able to have an influence on the languaging of the latest legislation in regards to the military accountability back to 1945. That was originally 1947. And it was us that went into the meetings and said, no, we need those extra 2 years because there were some things that happened before Roswell, and we need accountability for that. So we got that changed to 1945. And now legally, the military is supposed to come forward with all of their records of anything of this nature going back to 1945. And we've been working on that behind the scenes in DC, and we've moved the needle. And the people in Congress have become our partners. We're providing quarterly now a report to both the House and Senate Intelligence Committees on UFO activity all around the world that MUFON gathers. And so they're relying on that data to help them make sense of it all.
How do you think this hearing on Wednesday will differ from the hearing that we had with the House last May? I mean, this time around, it's the Senate. That right there is an entirely different situation. But what do you think, and what do you expect to hear on Wednesday?
As Lou said when he was interviewed about the first hearings, frankly, not much. As you've probably been taking note of, ever since this stuff first rolled out, and there's going to be this panel doing this over at DOD, there's going to be this group doing this at Defense Intelligence Agency, NASA's jumping in and they're going to do stuff. There have been more acronyms for new groups that are going to study this thing than there have been groups actually doing the work. And when we had the first hearings, it was a dog and pony show of compartmentalization. They're rolling out a new narrative that is basically nothing happened between Project Blue Book and ATIP, which Accidental Truth is all about exposing that that's not true. So, we're probably just going to get another a set of witnesses, maybe a little bit of additional evidence and video, but my guess is it's going to be more compartmentalization. These guys were asked about the Theta Giant that Salas talks about, and they're like, oh yeah, we don't know anything about that. It's not in our purview, because it's in another department. So this whole thing is, they're already building the stovepipes, and that's what they're going to rely on to just keep beating around the bush. So I'd love to see something more of a revelation, but I'm telling people, watch Accidental Truth on Tuesday, watch the hearings on Wednesday, and you'll know the depth of the deception.
Yeah, you can land somewhere in the middle, right?
Yeah, it may be.
Yeah.
That would be nice. I'd take the middle, actually.
I noticed in the media, Ron, and maybe you caught this too as well, but this comment was pretty interesting, that the Senate is going to use this hearing as an opportunity to ask for more money for investigations into UAP and UFOs. I can see that and feel that coming, but if that is what the part of the intention is, I mean, certainly they want to find out what's going on, but
they don't already know.
Exactly. Right. But it's always about the money, for sure. And if they take that approach, then they also have to present a reason for asking for the money. Right? You can't have one without the other. What do you think that they're going to present to say that this is a concern?
Well, here we go again with the threat narrative. I mean,
right.
Like Dr. Greer and I are on different pages some of the time, but there's one thing we're on the same page about, is that, this threat narrative it's an interesting vehicle. It's serving an agenda, but I don't really think that it's the one that we should be embracing. But unfortunately, as we cover in the movie, it's the only narrative that's really going to get engagement on Capitol Hill. If you don't have this potential threat, then there's really no reason for the body politic to engage this issue. And so, from the early days, Lou Elizondo understood this. Chris Mellon understood it when they were going and first trying to get support before we ever knew who they were. Without the threat narrative, there's no real support in Congress. But I hope if they're going to raise money, it's for legitimate investigation and not to design new weapons to shoot flying saucers out of the sky.
Yeah, and the first time around we had Moultrie and Bray. This time around, the only that I have been able to officially is Sean Kirkpatrick of Arrow is going to now. I don't know if he's going to answer questions. I've read that he's going to do a presentation. Do you have a witness list, or do you know who's going to appear for questioning?
Well, I know our lobbyist in D.C. knows, but she's not telling me. I asked her right before we came on the air. I'm like, come on, tell me something. But yeah.
I find that part strange. I mean, at least we had Moultrie and Bray out of the gate. I don't anticipate those two coming back, but who would the Senate want to hear from? It's not going to be the Sean Kilpatrick show, I don't think.
No, but we've been telling these guys we've had over 200 meetings on the Hill with staffers and sitting members of Congress, and we've given them a list of who they need to be talking to. It's like get Wilson in front of the group, get him behind closed doors with his clearances. There's a lot of people that could blow the lid off this thing. Get Bigelow in. There are so many people that behind closed doors could enlighten these guys if they're given the freedom to talk without repercussion. And that's what we're going to be dealing with soon, is that the whistleblower protocols are going to come into play, and we're going to start seeing some serious witnesses. Granted, behind closed doors probably, but Congress is going to start getting the scoop, and then they're going to decide what they're going to share with us.
Now, on Wednesday, I'll make the announcement now. We are going to live stream the hearing here on Fade to Black. Ron's going to join me, and we're gonna stream it. We'll have everybody in the chat room. We'll have Twitter running, and we'll be able to take questions and maybe have a post-hearing wrap-up. I thought so. We'll see everybody here Wednesday morning. But I thought that the last hearing was pretty short. And if we take out all of the delays of that video that took up 15 minutes of trying to figure out how to hit rewind, if you remember that.
Yeah.
The hearing itself was probably only about 30 minutes. It was over fairly quickly. How long do you think this is going to go on for?
Well, it's going to depend on the number of witnesses, obviously, but to me, these things are still just going through the motions. They're satisfying the public. They're trying to get forward momentum on the issue, but at the same time, you remember how Marco Rubio was so vocal about this whole issue right up until he went into that confidential briefing, and then it's crickets from Rubio. And so, I think that behind closed doors, these guys are like, look, we could do this disclosure thing to a certain point, but there's a lot of reasons why we can't take it any further. And here's some of them. And I think that behind closed doors, they're not being forced to keep a secret. They're being reasoned with as to why the secret needs to be kept. And it's a lot easier to get somebody to go along with your agenda if they agree with you about the reason than scaring them or intimidating them. And so I think what's going on is they're getting enough information behind closed doors to cooperate in how this gets rolled out, if at all.
I can already hear it. I'm assuming that you're going to have the public hearing, then you're going to have the classified hearing.
I heard they're going to be in opposite direction order. So they're going to have the classified hearing first, and then they're going to have the public hearing. Yeah.
Oh.
And the reason for that is that these guys are going to come out of this classified hearing with questions that they know they can ask. That are really going to push the envelope. So we'll see if they take advantage of that. We really hope they do.
They're going to come out of that like,
How come you look so good and I look so gray? I got to learn how to adjust the camera and stream.
I've got a really nice camera, and it's got this filter on it. It's called Kick Ass. That's the filter that I run.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'll get you one. I'll get you. Man, you're the film director. You're the guy that's running around framing shots.
Yeah, but this stuff is.
Man, I've seen your setup. I've sat in your setup. I've been interviewed in front of you. You're a baller. You're asking me about why my camera's so good? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because it's like, this is podcasting. I'm using a $300 laptop with a crappy camera, obviously. And, there's some things that you can't be good at everything. So if you can't figure something out, you got to ask the master. So it's like, Jimmy, how come your setup looks so much better than mine?
What am I going to do with you, Ron?
If you ever need a studio, you know where.
Yeah, I know. Man. It's really nice up there, down there, where you are at. It's a big night, Ron. Congratulations on the film. I can't wait for everybody to check it out. I was telling everybody on the cruise this weekend, over the past week, when we got the breaking news about the hearing on the 19th, and that became the chatter of the cruise. I had told everybody, Jennifer Stein was with us on the cruise too as well, and Bob Terrio, man, I got to hang out with Bob.
Bob's cool as heck,
man. Bob is he is the cool side of the pillow, that Bob Terrio, man. Let me tell you something. I ate dinner with him every single night. I said, look, Accidental Truth is amazing, but I've got 6 seconds in this film, and it's the best.
Well, I had to put you in there, dude, because both times you said something very compelling, and the first time was kind of humorous, but it kind of reflected how we all felt in 2017. And for the audience, Jimmy says he heard about the Blumenthal story in the New York Times on the radio driving in LA. And what'd you say?
I almost crashed my car. That's a true story.
It's priceless, and people love it in the film. Yeah.
And I'm driving down the road, Ron, me, right? And I had just done, I think it was Coast the night before, and I think the news broke. I could be wrong here, but it feels like it was like on a Saturday or something. And but anyway, I'm driving down there. I was like, what did he just say? And this is how it was announced on KFI, right? The biggest talk radio station in the country, 6:40 a.m. in Los Angeles. And he goes, the Pentagon has a secret UFO program. We'll tell you all about it after this break. And I'm like, what? It was, I couldn't, I pulled over my car, man. I pulled over. I waited for the commercials to end to hear that. Then I drove straight to my studio and went live. Yeah. That's a true story.
It was huge. And then, your summary, we won't tell them what it is, but after all of that, after all the years we went through it, and after all, and all the people that popped up with promises, look what we ended up with, and you summarize that as well as could be expected. So yeah, I'm glad you're in it.
It's man, this is a special film, and it couldn't have been timed any better. So enjoy your night, enjoy your day tomorrow. It's going to be marvelous. And then we'll see you right back here on Wednesday for our special live stream of the Senate UFO hearing right here on Fade to Black. Thank you so much, Ron.
Accidental Truth. But let's not forget, it's narrated by Matthew Modine, and he really brought it home.
Man,
I forgot to mention that. I'm in trouble.
No, we've got to get Matthew on the show. I know he's busy and he's doing stuff, and we've talked about it, but we've got to get Matthew on here, man.
He's going to be back from London. He's playing the lead role in To Kill a Mockingbird in the London version of Broadway, but that's about to end. So he's going to be back in the U.S., and we're trying to round him up.
Yeah, it's going to be.
He's
great.
Very supportive of the film, which you can't buy that kind of support. So
love that. We all love Matthew Modine. Enjoy your night, Ron.
Thank you.
I can't believe it's here. World premiere tonight at midnight. You can go and get Accidental Truth. I'll see you on Wednesday, Ron. Enjoy.
Awesome, Jimmy. Thank you.
The absolute best, Ron James, right there. And now, as I kind of shift gears here, thank you so much, Ron. As I shift gears, I am now going to do my recap. I'm not going to do a commercial break. I'm going to roll right into this. I just got back from a 7-day cruise, actual 7 days. Technically, it was kind of 8 because it went Friday to Friday, but a 7-day cruise. And I will say this after, thank you, Ken Priest. Man, look at Ken Priest out of nowhere with that. Thank you, Ken. Absolutely. That'll buy a lot of throat lozenges. Yeah, I started to lose my voice. Thursday night on the cruise, I was like, oh man, well, at least I got 7 days in. I got home Friday and I drove back. I get back Friday afternoon and my phone rings. I'm in the house and I picked up the phone and went, hello. Oh, I lost my voice. I hung up text, and I've been trying to rest it all weekend. I'm feeling good now, but all right. So 7 days Mexican cruise, and I'm going to start off with this. Thank you to Susan Shumsky. There is so much work that goes into any conference that is on land. You do something like this on a boat in international waters, that's a whole nother level of commitment to the community. And the conference was amazing. It was perfect. The cruise was perfect. So we let me shuffle some things around here for a second, and so just stay with me. The first day of the cruise, which was Friday morning. Okay, so Friday morning we get together and have our what's the word for this? What do you call it when you get together and you talk about the rules and safety and whatever? So we get together, we do that. We took a group photograph and things. But that was on Friday morning. Now, the ship is still in port. And so we are doing our thing, getting our gift bags and stuff. Presentations are going to start later on in the afternoon. But we break, and I walk out, and I get on the elevator, and there was a couple of teenagers on there. And I go, have we set sail yet? They look at me, and they go, dude, we've been out for 2 hours. I said, the ship is sailing? They go, yeah. And they're laughing at me. I had no clue. I did not, nobody did, felt it move. I don't hear engine noise. It's not vibrating. It's not nothing. And I go up into my stateroom and I walk through, and we're on the open ocean. And I walked out on the balcony and I looked down. I just kind of looked. We're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And I had no idea. It's like standing on your driveway. It's that motionless. I mean, I could not believe it. And then I look out the back. This was like the signals of what was about to happen that week. I look, I'm standing on the balcony, and I see something, and I look, and there is hundreds. When I say hundreds, later people mentioned thousands, but there were hundreds of dolphins. Right here, catching the waves. And I could see, and on the other side of that, I saw a video of the other side of the ship, and it was like 10 times of what I was seeing. But it was incredible. The dolphins were having a really good time. Okay, so let's get to it. These pictures are in order. Okay? So they are in order. They're not any specific thing. These are in order as they were taken. Now, some were sent to me, and there might be a couple that pop up out of order. But as far as what was taken on my phone, this is in order. And this is a picture of Barbara. And Barbara, check this out. I'm at dinner with Barbara a couple of years ago, and it was a cast and crew dinner of a TV series that was being filmed. She's sitting next to me at the dinner table, and she turns to me and she goes, I know your brother, Danny. I said, what? I know your brother, Danny. I know him well. I said, where do you live? And she tells me. I went, you do know I do. And here she is on the cruise. She's amazing. She's a contactee, and just an amazing soul. Just really, really cool. It was great to hang out with Barbara. So that is Barbara. Okay, I don't know what's popping up in these pictures. We're gonna just do this in real time. Dr. Sandra Rose Michael. There she is. She was there on the ship. Oh, by the way, Ron James, see that t-shirt I'm wearing? Roswell. Ron James designed that shirt. Anyway, that's Dr. Sandra, and she was, of course, a presenter on the cruise. She had her EE systems on the boat, that's another thing I'm going to have her on the show to discuss all of that. She lives in Hawaii. She is very funny, very smart, very cool. And I got to hang out with her all week long. But there she is in person right there. She's so cool. So cool. Let's see what we got next here. Adam Apollo. Now, as you can see, all of these pictures were taken at the same time. This is when we took the group photo. And there's that looks like it's green screen. It's not. That is the background on the main stage there. But that's Adam and I right as we boarded the boat. So there you go, Adam Apollo. He lit it up all week long. And now I've got a lot more pictures and video than what we're going to see tonight. I can't pack it all into one show, but I've got a lot of stuff and presentations. I think I've got Adam on video tonight, and we'll get to that here in just a second. So there's Adam. Okay, this is the view. This is my balcony. This is looking towards the back of the boat, and there you go. You can see, again, this is all taken in order. This was when they said we're out to sea. You can tell each day on the cruise by what shirt I'm wearing here. I'm wearing the Roswell shirt. This is when I walked up to my stateroom, and I walked out, and we were, man, you could probably see dolphins right here. Yeah. The dolphins were going nuts. But that is the view out of my stateroom. My stateroom was right in the middle of the ship. I've got a shot of the ship, I'm sure, at some point, but right in the middle. Right in the middle. Now, I'm going to say this about a cruise. You don't know how big these ships are. You don't. You see them in pictures. You have no idea. And you find out very quickly when there's 3 sets of elevators, one in the front, one in the back, and then one in the middle. But when it seems that every single time you get on the elevator, you're on the wrong end of the ship, and you got to walk the length of the ship. It's bizarre. And I did it 20 times a day. I was always on the wrong. We got to walk. Oh, man. And you go out on the deck, or you go into your hallway, and you look down the hallway that disappears at the end, and you got to walk that length of that. And then when you're done, you got to come back out and walk the whole length again, and go back down, and then walk to it's insane how big these ships are. It's insane. You're not prepared for that. This, again, I'm wearing the Roswell shirt. This is right outside of my stateroom, and this is the view looking into the promenade. Beautiful ship. You'll see it in the video here in just a second. There's Jason Shurka. And this is, now I'm wearing a suit. So this is the panel that night with Adam was on that panel and Jason Shurka. But there we are getting ready for the panel. Also that night, Nick Pope did an excellent presentation. I've got so many pictures of Nick. Hanging out with Nick all week was very, very special. And he was so excited about the hearing and the progress of things. But we were first night on the ship. First night. I don't think it was the second. I think it was the first night. Myself and Scott Walter, second night on the ship. we find this little bar in the back around where there wasn't a lot of volume and stuff. And we're sitting at this bar, and there's this family sitting next to us. And, like a couple of brothers and a brother-in-law kind of thing. They're sitting here next to me, and they're hearing Scott, Walter, and I talk. And this guy goes, "Hey, man, can I ask you a question?" I said, "Yeah, sure. What do you do?" And I went, "Okay," and I knew it. I said, "Hey, man, it's great to meet you." I said, "Okay, cool. It's great to meet you too." And then he says, "Was that Nick Pope walking around on the ship?" I said, "It was." I knew it was Nick. And people watch Ancient Aliens, man. They do. They really do. And that was really funny how that guy goes, "I knew that was Nick Pope." So anyway, now this was the gang of five right here. It's the five of us. So let me take you through here. Obviously, that's Scott Walter. That's myself. That's Mia next to me. And, of course, Sarah Breskman Cosme. And that is Katie down on the end. Katie and Mia were our friends, and they came on the cruise together. They both live here in L.A., but we just became fast friends, and we did everything together for the week. My voice is starting to go. But it was breakfast, lunch, dinner, shore trips, everything. It was the five of us doing it together. And Mia, so cool. Katie, so cool. I've got video of Katie singing. She's an amazing singer-songwriter, but she grabbed the microphone a couple of times on the trip and got up and sang. But the five of us, just friends for life now, the five of us, tremendous. Oh, here's my stateroom, everybody. I think I took one picture, and this is it. But that's my view. You can see, I think there's a cup of coffee sitting out there. But it was an amazing room, big too, as well. King size bed down on the end of the room, but had a couch, a desk, great bathroom, just amazing. And I spent all of my time on that balcony. Look at that. This is great. Every night when I got back, every night when I was turning in, I walked into that room and looked in the mirror and said out loud, "That was a perfect day." Perfect. Perfect sleep, slept with the sliding glass door open, listening to the ocean, slept like a rock, woke up early, went down, breakfast, conference, lunch, conference, dinner, a couple of things, hanging out with friends, and back, and just perfect. The service, the people, the ship, everything just perfect. This is day number 2, and this is heading towards Cabo. This is my morning breakfast there. This is that's Sarah. This is formal night. We had 2 of them. This is the first formal night, and getting dressed up. Yep, I am in a suit. But there you go. And Sarah, the best, an amazing week. We just adopted each other at the beginning of the thing and said, let's do everything together. Let's just do everything. And we did everything together all week. And it was amazing. And thank you, Sarah. I really needed that kind of week with a friend. She's an amazing friend. But the 2 of us we just said to each other, let's just do everything. And we did. It was great. Let me tell you something. Her husband, her kids, they've got the coolest woman in the world in their lives. I'm just telling you right now. And I borrowed her for the week. It was so cool. So there you go. That's us on formal night 1. Yeah, I bet her hubby and kids missed her. They were sending her videos of them starving to death, rolling around on the floor. There's nothing to eat. It was great. It was great. So there you go. All right. Here we are. This is formal night 1. And there's Bob Terrio. We were just talking about Bob. That's his wife, Heidi. There's Mia. There's the 4 of us. Scott Walter is not at the table yet. And there you go. This is at the beginning of formal night 1. Just incredible. Now, let me pull this out. And I'm looking at the clock. Check this out. This is a video. It'll give you an idea of the ship. I think I go down and interview. I haven't watched the whole video, and I shot so many like this, but check this out. Check this out. Going down. This is Navigator of the Seas. I'm Jimmy Church here at the Hidden Secrets Seminar at Sea Cruise.
Doors opening.
How you doing? I need to go this way.
Ready for clue number 3? Clue number 3, in 1921, it became a saxophone of newly independent.
Pretty cool. Ship is beautiful. I want to thank Susan Shumsky not only for inviting me, but putting on just an amazing conference. We're going to go downstairs in a second. But now we're on the deck number 4. I'm staying at number 7, way up there, but obviously I'm facing the ocean on the outside of the ship. But those are rooms there. And there's the theater. Okay, so now we're going to continue going down. Okay, one more level down. Now we're in the conference center. Yeah, pretty cool. Oh, look. Who's that dude? Oh, there's Susan. Susan, say hello.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you. I was just thanking you on the elevator on this.
Yeah.
This is Susan. Thank you. Not only for inviting me personally, but for putting on a great event. So much work goes into this, and absolutely, the ship is as smooth as the conference.
That's for sure.
I mean, it doesn't. You know what I mean? And the conference is smooth too as well.
It's going smoothly now. Yeah.
Do people expect, can I ask you this before I know you're busy, but do people expect a ship to be doing this?
I think they do.
Right?
Because they don't know that these huge liners have stabilizers on them that create a very smooth,
and you don't
sort of
hear
rocking like a baby thing. But
you don't hear a thing. You don't hear the engines.
No engine.
You don't hear the weather. You don't hear, it's just quiet and peaceful and serene.
It is.
And everybody's smiling and happy. Is it because of the food? Everybody's so well fed.
That must be it. Actually, there was like 1,000 dolphins that were.
Did you see? I watched that last night, and I had said this morning in my live stream, I thought I might sound like I'm exaggerating when I said there was like 1,000 dolphins following the ship last night.
Yeah.
It was, wasn't it?
That's what I hear. I didn't personally see them.
Oh,
I
it was
wish I
crazy.
had.
They were partying. They were just in and out. They were riding the waves.
Yeah.
I was watching them. They like to surf.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really, really cool.
So Dr. Sandra said it's because of the frequency of the EE cube is the frequency of dolphins and whales and that sort of thing. So she said that they were attracted to that EE system, and that's the reason they were riding with us.
It was, what do you call a herd of dolphins?
A pod?
A pod?
Yeah.
It was a ginormous pod. But again, thank you. Susan, thank you for inviting me. She said to me today, Jimmy, that's it. Every seminar from here on out, I'm going to get you back. So much fun. Everybody, please, the next event, we'll keep you posted, but you've got to come out and cruise with us. It's just amazing. Thank you so much, Susan. You're the best.
Thank you.
And now here's the conference center. Thank you, Susan.
Yeah.
And I don't know who's on stage.
But
it's Adam
there's
Apollo.
a lot of amazing work that's pointed to this sort of time of change and the great Baktun cycles, the 26,000 year cycle of precession, which also may vacillate to 24,000, depending on the arc or depending on the ecliptic. And as we get into this process and look at these connections, what we see is that the Maya had a sense of time so much vaster than we hold today. Today we think about next year or next decade. The Maya thought about the next 5,200 years, or 13,000 years, or 26,000 years. The Maya's understanding points to a level of advancement in mathematics and science that is just not that well known. So I traveled all around Mexico to look at these pyramids and megalithic sites, and what I found is that most of them had a lot of rebuilding. Places like Teotihuacan have been rebuilt 9 times. Now, with the level of moisture content down in the Yucatan and up into Mexico, you can understand that this is a lot different than Egypt. Egypt, very dry for a very long time. Mexico, very wet. So what is underneath all of those constructions? If we get into the heart of Teotihuacan, there's evidence there may have been mercury pools deep underneath the pyramid.
So to give you an idea, right, of the size and you've got to go. I know what you're thinking. I should have gone. You should have gone. You should have come with us. I'll admit, I didn't expect it to be that perfect and that much fun. No, it was just divine. Every last second of it. And so what I just showed you was one little sliver section of the ship. It's like that from bow to stern. It's just beautiful. So many shops and restaurants and activities. And oh, by the way, before you ask about the water slide, I didn't do it. No, I didn't do it. Talked about it, had my shorts. Sarah and I were going to do it like 2 or 3 times, and it just got away from us. It got away, and it was like, oh man. So how great was it? It was that great. I didn't have the time to go and do it. Saw it. I just it was so funny. We were I'm looking at the clock here. We were on what do you call it? One of the boats to go to shore, and we were looking up at there's a section of that's glass, and you can it's see through. And we were watching people, and we're like, man, it's going to be great. It's going to be. We just didn't do it. And okay, let's get back to it. This shot here is pulling into Cabo, and I woke up that morning and I had breakfast on my balcony, and I was not prepared. No. Look at the color. This is straight off my phone. This is not altered in any way. Look at that blue water. It's nuts. The blue sky and that's Cabo in the background. Yeah, it was what kind of Technicolor voodoo is this? Just walk out and the sky and the water and it was magic. That was some voodoo magic. And look at this. That's just a shot straight off my camera, straight off my phone. Look at that. Man. So next year, you just have to go. So then, okay, here's the Navigator of the Seas. And if you look, let me back up. Okay, no, you can't see it here. Okay, so let me go back forward. This is Navigator of the Seas. My room was right here, right in the center of the ship. So that's deck 7. And right there, you can see in some of the shots, and maybe you can see these balconies from some probably giant suites or something sticking out in one direction. But I was right here, like 4 or 5 staterooms down from this lump, right in the middle. But look at that beautiful ship. It's crazy. It's crazy. Just insane. Just insane. Everything on the ship. This is the water slide sticking out in the back right here. This is the pool deck here. We did sky watches every night, and in the on the top of the ship right here, this is a miniature golf course, and that's where we went for our sky watches each night. And I personally did 2 of them, and it was just amazing. But anyway, a gorgeous ship. There it is, the Navigator of the Seas. Okay, so we go to Cabo Wabo, and I snuck into the nightclub. We sat on the outside, but that's Sammy's band, The Circle. They were playing that night, and there's their setup on the stage. We were there at noon, and we obviously could not stick around for 12 hours to watch Sammy play. But there it is, man. Cabo Wabo. It's real. So cool. This is Cabo at night. This is as we got back. And I walked out. I changed clothes and walked out on the balcony, and that was my view. It's a little pirate ship. And oh, here's the class photograph. And so there is everybody. Let's see if I can pick out some people. There's Rob Potter. There's Jennifer Stein. There's Adam Apollo, myself. There is Scott Walter. There's Susan Shumsky right there. And there's Ruben Langdon. Right. There's Heather and her husband, Ben. I'm going to have Heather on the show here in a couple of weeks. There's Dr. Sandra. I'm just scanning through here. But there you go. There's Vivian Chauvet right there. And yeah. That is a nice group of people. And to have it was sold out. That was it. We were maxed out. So there you go. There's the class photograph. Okay. When we come back after the break, I'll explain this picture here. This is our ATV group from the ship. And there's our ATVs in the background. After we were done, we all came down in front, and I got everybody together to take a picture. But look at the dirt on everybody. Just everybody is completely covered in dirt. Look at my man here. Look at it. It's just covered in dirt. And it was great. And I told everybody, I said, now, these two here, right here, insane on the quads. And this is mother and daughter. And I was watching the girl here with the tats and the tank top. She was I was watching. She was out of control on the quads. Half of the dust on me is from her. But there you go. Look at all the dirt. Look at that. Look at the dirt. We were just all covered in dirt. That was so much fun. So with that, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. This is Jimmy Church of Fade to Black. Please visit all of our sponsors. We're taking a quick break here. All of the links are below. We'll be right back. This is Jimmy Church, and I want to introduce you to LifeWaves X39 Stem Cell Activation Patch, which has totally transformed my health, my sleep, brain, and my eyes. I no longer need reading glasses. X39 is a true breakthrough in regenerative science. Using light, X39's patented age reversal technology is clinically proven to signal the activation of younger stem cells, accelerating the body's natural healing process. X39 promotes restoration and rejuvenation, bringing the life-changing benefits that I've experienced. By naturally elevating a master signaling peptide in the body, X39 boosts vitality, health, and wellness and resets 4,000 genes to a younger, healthier state. It's one patch, once a day, and you can turn back time with X39. Just go to healingworksnow.com. That's works with an X. healingworksnow.com.
Hey everybody, it's Billy Carson, also known as Forbidden Knowledge. I want to talk to you about a very special event coming up July 30th, 2023, the Forbidden Conscious Awards. We're going to honor people who have been contributing to the conscious community for decades. People that you know and love that have helped you get to higher levels of thought and consciousness and awareness. It's going to be a live in-person event, but seats are going to sell out very fast. You want to make sure you're there in person, and guess what? You can help vote for the winners. Voting is available on forbiddenknowledge.com, and the categories are going to be social media influencer, podcast/radio host, TV host, actor, director, producer, entrepreneurs, health and wellness, philanthropists, authors, field researchers, archaeologists, space anomaly hunters, and of course, a Lifetime Achievement Award. I'll be your keynote speaker that night at the Forbidden Conscious Awards. We have celebrity guests performing. We'll have a halftime show where we're actually going to perform music for you. And don't forget about the pre-event mixer, where if you buy a box seat, you'll be in the VIP section, and you also have private access to a VIP mixer with celebrity guests, shake hands, break bread, network, and then walk the red carpet with us and take amazing photos. It's going to be a night to remember. You don't want to forget this. Make sure you hurry up and get your tickets because they're selling out very fast. I want to see you there. Forbidden Conscious Awards 2023.
April 7th through the 14th, 2023, I'll be hosting and presenting on the Hidden Secrets Seminar at Sea Cruise. From Los Angeles to the Mexican Riviera on the Navigator of the Seas. That's right, up top, a giant water slide. You've got to check out the Navigator of the Seas. It's amazing. We've got Scott Walter, Adam Apollo, Nick Pope, Brad Olson, Vivian Chauvet, Jason Shirka, Robert Grant, Ruben Langdon, and another 12 amazing speakers and presenters. It's all simple to do. Just visit divinetravels.com/Hidden Secrets 2023. You know you want to go on a cruise with me. River Moon Coffee, makers of the Fade to Black blend. Truly the best coffee on planet Earth. Just visit rivermoonwellness.com or their Amazon store. It's all simple to do. You can check out the Fade to Black blend, the Game Changer blend, or any of their Black Moon wellness products. It's the only coffee I drink. It is the best, and it's Doc. Again, rivermoonwellness.com. All right, welcome back, Fade to Black. Doing a Hidden Secrets Revealed cruise full-on recap tonight. And right before the break, I showed a picture of the group from the ship that went out for the ATVs. And we had Honda quads. Amazing. When I first boarded the ship, I mean, I just walk on, and I go up to customer service to do a couple of things. And as I'm standing there, Sarah Breskman Cosme comes up. Jimmy, Sarah, what's going on? And we started talking. So what are you planning to do? And I said, well, this, and I'm going to book the ATV cruise. ATV, like quads? I said, yeah. She goes, I want to do that. And I said, okay. So we went over and we booked that together. And and we went to, it was in Puerto Vallarta, where we did that. And so what I have here is a series of shots that were taken by the ATV company, Canopy River. They were just unreal. It's on the top of a mountain in Puerto Vallarta, and literally on top of a mountain where they have this ginormous, probably seats 1,000, beautiful outdoor restaurant on the top of this, just scenic. It was just incredible. So up there, we're kind of getting a vibe on this operation. It's just so well run. It just perfect. So anyway, but what is great about these shots that I'm about to show you is we start out clean. Okay. So here's the first shot. We've just arrived, and just take note. We are clean. We are clean. I have some additional photographs too as well, but this is what the company sent us. Here's another shot. Okay. So here we go. There we are. Look at my feet. We take off, and I've got a lot of shots here, so I'm just going to bang through this. So cool. I'm fishtailing here, by the way. And I thought to myself, and so was she, I'm wondering if I'm going to get in trouble. But every time I saw a camera guy, I kicked up the dust. But look at that. We are, so the drive itself was about 3 hours. And we took a couple of stops, a couple of breaks. You have to. When we ran 45 minutes or an hour on the first run, and I mean, you are worn out. You're worn out, and you're hauling, but it's not slow, and it is it's mad skills, hairpin turns up and down the mountain, across a couple of rivers, and yeah. Oh, here, I changed my glasses. Now I'm wearing goggles. Yeah, the first like 10 minutes, I'm like, glasses aren't going to work, man. You need to wear goggles on this. And the bandanas are totally necessary because the dust and what is happening. Yeah, I'm fishtailing right here. Kicking it out. Look at that. Just so much fun. Okay. So there's that. Let me see what I've got coming up next here. Just stay with me. Okay. Here we go. I can continue. Here's Scott Walter. And speaking, Scott also, we're really close friends, and to be able to spend 7 days with Scott all day, all night, was just so much fun. And here, the thing I can say about Scott is this: he's all about rocks, and you get him started in a conversation. And all he wants to do is talk rocks. What I didn't realize is how everybody else is into rocks. And you get Scott started, and he cannot stop. And it was one person after another coming up and striking a conversation with Scott about rocks. And it just got to the point where it's like, man, I can't talk about rocks anymore. I can't do it. But not Scott. Oh, no. Scott can talk rocks. Here's Sarah giving one of her presentations, And here's what ended up happening on the last night of the cruise. Jimmy, I'm sitting in the living room watching a slideshow. I know, isn't it cool? I've got some more video here too as well. I'll get that in. On the last night, I hosted our last panel with all of the speakers and with everybody, and one speaker after another, and we took questions from the audience. The one thing that was repeated from everybody was how great Sarah was on this cruise and the presentations that she gave. And you don't hear that too often, but it was everybody. She did a regression live that I sat in the back and watched that go down. I watched somebody go under and the process of that, and then the session. She's really good. She is really good. So, and there might be a regression in my future. So there's that. Okay, here's the gangsta shot of the week. How gangsta is this? And the answer is none more gangsta. That's what I'm talking about right there. I did it. I did. So this is formal night, and this is the cruise photographer, and so there's these families that are getting up there and couples, and they're doing their. That was great. That was great. And there was a long line of people to get their shots taken. That's not what we did. No, we took that shot, and there were people like going, "Who is this guy?" Yeah, and there was a few dudes standing there going, "Man, that's pretty cool. That's rock and roll." But there you go. That is gangsta. I just got to look at this myself. That's pretty cool right there. That's gangsta. Okay, so here is a shot. I took a selfie. There's Maureen St. Germain, absolutely amazing. There's Ted, our AV guy, who I've been working with for years. He's amazing. And so we just stood up and I had everybody wave and took the shot. But that's not what's cool about this shot. You know what's cool about this shot is Ruben Langdon right there. That's my man. Now you cannot unsee Ruben. Can you? You can't do it. Ruben. That's what I'm talking about. That's a great shot right there. Ruben, who did a couple of CE5s, ceremonies and meditations, and of course, with Misha Johnson, the Sky Watches up top. Ruben, such a funny guy and so cool and everything, but he is so grounded and so together. And I really appreciated the way that he would get everybody going on breath work and centering and calming the mind. It's really cool. Really, really cool. So anyway, and then so Mr. Cool did that right there. My man. Okay, so this is Katie, and this is one of the guys that works on the ship, and every day he had a different costume on.